Chapter 1 No Coward Under the Banner of Death. Squad Leader, the enemy. The enemy's close engine. Squad Leader, we're running low on ammunition. Quickly, from a defensive lane, that's with hype blitz, grab your bayonets, fight to the death, take ye own down with you and we'll make ye twit the sacrifice. Lintian Shen's consciousness was a mu of Asia felt wazer sharp pain in his right arm, frantic versus around him unlie deepened his curiosity about the situation outside. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of soldiers clad in faded blue uniforms, tattered and worn. Most of them appeared quite young, around 19 or 20, their faces smeared with dirt, and many armed with long rifles. As a military enthusiast, Lintian Shen recognized to designate the rifleist hairs and bled han younger flesh from war of resistance. Is this a film set? Lintian mused, Bushish's gaze shifted. It quickly focused on a pale figure lying on the ground. His at time was drawn to them and Sam, where visible veins were pumping blood profusely. Someone beside him was pressing down, desperately trying to apply a bandage. A pungent metallic scent filled the air, instantly snapping Lintian Shen to thighs was no fiancé. Has evaded his surroundings, realizing he was in a cave nestled within the mountains, rough like the size of a basketball court, that structure was a key pyramid, with a pointed top, accommodating about 20 people within its grand confines. Squad Leader, we're down to just mini brothers. Don't talk about brotherhood at a time like this, where you're facing death together. You think the situation ups fear death, we'd rather to fighting than cower. Right, in the next life, we'll be brothers again, let's drag those devils down with us. Lintian Shen felt a sense of bewilderment as fragmented memories began to resurface in his mind, gradually sharpening into clarity. Taiwan heard Fortland the enemy had launched a massive offensive. A harbour becomes separated from his unit. And encountered the Sichuan troops. I've crossed it over. Lintian Shen slowly came to terms with reality that this was not a merry performance. Butagenia battlefield. He was about to confront him my heart truly traversed back to the era of war of resistance. Thou have felt some new way to tough place in thy environment, thee thou of asking thee in my oda brought time a sense of calm. A question echoed in his mind: if the Japanese so were to wage war again, would you flee? Flee, it charge in with mirthful. Why hesitate against the Japanese? This is a matter of honor. Now, Lintian Shen felt no discomfort for Mr. Me travel. Instead, he embraced the notion that the more enemy a shekel take you down, the more he could inscribe his name in the annals of history. As his memory is crystallized, he recalled being part of the agency army, wicked collapsed and scattered, only to pursued here be a squad of Japanese soldiers, where he encountered the equally guard Sichuan troops. Yet, as he looked at the soldiers around him and the major weapons, Lintian Shen fell silent. His story is morally page, but seeing the Sichuan troops in person made him acutely aware of their dire situation. Among these contained young rifles, only about for operational, and the ammunition appeared to be nearly depleted. Hand grenades, if they could have the cold hot, looked like they were made in a border region and might not even explode during thrown. However, Lintian Shen had not a method whereon the Sichuan troops' equipment he was preoccupied with time mine threat. There was a small squad of Japanese soldiers conducting a sweep nearby. Lintian confer wet his brow. Memories began to flow back since he had awakened. The sounds of cannon fire had not ceased. Boom, 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 visual fire rumbled, followed by the infantry's advance. Onset they were rediscovered, artillery would rain down upon them, and the Japanese force below would so surge up the hill to sweep through. Other remnants of their forces would also find themselves in peril. A squad of 300 Japanese soldiers faced aimer 20 men in their side, with only 10 rifles among them. 3 or 4 soldiers still carried sabres, several were injured, and some had no weapons. Or like Lintian Shen, was too empty-handed. They faced added and escape ways impossible, and fighting seemed futile. The only option was to take some enemies down with team. Lintian Shen's bravo daving face deathons before, he was not overly afraid. It was the thought of failing to take any enemies with him that troubled him. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Vision activated. Visualization 10 kilometers. Experience level 0. As Lintian Shen lay on the black and white fabric, the pain in his right arm reminded him that this was no illusion. His focus sharpened on the mechanical voice. Vision, visualization, a system. He felt taste how a new space had opened in his mind, allowing him to enter a 3D holographic map materialized before him. When he examined the map, a sense of familiarity washed over him. This map depicted their current location, as if har gain a day divine perspective, allowing him to vaithicina bello, he called clear lies the situation within a 10-mile radius, event the topography of the cave. It resembled a strategic map, with him as the player, and each unit represented in varying shades of color. This vision. If utilized properly, this is seconds for survival, as this there crossed his mind, Lintianchin felt a surge of excitement, on the forward hoping to rub to be a sharp pain in his right arm. If Heckle survive, why will he wish for death? The more enemy a Shekel drag down to the underworld, the more America could accumulate. When he eventually each at have to life, he will ratio to stow his ancestors at the very least, he with them that muck. There was hope. But first, Henaded to see Isaacmond. Lintianchin's mind raced, his foremost ace quest to become the leader of his group. After all, the squad leader was nothing. Ash pondered, he realized he could not delay any longer. Hello Okejipatha group, noticing that squad leaders his heart already resigned to death. We, the Sichuan troops, are determined to fight, but without weapons, were powerless. When I left Sichuan, my father gave me a flag. To wipe me blood when winded and to wrap me ID. Now, facing certain death, I will eat that charge, if we must descend into the underworld, lead us together, and in the next life, well be broth us on some more. Wang Jiantang's expression was Erlam Nashun furlader flug from his chest. The disparity thy equipment was doxy and lithing they had was morale. The flag, made of white cloth, measured about 5 feet long and 3 feet wide. In the centre was a large, bold character for death. I do not wish for Yajahan or mine life, but rather to serve our nation with loyalty. When the nation is in peril, the enemy face, Teresi and Forlofa country is our shared responsibility, intended to serve, but might forbids it. Thankfully, I have eaten Haralkari in my legacy. Here is a flag, always by my side, wipe my blood when wounded, wrap me bardy when ID, forward way go, never forgetting good duty. Tolines of text flank each a larger character for death. Lintianchin, ho hadn't intended to speak, found himself momentarily stunned. Wipe my blood when wounded, wrap me bardy when ID. The legendary death flag, buried here. Fight. Fight to the death. Upon seeing this, whether the Sichuan throw up scattered jinx of soldiers, thy eyes glistened with determination, filled with a thirst for vengeance. Ace a very one in the cavine brace eater a soul vitadi, Wang Jiantang remained steadfast, knowing they should morally cold be harnessed, there was still a chance to take some enemies down with team. But then, a sudden voice broke Hethred had charged atmosphere, causing Wang Jiantang's brow to furrow. Actually of Evarigadidea, Lintianchin interjected, sensing fervor and demand interrupting the warrior's battle spirit. He had no curse after all, while aiding heroically was noble, it might not yield any tangible results against enemy. The visualization he had received for the match to fight back against overwhelming gods. Wang Jiantang's brow furrowed a tons morale had surged, but someone was no sowing doubt, had felt her surge of anger rising within him. Historically, those who disrupt the morale of the troops meet death. Yet Lintianchin spoke he again. It won't affect a fight at Edith. I've deep understanding of fungal warfare. I want to kill the enemy too, but I want to do it more effectively, so I need to viverbite longbuto boast about it my ancestors. Lintianchin met fierce gazy of an old soldier head on, refusing to flinch. The so fine soldiers it would be shame for them to hear, he called over a jazz vision to anticipate the enemy's movements, lure them into the jungle, and engage them. Even if they did, they would surely achieve a greater results. Wang Jiantang's expression remained grave as she scrutinized Lintianchin, seemingly weighing his options. If my command leads to failure, it won't change a fate, in the next life. Well still be brothers, when we reach the underworld, Ilbo to love you, in the situation, where could I possibly iron, let me try my hand at common dinja can't hurt, unless you have it a place plan, Lintianchin pressed, locking eyes with Wang Jiantang. Heckled sensed Wang Jiantang's thoughts, if any fond partially. Ash's word shone in there, that in the atmosphere a birkin toes. Wang Jiantang hesitated, glancing at the others before his gaze settled back on Lintianchin. What do you propose? His voice was oasy and low. After everything they had faced since he leaving Sichuan, countless brothers had fallen before him, had not death, but rather dying without purpose. With so many brothers round him, they had neither supplies nor weapons, even if they had received some, they were likely scavenged from thieved. In such chaotic times, life shelled little value, one a brother after another had departed from his sight, and no the eldest brother lay fallen before him. Many held rifles that wouldn't even fire, if they had weapons, they would still be a too humiliating to endure. Lin Qianchen lit up, and spoke urgently. Ivy observed a small group of Japanese old years advancing ahead, westward fina would take ethamat, replenish her ammunition, and the engage in the jungle, if we're going to die. When my taste will try and counter an as mal squade as far but and facing galarga force, we have a chance to eliminate them. In his mind Lin Qianchen had already spotted as mal squade of Japanese old years about a dozen pricking their heads out, having strayed from their main force. If they could damage this small squad, there was a significant chance of eliminating them before reinforcements arrived. If they succeeded, they could restock the supplies. If they failed, they would still have the opportunity to take it down at least only in my before meeting the end. Area Wang Jiantang scrutinized Lin Qianchen seriously. Since we are prepared to fight off Edith, trust Methesons, Lin Qianchen replied confidently. Wang Jiantang's evade salute faces off his comrades, however read it fastieth, and after much contemplation, finally said, you'd better have a solid plan, or you'll be yesterday. Leave it to tenteth you wounded, thereist, follow me quickly. After gaining command, Lin Qianchen wasted no time, rallying Theo Thurstomov. Theo and Daouf opportunity was fleeting they needed to act swiftly. Now as the highest commander of a squad, you two stay behind, everyone else, follow. Wang Jiantang raised his rifle and as a need to join Lin Qianchen. The others exchanged determined glances, gritted their teeth, and followed suit. Given Theodore's situation, there was nothing worse than this, they feared not that hand were willing to take a risk. Chapter 2 The Executioner's Blade from an Ancient Era strikes towards a new future. Sanyan Ridge. The air was hit smoke, and the ground was pock-marked with craters, still accumulating wisps of gunpowder. At the forward position, a figure put through binoculars, scanning the horizon. Damn it, what's wrong with those devils, Zhang Dapiao, what's the situation Pathiel? Li Yunlong lowered his binoculars, his familiar voice cutting through tea haze. No Juna heard he spoken than a rugged man, a larger blade slung across his back, appeared at his side. Commander, it seems the Japanese escort is encircling Gorcongrades, Zhang Dapiao reported, his stone heavy Wilkinson, they've been foreseen to hilltop, and the enemy is preparing to sweep through. Such scene shall become el2 command in this latest Japanese offensive. Zhang Dapiao knew el2 el huathi fate web. With Cicadas barataya numbers and equipment, there was an inevitable outcome. Asquad of Japanese soldiers. Li Yunlong gazed towards the distant hill, a stirring sensation igniting within him. Zhang Dapiao, observing Li Yunlong's expression, immediately grasped his intent. Commander, our mission is to hold Thielen against the Japanese and cover the headquarters retreat, weaken at exposure position, or the civilians and headquarters will fall into the enemy's clutches. Upon hearing Zhang Dapiao's words, Li Yunlong understood and lifted the binoculars and Morito surveyed the distant Thiel. The Japanese had begun dismantling their mortar positions, signaling that an assault was imminent. Without opposing I'll wash our dead in trees, it was swarming with over 300 enemy's old years. After severe all-round soft bombardment, a path had been cleared. Li Yunlong lowered his binoculars, deep in thought. You stay here and keep watch over that position, take your human with you, he instructed. Before Zhang Dapiao could respond, Li Yunlong had already gathered a Fuman and parted from the position. Commander, you need to catch up with him. Zhang Dapiao watched Li Yunlong's retreating figure, a shadow wove wire crossing his brow, yet then you could not stop him, so he quickly organized some memento follow, while he remained behind to facilitate defensive arrangements. Li Yunlong and this small contingent began to ascend towards the hill that brought them closer to the unfolding battle. They did not intend to reach their hilltop, merely to jetter closer observation given Hanner they were at their encampment. Suddenly, a cacophony of gunfire erupted, startling Li Yunlong. Damn it, they will radio penid fire, move it to high ground. His expression shifted to Jinsai Shea quickened his pace, navigating through the dense underbrush. Breathless, Harriet had built up, immediately pulling out his binoculars to survey the scene. Thanks to the elevation, his line of sight was expansive, and a kickle pinpointed the source of the gunfire. Commander, it seems they've initiated an offensive against the Japanese. One soldier behind Li Yunlong remarked incredulously, gazing gathered a stanthal. Noten lie the soldier, Butiven Li Yun Long himself found to thar to believe. A handful of men launching an offensive. Li Yunlong adjusted his collar, anxiety creeping into his demeanor. He had encountered the Japanese numerous times, and with a single glance, recognized that what lay far highways a standard Japanese squad, given high combat prowess, these of women were essentially walking to the doom. The soldiers were brave, but eyes wasting time and Tojo aside. Bang, bang, bang. These end of gunfire rang out in rapid succession. Behind the thicket, Wang Ji and Tang cruised low. Ser Shanzi and Theo the Shavin Gijid went down strike. Peering pretty absent for large, Wang Ji and Tang observed the Japanese's oldest 20 meters below, his gripped high tening around his rusted hanyangraful, his waist knife earning for action. He hadn't anticipated Tata's more squad of 20 Japanese's old years would advances are close. Moreover, he's said that Lintianchan posse dating timid understanding of the enemy's movements. Before him, the more than 20 Japanese's old years should enter combat mode, and Wang Ji and Tang Howdard contain his desire to up and fiery and take it down a for beasts. Yet understood thought no was not time effortlessness, as the commander had taken over her lay to tame Teculo's tactical plan. This strategy was clearly not designed for mere diversion it aimed for total annihilation. With their numbers lightly for enemies, the idea of taking them all down seemed either audacious or foolish. However, the command had been given, and encountering the Japanese squad, Heko settled here to the plan rather than impulsive like Arjine, opting instead to join Lintianchan in ambush within Pedant's forest. Patience. Remember, don't be stingy with the grenades. Throw them tons, after they explode, immediately append fiery and charge it down. Everything must be swift, in coordination with NFS squad in ambush. As Lin Tianshan spoke, he prepared himself. This battle would not be easy. They had no numerical advantage, and the Ron lie appelle in Thele meant half surprise. With the ambush meticulously constructed through his vision, he called in lie for decisive victory. Stay early at the charge, when it commenced holding the blade, the situantro up sexel. Wang Ji and glanced at Lin Tianshan's bandaged right arm, then tightened his grip on his larger knife. Hepar let it a stripe off cloth and rapidita around the handle, a customary practice of this equine troops to prevent slipping, especially after bloodshed. Understood. Lin Tianshan did an agreement, and beside him 5 or 6 men held ready grenades. There is fixed and the Japanese quite entering theme bashone. Using ice ninja of hand, he grasped a grenade. He noticed Tate and keen to brush, some called hard like contained their reagenness. Lin Tianshan called what no longer habit fusey up and hurled it without hesitation. Fire! With Lin Tianshan's command, the remaining 7 grenades flew towards Japanese's old ears almost simultaneously. In a graceful arc, they landed amidst the enemy, followed by a sounding explosion. Boom! The cautiously advancing Japanese's old ears were instantly downed. 12 hem fell by the blast, and as the grenades detonated, gunfire erupted. Kill! Wang Jintang, with only a handful of bullets left, gripped his Shivalai rapid blade. The close proximity of the enemy mindered him of the brothers had set out with from Sichuan, evoking memories of the horrors they had witnessed along Thuari. These of her Norid comrades charging alongside him, for few in number, surged forward with ferocity for flood. With Azari Suf explosions and gunfire, they charged forth with turbidus raised. Everything unfolded with breathtaking speed, even as heights of battle each ed from just behind the Japanese squad. The Japanese's old had not a matter react, let alone prepare themselves, as tea and sloth crash edge upon them like a tidal wave. The moment hair gain at their senses, they were met with the glint of her blade, a large enough an absent before them. Kill them all. The words barely escaped their lips before a blade swept across their necks. The executioner's blade, hailing from a bygone era, struck towards an uncertain future. What lay before them were scarce and few cove these in ambush. The panicked Japanese's old ears were reappeared, diminishing in number. Chapter 3: New Discoveries of the Visualized Map on the Mountainside. Is this really over? Li Yunlong slowly lowered the binoculars in his hand, his expression filled with astonishment. A few grenades, several Hanyang rifles, and a handful of sabers had swiftly vanquished this well-equipped squad of Japanese soldiers within mere minutes. The entire event unfolded so rapidly that Li Yunlong could scarcely comprehend it, so astonishingly quick that he struggled to believe the evidence before his eyes. It fell to him like a deluge, a relentless tide that afforded the enemy no opportunity to react. The gunfire attracted attention, and from a high vantage point, the grenades struck unexpectedly. Before the Japanese could respond, additional gunfire diverted their attention, creating close-quarter opportunities for the sabers. This battle was executed with such precision, devoid of any muddled execution. Bravo! Simply splendid, truly, these men know how to fight. Whether in their offensive maneuvers or troop deployment, everything was nearly flawless. The elevated position during their charge left the enemy with no time to react, and the shooting was orchestrated to avoid friendly fire, keeping the saber-wielding fighter safe. Having spent the better part of his life in the military and engaged in numerous battles, Li Yunlong's eyes reflected a mixture of disbelief and admiration. The ambush was entirely unforeseen, and the strategic arrangement and tactics employed ignited within the self-taught Li Yunlong a profound sense of inadequacy. With minimal cost, they had dispatched over 20 well-equipped Japanese soldiers. Most significantly, observing the weaponry of the enemy, it was evident that their own arms were vastly inferior. They possessed only a few rifles, predominantly Hanyang models. A mere handful of soldiers, armed with only a few rifles and several sabers, had annihilated a squad of roughly 20 Japanese troops. Such a tale would likely be met with skepticism. This battle was truly magnificent. Li Yunlong marveled once more, deeply impressed by the audacity to engage proactively against overwhelming odds. Do you know which unit they belong to? Li Yunlong inquired, but the few surrounding him shook their heads in unison. There are troops from Sichuan, from the Jinsui army, and some appear to be militia. They are likely a composite of fleeing soldiers. Upon observing their attire, it seemed that most were dressed in the garb of the Sichuan army. As Li Yunlong absorbed this information, he fell into deep contemplation, casting his gaze once more toward the distant hilltop of fleeing soldiers. It feels exhilarating. I have never fought such a liberating battle. You wouldn't believe it. With a single stroke of my saber, the little devils fell. Those Japanese used to chase us relentlessly. Now we've finally vented our frustrations. Not to mention, their weapons are indeed new, impressive, and quite effective. Inside the cave, many began to toy with the captured Type 38 rifles and the lone machine gun. A group of 7 or 8 gathered around, eagerly caressing the barrel of the machine gun as if it were a prized treasure. The battle concluded swiftly, within a span of no more than 10 minutes from the initiation of the attack to its conclusion. Many soldiers, invigorated by the outcome, found their pent-up emotions pouring forth. The despair they had previously felt was gradually dissipating. What they had anticipated as an exhausting effort to take down a single Japanese soldier had transformed into a decisive victory with only 3 casualties against 20 enemy combatants. Lin Qianchen felt a slight release of tension. Throughout the encounter, he had remained on high alert, but having experienced this practical application of visualized insight, he was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this capability. Yet, Lin Qianchen understood that this was not the time for celebration. Beside him, Wang Jiantang exhibited a rare smile, mainly because since their departure from Sichuan, they had not engaged in such a refreshing and exhilarating combat. This has been a significant haul, Wang Jiantang began to report. We annihilated 23 Japanese soldiers, at the cost of 3 of our own, with 5 sustaining minor injuries. We captured a machine gun with 200 rounds, 12 Type 38 rifles with over 400 rounds, and 26 grenades. Wang Jiantang struggled to contain his excitement. In all his years of service, he had never experienced such abundance. Faced with a well-equipped Japanese squad, he had entered the fray with the mindset of mutual destruction, yet now they returned victorious. The sensation of wielding the saber and striking down the enemy was exhilarating, a release of long-suppressed tension that lingered in his memory. Reflecting on all this, Wang Jiantang's gaze inevitably fell upon the youth, not yet 19, who was diligently changing bandages. The meticulous troop arrangements, the diversionary gunfire from afar, and the ambush location were all orchestrated by this young man, who had even detailed the sequence of the assault and the order of the charge. The casualties had occurred only during close-quarters combat, yet they had eliminated 23 Japanese soldiers. It was not that the enemy had weakened, but rather that an expertly crafted strategy had imposed tremendous pressure on them from all sides. The Jinsui army, such commanding talent, yet merely a private. Wang Jiantang mused inwardly, having witnessed the enemy's command capabilities firsthand. After a moment's consideration, he sheathed his saber and approached Lin Qianchen. The young man's slender frame and handsome features reminded Wang Jiantang of some historical figures he had read about, strikingly similar to the strategists depicted in those tales. "Squad leader, how shall we proceed from here?" Wang Jiantang inquired, sitting beside Lin Qianchen and naturally producing the confiscated bandages to redress him. The soldiers who had just finished tallying their supplies also turned their attention to Lin Qianchen, fully aware of the primary reason behind their victory. "Let us take a moment to rest, distribute the arms and ammunition, and eat the canned goods. Don't hold back. Given our recent engagement, the Japanese are likely to require some time to regroup. I will contemplate our next move." Lin Qianchen pondered, noting how many hands instinctively pressed against their stomachs. They had scarcely had a chance to fill their bellies during their travels, and his words ignited their hunger. "Everyone, let us eat." Wang Jiantang nodded, initiating the arrangement. Lin Qianchen, meanwhile, had delved into his thoughts, observing the changes within his mind, as the visualized map remained intact while the accompanying details underwent transformation. Experience upgrade 0.023. Having gained experience, Lin Qianchen, through this battle, has developed a newfound discernment regarding the nuances of color depth. The variation in color intensity signifies differing levels of firepower. This revelation compelled him to gaze at the visualized map within his mind, where clusters of enemies appeared as scattered dots. Some regions were a pale red, while others donned a deep crimson hue. The latter likely indicated the presence of heavy artillery such as cannons. Lin Qianchen's eyes glimmered momentarily, suggesting contemplation. The areas characterized by lighter shades might correspond to the deployment of rifles and similar weaponry. This realization deepened the intensity in Lin Qianchen's gaze. Firepower deployment points, in this case, at this moment, as he surveyed the map in his mind, along with the enemy's arrangements, a glint of icy resolve flickered in his eyes. Chapter 4 Retreat. No, prepare to attack the enemy's encampment. Barker. An angry exclamation in Japanese erupted. A soldier, clad in military uniform and wielding a sword at his waist, gazed at the scattered and mangled corpses of his comrades on the ground, his face contorted with rage. At this moment, the bodies lay in disarray, some missing limbs, others decapitated, their personal belongings almost entirely stripped away, as if locusts had ravaged the area. Any item of use had vanished without a trace. Even the rations they carried had been taken, their deaths gruesomely horrifying. Over half of them had suffered fatal wounds from blades, their blood and flesh splattered, turning the ground a sickly crimson hue. The men standing beside the officer kept their heads bowed, too fearful to speak. "Which unit is opposite us? What is their designation?" The officer's voice rang out once more, yet, at that moment, no one dared to respond. After a long silence, one man finally murmured while looking down, "I am unaware, but it seems that Lieutenant Tanaker's advance unit encountered an ambush of about 100 men. From the moment we heard the gunfire to our arrival here, it was barely 10 minutes." Upon hearing this, the officer's expression darkened. He gripped his sword tightly. "Barker, 100 men? There were not 100 at all. Although the battle ended swiftly, only a few were shot. The majority were caught off guard and slaughtered. They were ambushed at close range." The officer's heart seethed with fury as he surveyed the corpses, yet he understood that they should have surrounded these foes, rather than finding themselves in such a predicament. "Gather the troops. Secure all routes at the base of the mountain. Tomorrow, we will root out those rats." Within the cave, as distant gunfire echoed, Wang Jiantang, having just finished a tin of rations, immediately grew alert. "I suspect the enemy has discovered the bodies down the mountain." Lin Qianchen's pupils contracted slightly as he adjusted his injured arm for comfort. Beside him, Wang Jiantang's face involuntarily flickered with concern. "Squad leader, should we not retreat? We have rested sufficiently, eaten our fill, and armed ourselves. We have repelled one wave of the enemy. They are unlikely to attack at night, providing us the perfect opportunity to slip away under the cover of darkness. Wang Jiantang added, considering that they had effectively pushed back a portion of the enemy forces today. By nightfall, it would indeed be an opportune moment for their withdrawal. They had initially intended to fight to the last breath due to their dwindling supplies, unable to confront the enemy head-on. Having survived the day and won a small victory, eliminating a squad of the enemy, it was clear that their encirclement would tighten. They would no longer form small units to encircle them, creating an opening for retreat. The densely clustered points on the map in Lin Qianqian's mind indicated that retreating posed no issue, although some vital routes were heavily guarded by the enemy. With machine guns and mortars lying in wait, they could still navigate the mountain paths. Furthermore, after eliminating a small squad, the enemy's forces had noticeably thinned, their operational radius reduced. With a visual map at his disposal, he could retreat whenever necessary, without haste. Besides, even if they did retreat, where could they go? For Lin Qianqian, escaping from this group of minor enemies would merely lead to another confrontation elsewhere. Everyone turned their gaze towards Lin Qianqian. He had become their pillar of strength. No retreat. Tell the brothers to rest for a moment. We will march at night and prepare to assault the camp. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantang was left dumbfounded. 19 of us, attacking the enemy's encampment. He blurted out, his eyes wide with disbelief. After all, that was the camp of the enemy's squadron, numbering 300. Indeed. Lin Qianqian affirmed confidently, having identified the enemy squadron's weak flank, which was even underdefended. From Lin Qianqian's assessment, it was highly likely that this was the artillery section of the enemy, positioned a fair distance from their main encampment, behind the enemy squadron. Wang Jiantang's expression faltered, his disbelief evident. We are soldiers. Where can we retreat in this vast world? If you wish to withdraw, go ahead. I refuse to retreat to the rear. If I die, I shall die on the front lines. We stand with you. Wang Jiantang replied, saying nothing further. He grasped his sword tightly, feeling a sense of security despite carrying a Type 38 rifle on his back. Now that we have a solid backup, what does it matter if we lose a few more lives? Exactly, we are soldiers. If we must die, let us die on the front lines. Damn it, the enemy is human too. If I bite, I can take a piece of their flesh. In the cave, the faces of the men flushed with determination, their voices resolute. Well said. Now rest well. I will call upon you. Lin Qianqian was not surprised by their decision. He nodded affirmatively, his primary aim being to procure artillery. The artillery unit was at a distance from the enemy squadron, which he considered the best opportunity. With artillery, whether for assault, positional warfare, or defense, they would have greater options and possibilities. There were risks, but in the current dark situation, was there anything devoid of risk? Lin Qianqian was willing to gamble, albeit based on the visual map he possessed. The soldiers exchanged few words, all aware that this impending assault could very well be their last stand. They were about to attack an enemy encampment that vastly outnumbered them, yet they were armed, had consumed their beef rations, and every enemy they could take down counted. Their journey thus far had been one of passive defense, retreating, but they were done with that. They were soldiers. Aside from the front lines, where else could they possibly go? In the course of war, death was a certainty. Even if they were to perish, they deemed it worthwhile, at least for the honor of their ancestors. While the soldiers' thoughts were consumed with resolve, Lin Qianqian's focus remained on the visual map in his mind, strategizing and refining his plans for the assault. He intended to catch the enemy off guard. The adversary would presume that this small contingent of troops would retreat. He would exploit the element of surprise and, before they could react and form an encirclement, swiftly withdraw into the deep mountains. This notion sparked a sense of operational feasibility within Lin Qianqian. As he pondered, Wang Jiantang, with his sword strapped to his back, approached. After this battle, we must execute a long-distance withdrawal. You sleep. I will keep watch. Lin Qianqian remained fixated on the 3D map in his mind, refusing to relent. He had to stay vigilant regarding the enemy's deployments and fire points, as the opportunity he perceived was ever-changing. You still need to command. Are you certain I should take the watch? You rest. I need to study some of the deployments to minimize casualties. Lin Qianqian gathered insights from the mental map to prepare for their actions. Very well, after careful consideration, Wang Jiantang spoke no more. Having resolved to follow Lin Qianquan's lead, he took up a long rifle and leaned against a wall, his eyes gradually closing. The upcoming confrontation could very well turn into a deadly struggle, and he needed to conserve his energy. Meanwhile, Lin Qianquan continued to scrutinize the deep red points on the map in his mind, contemplating. Chapter 5 The Shock of Li Yunlong. Inside the cave. A profound silence enveloped everyone as they busily gathered their belongings, acutely aware of the considerable risks associated with their proactive assault. The enemy below, the Japanese, vastly outnumbered them by dozens of times. Many, after packing their essentials, selflessly offered the scant rations they had left to the wounded within the cavern. Once you're ready, we shall set forth. Simplicity is key. Lin Qianquan tightened the bandages on his right arm, the pain causing his gaze to turn icy. Squad leader, if there's a next life, I will surely fight alongside you. Indeed, we have already paid our dues. Should there be another life, we will fight with you again. If only we had more troops, your command would shine on a grander stage. Yang Laoshi is truly despicable. Wang Jiantang voiced a thought that had long lingered in his mind. The Jinsui army had decayed to its core, and such a capable commander was relegated to the status of a mere foot soldier. We have yet to complete this life, let us focus on this battle first, Lin Qianquan remarked calmly, his mind tracing the map in his thoughts. He was fully aware of the enemy's deployment and troop positions, and under these circumstances, he remained confident in their potential to retreat safely. Let us fight this battle first, every person we can save counts. Wang Jiantang rallied the group, adjusting the large knife on his back and checking his ammunition pouch. As these words resonated, a palpable momentum surged through their bodies, though they had previously felt a sense of spirit. It was meager, stemming from two primary factors. 1. Their bodies were starved. 2. Their morale was low, having often been encircled by the enemy with little sight of victory. The earlier skirmish had allowed them to feast on beef canned goods they had never tasted before, and they had executed a brilliant ambush against superior numbers. This time, even though they faced death head-on, an exhilarating fervor coursed through each individual, for they knew that their formidable blades could indeed pierce through the enemy. They would not perish blindly. Let us depart. With these words, Lin Qianquan spoke as the night deepened, and a dozen men quietly slipped into the thicket, leaving behind a few wounded in the cave. As night fell, the air was still, and the moon shone faintly. During the day, smoke had filled the air, and the cacophony of gunfire had never ceased. The night, however, was eerily quiet, creating a sense of discomfort. Save for the unknown chirping of insects, the scene appeared serene. The darkness of night masked the events of the day, rendering it as though nothing had transpired. Damn it! Li Yunlong lay on a makeshift bed of hay, pondering for a long while before finally sitting upright. The hour was late, and they had not returned to their positions. Who is the commander behind this? Among the Sichuan troops, who possesses such command skills near Taiyuan, yet ends up with only a dozen men left. His mind incessantly replayed the battle he had witnessed halfway up the mountainside. Sleep eluded him, he simply could not rest. A handful of blades, a few grenades, a couple of worn-out rifles had annihilated a well-equipped enemy squad of around 20. Such a feat was unprecedented in Li Yunlong's years of military service. What a waste of talent, he murmured. Following that ambush, the Japanese would undoubtedly not suffer such a loss again. Under the pressure of encirclement, they would surely consolidate their forces and launch a large-scale assault on that small contingent in the mountains. Though they had seized a small team's equipment, facing a Japanese company of over 300 men rendered it far from sufficient. This disparity in numbers was also a reason for Li Yunlong's insomnia. He could not shake off the day's events and did not wish to see such a capable commander fall to the enemy's hands. However, he was also burdened with a mission. The new regiment's task remained to thwart the Japanese battalion, allowing the civilian and officer forces to retreat. He could not redeploy heavy troops to rescue them. While he sometimes defied orders, he could still discern the weight of priorities. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Li Yunlong contemplated what to do next, a sudden barrage of gunfire drew his attention to another hillside. He quickly shifted his gaze towards the source of the gunfire. Despite the dense mountains and woods, the moonlight faintly illuminated the glimmers emitted by bullets in flight. Juzi, what is happening now? Li Yunlong rose and stepped out from his makeshift resting place. "Commander, it seems that small troop has begun an assault on the Japanese position." Zhu Zi hastily donned his military cap, disregarding any need for tidiness, and reported to Li Yunlong. "Since when did you start spouting nonsense?" "Commander, just look for yourself. They are indeed attacking the camp." Zhu Zi immediately handed binoculars to Li Yunlong, and the two began to jog cautiously towards the hillside. Upon reaching the slope, Li Yunlong quickly took the binoculars, crouched at the crest, and gazed into the distance. Despite the night, the moonlight allowed him to discern some activity. Observing the distant flashes and the sounds of gunfire, Li Yunlong found it hard to believe his eyes. Damn it, less than 20 men dared to charge against an enemy company. He did not lower the binoculars. His focus remained on the scene visible through the lenses, where flames erupted, illuminating the ground below. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a feat could be accomplished by a mere 20 or so individuals. The soldiers beside Li Yunlong also gazed downward, their expressions reflecting disbelief. At the foot of the distant hill, flames erupted, and the sounds of explosions and gunfire reverberated continuously. Though the distance was great, the towering flames still cast light across the area below. "Commander, Commander." Just as Li Yunlong was striving to observe, a voice came from behind him, and 3 or 4 people appeared beside the slope. "What brings you here?" "Commander, I'm just concerned about you." Zhang Dabio's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the flames below. He too was perplexed. After all, he was unaware of any friendly forces around that might be in position, yet such a tremendous uproar had ensued. What unit is causing such a ruckus? It's not a unit. It's a rout of fewer than 20 men. Fewer than 20, and they can create such a commotion. Zhang Dabio expressed skepticism, as the explosions and gunfire below did not seem like the work of merely a handful of individuals. They are attacking the Japanese artillery." Li Yunlong responded not to Zhang Dabio, but instead focused intently, gradually realizing that the small band had launched a surprise attack on the enemy's mortar position, for only an artillery site could yield such explosive results. Boom! Before Li Yunlong could utter another word, a tremendous explosion echoed through the air. An unrelenting series of detonations followed suit. In the distance, flames soared skyward, illuminating the area. Yet, as Li Yunlong observed the firelight, he understood that this group had successfully obliterated a Japanese mortar emplacement. "If only I were there." Li Yunlong held the binoculars, watching the ongoing explosions, his face etched with concern. These cannons left him salivating with desire, yet he knew that had they been more numerous, they could have seized even more. The ambush from the day, coupled with the current assault on the Japanese artillery. These few dozen men have managed to achieve the effect of an entire battalion, no, an entire regiment. If they had 100 men, they could likely eliminate that Japanese company of 300 in waves. They anticipated that after the ambush, the Japanese would consolidate their forces for a sweeping operation and seized the opportunity to strike at the artillery position, thus minimizing their own risks. Even if it devolved into a positional battle, they would not fear. A true talent. A remarkable individual indeed. As explosions rang out and flames raged, Li Yunlong watched for a long while before finally lowering the binoculars. A team of just over 20 men had achieved such results against more than 300 Japanese soldiers. Few on the battlefield could accomplish such a feat. Zhang Dabio, is there any possibility of sending reinforcements? "Commander, our current forces for the blockade may still be insufficient, and Chen has issued a death order. Should you defy orders, you will be shot on sight." Zhang Dabio understood the implications of Li Yunlong's words, but they were also like clay figurines crossing a river, struggling for survival. In the face of the Japanese's large-scale sweep, whether they could break through was still uncertain, not to mention that their current mission was to obstruct the Japanese, making it impossible to spare forces to rescue this band of fewer than 20. What a pity! Li Yunlong lowered the binoculars, lying on the position, reflecting on the day's events with a sense of loss. The sounds of ammunition exploding continued, and beneath the firelight, the sky gradually brightened. As the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth, the remnants of the Japanese artillery position lay in ruins. Chapter 6: Relocating the position and engaging in a prolonged struggle with the enemy. In the narrow mountain path, amidst the thickets of the jungle, flickers of movement could be discerned. Dozens of figures swiftly navigated through the dense foliage, their stride steady and pace brisk, merging seamlessly with the night. These individuals were nearly undetectable, each bearing 2 rifles on their shoulders, while some even carried 3 or 4. Has Xiao Shanzi returned? Wang Jiantang inquired softly within the ranks. Here he is. A voice emerged from the rear, belonging to a slight figure who was shouldering a rifle taller than himself. Xiao Shanzi probably hasn't he quite regained his senses yet. If he keeps playing with fire, he should be wary of wetting his bed tonight. Upon hearing the response from the soldier named Xiao Shanzi, someone in the crowd jested. This remark elicited a wave of laughter amongst the marching group, creating a light-hearted atmosphere. What they initially anticipated to be a fierce battle had unexpectedly turned in their favor. Wang Jiantang too chuckled upon hearing this. He had prepared himself for death, yet several mortars stood neatly arranged on the ground, with a few tents erected around them. The sentry was neutralized, and grenades cleared the path. The lone machine gun unleashed fire upon the enemy's tent area. 3 individuals were tasked with eliminating the fixed fire points, while another 3 swept through, and 4 others dismantled the mortars and destroyed the shells. The entire skirmish came to a swift conclusion in approximately 15 minutes. Wang Jiantang remained unaware of how many enemies he had taken down with the weighty machine gun in his hands. He only recognized that he had once again reshaped his understanding of warfare. What he had previously considered the pinnacle of strategy paled in comparison to this encounter, revealing to him that Zhao Zilong's 7 forays into the fray were no mere myth. The exhilaration of revenge, the unrestrained barrage upon the tents, culminating in the final grenade, left no time for the opposing forces to react. Moreover, the enemy's fire points had already been cleared by Lin Qianquan's arrangements. What remained was merely the slaughter of sleeping adversaries. Wang Jiantang had never experienced such combat since joining the military. It instilled in everyone a profound realization: warfare could indeed be fought in this manner. What, then, had they been engaging in previously? The well-equipped enemy had seemed indomitable, yet on this night, they appeared as lambs awaiting slaughter. Move quickly, cease the chatter, we must evacuate from here, as we have yet to depart the danger zone, Wang Jiantang urged, casting a wary glance around. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent and resumed their march. The gunfire has ceased, Fang Warzi, there's no need to waste the bandages. Within the cave, a wounded soldier leaning against a rock, who had been gazing outside, lowered his head at this moment, halting a frail figure that was about to change the bandage on his left leg. The gunfire had lasted merely over 10 minutes from start to finish. They were acutely aware of what this signified. After all, it was a camp of 300 men, while they numbered only 20. Upon hearing these words, the other injured soldiers in the cave also bowed their heads in unison. A sense of helplessness surged within their hearts. Beside this wounded soldier, a young man clad in a tattered green uniform, bearing numerous patches, displayed a somewhat pallid complexion, yet his eyes shone brightly as he continued to change the bandages of the injured. Fang Bailu remained silent, suppressing his unease, seeking to distract himself with a task to shift his focus. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside. The wounded soldiers in the cave immediately heightened their vigilance, refraining from uttering a sound, their gazes fixated upon the cave entrance, as if awaiting the arrival of death itself. Observing this, Fang Bailu set down the blooded bandage, grasped a long rifle, and cautiously approached the entrance, his grip on the weapon tightening. Who goes there? Fang Bailu aimed his gun at the approaching figure. Due to the darkness of the night, the wounded soldiers within the cave dared not light a fire, not even a candle. In the pitch blackness, Fang Bailu could not discern whether the intruder was an enemy or Fang Warzi. Lower your weapon. How dare you point a gun at the squad leader? Are you rebelling? Wang Jiantang dashed forward, positioning himself in front of Lin Qianquan. Speaking urgently, the familiar voice instantly relaxed the tense atmosphere within the cave. Joy radiated from every soldier's face. The squad leader has returned. Fang Bailu could not contain his delight, promptly setting aside the rifle. Moonlight filtered in, illuminating the scene. Both Fang Bailu and the injured soldiers were elated, but the greatest excitement emanated from those who had participated in the battle. Each soldier's face beamed with uncontrollable exhilaration as they unloaded their spoils, transforming the cave into a treasure trove. 2 captured machine guns, 1 mortar, 6 shells, and over 500 rounds of ammunition. Squad leader, we've struck it rich. I took down 5 enemies with this machete. You wouldn't believe it. I tossed a grenade into a tent, and it was met with a chorus of screams. It was worth it, this lifetime has been justified. The few injured soldiers who had not participated in the battle listened to the banter with blank stares, observing the spoils being brought in, realizing that the skirmish had likely been significant. Yet they also understood that the assault of 20 against 300 was no easy feat once the spoils were laid down. A rare smile graced Wang Jintang's face, from the ambush on the enemy squad yesterday afternoon to the surprise attack this morning while the enemy was in the deepest slumber. He had transitioned from being derided after leaving Sichuan, enduring hardships along the way, to experiencing a staggering disparity in firepower that had previously routed them. Now, they had actively struck back, winning 2 consecutive battles with minimal casualties. It felt surreal, yet he was aware that the enemy had not weakened, rather, it was the meticulous planning that had enabled their success. Otherwise, how could they have previously been routed? Wang Jintang had truly faced the enemy in combat and understood their capabilities. The enemy's apparent decline was not due to their own shortcomings, but rather the strategic genius of Lin Qianchen. Damn Yang Laoshi, Wang Jintang cursed inwardly. What shall we plan next? Wang Jintang pondered, turning to Lin Qianchen. We must relocate, Lin Qianchen replied without hesitation. The enemy, now clustered together on the visual map, no longer resembled the dispersed artillery units from before. Perhaps the enemy would never anticipate a direct infiltration into their artillery position. However, after 2 engagements, the enemy would likely be hesitant to grant such opportunities again. Given their current numbers, they could not afford to be cornered by the enemy. A direct confrontation with even 1 enemy squad would spell disaster for them. Thus, the immediate priority was to relocate to a relatively secure area for rest and strategizing their next steps. Understood. Everyone, gather your things and prepare to relocate. Upon hearing Lin Qianchen's command, Wang Jintang immediately took charge, fully embracing the role of a deputy. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers promptly began to pack up. Suddenly, they all halted in their actions, listening intently. A howling sound resonated through the sky. Artillery fire. Find a secure location. Wang Jintang's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. He shouted in alarm and, without hesitation, dove to the ground. Lin Qianchen reacted swiftly as well. Upon receiving the warning, he immediately lay down, seeking reliable cover. Even within the cave, the threat of collapse from artillery fire loomed large. Simultaneously, he mentally assessed whether the enemy was coordinating an assault, observing that the enemy stationed nearby remained inactive and that the cannon fire seemed random, merely a release of frustration. He felt a sense of relief. With dawn yet to break, the sounds of rocks crumbling echoed through the air. Sir Shanzi, did you not blow up the artillery depot and the mountain cannon? Wang Jintang's demeanor grew serious as he directed his gaze at a slight figure within the cave. The individual, addressed as Sir Shanzi, looked innocently at Wang Jintang, his tattered clothing and malnourished appearance evident. I blew it up, Sir Shanzi replied softly. Then why, there were just a few mortars left, and they're likely done for, just these rounds. Lin Qianchen raised a hand to halt Wang Jintang, whose expression was filled with ire. The cannon fire seemed more like a venting of frustration, while it also revealed that the enemy was gathering, exhibiting signs of movement. Relocate, now. Lin Qianchen urged without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Wang Jintang swiftly grabbed several rifles nearby. Hurry, hurry. Sir Shanzi, don't just think about the artillery, grab the shells, quickly. Give me that machine gun, I can carry it too, hurry up. Wang Jintang rapidly issued commands, emphasizing the urgency of their relocation. Chapter 7, The Broken Troops. Amidst the dense forest, layers of lush green leaves and vines enveloped the surroundings. An ancient saying goes, in the mountains, there are no paths, when many tread, a path is formed. Dozens of figures flickered in and out of sight. Rather than a road, it seemed more accurate to say that the passage had been forged by the footsteps of these few within the ranks. The soldiers appeared conspicuously mismatched against their nearly faded blue uniforms, for almost all of them bore finely crafted weapons upon their shoulders. Each individual carried more than 2 rifles, and in the midst of the group, 2 men even bore a mortar and a machine gun. At the forefront, a young officer with a right arm still bandaged, dressed in a tattered blue uniform, led 21 men through the underbrush. Squad leader, where are we headed? If we advance any further, we might enter the area controlled by the enemy. Wang Jiantang, who had been closely following Lin Qianchen, tightened the grip on the saber strapped to his back, voicing his concerns. After a midnight maneuver, they had traversed these deep mountains for several hours, and at each interval, Lin Qianchen would pause, wait for a moment, and then resume their journey. After several sporadic hours of travel, Wang Jiantang realized that if they continued on this path, they would soon encroach upon territory fully under enemy control, or perhaps they had already entered a zone dominated by the small enemy forces. Although they had resolved to engage the enemy, they had only just executed a surprise attack on the enemy artillery positions, and the enemy was likely on high alert. Engaging them now, with their meager numbers, would hardly stir any significant impact. The disparity in numbers was evidently not something that could be rectified merely through tactical maneuvering. Their previous victories had relied on surprise, yet in broad daylight, facing the enemy head-on brought Wang Jiantang a sense of trepidation. The more perilous the place, the safer it becomes. For the time being, they will lack the energy to pursue us. Let us rest ahead, Lin Qianchen remarked, his focus unwavering as he monitored the visual map in his mind, tracking the enemy's movements. This was indeed enemy-occupied territory, yet in this world, where could one truly find safety? Coming to a halt on a hilltop, he spotted a village not far ahead. The visual map indicated several points within, possibly representing villagers who had not evacuated. After pondering for a moment, Lin Qianchen deemed caution the better part of valor. Brothers, remain vigilant regarding the village ahead. Assign a few men to investigate. There are likely people present. Xiao Shanzi, you and another. Follow me closely and be alert, Wang Jiantang instructed, affirmatively nodding before drawing a pistol from his waist and chambering around. Swiftly, he relayed orders, and as they approached the village, the wounded were left behind while the other soldiers took up defensive positions. Wang Jiantang led his contingent cautiously towards the location indicated by Lin Qianchen. Don't move. Advance any further, and we will open fire. As they neared a thatched cottage, a voice rang out clearly from within. Wang Jiantang, positioned above, instantly dropped to the ground upon hearing the voice, raising his machine gun and aiming it at the cottage. The atmosphere grew tense and charged. Inside the cottage, the occupants, alerted by the commotion outside, were already assessing the situation. Captain, it seems to be the Sichuan army, one man hesitantly spoke up. Ding Jiargua furrowed his brow, listening intently as an external voice called out, We are the 122nd Division of the Sichuan Army. Which unit are you from? Speak in the dialect of Bashu. You, with your sharp tongue, are quite on guard. The reply came, prompting the occupants to speak again. We are from the 357th Regiment of the Jinsui Army. We have been encircled by the enemy and lost contact with our unit. I am Captain Ding Jiargua. Simultaneously, a figure slowly emerged from the cottage, scrutinizing Wang Jiantang and his men, only to be momentarily taken aback. The sight of the pistol at the man's waist, the weapon slung across his back, and the machine gun he carried seemed to reflect the standard armament of the enemy forces, yet he bore no resemblance to them. His accent was unmistakably from Western Sichuan. However, this small contingent was armed entirely with Type 38 rifles, leaving Ding Jiargua puzzled as to when the Sichuan army had acquired such impressive equipment. We, too, have become separated from our main force, Wang Jiantang remarked, equally assessing the group before him. Ding Jiargua's expression faltered. The Sichuan dialect confirmed their origins, but the rumors regarding the Sichuan army's equipment had always been grave. What he beheld before him diverged starkly from those accounts. The machine gun was a Type 11, known as the twisted handle gun, and he was aware that their own unit had yet to be issued any machine guns. Each soldier bore at least 2 rifles, and some even had 3 or 4 slung across their backs, grenades hanging from their waists. Was this truly a broken troop? Had they really become separated from a larger force? With such armament, One could easily mistake them for an elite regular army. As Ding Jiargui regarded these soldiers from Sichuan, his expression grew increasingly grave, for the only plausible explanation for such an arsenal was disconcerting. He involuntarily recalled the distant sounds of explosions he had heard the previous night, yet he shook his head, dismissing the notion that such a small group could have caused such a commotion. This small number could not possibly, Ding Jiargui's thoughts surfaced only to be promptly dismissed. At that moment, Wang Jian, unfazed by Ding Jiargui's concerns, directly stated, "We need to rest. Let us separate and recuperate." Agreed. Ding Jiargui nodded in response. Chapter 8. Our squad leader, eager for artillery, launched an assault on the artillery position. Inside the mudstone house, upon the Kang, Lin Qianchen, having ascertained that no potential threats lurked nearby, finally allowed his taut nerves to ease somewhat. He began to examine the system that secured his existence in these tumultuous times. Upgrade Experience 0.075. Within the recesses of his mind, the panel indicated that after the dawn raid on the enemy artillery positions, his experience had increased somewhat. Although the pace of advancement was slow, there was at least a glimmer of hope. Currently, the number of troops he commanded was not aligned with the system's expectations. In his estimation, while he might not yet be suited for grand strategic command, he felt more than capable of directing a regiment in frontline engagements against the enemy. Squad leader, those individuals should indeed be the scattered remnants of the enemy's recent encirclement. They originally belonged to the Jinsui Army's 357th Regiment. I took the liberty to observe them, and there are fewer than 20. Wang Jiantang hurriedly entered the room and spoke. Take a closer look. If we can integrate them into our ranks, it would be ideal. We need every soldier we can muster, Lin Qianchen whispered. For the troop, every additional warrior represented an enhancement of their strength. The dispersed Jinsui soldiers had not fled the vortex of battle, indicating their desire to fight. Understood. Wang Jiantang nodded. Organize sentries at these points, one overt, one covert, notify me immediately of any disturbances. Lin Qianchen sketched some positions on the simple bedding, indicating directions to Wang Jiantang. These were the most advantageous lookout points he had discerned from the visual map. Very well, I will make the arrangements. You should rest for now. Wang Jiantang nodded, having gone nearly 30 hours without sleep since the ambush on the enemy squad and the subsequent raid on the artillery positions. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianchen refrained from further comment. There had been no trace of the enemy within a 10-mile radius, and the mental strain of the past hours was approaching its limit. Once they found a temporarily safe location, fatigue overwhelmed him, and he lay down on the bedding. Wang Jiantang, noting his condition, gently closed the door behind him and promptly assigned Sheshanzi and another soldier to maintain vigilance around the area before departing. As time gradually elapsed, the small village, once tranquil, now brimmed with life and activity, having gathered individuals from across the region. Beneath the banyan tree at the village entrance had become a hub for interaction, with troops from the Sichuan army resting alongside those from Ding Jiargui's faction. Many soldiers from the Jinsui army eyed the beef canned food held by their counterparts, their lips pursing in anticipation. Although a single can was shared among three, accompanied by some hard, coarse bread, it was a rare delicacy for them, a glimpse of culinary delight amidst the chaos of war. After a moment of hesitation, Ding Jiargui approached Wang Jiantang. Did you acquire these from the enemy? Ding Jiargui inquired, gesturing towards the can in Wang Jiantang's hand and then towards the mortar positioned nearby, his tone laced with disbelief, having witnessed the enemy's brutality firsthand. Despite having equal numbers, the small enemy forces operated with such clear division of labor, advancing like a well-oiled war machine. Even with comparable or superior strength, they had been routed by the enemy. Previously, he had been tasked with obstructing over 60 enemy soldiers, yet now only a handful remained. The enemy's reckless tactics, rapid response, ferocious firepower, and coordinated maneuvers were unlike anything he had ever encountered. While other factors contributed, the enemy's combat capability was undeniable. All of this was captured from the enemy. The artillery was seized during our raid on their position early this morning. There was a larger cannon, but it was too heavy for just a few of us to lift. We had to destroy it, Wang Jiantang added, a hint of regret in his voice as he used a stick to extract a piece of moist beef from the can, savoring it with apparent ease. Ding Jiagua listened, his brow furrowed, his expression darkening. After a moment of silence, he asked again, "That commotion this morning, was it truly your doing?" Ding Jiagua's tone wavered with uncertainty, yet his gaze remained fixed on Wang Jiantang. It was only when Wang Jiantang set down the can and remarked, "Yes, the meat is quite delicious, would you care to try?" that Ding Jiagua lost interest in the latter part of his statement, the implications of Wang Jiantang's words striking him as profoundly shocking. Ding Jiagua had no desire to taste it, his mind was awash with skepticism, the enormity of what he had just heard was staggering. An enemy artillery position typically consisted of at least a company, equating to a battalion scale, 300 enemy soldiers, a force capable of rivaling a regiment. The notion that a mere 20-man unit had successfully raided such a stronghold seemed preposterous. "Brother, they are all remnants, there is no need for such theatrics. Did you happen upon an uncleaned battlefield?" After a moment's hesitation, Ding Jiagua finally voiced his doubts, expressing disbelief regarding the claim of attacking the enemy's artillery position. As a member of the Jinsui army, having participated in numerous battles, he could not fathom that these tattered soldiers could achieve such a feat. He was acutely aware of the Sichuan army's combat abilities. While perhaps fearless, their strength paled in comparison to his own. "What purpose would there be in deceiving you?" Wang Jiantang retorted, finishing the last morsel of meat, pouring water back into the can, shaking it, and downing the contents in a single gulp. Ding Jiagua found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, he noticed that the soldiers who had been crouched around the banyan tree had all risen to their feet. Following their gazes, he discovered a figure emerging beneath the tree, surveying the surroundings with keen interest. Chapter 9. Did they truly engage in combat with the enemy? Beneath the banyan tree, Ding Jiagua followed the gazes of those around him. A youth, no more than 20, ambled along the gravel path of Li family village. The first impression this young man left on Ding Jiagua was that of a refined scholar, reminiscent of a teacher from a classroom, exuding an air of cultured grace. His countenance was strikingly handsome, yet a bandage stained with a hint of blood on his right arm made it clear to Ding Jiagua that this young man, like them, was also part of a defeated army. Ding Jiagua's gaze shifted between the young man and the quickly rising Wang Jiantang, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. Wang Jiantang wiped his hands on the hem of his clothing and retrieved an item wrapped in cloth from his bosom. "Squad leader, you're awake. Here, have some beef from these rations. These devils truly feast well. You ought to fill your stomach quickly." Wang Jiantang promptly handed 2 cans to Lin Qianchen. "Aside from the lookout, summon everyone else. We have matters to discuss." Lin Qianchen did not refuse the cans offered by Wang Jiantang. Instead, he accepted them and spoke a brief sentence in response. He had slept from dawn until dusk, and now, the foggy haze that clouded his mind had dissipated into a comforting clarity. The first thing he did upon waking was to check the visualized map in his mind. Once he confirmed their safety, his thoughts began to churn. In this era, every moment was precious. If he could eliminate even a few more of the enemy, it would spare countless suffering for the 40 million. After all, the small devils were best suited for hell. "Very well." Wang Jiantang nodded vigorously, not wasting a moment, and turned to relay the message. Observing this, Lin Qianchen found a spot to sit, casually placing the cans beside him as he opened one and began to eat. Truth be told, he was genuinely famished. He had never truly filled his belly, and it had been a long time since he last had a proper meal. Ding Jiagua, observing nearby, suddenly grasped the situation. Given the dire scarcity of food, this treatment was indeed unusual. Even the Sichuan troops were receiving special privileges within the ranks of the Jinsui army. Ding Jiagua had encountered numerous young commanders, the vast majority of whom had gained their positions through familial influence, merely gilding their names within the military. The earlier disbandment of the 357th Regiment by the enemy had been due to the commanding officer's nepotism. His cowardice had delayed their response, leading to the issuance of retreat orders to several battalions under his command without a single shot fired. Consequently, 2 battalions had provided cover while the regiment headquarters retreated, resulting in a disorganized rout. Now, the scene before Ding Jiagua evoked a sense of familiarity, yet he was taken aback by the expressions of the Sichuan soldiers, which seemed to convey a concern that this young man might not have enough to eat. Surely, they were not private soldiers of some influential family. Ding Jiagua noticed one soldier, on the way back, attempting to offer half-eaten cornbread to the young man. Although the offer was declined, Ding Jiargua found such behavior bewildering. Before long, the sound of footsteps approached. Wang Jiantang arrived beneath the banyan tree, accompanied by 5 or 6 others. Upon their arrival, he casually handed over his water flask. "Squad leader, these enemy rations are quite rich. Drink some water to balance it out and stave off hunger." Lin Qianchen accepted the flask, mimicking Wang Jiantang's actions, mixing the water a bit before downing it in one gulp. "We must now avoid their main force and seek our opportunity." With that, he held a can in one hand and a dry twig in the other, drawing lines on the ground and occasionally placing stones within the markings. Lin Qianchen had known during their retreat that the enemy's squadron was fully assembled, unlike before when they had operated in smaller teams to surround the mountains. However, with the visualized map, Lin Qianchen understood that their best course was to avoid direct confrontation with the enemy and instead look for an opportunity, as his available forces were currently too meager. "You decide how to strike, and we shall follow your lead." Wang Jiantang now exhibited unwavering trust. Within just a day, they had caught the enemy off guard twice, minimizing casualties, a significant improvement over his usual straightforward approach. "Indeed, squad leader, feel free to issue your orders. We are at your command." "Ear. Right, we've already taken down a few enemies, which is worth it." "Ear. Those 300 devils, we shall wear them down. They will eventually be exhausted." Upon hearing Lin Qianchen's words, several among them expressed their fervor for battle, their eyes gleaming with a fierce determination reflecting on the prior 2 skirmishes. Apart from the initial battle that had been quite arduous, resulting in 3 fatalities, the subsequent assault on the enemy camp had seen no losses, and they had successfully neutralized the enemy artillery unit. As they contemplated the next ambush, the previous encounters had imparted a sensation unlike any they had experienced since joining the military. If one were to summarize it in a phrase, it would be exhilarating. "We shall rest momentarily. If those 300 devils remain scattered and do not regroup, we will surely find our opportunity to strike." Lin Qianchen nodded in agreement, his tone brimming with confidence. With the visualized map at his disposal, he would act decisively the moment the enemy became isolated. Yet presently, the enemy was akin to a startled rabbit, elusive and difficult to capture. Accounting for the wounded, they numbered merely over 20, rendering them too weak to engage in a direct conflict. Those present nodded in resolute agreement, their eyes alight with martial spirit. Meanwhile, Ding Jiargua listened in a state of confusion. 300 devils, wear them down. Ear. Do they truly comprehend the terror of the enemy? Have they ever fought against the devils? Ding Jiargua found himself perplexed, unable to fathom the basis for their unfounded confidence. Was this boastfulness not overly grandiose? Was there truly a necessity to elevate oneself in such a manner before him? Doubt began to stir within Ding Jiargua, and he scrutinized the group gathered beneath the banyan tree. Just then, a resounding explosion echoed from afar. Ding Jiargua's body involuntarily trembled, for if he was not mistaken, that sound heralded the arrival of their nightmare, the enemy's artillery. "Stand guard." Wang Jiantang's nerves instantly tightened, swiftly seizing a nearby machine gun. "It's not from our side." Lin Qianchen promptly consulted the visualized map, shaking his head rapidly, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The visualized map revealed no enemy presence. Chapter 10, The sound of artillery beyond the visual map. Boom, an explosion reverberated, sending dust swirling and smoke billowing, yet the gunfire did not cease in the wake of the cannonade. "Commander, the enemy is charging again," Zhang Dabiao exclaimed loudly from his position, shaking the dust from his shoulders. "Damn it, it never ends," Li Yunlong muttered, lifting his head from the trench, instantly cursing. This group of adversaries was not only equipped with remarkably advanced weaponry but also seemed to be acting under some command, relentlessly launching wave after wave of assaults against their position. The sheer scale of their charges was reminiscent of crashing waves, leaving Li Yunlong, who had fought numerous battles against the enemy, quite perplexed. Moreover, faced with the enemy's coordinated infantry and artillery, there were indeed few viable responses. "Commander, the opposing forces appear to belong to the infamous Sokotter Brigade. During the last counter-offensive, our independent regiment engaged them, resulting in the injury of our commander, Kong Jier, and the sacrifice of our political commissar. They are our sworn enemies, but I have observed that they are not fully organized, a Zhangdarbier remarked to Li Yunlong. He had heard of the Sokotter Brigade's formidable reputation, known as the elite among elites. Not fully organized. It seems fate has conspired against us. Damn it, even without full organization, they are making my life miserable, Li Yunlong retorted, familiar with the Sokotter Brigade, as Commander Kong Jier had previously fallen victim to them. In the last battle at Shinko, a single brigade had decimated 2 divisions of the Jinsui Army. The 358th Regiment of the Jinsui Army had also faced them, suffering nearly 300 casualties in just 1 hour. Had it not been for the swift retreat of the 358th, the entire regiment would likely have been annihilated. Such accounts were relayed to Li Yunlong during brigade meetings, where he could discern the deep-seated apprehension in Brigade Commander Chen's voice. Boom! Another explosion echoed, and the sounds of bullets whistling and blasts reverberating had not ceased across the new 1st Regiment's positions. Has the main force withdrawn? Yes. We've just received a telegram instructing us to execute the original plan for a breakout retreat. All right, I understand. Li Yunlong lifted his binoculars to survey the enemy's positions, as enemy artillery rained down shells upon his current location. Finally, we can act freely. In a village within the Zangyan Ridge area, upon hearing the sounds of artillery, Lin Qianchen hurried back to his small courtyard and summoned his personnel. Squad leader, the artillery sounds are distant but rather dense. The scale of the engagement seems considerable, a Wang Jiantang assessed. Northeast direction, a Lin Qianchen noted, visualizing a map in his mind, where he saw no sign of the enemy. The visual map could observe a 10-kilometer radius, indicating that the enemy was likely over 5 kilometers away. Gather specific intelligence, a Lin Qianchen promptly ordered. In the current situation, it was imperative to eliminate any hidden dangers. On the battlefield, every piece of information could determine victory or defeat, especially now that they were ensnared within the enemy's encirclement. Hidden within this abandoned village, they dared not light a fire for fear of detection by the enemy. The disparity in numbers was stark. Encountering the enemy head-on would be tantamount to courting death. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Jiantang set out to make arrangements. In the room, only Lin Qianchen remained. Fang Bailu, a Lin Qianchen called out toward the window moments later. A slender, handsome individual entered the room, holding a freshly washed gauze. Squad leader, what is it? Fang Bailu inquired anxiously. Go urge the others to finish up and come quickly, a Lin Qianchen instructed swiftly. After emerging from the cave, he discovered that Fang Bailu was literate, prompting him to retain Fang as an assistant for conveying messages and conducting guard duties. All right, Fang Bailu replied, then dashed out into the courtyard. Before long, 5 or 6 individuals trickled in. Though referred to as a room, it was merely a dilapidated thatched hut, albeit a relatively spacious one. Does anyone know which unit is stationed in the northeast? Lin Qianchen asked the soldiers who had gradually entered the room, aware that many had joined the unit midway through their journey. Chapter 11, For the benefit of the nation, I will risk my life. How can I evade fortune or misfortune? Squad leader, I know something. In the earthen chamber, a frail figure raised his hand weakly, seated in a corner, responding in a hushed tone. As his voice echoed, many warriors in the room turned their attention towards Fang Bailu. It seems he is the one we encountered while retreating from that direction, Wang Jiantang remarked as he noticed Fang Bailu speaking, gesturing for several nearby warriors to make way. To the northeast lies Zangyan Ridge, an area belonging to the 8th Route Army's new 1st Regiment. This encirclement appears to be focused on that region, specifically the Sokotter unit. Fang Bailu relayed all that he knew regarding Lin Qianchen. Upon hearing the names Zangyan Ridge and New 1st Regiment, Lin Qianchen's expression immediately grew more serious. He instinctively straightened his posture on the kang, murmuring, the New 1st Regiment. After a prolonged contemplation, he couldn't help but whisper, it wouldn't be Li Yunlong, would it? If it truly was him, it seemed a change in tactics and strategy was in order. Currently, Li Yunlong was also surrounded, and in this battle, they faced the elite of the Japanese forces, the formidable Sokotter unit. Even if they managed to break through, the losses would undoubtedly be grievous. Just as he was deep in thought, the scout he had dispatched returned. The 8th Route Army has encountered a horde of Japanese at Sanyan Ridge. The Japanese appear to have already encircled them on the mountain top. We didn't have time for a closer look, but there are at least over 1,000 of them. By the time we arrived, the enemy had already seized most of the ridge, and fighting is still ongoing atop it, Xiao Shanzi reported, removing the binoculars from around his neck and handing them to Lin Qianchen. The expressions of many in the room turned grave. The presence of over 1,000 Japanese soldiers evidently weighed heavily upon them, yet all eyes were directed towards Lin Qianchen, seemingly awaiting his orders. Prepare to move. We will seek an opportunity on their flank, Lin Qianchen stated, offering no further elaboration. The more Japanese they could eliminate, the lesser the threat to the civilians. Any unit engaging the Japanese would be an ally. Should they encounter over 1,000 enemy soldiers, escape would be the only option. However, with the battlefield engaged, Lin Qianchen resolved to investigate further, believing there might be opportunities to exploit. Understood. Wang Jiantang was the first to respond. Yes. Indeed. Soon, a chorus of affirmations resonated throughout the chamber, filled with resolute determination. Outside, Ding Jiaguo, overhearing the commotion within, could no longer restrain himself and stepped inside. Approaching Lin Qianchen directly, he fixed his gaze upon him and declared, "Over 1,000 Japanese soldiers, and you intend to send a mere dozen men. That is tantamount to a death sentence. You clearly disregard the lives of the soldiers." Ding Jiaguo's tone was laced with anger. This was undoubtedly a suicidal mission, and he was leading a group to their doom. The battlefield was no game. Even though their weapons were seized from the Japanese, facing over 1,000 soldiers meant they were well equipped. From the density of the artillery fire they had just heard, it was evident that this group of Japanese was well armed, the munitions raining down as if they required no logistical support. As a soldier of the Jinsui army, Ding Jiaguo understood all too well how critical troop strength and firepower were, especially in a situation of encirclement. Such a large-scale conflict was beyond the capacity of their small force to influence. For the benefit of the nation, I will risk my life. How can I evade fortune or misfortune? I would sacrifice my life for my nation's survival. I would forsake wealth for culture and risk my life for arms. A soldier's duty is to lay down his life in times of national peril. Lin Qianchen offered no concession to Ding Jiaguo, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He then turned to Wang Jiantang and the others. This battle will likely be arduous. After Lin Qianchen spoke, his gaze shifted to Wang Jiantang and the rest. Squad leader, issue the command. We shall not shy away from death, Wang Jiantang responded first. Bring out the death flag and raise it. Lin Qianchen's demeanor was grave, the distant sounds of warfare filling him with uncertainty. As Lin Qianchen's words fell, Wang Jiantang promptly retrieved a flag from his waist. The large character for death emerged instantly into view, drawing all eyes to its ominous presence. In times of injury, it wipes away blood. In times of death, it wraps the corpse. Ding Jiaguo's gaze mirrored the sentiment, his expression darkening as he clenched his fists, yet Lin Qianchen had no time to concern himself with others. The opportunity for battle must be seized on the battlefield, rather than linger here. It would be wiser to maneuver to the edges of the fray and seek an opening. Only the wounded shall remain. We move immediately. Fang Bailu, you will accompany the team this time. Yes. Fang Bailu nodded vigorously, promptly rallying everyone to action. The warriors began to mobilize. Xiao Shanzi, bring extra grenades. Har har har, how much can Xiao Shanzi carry with that physique? Leave some bullets for the wounded. Take all other equipment, a day's worth of rations will suffice. If there is a next life, I will be the first to join the squad leader in exterminating the Japanese. Shut up. We said the same thing last time, and look at us now. The squad leader is right, we haven't even lived this life yet, so why talk about the next? Yes, let us eradicate the Japanese in this lifetime. Some soldiers were distributing ammunition in the courtyard, while others, despite bearing rifles, also strapped large sabers to their backs. The majority of this group were soldiers from Sichuan, wielding the beheading knives forged in Bashu. Embodying the hopes of the Sichuan people, Ding Jiargui remained silent. Did these soldiers not comprehend the risks? Yet from their faces, not a hint of hesitation was visible. It seemed they were not marching towards over 1,000 Japanese soldiers but rather heading to a banquet, each face adorned with smiles that belied a fierce determination for battle. Culture does not covet wealth. Arms do not fear death. For the benefit of the nation, I will risk my life. How can I evade fortune or misfortune? Sacrificing oneself for the nation's peril is best exemplified in the hearts of these soldiers. Chapter 12. The blood-red sunset, awaiting the moon against the wind. Beyond the Zhanyan Ridge, the sun descended in the west, casting a blood-red twilight that painted the entirety of the sky. Wen Jiantang stood resolutely with the death banner held high, while the warriors behind him remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. The death banner fluttered in the crimson glow of the setting sun, as a figure strode purposefully ahead. There were no lengthy farewells. Everything was understood without words, however. As Wen Jiantang and his comrades approached the village entrance, they were met by a large gathering led by Ding Jiargui. "We shall accompany you," Ding Jiargui declared, his expression grave, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Lin Qianchen. Although his military uniform bore signs of dirt, it was impeccably arranged. His posture was erect, flanked by 16 soldiers of the Jinsui army standing in 2 neat rows behind him. From their first encounter, Lin Qianchen had discerned a certain pride of a soldier embodied in Ding Jiargui. Even amidst their retreat, the remnants of the army had not shed their dignity or discipline. Initially, Lin Qianchen had contemplated integrating them into his ranks, but the situation had taken an unexpected turn. Now, witnessing Ding Jiargui arrive armed and resolute, he was prepared to advance together. "Am I to be outdone by you?" Ding Jiargui proclaimed, puffing out his chest. Since their disbandment, they had retreated, suffering defeat after defeat, yet Ding Jiargui had never succumbed to cowardice. Within the ranks of the Jinsui Army's 357th Regiment, they were the elite vanguard, always positioned at the rear during retreats and at the forefront in every charge. Lin Qianchen removed one of the rifles from his shoulder and extended it towards Ding Jiargui. "You may join us, but you must heed my command." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. He understood well that in the chaos of battle, the presence of 2 differing commands within a unit could only lead to calamity. With Ding Jiargui's forces now integrated, it was imperative to establish a unified command. A disobedient contingent would only hinder their efforts. Ding Jiargui regarded the rifle offered by Lin Qianchen, his brow furrowing. As a soldier, he grasped the implications of Lin Qianchen's words. After a moment's hesitation, he extended his hand and accepted the .38 rifle. Very well. Although he doubted that these men could alter the course of battle, he had faith in the blood-stained death banner and the resolute spirits of the Sichuan soldiers before him. Throughout their campaign, his full company had dwindled from over 150 to a mere 17. From the day they clashed with the enemy, he had not tasted victory. The only orders received had been to retreat. He watched helplessly as comrades fell around him, their lives extinguished in the face of adversity. The warriors at his side had all emerged from the jaws of death. Now, observing Lin Qianchen's routed army, he noted the glimmer of hope for triumph in each of their eyes. Ding Jiargui was unwilling to retreat any longer. If death was to come, he would meet it on the battlefield as a soldier. "Distribute the rifles to them," Wen Jiantang commanded, promptly handing his weapon to the soldiers behind Ding Jiargui. At the village entrance, after Ding Jiargui accepted the rifle, Wen Jiantang organized their captured arms for the group. Though clad in different uniforms, they shared a common identity. "I am Ding Jiargui, company commander of the 357th Regiment of the Jinsui Army," accompanied by 17 warriors, ready for battle, Ding Jiargui announced with a straightened posture, saluting Lin Qianchen. The 17 soldiers behind him followed suit, each securing their rifles on their backs and saluting. Lin Qianchen responded with a salute. "If we fall, we shall face death together. If we prevail, we shall continue to slay the enemy and drive the invaders from our land." He gazed earnestly at the assembled warriors, his tone grave. "Let us depart." With Lin Qianchen's 15 men and Ding Jiargui's 17, the united force now totaled 32. Aside from the severely wounded left behind and a couple tending to them, the remainder joined the ranks. In the blood-red twilight, the death banner stood proudly, awaiting the moon amidst the wind. Chapter 13, The Battlefield of Carnage. The moon hung high amidst the sparse stars, casting a silvery glow upon the dense mountains and woodlands. Shadows flitted between the trees, accompanied only by the faint sounds of unseen insects and the crunch of footsteps upon brittle branches. As the thick foliage was pushed aside, one could discern figures marching in orderly formation. Though the moonlight was largely obscured by the verdant canopy, this contingent pressed forward through the nocturnal gloom. Squad leader, your arm is still injured. Allow me to lead the march, one voice suggested. Xiao Shanzi has already scouted the route and knows the way, replied Lin Qianchen, wielding a hefty blade, occasionally clearing tangled vines and thorns to forge a path for the ranks behind him. There's no need, Lin Qianchen declined, not out of a desire for bravado, but because he possessed a mental map, a visualization of the terrain. The closer they drew to the combat zone, the more cautious he had to be, intent on gathering ample intelligence about the battlefield. After all, nearing the front lines meant encountering a stronger radiation of danger, thus he often took the lead to collect vital information. Wang Jiantang said nothing further, sticking closely behind Lin Qianchen. Xiao Shanzi, when the fighting begins, make sure to protect the squad leader, Wang Jiantang whispered to the boy beside him. Understood, Xiao Shanzi replied, his face, dust-coat and sallow, barely discernible in the moonlight. The harrowing experiences from previous battles had instilled in Wang Jiantang a profound understanding. Talents like Lin Qianchen ought not to perish in such tumultuous times. In this chaotic era, the most needed were those like Lin Qianchen, dauntless, tenacious, and capable of overcoming the odds. Ding Xiarguo trailed silently, having witnessed the backdoor dealings of military hierarchy, but he had never seen a favored individual courageously pave the way for the troops. One must appreciate that marching at night through the unknown was fraught with peril, especially as they neared the conflict zone. Time slipped away gradually. Lin Qianchen and his team advanced cautiously under the cover of darkness, the sounds of gunfire growing increasingly distinct. Though it was the dead of night, the cacophony of artillery showed no sign of abating. On the contrary, it intensified. Even amidst the dense thicket, flickers of yellow light sporadically illuminated the distance, illumination flares launched by the enemy, casting shadows across the night. Upon reaching a hilltop, Lin Qianchen surveyed the scene, where fierce battles raged in the distance. Everyone, hold your positions, he commanded, promptly retrieving the binoculars hanging at his chest. Under the moon's glow, he discerned distant happenings, particularly illuminated by the sporadic bursts of enemy flares amidst the cacophony of war. The group immediately crouched low on the hillside. As Lin Qianchen focused his binoculars, a piercing sound sliced through the sky, erupting in brilliant light, akin to the sun's ascent. The entire expanse of the heavens transformed into daylight. Lin Qianchen clearly observed the distant hill, now a wasteland of charred earth, littered with craters. Bodies lay strewn across the battlefield, some belonging to the enemy, others to valiant defenders. Many corpses still emitted plumes of smoke, some nearly unrecognizable, reduced to mere charred remnants. The air was thick with destruction and desolation. The ascent of illumination flares heralded yet another wave of enemy assaults on the new regiment's position. Boom, 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 the resonating sound of artillery echoed across the wilderness as the enemy launched another offensive from the hillside. They seemed intent on exploiting the captured ground to mount a phased attack. The number of soldiers atop the hill dwindled, and when machine gun fire ceased momentarily, it was not long before another soldier rose to continue the barrage, the gun changing hands thrice within a minute. On the summit, after the artillery had ceased, only scorched earth remained, yet figures emerged from the rubble, clutching long rifles. At that moment, a sound etched into Lin Qianchen's very DNA echoed across the hillside, the call to charge. The sound ignited a fervor, as warriors brandished their rifles, affixing bayonets, and clashed with the enemy, launching a counteroffensive to prevent any further incursions by the invaders. This stirred within Lin Qianchen an urge to join the fray, but with only around 30 personnel, reckless action would yield dire consequences. Squad leader, when do we engage? Wang Jiantang gripped his blade tightly, his keen gaze fixed on the unfolding chaos. The call to charge provoked an impatience within him. Lin Qianchen remained silent, his brow furrowed. In such a volatile situation, even leading his entire contingent would scarcely fill the gaping void of loss. Meanwhile, Ding Jiargua, observing the familiar tactics employed by the enemy, expressed his outrage. These illumination flares are launched every 5 minutes, though they last less than 30 seconds. The enemy exploits that brief window to mount their assaults. Each time, they may gain only a fraction of ground, yet it is precisely these inches that have inflicted considerable losses upon us. Do not underestimate the enemy's capabilities at night. Initially, we, the 357th Regiment, believed we could leverage the cover of darkness to our advantage, yet, the enemy operates in the night like phantoms, Ding Jiargua continued, his voice low. One flare, one assault, coordinated by artillery, leaves us with little recourse. Ding Jiargua recalled the losses suffered during past engagements with the enemy. His unit had been decimated under similar circumstances, with a significant portion of his comrades falling at night. Lin Qianchen listened intently, his expression unyielding, his gaze fixed upon the mental map in his mind. He was searching, observing, scrutinizing the multitude of red dots on the map, seeking a position where 30 men could engage effectively. One fire team remains utterly inactive, Lin Qianchen murmured, his eye scanning the visual representation as he analyzed the enemy's deployment, striving to identify an opportunity. In that moment, the entire battlefield unfolded like a strategic tableau within his mind. With remarkable speed, Lin Qianchen began to assess suspicious locations. It must be there, he exclaimed, gripping the binoculars tightly, his focus unwavering on a particular direction. Relay the orders, prepare for battle. Chapter 14. Battle arrangements, prepare for battle. Upon hearing Lin Qianchen's command, Wen Jintang immediately instructed Shanzi to relay the message. In an instant, the sound of bullets being chambered echoed through the ranks, accompanied by the clashing of blades and metal. The troops swiftly entered combat mode, each face revealing a glimmer of resolute determination. Prepare for battle. Ding Jiargua observed the sudden transformation of his comrades from hesitation to unwavering decisiveness nearby. Soldiers rapidly adjusted their stances, exuding an air of readiness to charge. Although Ding Jiargua felt a twinge of confusion, he steeled himself for action, yet uncertainty lingered in his heart, for he was unaware of how Lin Qianchen intended to engage in this large-scale conflict. Squad leader Lin, the enemy is launching an assault, and with these flares illuminating our position, we will be completely exposed. This will negate any element of surprise. Ding Jiargua voiced his concerns. Despite having promised Lin Qianchen not to interfere with his command, he felt compelled to express his thoughts. Even in battling the enemy, he preferred not to offer himself up as easy prey. One must at least take down a few foes to uphold a soldier's honor. However, Lin Qianchen had not even assessed the situation before issuing the command to prepare for battle, leaving Ding Jiargua perplexed. Do you see that hill? Lin Qianchen pointed towards the mid-slope where the enemy was advancing. The opposite side is their assault point, and from that elevation, one can survey the entire battlefield. Not only does it offer a clear vantage point, but it is also remarkably concealed. Just beyond that earthen embankment, there are 4 machine gun positions and a watchtower. Most importantly, it appears to be a fortified stronghold, clearly engaged in defensive operations. Thus, it is highly probable that this is the enemy's command post, and we must eliminate it. Seizing the moment as a flare ascended, Lin Qianchen directed Ding Jiargua's gaze to the distance, handing him a pair of binoculars. The enemy's command post. Ding Jiargua was momentarily taken aback, scanning the indicated area, which lay shrouded in the stillness of night. Over 30 men facing the well-equipped enemy guards, with their dense crossfire, Ding Jiargua's mind raced with doubt. Lin Qianchen, however, refrained from further explanation. Time was of the essence, and the longer they delayed, the more soldiers would fall on that hill. With this in mind, Lin Qianchen turned to Shanzi, his tone grave. Shanzi, take 6 men and bring the mortar to my side, ensuring all the shells are accounted for. Under no circumstances are any of you to fire without my command. As they prepared to advance, Lin Qianchen issued a series of directives. This battle would likely be the most brutal yet. The previous 2 encounters were ambushes, exploiting the enemy's weaknesses in their artillery placements and formations. This time, however, they would likely face direct confrontation. Having fought alongside Lin Qianchen in the previous skirmishes, The soldiers understood the gravity of his orders and complied without question. Shoshanzi promptly gathered his men, securing the mortar and closely following Lin Qianchen. "Squad leader, what about me?" Wang Jiantang inquired, noticing that Shoshanzi and his group had received their orders while he had not. At this critical juncture, he was determined not to lag behind. "You will advance 500 meters. The timing of your shots is up to you, however. Upon receiving the retreat order, you must withdraw immediately without hesitation." "Squad leader, perhaps I should accompany you." "You can assign me to or obey the orders," Lin Qianchen interjected firmly, not allowing Wang Jiantang a chance to argue. "Understood." With a sharp intake of breath, Wang Jiantang acquiesced, his left hand gripping a machine gun while his right pulled back the bolt, the crisp sound of metal clanging resonating in the air. Seeing this, Lin Qianchen led his small squad towards the hill's midsection. "Stay close," he called back to Ding Jiargui in a low voice. Ding Jiargui adjusted his uniform collar, gritting his teeth. Even if he believed the mission to be perilous, there could be no hesitation now. He swiftly seized his rifle, shouting, "Follow me," before joining the charge. If one were to inquire which unit within the Jinsui Army's 357th Regiment was the most formidable, it was common knowledge that their 1st Battalion was the elite. When he proclaimed they would fight, over 150 men from his company instantly raised their weapons and followed suit. Chapter 15, The Red-Eyed Assault of the Ding Clan. Swish, 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 a sharp sound sliced through the sky. A dazzling light instantaneously illuminated the entire battlefield of Tsangyun Ridge. On a hillside, dozens of figures immediately scattered, taking cover in various sized craters. As time gradually passed, approximately a minute later, darkness once again enveloped the area, and a group of individuals began to emerge from their hiding spots. At the moment night fell, amidst the cacophony of artillery fire, a few gunshots rang out from 3 concealed lookout posts, and several figures collapsed in response. "Xiaoshan, take the brothers with Lieutenant Ding who can operate the mortars. Once the next flare rises, immediately direct all artillery shells at that location. Fire them all without leaving a single one behind," Lin Qianchen commanded, pointing to a hillside 300 meters away. Currently, the only capable and trustworthy individuals were Wang Jiantang and Xiaoshan. Even though Xiaoshan was not particularly skilled with mortars, he was the only one Lin Qianchen could rely on. Through a mental visualization of the map, Lin Qianchen had already neutralized the outer lookout posts. The distance from the mortars to the enemy command post was now less than 400 meters. The enemy's Type 94 mortar weighed 159 kilograms, with a maximum range of 800 meters. Although its accuracy required human adjustment, this distance was sufficient for fine-tuning. However, 4 machine guns were still positioned outside the command post, necessitating a coordinated infantry and artillery assault to conclude the battle swiftly. They could not afford to prolong the conflict. If the enemy received reinforcements, they would be encircled with no hope of survival, leaving them with no choice but to fight to the death without even contemplating a breakout. Without uttering a word, Lin Qianchen gestured for the others to follow as they stealthily advanced a little further. Ding Jiargui lay in the grass, his eyes wide with astonishment. Previously, due to the considerable distance, he had half-heartedly believed Lin Qianchen's claim that this was the enemy command post. Now, at less than 400 meters, the details were much clearer. Moonlight illuminated the hillside, revealing several concealed enemy military tents. Having neutralized the lookout posts and approached this close, the opportunity was indeed real. Ding Jiagui's gaze flickered with intense combat fervor. A squad of more than 20 men had reached within 400 meters of the enemy command post unscathed. Even the most foolish of foes would not be so naive. This indicated that the lookout posts had been effectively dealt with. Ding Jiagui's eyes sharpened as he lay flat on the ground. The enemy command post, just 400 meters away, could be charged in a matter of moments. Gripping his rifle, he felt an exhilarating rush. Although he was unaware of how Lin Qianchen had discerned the enemy command post's location or why he was so knowledgeable about the lookout positions, their unscathed arrival at this point rendered such questions irrelevant. "Lieutenant Lin, what are our next moves?" Ding Jiargui, crouching beside Lin Qianchen, eagerly chambered around. "Wait." Lin Qianchen lay behind a small slope, closely monitoring the movements of the enemy through the visualized map. 1 minute, 0.2 minutes, 0.3 minutes. When 7 minutes had elapsed, a bright light once again streaked across the sky. Following that illumination, the sound of a shell whistled overhead. Boom! A violent explosion erupted beside the enemy command post on the hillside. Damn it, it missed. After witnessing the shell veer off course, Dingjagwa slammed his right hand into the ground in frustration. Moments later, another shell soared above them, yet it too fell short. What the hell is wrong with their aim? Dingjagwa lamented, his tone tinged with annoyance. Nevertheless, the mortars, seemingly without cost, were quickly adjusted, and once again, the sound of gunpowder igniting filled the air, with shells being fired in rapid succession. 3 shells were launched in quick succession, flames erupted, illuminating the vicinity. The proximity was so close that Dingjagwa could even see the insignia on the enemy uniforms and the panic on their faces. It seems like we hit something. Dingjagwa spoke uncertainly. However, Lin Qianqian felt a surge of excitement within. Although the previous shells had not struck the command post, they had eliminated a portion of the enemy forces. Observing the visualized map, he noted that the tents he had been most concerned about were now ablaze. Lin Qianqian seized his Type 38 rifle. Charge! Swiftly and decisively, eliminate them all, he commanded with a chilling tone. Beside him, Dingjagwa, unable to contain his eagerness, raised his already loaded rifle and followed Lin Qianqian into the fray. In an instant, a dozen men lunged toward the enemy command post like ravenous wolves. At a distance of 200 meters, the panicked enemy soldiers scrambled, and as Lin Qianqian's group drew near the hillside, several enemy combatants, having sought cover from artillery, quickly emerged from the earth. However, Dingjagwa was quicker. Raising his Type 38, he dispatched one enemy with a single shot. Spotting another enemy rising, he had no time to reload, grabbing his machete and striking down decisively. With each swing, Dingjagwa was consumed by a frenzy. Since the onset of the conflict with the enemy, he had never experienced such a feeling. During his time with the Jinsui Army's 357th Regiment, they had never been permitted to approach the enemy. Any opportunity for close combat had been thwarted by artillery fire. Now, as the enemy soldiers, covered in dirt and panic, attempted to rise, Dingjagwa finally had the chance to avenge his fallen brothers, to seek retribution for the over 100 comrades lost. He held nothing back, for he had witnessed firsthand how the enemy used their own soldiers as human shields on the battlefield. A line of men stood before them, while the enemy aimed their guns and charged toward their own positions. Kill them all. Dingjagwa's heart hardened, his blade raised and blooded. The surrounding soldiers, equally consumed by bloodlust, joined in the fray. Only Lin Qianqian, accompanied by Fang Bailu and a few other soldiers, cautiously approached the collapsed command post, remaining vigilant with their weapons drawn. As each red dot on the visualized map faded, Lin Qianqian's eyes gleamed with fervor. Do not linger in battle, only take what you can carry. Destroy those machine guns, gather any grenades and ammunition from the enemy, and search for mortar shells. Take as many as you can. Understood. Xiaolin immediately relayed the command. The mortars are indeed effective. Their impact on fortifications is remarkable, Lin Qianqian mused as he gazed at the lifeless bodies of several enemy officers. However, having only managed to hit with 7 shells, the 3 mortars were operated by just 3 of Dingjagwa's 16 men. The results were less than ideal, as any unforeseen circumstance could lead to significant losses among the frontline troops. While embracing the harsh realities of war, where life and death were mere trifles, Lin Qianqian believed that ensuring the survival of more soldiers and achieving victory was paramount. With the visualized map at his disposal, he recognized the necessity for skilled personnel, particularly those with expertise in artillery, as such talents could greatly enhance tactical operations. Stirring thoughts within Lin Qianqian. Squad leader, we have collected over 40 rifles, 30 grenades, and 4 full boxes of shells. According to Lieutenant Ding, these shells are suitable for our captured mortars, a Fang Bailu reported excitedly, having sprinted to Lin Qianqian's side. He also presented 2 enemy sabers he had acquired, exclaiming, a squad leader, these 2 blades are exquisite. I kept them for myself. We also captured a flag. The little devils intended to burn it but were gunned down instead. His face alight with enthusiasm, Fang Bailu eagerly presented the 2 enemy sabers to Lin Qianqian. This battle had been the most exhilarating of his military career. In the previous 2 skirmishes, he had merely tended to the wounded in the caves. Don't be so effeminate, what's so beautiful about them? These enemy swords are too delicate, a real weapon is something that can cleave. Ding Jiagua chimed in, holding his rifle in one hand and a blood-stained machete in the other, a smile creeping onto his face. The enemy's blades are decent. Let's gather them and make our exit swiftly, we cannot afford to linger, Lin Chen said, his gaze fixed on the visualized map. Although the battle had concluded rapidly, they could not remain for long. Nonetheless, he accepted the 2 enemy sabers Fang Bailu presented. All right. Ding Jiagua quickly wiped the blood from his machete and responded. In an instant, the group at the enemy command post accelerated their search. Chapter 16. They may have perished. At a stronghold surrounding Zhangyun Ridge, soldiers clad in uniforms of muted grey and pale blue stood at the ready, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. A robust middle-aged man, his expression grave, was intently observing the distant area where flashes of light were densely shimmering. Commander, it seems the enemy has lost their sanity. They have been launching relentless assaults for a full day and night, and even now, their attacks show no sign of abating. I fear the 8th Root Army is doomed this time, lamented the adjutant, draping a coat over Chu Yunfei's shoulders as he spoke. The din of gunfire and cannonade, which had begun at dawn, continued unabated, with no indication of diminishing. This dark reality made Sun Ming, standing beside Chu Yunfei, acutely aware that the 8th Root Army, armed with little more than a few crude rifles, was ill-equipped to withstand such overwhelming odds. Indeed, this encirclement suggests the enemy has received a dire command, Chu Yunfei replied, turning around and shaking off the weight of the coat, his tone laden with gravity. As a fellow countryman, witnessing his brethren valiantly resisting the foe while his own position remained devoid of any conflict evoked a profound sense of sorrow within him. At this rate, by dawn, the 8th Root Army's stronghold will surely fall. Sun Ming relayed intelligence gathered from scouts at the front lines, revealing that the enemy had already seized a significant portion of the hill at Zhangyun Ridge. If the situation persisted, it was likely that the battle would reach its conclusion before morning light. With a deep sigh, Chu Yunfei's expression grew somber. The relationship between the Jinsui army and the 8th Root Army was exceedingly delicate, and orders from above were unambiguous. Even if he could dispatch a battalion to encircle the enemy from the rear, he was unable to send troops. Can our artillery reach that far? After pacing a few steps, Chu Yunfei halted and pondered aloud. However, as a compatriot, he could not bear to witness the slaughter of these valiant soldiers at the hands of the enemy. Commander, for artillery support, we would need to advance 5 kilometers, and without orders to mobilize the artillery, the higher-ups will hold us accountable. Sun Ming understood the implication of Chu Yunfei's words and was well aware of his character, yet, given the current circumstances, there seemed to be no alternative but to hold their position. Heighten our vigilance, each outpost must be held steadfastly. If the enemy captures the 8th Root Army's position, perhaps the higher-ups will reconsider their directives. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Yunfei was abruptly interrupted by the thunderous sound of artillery from the distant battlefield. What is happening? Chu Yunfei inquired. Unclear, came the reply. Investigate. Boom, the air was filled with violent explosions, raising clouds of dust upon the nighttime ridge as the sounds of gunfire intensified. The cacophony of battle and anguished cries persisted without respite. Damn those devils, Li Yunlong exclaimed, brushing the dust from his military cap. After numerous encounters with the enemy, he had seldom witnessed such frenzied aggression. The enemy, who previously attacked in waves, was now launching a coordinated assault en masse. Nevertheless, Li Yunlong was acutely aware that the rear headquarters was in the process of retreating, and regardless of the difficulty, they must hold their ground. Zhang Dabiao, Commander, I'm here. Zhang Dabiao promptly approached Li Yunlong upon hearing his call. What is the status of the 1st Battalion? Commander, the 1st Battalion is nearly depleted. We have less than 200 men left. And the 3rd Battalion, the situation is similar. Listening to Zhang Dabiao's report, Li Yunlong shifted his weight against the stronghold, making an effort to conceal his expression from him in the dim light of night. After a moment of silence, he said, order the 1st and 3rd Battalions to regroup, abandon the position on the hillside and retreat to the 2nd Battalion's stronghold. Though his tone remained calm, his gaze remained fixed on the battlefield. Commander, wait, it seems the enemy is retreating. just as Li Yunlong was issuing his command, Zhang Dabiao's eyes widened with astonishment as he pointed towards the front lines. Li Yunlong quickly climbed the earthen rampart to gain a better view. He too noticed that the enemy's flares had ceased rising during their conversation. The enemy appeared to be retreating in disarray, lacking any semblance of order, a stark contrast to the organized and methodical approach they had exhibited during their assault. What on earth is happening? Despite his confusion, seeing the enemy in disarray sparked a glimmer of hope in Li Yunlong's eyes. Cancel the previous orders, all troops, fix bayonets, sound the charge, and advance. Let us reclaim the first position. Li Yunlong seized a rifle, loading it with swift precision. Although the reasons behind the enemy's sudden retreat were unclear, he was determined not to squander this opportunity. Understood, Zhang Dabiao affirmed, immediately relaying the command throughout the regiment. In an instant, the sound of a charge echoed from the stronghold. Chapter 17, The Little Devils Fall Like Wheat. Hey, you fool, why do you keep looking back? In a concealed observation post on the hillside of the enemy command, Wang Jintang gently tapped a soldier beside him and whispered. Afterward, he checked the machine gun in his hands and pulled the bolt. Click, the crisp sound filled him with immense satisfaction. Although he was reluctant to wait idly, it was Lin Qianqian's command. The squad leader's engagement is quite fierce. I just saw Xiaoshan firing several shells, as if he were exhausting their supply. A soldier crouched next to Wang Jintang nudged him, feeling restless despite their ambush, stirred by the gunfire echoing behind them. On the hilltop, flames erupted, and gunfire resonated everywhere. They could clearly see the enemy troops above descending into chaos, engaging in intense combat. Such news was undoubtedly exhilarating for them, considering that this was the enemy's command post. The squad leader has stationed us here for a reason. Before Wang Jintang could finish, he spotted a large group of enemy soldiers rushing towards them from the slope below. Prepare for battle. Get closer, start with grenades, then machine guns will reap their harvest. Wang Jintang immediately crouched at the observation post, his eyes gleaming with sharp focus. The attack from the small hill was fierce, and the enemy's reinforcements appeared hasty. All he needed to do was delay them, allowing the enemy to come closer for a more effective onslaught. Wang Jintang's grip tightened around the cold machine gun, a stark contrast to the fiery fervor within him. Bathed in moonlight, he watched the approaching enemy, fingers inching toward the gun's muzzle, silently counting down 300 meters, 200 meters. When they reached 50 meters, Wang Jintang's voice pierced the night. Fire! In an instant, 7 or 8 grenades soared from their position, landing directly amidst the foremost enemy ranks. Explosions erupted, mingled with the agonized cries of the enemy and a cacophony of their frantic language. Following the explosions, the staccato of machine gun fire erupted. Rat-tat-tat, the flames from the machine guns blazed like the harbingers of death in the night, illuminating the scene as enemy soldiers fell like wheat. Wang Jintang's eyes burned with intensity as he relentlessly squeezed the trigger, controlling the recoil of the gun as the distant cries of the enemy fueled his exhilaration to an apex. If wielding a saber and striking down an enemy brought him a sense of vengeful pleasure, then now, with this crooked machine gun, mowing down the defenseless foes was a euphoric crescendo in his mind. Wang Jintang was not a bloodthirsty individual, but he had witnessed too many atrocities committed by the enemy along this path. He had encountered countless slaughtered villages and seen enemies torturing captives. When he was wounded in a field hospital, he had witnessed victims of enemy gas attacks, their skin rotting, eyes swollen like burst tomatoes, their features grotesquely marred. The horrific sight remained etched in his memory. Thus, as he beheld the enemies falling before him, a profound sense of satisfaction filled his heart. Devoid of any sympathy, like Lin Qianqian, he was a staunch supporter of the call for total extermination. In Lin Qianqian's words, the world was unfit for the enemy. Hell was their rightful abode. Aside from him, the other soldiers, after hurling their grenades, swiftly grasped their rifles, loading, aiming, firing, executing each step with seamless precision. Meanwhile, the machine gun operators were adjusting ammunition belts, their guns firing without pause. Each soldier had 2 or 3 rifles by their side, some even with several more. This was due to the fact that each rifle could only hold 5 rounds. Prior to the ambush, they had already reloaded. Although Wang Jintang had only 8 men to intercept the enemy, the sudden assault, coupled with the relentless machine gun fire, sent the newly arrived enemy troops into disarray once more. Barker Yeru. We re-ambushed. Find cover. Take cover. A cacophony of shouts erupted among the enemy ranks. They were bewildered by the sudden appearance of a group of 8th Route Army soldiers from the rear, launching an attack on their command post. Don't conserve ammo. Over there, Wang Jiantang observed a cluster of enemy soldiers without cover on the right, raising his machine gun and sweeping fire in that direction. Rat-tat-tat. With a single burst, 5 or 6 enemies fell instantly. In less than a minute, Wang Jiantang witnessed enemies collapsing in droves before his gun, but the little devils were quick to react, scrambling to find cover almost immediately. Wang Jiantang was now completely consumed by the thrill of battle. Kill! Just as Lin Qianchen and his team finished securing the battlefield, the sound of machine gun fire echoed from the mountainside. The dense gunfire prompted many to hasten their collection efforts, for this direction was where Wang Jiantang lay in ambush. Stop cleaning the battlefield. Retreat immediately. Lin Qianchen, observing the increasing number of red dots on the visual map, decisively commanded. Though Wang Jiantang's machine gun fire maximized enemy casualties, it also signaled a retreat for their side. Having experienced the adrenaline-fueled rush of combat, Lin Qianchen now bore the responsibility for the lives of over 30 men. At this moment, he forced himself to remain calm. Move quickly. Lin Qianchen urged again. At his command, the soldiers began to converge toward Lin Qianchen's position. Ding Jiaguo, initially intent on retrieving a half-buried machine gun, upon hearing Lin Qianchen's words, wasted no time, setting a grenade and turning to leave. Xiaoshan, you take a few men, lightly armed with only grenades, and assist Wang Jiantang in his retreat. Order him to fall back and rejoin us. Lin Qianchen instructed Xiaoshan as he approached. Understood. Xiaoshan promptly discarded the 4 rifles slung over his shoulder, grabbed several grenades, and hastened toward Wang Jiantang's position, followed closely by a few soldiers. Lin Qianchen remained focused on the visual map, his expression grave. The battle had progressed in the most favorable direction, but whether they could achieve a resounding victory ultimately depended on Wang Jiantang's ability to withdraw. Xiaoshan advanced swiftly, soon reaching Wang Jiantang's line. Uncle Wang, the squad leader is calling for your retreat. What? Wang Jiantang, manning the machine gun, found the noise overwhelming. The squad leader says to retreat quickly. Xiaoshan shouted directly into Wang Jiantang's ear, witnessing his bloodlust. Without hesitation, he pulled a grenade and hurled it into the fray. Retreat? Wang Jiantang glanced at the now reddening muzzle of his gun. Retreat, now! Wang Jiantang did not hesitate to execute the order. He hurled grenades furiously to impede the approaching enemy, swiftly following Xiaoshan as they made their retreat. Chapter 18 The defeat of the Sokotter Brigade at Sangyun Ridge. The blood-red sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, as the first rays of light gently lifted the veil of night. The world appeared to be tenderly awakened, yet every breath of air was permeated with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. The once densely forested hilltops now lay stark and barren before us, the ground littered with lifeless bodies and severed limbs, many of which were charred, blackened by flames. Quickly gather any usable firearms, a voice commanded from the front line. A group of soldiers clad in dusty grey uniforms busily scoured the battlefield. Meanwhile, in a trench atop the hill, Li Yunlong surveyed the cratered landscape, his brow furrowed in contemplation. His face was similarly smeared with dust, his collar now a shade of black. Initially, he had intended to reclaim the first line of defense, but as he observed the chaos ensuing from the enemy's retreat, he found himself unable to restrain his pursuit, achieving substantial results in the process. At this moment, Li Yunlong's spirits were notably elevated. Commander, it seems the enemy has entirely vacated their positions. At that moment, Zhang Dabiao, wielding a large saber, appeared beside Li Yunlong, a smile illuminating his face, embodying the relief of having survived a harrowing ordeal. Although he was unaware of the reasons behind the enemy's sudden cessation of their nighttime offensive and their panicked withdrawal, the victory was undeniable, bringing him a sense of relief. Who could possibly be assisting me, the Jinsui army? Li Yunlong shook his head. That seems improbable. Who else could it be? Li Yunlong's expression reflected his puzzlement as he gazed at the now quiet battlefield, struggling to comprehend the abrupt retreat of the previously frenzied enemy forces. Their chaotic exodus from the positions they had occupied left even a seasoned veteran like him bewildered. "Commander, I might have some insights." Noticing Li Yunlong's silence, Zhang Dabiao called out again. "Speak up." "Commander, I've inquired with some in our regiment," Zhang Dabiao continued. The commander of the 2nd Battalion, Chen Yun, mentioned that a skirmish occurred at the mountain slope last night, where a small contingent of Sichuan troops was engaging the enemy. Zhang Dabiao promptly relayed the information he had gleaned. Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong's expression shifted dramatically. He began to pace within the trench, his demeanor growing increasingly serious. The battle at the mountain slope, Sichuan troops? Li Yunlong connected this with the small force he had previously observed, and an image of a unit formed in his mind. Aside from that mixed unit, it's unlikely there are any others in the vicinity. It is highly probable that they are the ones. Li Yunlong mused earnestly. The Sichuan troops at the mountain slope could very well have dismantled the enemy's command center. Otherwise, the enemy would not have retreated so suddenly and chaotically. "Commander, are those troops from the cave truly that formidable?" Zhang Dabiao also recalled the defeated troops within the cave, but before he could finish his thought, he suddenly felt a sensation of weightlessness. "Are you out of your mind?" "They are the defeated troops. What does that make us?" Li Yunlong bellowed, delivering a swift kick to Zhang Dabiao's backside. "Keep your tongue in check." Afterward, Li Yunlong cast a sharp glare at Zhang Dabiao. Had it not been for this mixed unit, he would likely have had to break through by tomorrow at the latest, as the casualties would have been too great. At the position of the 358th Regiment of the Jinsui Army, First Lieutenant Sun Ming hurriedly entered a tent, clutching a telegram in his hand. His face bore a blend of astonishment and a complex joy. Noticing the commotion, Chu Yunfei looked up from the map, his brow furrowed in concern. "What is happening?" With the dawn breaking and the sounds of gunfire having ceased, it seemed that the enemy's assault had likely breached the 8th Route Army's positions. From what he understood, the enemy at Zangyan Ridge belonged to the Sokotter Brigade. Although not at full strength, their combat capability was undeniably formidable given the limited forces and equipment of the 8th Route Army. Merely holding out for a day and a night was miraculous. "Commander, I have the latest telegram. The Sokotter Brigade has been defeated, confirmed by our troops who witnessed the event as they passed through the area," a First Lieutenant Sun Ming informed, handing the document to Chu Yunfei. "Defeated?" Chu Yunfei's expression froze. He was acutely aware of the Sokotter Brigade's prowess, and the sudden news of their defeat was difficult for the sleepless commander to fathom. He quickly grasped the telegram from Sun Ming and began to scrutinize its contents earnestly. The telegram was brief, but he studied it intently for 3 or 4 minutes before stepping out of the tent, his gaze deeply contemplative as he looked into the distance. "It appears to be Li Yunlong's encampment," he remarked, surveying the area. Indeed, the new regiment of the 8th Route Army, led by Li Yunlong, came the response. With a vigorous fist pump, Chu Yunfei's tone brimmed with excitement as he exclaimed, "This battle was executed splendidly. They took the initiative and managed to dismantle the enemy's command center. Against such a disparity in manpower and equipment, they had successfully taken out the command post of the enemy brigade, which was reputed to be the elite of the elite, the Sokotter Brigade." Even though he was not the one to have accomplished this feat, Chu Yunfei felt invigorated. Li Yunlong is indeed a skilled commander. Chu Yunfei had initially thought that the 8th Route Army on the mountain would falter today. He had spent the entire previous night poring over maps, contemplating strategies to overcome the enemy, yet, to his astonishment, by dawn, the Sokotter Brigade was in disarray, the bold offensive. Chu Yunfei reflected with admiration, recognizing that Li Yunlong's proactive approach had led to the dismantling of the enemy's command center. Not only had he not anticipated this outcome, but it was likely that the enemy had not foreseen it either. Chapter 19, History is but a thin page, yet it encompasses the lives of many. In the northern village of Zangyan Ridge, the great banyan tree stood tall, and upon its clearing lay an abundance of enemy weaponry. The arrangement was such that some were even propped against the walls beside the tree. .194 type mortar, 20 shells. .3 type 95 machine guns, 2,300 rounds. .60 Type 38 rifles, 3,000 rounds. 52 hand grenades. For boxes of canned goods, 2 damaged radios. 32 soldiers fell, 5 dead, 3 wounded. Wang Jiantang proclaimed the collected statistics loudly, yet his eyes, brimming with excitement, subconsciously sought Lin Qianchen, who revealed little joy in return. Instead, he produced a small notebook. I need the information of the fallen soldiers. Lin Qianchen felt victorious, yet the weight of his comrades' morale weighed heavily upon him. The battle had been fierce, igniting his adrenaline, yet his heart remained tumultuous. He understood well that where there is war, there will inevitably be casualties, but witnessing the loss of fellow soldiers he had shared time with turned history into a fleeting page. His heart was laden with sorrow, for while history may record but a single page, he had come to truly feel the magnitude it bore, the lives of many, the untimely slumber of the young. Lin Qianchen's solemn demeanor gradually dulled the smile on Wang Jiantang's face, and the nearby soldiers instinctively subdued their merriment. They gathered silently, hailing from various divisions. Perhaps their bonds had not been strong prior, aside from a few brothers from the Sichuan army, yet they suddenly sensed the weight of their shared grief. Zhang Youcai, from the Eastern Gorge, a resident of Jianghe County, he has an elderly mother and a younger sister at home. He said that if given the chance, he wishes to return and see if his sister has married. Li Qianfu, from Western Sichuan, a native of Qingyang County, an orphan since childhood, he expressed a desire for a modest piece of land. A Niu, from the northeast, without a surname, everyone simply knows him as a Niu. His wish is to have enough food every day, to dine thrice like the affluent. With each voice that rose and fell, Lin Qianchen diligently documented their words. For every inch of land, an inch of blood, they have perished, yet we must not forget them. If we vanquish the enemy, I shall do my utmost to fulfill their last wishes and show them the beautiful mountains and rivers they fought to protect. Having finished his records, he glanced at the solemn soldiers surrounding him, his gaze resolute. Perhaps soon he would fill this notebook with names, and perhaps his own name would appear within its pages as well. But what of that? Such is the hue of an era forged in flesh and blood beneath the great banyan tree. The soldiers' eyes grew dim, the thrill of victory slowly fading from their hearts. For every inch of land, an inch of blood, they exchanged glances, each reflecting an unprecedented determination. Beside them, Ding Jiegui remained silent, observing the youth before him, a surge of emotion swelling within. The soldiers following Ding Jiegui mirrored his silence. Then, as Lin Qianchen suddenly turned to face Ding Jiegui and the others, he gravely inquired, "What of your fallen soldiers?" At this, Ding Jiegui paused, momentarily taken aback, while the other soldiers struggled to grasp the meaning of his words. Yet, some quickly comprehended. Zhu Wengshu Minfu. The soldiers behind Ding Jiegui fell silent upon hearing those familiar names. In the days of the Jinsui army, countless lives were lost, yet never had the stakes felt so grave. A mere foot soldier would die, receive a small compensation, and vanish as if they had never graced this world. But now, each name meticulously recorded, there would come a time when someone would guide them to behold the beautiful landscapes they had safeguarded. They suddenly felt that death was not so fearsome after all. Having completed these records, Lin Qianchen steadied his emotions and tucked away his notebook. The eastern outpost and the hidden sentries on the mountain must not be understaffed. Any movement must be relayed to me immediately. When the time comes for the spoils, simply compile the details for me. After confirming that there were no enemies within a 10-mile radius, Lin Qianchen felt a weight in his heart as he sought a place to rest. Rest was essential for the battles that lay ahead, for he had expended considerable mental energy observing the visualized map and the enemy's movements while leading his team through the battlefield, leaving him utterly fatigued. The exhaustion was not merely physical, the mental toll was immense. Rest assured, Wang Jiantang replied, watching Lin Qianchen depart, having specifically arranged for Fang Bailu and a few others to ensure his safety. As Lin Qianchen left, the atmosphere beneath the banyan tree grew increasingly lively. "Squad leader, is all this really your spoils? Did you truly capture the enemy's command post?" asked an incredulous soldier, bandaged and by Ding Jiegui's side. In less than a day, they returned with such an abundance of equipment, claiming to have overrun an enemy command. It felt like a dream to them. "You little rascal, do you think this is a joke?" These are all the enemy's weapons. Ding Jiagwa gestured towards the firearms laid beneath the banyan tree. It's a pity you were injured and missed out. Let me tell you, in less than 10 minutes, I cleaved down at least 10 enemies with this great sword. And you all said that Nubing wouldn't be able to shoot. He took down 3 enemies last night, Ding Jiagwa exclaimed, gesturing towards a tall, sturdy man who was examining a machine gun beneath the banyan tree. This battle had brought Ding Jiagwa immense satisfaction. Do you see this blade? It's a Type 19 Japanese military sword, primarily for officers. Saying this, he retrieved a Japanese sword from the pile of equipment. Look at the patterns and the quality of the steel. It's at least a Colonel SI dam, and there are many such swords. Our numbers are too few. If it weren't for needing other munitions, I would have insisted on giving each of you one. Ding Jiagwa picked up a military sword and began to swing it. Unlike his own broad blade, which was wide at the front and tapered at the back, the Japanese military sword was modeled after Western designs, narrower in blade, and designed for single-handed grip with a P-shaped guard. It served more as a symbol of rank and ceremonial use than for practical combat. Though improved versions later allowed for two-handed use, they remained uncommon. Ding Jiagwa swung the sword a few times before casting it aside to retrieve his own great sword. Our blades feel far more suited. The enemy's sword is so light it's almost insubstantial. Chapter 20, The Regimental Flag. Uncle Waigwa, those individuals appear to belong to the National Army, not the enemy. Outside Lee village, 2 figures observed the gathering beneath the banyan tree. A tall, slender man glanced at the distant crowd and spoke to the middle-aged man beside him. Li Ergu and his companions were originally villagers of Lee village, but due to the onslaught of the enemy, they were compelled to vacate their home. However, their return this time was prompted by the discovery that their village had begun to attract inhabitants once more. Thus, he and Uncle Waigwa came to ascertain the situation. Upon confirming the presence of 2 distinct groups, Waigwa's courage naturally swelled, allowing him to infiltrate the assembly to gather intelligence. Jinsway Army, Sichuan Army, Waigwa murmured to himself as he stood outside the thatched hut not far from the banyan tree, observing the throng below. Despite the apparent disunity among the troops, they had inexplicably converged. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the truth. These were remnants of defeated soldiers. This was the only plausible explanation for their gathering, yet he immediately recognized that the equipment displayed outside the courtyard was all of excellent quality, distinctly Japanese. Uncle Waigwa, what do those Type 91 sabers signify? Ernu inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. He recognized the military uniform of Ding Jiagwa, as it was identical to the one worn by Uncle Waigwa when he returned to the village a fortnight ago. The clan leaders had mentioned that Uncle Waigwa held a position of authority in the military, yet after the enemy's encirclement, he had returned to the village, injured, prompting the entire clan to seek refuge. Those are the sabers used by the Japanese regimental colonel, Waigwa said, his gaze fixed intently on the blade in Ding Jiagwa's hand. He had witnessed commanders in the enemy ranks wielding such weapons on the battlefield. The very reason he had returned to the village was due to that battle, one he was reluctant to revisit. Japanese sabers. A flicker of hatred crossed Li Ergu's eyes. He had ventured to the neighboring Zhangjiabao to deliver news, but they had arrived too late. From a hilltop outside Zhangjiabao, he had witnessed the enemy gathering the entire village's inhabitants within the ancestral hall, subsequently bombarding it with hand grenades. The elderly and young were nearly all killed in the blasts or burned alive. Furthermore, some women had been subjected to unspeakable atrocities by the enemy. These harrowing scenes remained etched in Li Ergu's mind, as the 2 villages had once enjoyed amicable ties through intermarriage. It seems they are indeed remnants of defeated troops, though it appears they may have recently secured a victory, Waigwa mused thoughtfully. A victory. These individuals. Li Ergu surveyed the fewer than 20 souls beneath the banyan tree, shaking his head in disbelief. Just then, a commanding voice echoed from within the courtyard. You little rascal, what are you doing with that regimental flag? A figure emerged from the courtyard, snatching a Japanese flag from the hands of a tall, lanky soldier. Squad leader, I need fabric to steam buns, and this Japanese cloth is just perfect, the lanky soldier replied, scratching his head with a sheepish grin. You intend to use the regimental flag to steam buns. That is sheer wastefulness. The squad leader has stated that this flag can be exchanged for military supplies, and it is the first regimental flag captured domestically. You should have used something else. We forgot to collect this, understood. The brief exchange caused Wei Guo's pupils to constrict slightly as his gaze fixated on the Japanese flag in the young soldier's grasp. Let us depart, Wei Guo whispered, beckoning the villagers to leave. Chapter 21:1 Can hide for a time, but not for a lifetime. Sangyun Ridge, a cave situated 10 miles away from Li family village, the towering mountains are densely forested, yet within this seemingly ordinary location lies a hidden paradise. Upon entering the mouth of a cave beneath a lofty peak, one is greeted by a cavern that is 300 meters wide and 100 meters high. Within this cave, it resembles a miniature village, where the majority of the inhabitants of Li family village find refuge. Tribe leader, Uncle Wei Guo and Ergo have returned, a youthful voice called out at the cave entrance. Upon hearing this, many villagers turned their gazes toward the speaker, while others began to gather in a clearing deeper within the cave. A man, leaning on a cane and donning a round hat, stood at the center of the crowd, his expression grim as he observed Li Wei Guo and Li Ergo as they approached. Upon seeing the two men, Li Chengren, the tribe leader, directed his attention toward Li Wei Guo. What news? Are they the enemy? Li Wei Guo shook his head and replied, no. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of many villagers within the cavern at this response. Li Chengren's anxious heart also found some solace, for the events at Zhangjiabao had long haunted their minds. Captain, if they are not the enemy, then who are they? At that moment, a young man among a group clad in military uniforms inquired eagerly of Li Wei Guo. Retreating troops, Li Wei Guo responded, causing the crowd to momentarily pause in surprise. Retreating troops, it seems the enemy's recent offensive has led many units to suffer defeat. The enemy has deployed several regiments this time. Who knows which unit's remnants they are? The soldiers in military attire began to engage in spirited discussion. I suspect they are likely the ones who fought the enemy last night. Li Wei Guo pondered as he made his way back. After a moment's hesitation, he addressed his elder. Uncle. The elderly man, with a slight stoop, fixed his gaze upon Li Wei Guo and sighed deeply, still unable to let it go. I can hide for a time, but not for a lifetime, Li Wei Guo replied, shaking his head, determination evident on his face. As long as the enemy remains, they are destined to be discovered. Hearing this, Li Chengren's expression grew bitter, his thoughts drifting to his daughter-in-law who had returned home to visit family at Zhangjiabao, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred. 300 lives, young and old alike, extinguished overnight at the hands of the enemy. This was the annihilation of a clan. Such fiends were nothing but beasts. Gazing at his nephew, Li Chengren contemplated before speaking. If you wish to go, then go. If everyone retreats, we too shall become slaves to a foreign power, inevitably following in the footsteps of Zhang Jiabao. Li Chengren may not have received much formal education, but he understood the truth. No one desires to be separated from their loved ones by death. Yet some choices must be made. Go, and if any able-bodied villagers wish to accompany you, take them along, he asserted resolutely. Under such dire circumstances, how could there be any hope for survival? Upon hearing this, as the soldiers from Sichuan journey far and wide to resist the enemy, how could the men of the northern gorge be cowards? Li Wei Guo, deeply bowing, let his gaze sweep over his fellow warriors, then upon the able-bodied villagers of the clan. At that moment, some eyes reflected trepidation, while others shone with unwavering resolve. Captain, which unit do the villagers belong to? Just then, a young soldier in uniform stepped forward to pose the question to Li Wei Guo. There are troops from Sichuan and also from the Jinsui army, Li Wei Guo replied. Jinsui army. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ai's expression darkened. The soldiers behind him wore faces of indignation, evidently having heard unwelcome news. Captain, have you forgotten how we were scattered? Have you forgotten how our comrades in arms perished? Xiao Ai's voice rose, laced with anger. When our regiment was on the front lines battling the enemy, Song Yunfu had the opportunity to send reinforcements, yet he chose to save his own skin and remained an idle observer. The Jinsui army is rife with such opportunistic officials. Must we continue to fight for them? I would rather join the 8th Route army than return to the Jinsui army. Xiao Ai's tone remained charged with fury, recalling how their regiment had faced an enemy company during the battle at Tiger's Mouth. If only the 1st Regiment had cooperated, victory would have been within their grasp, but the 1st Regiment's commander, Song Yunfu, had been cowardly. Despite having the best equipment and a strong force, he chose to watch from the sidelines and fled early. Had Song Yunfu dispatched troops from Tiger's Mouth, they might have encircled the enemy company and potentially secured victory. At the very least, they could have severely weakened them. Instead, due to Song Yunfu's cowardice, only a fraction of their regiment managed to break through. The Jinswei army was rotten to its core, filled with cronyism and mutual protection at every level. Listen to me, Li Weiguo raised his voice slightly, then continued. They not only include the Jinswei army but also the Sichuan troops. They are a coalition of retreating forces. Pausing for emphasis, he added, it is different. Li Weiguo observed the expressions of Xiao Hai and the others, acutely aware of their anger, for his own heart was equally aflame with rage. Chapter 22, Li Weiguo's decision. Captain, what is different? Otherwise, they would not have become a rout. Xiao Hai's voice was calm and his words direct. After all, if this unit were truly formidable, they would have retreated as a cohesive whole or perished together. Upon hearing this, the villagers paused momentarily, their expressions shifting. Li Chengren's face betrayed a hesitance, yet it ultimately transformed into a silent sigh. There is a difference, in their eyes, there is a yearning for battle. Li Weiguo's gaze was complex. Among the mid-level and senior commanders of the Jinswei army, there was a palpable inclination towards cowardice, which jeopardized the overall morale. Many within the Jinswei army no longer dared to fight, nor did they engage in military training. However, beneath the banyan tree, he observed that whenever each individual spoke of combat, they wore smiles, as if warfare were a pleasure rather than a requiem. Standing at the heart of the cave, Li Weiguo paused before continuing. Beneath the banyan tree in Li family village, they have nearly laid out all the equipment seized from the enemy. I saw that they captured the regimental flag. In the great battle yesterday, they may have taken down the command center of the Sokoto regiment. Li Weiguo pondered momentarily before speaking again, firmly convinced that he had not erred. That was indeed the regimental flag of the Sokoto regiment. At this revelation, Xiao Hai's eyes widened in shock, mirrored by the expressions of the soldiers behind him. The only enemy regiment nearby is the Sokoto regiment. They are formidable, having pushed the 8th Route Army back step by step. Xiao Hai was well acquainted with the situation in the vicinity, as Li family village had previously provided logistical support to the new 1st Regiment. Thus, he had gleaned some intelligence from the villagers. The Sokoto regiment, the elite among the elite, even if one were aware of the location of their command center, it was not something easily overthrown. This rout comprised both Sichuan and Jinswei troops, making it all the more peculiar, especially given their limited numbers. I did not miss. That is the regimental flag of the Sokoto regiment, Li Weiguo insisted, shaking his head with confidence. Xiao Hai's eyes brimmed with astonishment. The prideful enemy soldiers would never surrender their regimental flag without a fight. If the flag of the Sokoto regiment truly lay in Li family village, then this small contingent of rout may indeed have dismantled the enemy's command. Li Weiguo's words fell like a stone in a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock across the faces of the Jinswei soldiers. Having battled the enemy, he understood all too well their fierce combat tactics. Once, at Hukou, his regiment had faced just a single enemy squadron, and the result was devastating, with only a handful managing to escape. In terms of warfare, the enemy operated with a systematized approach, whether in coordinated attacks or in their equipment. They were familiar with all, yet, the idea that such a command center could have been dismantled by these so-called routed troops left Xiao Hai and his fellow soldiers astounded. Amidst the astonishment of the remaining soldiers and the villagers of Li family, Li Weiguo could surmise some understanding. After all, since the onset of hostilities, no regimental flag had ever been captured. This was indeed a startling revelation. Thus, I have decided to join this unit. As long as they are truly a force against the enemy, I would not mind being a mere foot soldier, Li Weiguo declared. Many of his thoughts remained unspoken, yet he could sense the determination of this group of soldiers eager for battle, a stark contrast to the Jinswei army. He found himself more inclined to remain with this small frontline unit, having grown weary of mindless orders and the suffocating atmosphere of bureaucratic protectionism. Once he too had been a captain and knew all too well how challenging it was to cultivate such morale among soldiers. Captain, we will definitely follow you. Xiao Hai, who had joined the army alongside Li Weiguo, spoke up after a moment of contemplation. Uncle Weiguo, I will accompany you. I seek vengeance for my wife. Uncle Weiguo, I shall go as well. In an instant, within the cave, numerous young men stepped forward, emboldened by Xiao Hai's stance, each proclaiming their intent. Their desire was simple, to slay the enemy. Li Weiguer gazed upon the youthful faces surrounding him, his resolve gradually solidifying. Elder, the village chief, Li Chengren, leaned on his cane from a higher vantage point, a look of approval gracing his features as he interrupted Li Weiguer's thoughts. There is no need for further words, do not bring shame upon us, the people of Li family village. Li Chengren did not attempt to dissuade him, even though he understood this parting might very well be one of life and death. Chapter 23, Becoming a Company Commander. As the warm sun rises and the clear sky stretches endlessly, Lin Chen is gently awakened by the first rays of sunlight streaming into the room. Upon awakening, the physical and mental fatigue that had once weighed heavily upon him dissipates significantly. Experience Upgrade 3, 145. The first thing Lin Chen did upon waking was to examine the visualized map. After surveying it thoroughly and finding no anomalies, he stretched lazily. Following the battle at Sangyun Ridge, Lin Chen had gained a significant amount of experience, clearly indicating that eliminating enemy commanders yielded greater rewards. He mused internally about the necessity of expanding his team. Currently, they numbered just over 30, which limited their operational capacity. The first skirmish had been a successful ambush, while the second had presented an unexpected opportunity. The previous day's engagement had been greatly aided by the fire drawn by Li Yunlong's new regiment. Without that, their results would not have been so substantial. The considerable experience gained stemmed from the defeat of the Sokotter unit's commander. If only I could achieve such results daily, Lin Chen thought wistfully as he stretched and stepped out of the adobe house. He realized, however, that this notion was a mere fantasy. Encountering and dismantling enemy command posts on a daily basis was simply unattainable. The thought of a commander lingered in his mind. Just then, a voice broke the silence. Squad leader, wash your face. Outside, Fang Bailu, noticing Lin Chen's awakening, swiftly turned and fetched a basin of water from the well. After the previous night's battle, Fang Bailu had undergone a subtle transformation, his gaze imbued with newfound determination. As Lin Chen observed Fang Bailu approaching with the warm water, he nodded and proceeded to freshen up. Please summon Wang Jiantang for me. Understood. Fang Bailu exited the room to relay the message to Wang Jiantang. Moments later, as Lin Chen finished washing, Wang Jiantang arrived at the door. Squad leader. Wang Jiantang greeted him with a smile. What is the situation? Lin Chen inquired. The enemy in the direction of Sangyun Ridge has retreated, and our soldiers have also fallen back. Yesterday, we sustained light injuries to 8 men and 3 serious injuries, but fortunately, there were no fatalities. Those with minor wounds should recover in 3 to 4 days. Our resources have improved. We've procured a substantial number of shells, nearly 20 rounds. We also managed to acquire 3 submachine guns and over 2,300 rounds of ammunition. There are more than 60 rifles, with 3,000 rounds of bullets. And 52 grenades. Wang Jiantang relished the feeling of being a prosperous landowner for the first time. Lin Chen, taken aback by Wang Jiantang's report, asked, 30 men. Ding Jaguar has decided to join us, seeing that you were resting. I approved it. He assured me he would follow your orders without question, Wang Jiantang explained. Lin Chen paused, realizing that he was essentially operating under borrowed authority. By rank, he was merely a squad leader, while Ding Jaguar held the position of company commander. Where is he? Lin Chen inquired. He just left with me. Upon hearing you were awake, he gathered the troops early this morning to familiarize themselves with the area. Just as Wang Jiantang finished speaking, a synchronized sound of footsteps drew the attention of Lin Chen and Wang Jiantang outside the adobe structure. Around the corner, a formation of over 10 men appeared, led by none other than Ding Jaguar, whose attire only heightened Lin Chen's surprise. Attention! At ease. The commanding voices resonated, and as the order was given, Ding Jaguar stepped forward, holding a neatly folded military uniform, marching purposefully toward Lin Chen. All personnel, remain at your posts. Ding Jaguar's voice boomed, and before Lin Chen could respond, Ding Jaguar entered, the company commander's uniform in hand. In a single glance, Lin Chen comprehended that Ding Jaguar had discerned the FA aide of his rank, sparking his curiosity as he regarded Ding Jiegui with thoughtful interest. "From this day forth, you shall be our company commander, while I remain merely your squad leader, thank you." Lin Qianchen did not refuse. A higher rank was advantageous, even if it was merely superficial. After all, rigidly adhering to hierarchy could cost many lives. Moreover, he had no intention of allowing others' opinions to dictate his actions against the enemy. Currently lacking logistical support, he aimed to minimize casualties in every engagement, relying on captured resources to bolster his forces and prepare for future battles. "Company commander, you direct the strategy. I will not deviate. Should there be any tasks similar to what Wang Jiantang accomplished yesterday, I must be assigned to them. I am far more adept with a machine gun than he is." Ding Jiagui's demeanor had transformed from seriousness to a welcoming smile as he envied Wang Jiantang's decisive actions the previous day. The enemy had fallen like wheat before a scythe. Since parting ways with the 357th Regiment, they had been a scattered force, confined to Li's village. Encountering Lin Qianchen and witnessing the victory at Sangyun Ridge made Ding Jiegui realize that in these tumultuous times, having a commander like Lin Qianchen was indeed a stroke of fortune. They did not wish to remain a disbanded force. Now equipped, they were ready to confront the enemy, fully prepared to heed Lin Qianchen's commands. This sentiment was not just his alone, but shared among his comrades, which was why he so swiftly made the decision to join. An opportunity will soon present itself. Lin Qianchen observed the rows of figures outside through the window. With the team having grown somewhat, he was reminded of the classic adage, with great power comes great responsibility. "Company commander, there is one more matter I must discuss with you," Wang Jiantang said, approaching Lin Qianchen. Lin Qianchen nodded in acknowledgement. "Our scouts encountered the 8th Route Army at Sangyun Ridge. They appear to be searching for us and have learned of our presence here. Their scouts informed us that they intend to send someone to meet with us today, though we did not specify a time." Lin Qianchen pondered briefly. What could Li Yunlong want from him? After a moment of contemplation, he finally instructed Wang Jiantang, "Make arrangements for a meeting." Weighing the circumstances, Lin Qianchen decided that a meeting would be beneficial, given the Japanese forces' encirclement of Taiyuan. Establishing a channel for intelligence exchange under such conditions would serve his interests well. Despite having a visualized map, its scope centered around him, and information from farther afield needed to be gathered independently. In simple terms, while commanding actual combat was an invaluable asset, distant intelligence still required personal initiative to acquire. Chapter 24, Pillar borrowed as an instructor. Zhang Dapiao, "This is a great opportunity. The commander will surely commend me." Li Family Village. At the village entrance, Lin Qianchen stood beneath the banyan tree alongside Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiegui. The group's gaze was fixed on the entrance of the village, as Lin Qianchen was eager to discover who had arrived with the new regiment. It couldn't possibly be Li Yunlong, could it? A sense of anticipation akin to unboxing a mystery box filled his heart. Before long, 4 individuals approached the village entrance. The leader, with a rugged visage and a round face, donned a greyish-blue military uniform and carried a large saber on his back. It was Zhang Dapiao. Lin Qianchen instantly recognized him, the familiar greyish-blue uniform coming into view as they drew closer. Lin Qianchen, clad in green, strode forward confidently. By rank, he was merely a company commander, while the opposing figure was undoubtedly a battalion commander. Zhang Dapiao, weary from his journey, noticed Lin Qianchen standing under the banyan tree from a distance. However, his attention was primarily captivated by a row of weapons. An AK-47, a mortar, grenades. Zhang Dapiao's peripheral vision briefly swept over the enemy's armaments. The equipment was impressive, but when paired with the small number of troops present, it felt excessively lavish. Zhang Dapiao couldn't help but swallow hard, noting the 2 or 3 guns per person. Nonetheless, Zhang Dapiao harbored no ulterior motives. The battle at Sangyun Ridge had seen these individuals help them dismantle the Sokotter Unit's command center, providing them with an opportunity for counterattack. His gaze fell upon the leader, whose demeanor in his blue military uniform did not convey the aura of a battalion commander but rather resembled that of a scholarly figure. He even questioned whether this young man could wield a firearm, yet Zhang Dapiao was acutely aware of the combat capabilities of this small troop and held no contempt for them. Just days prior, a mere dozen of them had ambushed an enemy squad, annihilating it. They had successfully conducted a surprise attack on an enemy company, destroying artillery positions, and seamlessly maneuvered through the battlefield to capture the enemy's command center. Each command issued appeared impossible, yet all had been executed under the guidance of the seemingly refined young man. I truly must express my gratitude to you all. Without your assistance, our new regiment might have been overwhelmed, Jean Darpierre remarked, his tone filled with heartfelt appreciation. Honestly, even without my involvement, you wouldn't have been overrun, battalion commander, please. Lin Qianchen chuckled and shook his head. Let us not be overly formal, we are all simple folks. Zhang Dapiao, somewhat uncomfortable, rubbed his stubble and turned to call out, Juzi, stop gawking and come along. At that moment, Yu Qingju's gaze remained fixed on the boxes containing shells and the mortar. Each box contained at least 6 shells, and collectively, there were no fewer than 20 mortar shells. Yu Chengju mused inwardly, his eyes brimming with desire. Their new regiment had a mortar, but only 3 precious shells remained, an incredibly scarce resource that they could only afford to admire. Coming, Yu Chengju responded immediately to Zhang Dapiao's voice. Lin Qianchen, leading the way, paused momentarily, his gaze narrowing as he noticed the shadow following closely behind. After a brief contemplation, he resumed his stride into the building. The group soon convened within a room, barely seated. Zhang Dapiao's voice resonated with gratitude. Captain Lin, thank you for your assistance during the battle at Zangyan Ridge. Had it not been for you, we might have lost our position that night. The commander summoned me to convey his appreciation, Zhang Dapiao continued, standing straight, prompting the 3 soldiers behind him to salute. Observing this, Lin Qianchen reciprocated the gesture, although his eyes narrowed further. It was evident that the gratitude was offered without any tangible gifts, yet, this resembled Li Yunlong's miserly nature, compounded by the current state of the new regiment, which was struggling like a beggar basking in the sun. We are all fighting the enemy, Lin Qianchen courteously replied, his gaze shifting towards Yu Chengju, who stood behind Zhang Dapiao. Rest assured, Captain Lin, the new regiment will certainly remember this kindness, Zhang Dapiao assured as he took a seat. However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Qianchen interjected, to speak of kindness is to exaggerate, but we do have some difficulties we wish to seek your assistance with. Assistance, Captain Lin, please feel free to speak, we will help wherever we can, Zhang Dapiao replied after a moment of contemplation. Battalion commander, as you have seen, we recently captured an enemy mortar, but we lack personnel skilled in operating such equipment. Yesterday, we merely stacked them up. Lin Qianchen raised a cup of tea and offered it to Zhang Dapiao, continuing, if you truly wish to show your gratitude, I would like to ask Battalion Commander if you have anyone capable of instructing us on how to use the enemy's mortars. Fear not, Battalion Commander, as long as we are taught, we will ensure the equipment is returned in pristine condition, Lin Qianchen added with a smile. Ding Jiarguo, listening nearby, furrowed his brow. It was evident that there were individuals within their ranks who possessed the requisite skills, leaving him bewildered by Lin Qianchen's statement. The individuals skilled in operating mortars. Zhang Dapiao instinctively glanced at Yu Chengju behind him. He understood that Lin Qianchen's group was currently unorganized, comprised mainly of scattered troops. If he had one of his men here, perhaps they could assist in rallying the spirits of these routed soldiers. Battalion Commander, I assure you that we will not waste your personnel's time. We can offer 2 machine guns along with 300 rounds of ammunition in exchange for the training. Furthermore, should the instructor wish to return, I will not stand in his way, Lin Qianchen stated, his smile unwavering. Having witnessed the battle for the enemy command center, Lin Qianchen recognized the immense value of skilled personnel on the battlefield. It had taken 7 shells to hit the enemy command. Had they missed, the consequences would have been dire. Thus, trading 2 machine guns for Yu Chengju was undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. Indeed, he had set his sights on Yu Chengju, and once borrowed, the decision would be beyond the latter's control, for after all, owing a debt grants one leverage. To further entice Yu Chengju, Lin Qianchen was unreserved in offering considerable benefits. Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiarguo exchanged glances upon hearing the proposal of trading 2 machine guns and 300 rounds for a single individual. Both wished to voice their objections to this transaction, but given that it was Lin Qianchen's decision and there were outsiders present, they opted for silence. 2 machine guns. Zhang Dapiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Not only was it 2 machine guns, but also 300 rounds of ammunition. This was an irresistible offer. Suppressing his excitement, Zhang Dapiao's gaze shifted to Yu Chengzhu behind him. Zhuzi, you know how to operate mortars, so you will teach these comrades how to use them, Zhang Dapiao stated calmly, recognizing the dual benefits of this arrangement. It would allow Zhuzi to remain here, enabling these routed soldiers to understand them better, and perhaps even facilitate their integration. Having such a capable commander join the new regiment would undoubtedly enhance their combat effectiveness. Moreover, with the prospect of acquiring 2 machine guns and 300 rounds, Zhang Dapiao felt this was a deal worth pursuing without hesitation. Understood, Yu Chengzhu replied to the command. Though he had intended to say more, he ultimately swallowed his words. Battalion commander, come, let me take you to see the machine guns. Choose 2 to take with you. Upon hearing Zhang Dapiao's agreement, Lin Qianchen immediately led him toward the exit. Chapter 25. Li Yunlong, this team is quite accommodating. Sending so many supplies makes me feel rather embarrassed. Commander Lin, there's no need for further gifts. We're well acquainted with the road ahead. At the village entrance, Zhang Dapiao, shouldering a heavy machine gun, couldn't conceal the smile on his face. He thought to himself that although Commander Lin was commendable in every aspect, his enthusiasm was somewhat overwhelming. As he stroked the machine gun resting on his shoulder, he continued, take care on your journey. Thank you, Commander Lin. Farewell, Zhang Dapiao reiterated, his gaze shifting to Yu Chengzhu. Zhuzi, ensure you teach Commander Lin's men how to operate this mortar properly, and remember to report back to the regiment in due time. Zhang Dapiao saluted and, along with his companions, made his way out of the village, machine gun in tow. Observing this, Lin Qianchen smiled faintly. Zhang Dapiao felt he had gained something, and he too felt the same. As the saying goes, those who borrow money are the masters. When it comes to him, the timing of repayment is entirely at his discretion. Zhuzi, come here, Lin Qianchen called out, leading Yu Chengzhu towards the banyan tree. Beneath the tree, Lin Qianchen personally opened several crates filled with shells. The golden coating gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight as the boxes were opened, casting a dazzling glow. Yu Chengzhu, momentarily dazzled, noted that typically, he would be lucky to receive more than 5 shells for the new regiment. Yet before him lay a generous 20 shells. As a gunner, he found it difficult to tear his gaze away from these munitions. This mortar will be entrusted to you from now on. Feel free to use these shells as you wish. I'll allocate 3 shells for you to practice with and familiarize yourself with the mortar's capabilities, but let us keep about 10 shells in reserve, Lin Qianchen stated. I'll also arrange for 2 additional soldiers to assist you. You can instruct them as well. Standing beside the mortar, Lin Qianchen placed great emphasis on Yu Chengzhu's precise gunnery skills. Otherwise, what would have been the purpose of his elaborate schemes with Zhang Dapiao? Can I really practice? Yu Chengzhu was momentarily taken aback by this statement. He glanced at the shells on the ground and then back at Lin Qianchen, disbelief etched across his face. Is it truly permissible to practice? Absolutely, as long as your aim is true, and there will be sweet potatoes to reward you, Lin Qianchen assured him. Really? Indeed. Upon hearing Lin Qianchen's affirmation, Yu Chengzhu's expression transformed into one of profound respect. Commander, Artilleryman Yu Chengzhu reporting for duty. His face radiated excitement. This opportunity to practice would significantly enhance his understanding of the weapon's performance. This commander was far more generous than the regiment commander. Yu Chengzhu mused internally. Seeing Yu Chengzhu so elated around the mortar, Lin Qianchen couldn't help but smile. With a visual map and this remarkable gunner, they undoubtedly had the means to unleash a formidable strike. The visual map, capable of identifying firepower levels, served as an invaluable tool for assaulting fortified positions. Even in mountainous or mobile warfare, it offered considerable maneuverability, greatly enhancing their strategic capabilities. After making arrangements for Yu Chengzhu, Lin Qianchen refrained from lingering and returned to their temporary quarters. It was a modest courtyard, already bustling with people. Upon noticing their arrival, Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiarguo promptly rose to greet them. Commander, Commander, the two spoke in unison. Rest assured, the new regiment does not engage in unprofitable ventures, nor shall we, Lin Qianchen remarked, having discerned their expressions and surmising their thoughts. After all, when he had presented Zhang Dabio with the machine gun, both men had gazed longingly at the weapon slung over Zhang Dabio's shoulder. Yu Chengzhu's gunnery skills will greatly enhance our combat effectiveness. You should not linger here, hurry back and rest, the next battle could commence at any moment, Lin Qianchen said, his tone turning serious. It was essential to seize the opportunity for recuperation, as he was continually seeking engagements in which to partake. Sanyin Ridge. On the southwestern side of the ceaseless mountains, amidst the dense forest, figures moved swiftly. The new regiment's encampment, after retreating from the front lines of Sanyin Ridge, Li Yunlong and the retreating soldiers rested in an abandoned village. As several figures appeared at the village entrance, Li Yunlong immediately rose to his feet, directing his gaze towards the entrance. However, when he noticed the item slung over Zhang Dabio's shoulder, his brow furrowed in concern. What the hell? Where did you acquire 2 captured rifles? Were you not sent to express gratitude? You're not planning to storm a stronghold, are you? Li Yunlong inquired, his expression turning serious upon seeing the captured weapons and the accompanying ammunition crates. Yet, upon observing the returning figures, his demeanor shifted to one of stern authority. Where's Zhuzi? Zhang Dabio set the captured rifle down at Li Yunlong's feet, signaling to the soldiers behind him to place another machine gun nearby. Zhuzi traded for them. He stayed behind with the unit in Li family village to teach them how to operate the artillery, Zhang Dabio explained, panting and unwilling to withhold information, for the intensity of the regiment commander's gaze suggested he was not to be trifled with. It's quite a trek over those rugged paths. These rifles are rather heavy, not to mention the 300 rounds of ammunition, Zhang Dabio continued. Zhuzi, wait, teaching those Sichuan troops how to use artillery as a form of thanks. Li Yunlong suddenly grasped the implications of Zhang Dabio's words, the chill in his expression dissipating. Exactly. This team is quite accommodating. Borrowing one of their men and still receiving such generous rewards, Li Yunlong's eye sparkled with amusement as he gently caressed the captured rifle, its maintenance all still fresh, indicating it had been recently acquired. Having taken little with him, he had returned with 2 rifles, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed, lost in thought. Li Yunlong's previously cheerful countenance once again turned serious as he reproached Zhang Dabio. Zhang Dabio, I must criticize you. This was not conducted with decorum. You were sent to express gratitude, yet you still asked for their possessions. These 2 rifles should be distributed to the 3rd Battalion, Commander. I cannot accept your criticism, Zhang Dabio retorted, his face flushed with indignation. Acceptance is not optional. Have these 2 rifles taken away. Li Yunlong waved dismissively, and immediately 2 soldiers sprang forward, gleefully claiming the captured rifles. As Li Yunlong's voice resounded once more, he commanded, take the ammunition as well. A few more soldiers leapt forth, grinning as they carried 2 crates of ammunition, following closely behind the machine guns. Commander, this is exceedingly underhanded of you. Zhang Dabio's tone was laced with incredulity. Enough of your grievances. Set aside your disappointments and prepare to withdraw. This location is no longer tenable. Li Yunlong brushed aside Zhang Dabio's discontent. Though Li Yunlong had repelled the enemy forces, no one could predict when aircraft might appear overhead. With the headquarters and villagers already evacuated, and having engaged the enemy at Sanyin Ridge, it was now time for their own retreat. However, he had not anticipated that as they departed, those Sichuan troops would present him with such a significant gift. Chapter 26, The Joining of Lijier Village, Strengthening Our Ranks. 1 machine gun. On that day, my solitary machine gun atop that hill felled over 80 Japanese soldiers. If only I had 2, Wang Jiantang murmured as he squatted by the door. The sensation of that battle at the foothills of Sanyin Ridge was indelibly etched in his memory, yet now, the company commander was exchanging 2 machine guns and 300 rounds of ammunition for a single life, a notion he found utterly incomprehensible, even after the passage of an entire afternoon. Of course, Wang Jiantang dared not voice such thoughts aloud, instead whispering them to himself. At that moment, a soldier hurriedly appeared. Squad leader, the villagers from the village have returned and expressed their desire to join our ranks. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantang paused momentarily, then sprang to his feet. Let us go and see. Just as he was about to step away, he suddenly heard a faint rustling of footsteps, causing him to halt briefly. Turning around, he saw a figure emerging from within the room. Company commander, a group of villagers has arrived at the village entrance, saying they wish to enlist in our unit. Wang Jiantang, observing Lin Qianqing stepping out, promptly reported. I have heard. Let us go together. Lin Qianqing had only emerged upon hearing this news. The soldier who had come to report immediately took the lead as they made their way forward. At the entrance of Lejir village, beneath the banyan tree, autumn had arrived, and the tree had shed all its green leaves. A considerable crowd had gathered beneath it, distinctly divided. Some brandished an assortment of weapons, including rifles and submachine guns, while others stood unarmed. Li Weigua, clad in coarse clothing akin to a farmer, stood amidst the throng, his weathered skin showing signs of cracking, as he surveyed the scene with keen scrutiny. Commander, that truly appears to be a major's ceremonial sword. A voice beside Li Weigua broke the silence, low enough that only he could discern it. Xiao Hai had once battled the Japanese as well, and the sight of those military sabers beneath the banyan tree filled his eyes with awe. Capturing a major's command sword was no simple feat. A major typically commanded a squad of Japanese soldiers, and the combat effectiveness of such a unit was formidable. That is precisely why I have decided to join and observe, Li Weigua replied in a hushed tone, his sole desire being to enlist in a unit that genuinely fought against the Japanese. Witnessing the regiment's flag had solidified his resolve, the Japanese held their swords and banners in higher regard than life itself. To seize them would signify the impending doom of these invaders. Li Weigua estimated that this unit consisted of no more than 40 men, yet the spoils they bore were sufficient to equip an entire squad of Japanese soldiers. While the two conversed quietly, a few figures approached from a distance. The company commander is here, a soldier from across the way respectfully announced, drawing everyone's gaze toward the approaching figures. Li Weigua's eyes widened slightly, and his brow furrowed unconsciously. The individual he had previously glimpsed, now donned in the uniform of the Jinsui army, was no longer the robust middle-aged man he remembered. He was now a youth wearing this attire. Commander, Jinsui army, Xiao Hai whispered beside Li Weigua, his tone laden with disdain. The well-groomed Lin Qianqing, appearing quite refined, bore an air of youth that suggested he had never seen the battlefield, lacking the sharpness that a soldier ought to possess. Now that they have arrived, let us observe the situation, Li Weigua replied tersely. At that moment, a voice broke through the murmurs, commanding attention. Are you all here to enlist? Wang Jiantang scanned the assembly of villagers before him, noting their tattered clothing, which numbered approximately 60. He frowned slightly, not out of disdain for their numbers, but rather concern over their sheer volume. After all, his own contingent barely numbered 30, and the prospect of 60 new recruits raised alarms regarding Lin Qianqing's authority. He felt compelled to entertain the worst-case scenario. We have come to enlist. We are originally from Lejir village and wish to join a unit that truly fights the Japanese, Xiao Hai proclaimed boldly, stepping forward to address the villagers. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantang and Lin Qianqing exchanged glances. If these 60 individuals were to join their ranks, they would possess the strength of an entire company, yet both men shared the same concern. The villagers hailed from a single locality, raising suspicions that they might be opportunistic, seeking to arm themselves at the expense of the true fighters. One could not overlook the potential threat these new recruits could pose, for they would double their current numbers. The darker aspects of human nature must be contemplated, reminiscent of the puppet soldiers, whose numbers had wrought untold havoc. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qianqing decided to accept all 60 individuals, recognizing it as a swift means to bolster their fighting capabilities, albeit with inherent risks. Observing the villagers, he noted that some harbored an unmistakable resentment, leading him to believe that the risks would remain manageable. Commander, you fight the Japanese, we wish to join you in seeking vengeance for our loved ones, a villager declared passionately. Indeed, many of the sons and daughters of Lejir village have been slain by the Japanese. We seek retribution. A chorus of voices rose among the villagers, many of whom were strong men, with some barely past their 16th year, their youth marked by the rural lifestyle. Company commander, Wang Jiantang hesitated, his gaze shifting uncertainly to Lin Qianqing. Accept them. You and Ding Jiaguo shall divide them equally, Lin Qiancheng replied decisively after a moment's contemplation. Only by expanding their ranks could they enhance their chances against the Japanese. He could utilize the visualized map to mobilize additional forces. Villagers, please come forward to register your names, Wang Jiantang called out, promptly having a table set up beneath the banyan tree to commence the enrollment process. Being from a scholarly family, he understood the importance of documentation, especially as Lin Qiancheng valued each soldier who would fight. As everyone registered, Lin Qiancheng summoned Ding Jiaguo aside. You will oversee the training. Given the recent influx of recruits, it was imperative to train the new villagers, and Ding Jiaguo possessed far greater expertise in this area than Wang Jiantang. Training was a matter he preferred not to dwell upon, as he needed to strategize the next steps. He could not remain in this small mountain village indefinitely, especially with the encirclement of the Japanese forces steadily tightening. Chapter 27, Reconnaissance, the swiftly moving red dots, Li Family Village. At this moment, Li Family Village was markedly different from its usual self. Rows of soldiers, though somewhat disorganized, were all intently gazing towards Ding Jiaguo at the front. Thrust. Angle the rifle, pull it back. This ensures we can strike the enemy while maintaining our defenses. At this juncture, Ding Jiaguo had received orders from Lin Qiancheng, taking on the responsibility of training the new recruits. The addition of these villagers from Li Family Village invigorated their ranks. Ding Jiaguo approached the task of training with utmost seriousness, for he understood that the more thorough the training, the more effectively these soldiers would serve under Lin Qiancheng's command. Meanwhile, Wang Jiantang arrived at Lin Qiancheng's humble earthen courtyard, clutching a notebook tightly in his hands. Squad leader. Wang Jiantang appeared with a smile, his grip on the notebook firm. How is it? Lin Qiancheng inquired. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantang promptly began his report. The current headcount is 107. There are 83 armed personnel, with some adjustments. A few have been temporarily assigned to logistics and thus do not carry weapons. As per your instructions, a dedicated bombing unit has been formed. Additionally, there is a 3-member mortar team, with 12 candidates being trained as gunners, 6 in the bombing unit, and 8 in logistics. Wang Jiantang relayed the situation, and after listening intently, Lin Qiancheng nodded in acknowledgement. I will step out briefly with Xie Shanzi. You and Ding Jiaguo manage things here. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qiancheng spoke softly. Although Li Family Village was relatively safe, he needed to venture out to assess the situation during the training of the new recruits. The new regiment had withdrawn from the direction of Zhangyan Ridge, leaving it a desolate and strategically worthless position. The enemy had merely stationed a few outposts, and under the pressure of their recent defeat, their movements had become increasingly erratic. Lin Qiancheng could not remain in Li Family Village indefinitely. He ventured out daily to gather intelligence. During this period of reconnaissance, he noted that Li Family Village now lay within enemy territory, necessitating either relocation or strategies to eliminate some of the enemy forces. Presently, he felt it was time to lead the newly trained soldiers into battle once they were ready. Squad leader, perhaps you should leave the reconnaissance in Li Family Village to us, Wang Jiantang suggested apprehensively. After all, the enemy was currently conducting sweeps, and Lin Qiancheng's excursions posed a risk. Should they encounter the enemy, they would struggle to provide swift support. There is no need for that, Lin Qiancheng replied, tightening the bandage around his right arm. With time for recuperation, his injury had nearly healed. He set out with Xie Shanzi, and the two made their way outside. Along the rugged mountain path, amidst dense foliage, 2 figures weaved through the nameless trails. After traversing a short distance, Lin Qiancheng would pause intermittently. He took out a weathered notebook, jotting down observations. Squad leader, the way you write looks a lot like my sister. She also writes with her left hand, Xie Shanzi remarked with a smile as he watched Lin Qiancheng penning notes with his left hand. I seldom hear you speak of your family. Lin Qiancheng continued to record details from the visual map, noting the red dots and sketching topographical features. He was not left-handed, rather, he was compelled to use his left hand due to the lingering injury on his right arm. Squad leader, I would never share about my sister with them. Ever since they learned I have a sister who has been educated, they constantly inquire about her, especially Shuguzi, who is always asking if she is married or not. They all wish to court her. My sister is well educated. When she marries, it should be to someone like you, someone who is both scholarly and skilled in battle. Xiao Shanzi leaned against a nearby tree, gazing around, but Lin Qianchun's words seemed to have opened a floodgate, prompting him to speak at length. Lin Qianchen remained vigilant, closely monitoring the movements indicated on the visual map, surprised at Xiao Shanzi's candidness. Why did you not attend school and instead come here? Lin Qianchen casually inquired. Because my sister heard about the fighting, she went to Pudong, and we were raised on the kindness of others. After she left, I decided to enlist to find her. Squad leader, I must tell you, my sister is exceptionally beautiful. She not only, before Xiao Shanzi could finish, Lin Qianchen gestured for him to be silent, and Xiao Shanzi immediately complied, his demeanor shifting to one of alertness. Lin Qianchen was focused on the visual map in his mind, noting that several red dots were rapidly moving through the forest. Chapter 28, The Special Forces of the Enemy. This doesn't seem right. Lin Qianchen gazed intently at the map in his mind, where several red dots were moving swiftly. His eyes gleamed with a spark of realization, yet a hint of confusion creased his brow. Nearby, Xiao Shanzi scanned the surroundings vigilantly. However, apart from the rustling branches swayed by the wind and the faint chirping of insects, there was little else to be heard. Squad leader, it seems there's no activity in the vicinity, Xiao Shanzi murmured after lying prone on the ground for a considerable time without detecting any signs of movement. At that moment, Lin Qianchen was engrossed in observing the visual map within his mind. He noted 6 densely clustered red dots, their hue alarmingly dark. Among these, a multitude of smaller red dots concentrated closely together, moving rapidly. Lin Qianchen pondered the 6 densely packed red dots a mile away, mulling over the implications. Such rapid and concentrated movement could only signify one possibility. Trucks, he murmured softly, realizing that only the enemy's trucks could achieve such a feat. After a brief observation, he promptly addressed Xiao Shanzi, move out. Without delay, he sprinted toward a nearby hillside, with Xiao Shanzi following closely behind. The two men traversed the dense forest for 3 to 5 minutes before reaching a slope. Lin Qianchen immediately crouched behind the hill's crest, while Xiao Shanzi, trailing closely, became instantly alert to their surroundings. The area bore no distinction from where they had previously conducted reconnaissance. The forest was thick, yet from the hillside, they could discern a rugged road below. Xiao Shanzi scrutinized the road for some time but found nothing amiss. Just as he was about to voice a question, a series of rumbling sounds echoed from a distance. Instantly, Xiao Shanzi became wary, fixating his gaze on the bend in the road ahead. A green truck suddenly entered their field of vision, followed by another, and another, until the 6th truck appeared, each adorned with the conspicuous insignia of the enemy. As he observed, Xiao Shanzi's pupils constricted slightly. The half-circular helmets, emblazoned with a mesh design, reflected no light under the sun's glare. The enemy's uniforms were unlike any he had encountered before, deep earth grey in color and laden with hand grenades. Moreover, Xiao Shanzi noticed that these soldiers were equipped with an abundance of ammunition clips and carried large packs on their backs. Although he had participated in numerous battles alongside the Sichuan army, he had never witnessed such a profusion of enemy resources. They were practically dripping with wealth. Additionally, the short firearms wielded by these soldiers were entirely unfamiliar to him. Squad leader, do you think they might be searching for us? Xiao Shanzi asked, his tone tinged with concern as he observed the well-equipped enemy troops disembarking from the trucks. Lin Qianchun's expression grew grave as he re-examined the visual map, shaking his head while surveying the direction of the road. This route does not lead to Li Family Village. At that moment, it dawned on Lin Qianchen that these were indeed the enemy's special forces. The sight of the well-equipped soldiers made him swallow hard. If he could possess such a formidable force of 60 soldiers, he would effectively command his own special unit. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Lin Qianchen instinctively touched the sidearm at his waist, his gaze fixed intently on the 6 trucks traversing the main road. However, upon glancing at the direction in which the enemy vehicles were heading, his brow furrowed in concern. These soldiers are planning a surprise attack. Lin Qianchun's expression darkened as a realization struck him. A surprise attack. These troops appear exceptionally elite. Xiao Shanzi assessed the situation, recognizing the formidable combat prowess of the enemy soldiers. The Sichuan army had struggled against ordinary enemy forces. If this well-equipped contingent were to launch a surprise assault, the consequences would be dire. Let us return to the village, Lin Qianchen declared decisively, rising swiftly to head back toward the village, with Xiao Shanzi closely in tow. The two figures vanished once more into the dense foliage. Li Family Village. In a clearing before the village, a group of newly enlisted villagers from Li Family Village rested. Over the past few days, they had been engaged in training on marksmanship, bayonet fighting, and various combat techniques, with no other activities to speak of. Captain, that round-faced Ding platoon leader has some valuable insights. His training methods reflect experiences gained only through combat with the enemy, Xiao Hai remarked, leaning against a mud wall beside Li Weiguo. Ding Jiaguo had shared numerous critical points about close-quarters combat with the enemy, emphasizing techniques that could only be learned through first-hand experience. Ding Jiaguo had discarded slashing techniques, focusing instead on direct thrusting attacks with the bayonet, eliminating lateral blocks and strikes with the rifle butt, thereby rendering bayonet combat more streamlined and aggressive, with reduced movement. Given the enemy's rigorous training standards and superb skills, he had advised them on the protective gear typically worn around the abdomen by enemy soldiers. "We've been here for a few days now," Li Weiguo inquired softly. 4 days, Xiao Hai replied. "And how many times have you seen squad leader Lin?" 3 or 4 times, but he seems to avoid showing himself. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Hai added, "It seems that whenever I have seen him, he was heading out of the village. I wonder what he is up to." Having encountered Lin Qianchen a few times during training, Xiao Hai noted that he was usually accompanied by a slender soldier as they ventured outside. The purpose of Lin Qianchen's excursions remained unclear to him. Isn't it peculiar that the commander of this unit never participates in training, delegating everything to his subordinates, yet consistently leaves the village? Li Weiguo had been observing closely over the past few days. He had noted that the original troops of Li Family Village were markedly different from many soldiers he had met before. Their eagerness for battle was palpable, they showed no fear of the enemy, and the atmosphere was entirely unlike that of the Jinsui army. Moreover, they held a profound respect for their young commander, a respect that did not stem from mere favoritism. Yet, in the past few days, Li Weiguo had seldom seen Lin Qianchen. Overall, he sensed that Lin Qianchen's frequent departures from the village were perplexing. If it were reconnaissance, surely he could delegate that task to other soldiers. If it were for vigilance, there was no necessity for a unit commander to undertake such a role. "Captain, are you suggesting that squad leader Lin?" Xiao Hai's expression grew serious as he spoke in a hushed tone. However, before he could finish, a figure rushed into the clearing. "Gather, quickly, everyone assemble." Assembly. Chapter 29, Li Yunlong is dismissed. "Gather." A voice resonated beneath the banyan tree in Li Family Village. Wang Jiantang stood firmly under the tree, speaking loudly. Beside him, Lin Qianchen observed as the troops gradually began to assemble. "Squad leader, the brothers on guard duty have also gathered," Wang Jiantang informed Lin Qianchen. Following their urgent return, Lin Qianchen and Xiao Shanzi quickly understood that another opportunity to engage the enemy was at hand, instinctively strapping their sabers to their backs. Villagers clad in Jinsui military uniforms, Sichuan army attire, and common clothing arrived one after another to the open ground beneath the banyan tree. After 5 or 6 minutes, all the warriors from Li Family Village had lined up neatly in front of the banyan tree. The veterans stood in a state of readiness, while the new recruits appeared somewhat bewildered. "Report, 107 are supposed to be present, and all 107 are here. The whole company is accounted for," Ding Jiaguo announced from the front of the formation, saluting sharply. Lin Qianchen nodded in acknowledgement. "Move out." Without further ado, Lin Qianchen issued the command to depart. Time is of the essence. He needed to swiftly engage the enemy. Many of the newly joined soldiers from Li Family Village were somewhat perplexed, but the others immediately began to prepare. After a brief moment of organizing, the group commenced their actions with remarkable speed. At the new regiment's encampment, Li Yunlong was busy packing his belongings within his quarters. Despite his dismissal, his countenance betrayed no sorrow, as if such occurrences were merely routine. Zhang Dubiao, go fetch that bottle of sweet potato liquor I left in the other room, Li Yunlong instructed. Moments later, Zhang Dubiao entered, carrying 2 bottles of Fengjiu. You rascal, hoarding your own stash again, Li Yunlong grumbled upon seeing the bottles, yet his hands were already placing them into his bag. Commander, you should take a good rest for a while, Zhang Dubiao said, scratching his head with a smile. Rest my foot. Am I not breaking out of encirclement? Wasn't my only fault failing to withdraw as ordered? Opportunities in battle are fleeting. Just look at the results achieved by those 30-odd men, and then look at us. We still have to rely on them to dismantle the command center before we can counterattack, Li Yunlong replied as he continued to pack. Truth be told, he was seething with frustration. The fleeting nature of combat opportunities weighed heavily on his mind. He could not comprehend why he had been dismissed while Chen El was still in command. Commander, it seems this time the punishment from above is somewhat lighter. They only sent you to rusticate in the cotton mill, Zhang Dubiao added. It should be noted that Li Yunlong had disobeyed orders, which was a grave offense on the battlefield, yet, being merely dismissed and assigned as the head of a clothing factory was, by all accounts, an unlikely outcome. We must indeed thank those Sichuan troops, Li Yunlong mused as he sat on the kang, prepared to light a cigarette when Zhang Dubiao handed him one, expertly lighting it for him. If it weren't for those Sichuan soldiers taking out a Japanese command post, the brigade commander would not have been able to save me. Damn it, just a handful of them were able to locate and eliminate the enemy's command post in the battlefield. They are like dragons on the battlefield. Why can't I orchestrate such a brilliant campaign? Li Yunlong exhaled a puff of smoke, letting out a long sigh. However, the battle at Sangyun Ridge had exceeded his expectations. Firstly, the enemy had altered their combat tactics, beginning to launch coordinated assaults. Secondly, they even initiated attacks at night, which was something he had never anticipated. Everything was different from before. Yet, those Sichuan troops had earned Li Yunlong's admiration. Through ambushes, night raids, and relentless assaults involving thousands, they managed to seize opportunities right under the enemy's nose, taking down the Japanese command post. Such combat methods were rare across the entire battlefield. This was the command post of the Japanese Sokotter Regiment. They had even cleverly positioned 2 machine guns along the route of enemy reinforcements, achieving maximum effectiveness in their assault. Having experienced countless battles, Li Yunlong realized that he could not replicate such masterful tactics after witnessing their 3 commanding engagements. Young and accomplished, Li Yunlong murmured softly as he took a drag from his cigarette. After inhaling deeply a few times, he discarded the cigarette, the smoke rising and evoking a flood of memories, recalling Zhang Dubiao's mention of a Sichuan commander who was not yet 20. Li Yunlong was profoundly struck by the notion of youthful achievement. No longer the commander of the new regiment, he turned to Zhang Dubiao and said, "You, make sure to lead the new regiment while I'm away. I'm leaving now." With that, he finished packing and departed. Zhang Dubiao watched his retreating figure, words of caution on the tip of his tongue, but ultimately swallowed them down. Chapter 30, Night Raid. As dusk descended, the horizon began to blush with a crimson hue. The clouds, resembling fish scales, appeared as though they had been drenched in blood. An intense scarlet scattered across the sky. Within the dense forest, a contingent of over 100 individuals was swiftly traversing the rugged mountain path. Company commander, some individuals at the back are falling behind, reported Wang Jiantang, who had hastily approached Lin Qianchen at the front of the line. Lin Qianchen paused momentarily, catching his breath as he surveyed the lengthy formation trailing behind. With the expansion of their numbers, such issues were somewhat inevitable. Although the newcomers were all villagers, the sheer volume made it challenging for some to keep pace with the marching speed. Moreover, on 2 legs, even the shortest route was unlikely to outpace 4 wheels, and the enemy, even after disembarking, maintained a remarkably rapid pace. "The troops will rest in place for 10 minutes, Lin Qianchen declared promptly. Upon his command, the formation came to a halt. At this moment, he gazed at the visualized map and once again spotted a group of individuals advancing through the thicket. Their marching speed was unsustainable, and there was little to be done. After all, they were no longer a small team of about 20. "Sheshanzi," Lin Qianchen called out to Wang Shan, who stood nearby. "Company commander," he responded. "You run swiftly, go relay a message," Lin Qianchen instructed, brushing off the twigs that clung to Xiaoshan's shoulder from their rapid movement, speaking in a brisk tone. "Company commander, when I was a child scavenging for food, I often pilfered fruits from the landlord's estate. No one in the village could outrun me, so you can trust me with this," Xiaoshanzi boasted, thumping his chest. "You've learned to read a map these past few days. Go to this location and inform them that a group of enemy soldiers intends to launch a surprise attack. They must be on guard," Lin Qianchen said, producing a rudimentary map pieced together from various sheets of paper, which he handed to Xiaoshanzi. He pointed to the marked location of Yang village and then indicated the point of the impending attack, his tone grave. At their current marching speed, they would be unable to keep up with the enemy's advance, and it was likely that the battle would have already commenced by the time they arrived. However, an early warning could prevent the independent regiment from being caught off guard and allow them to prepare adequately. From Lin Qianchen's observations, it was evident that this was undoubtedly an elite unit of the enemy forces. "Understood," Xiaoshanzi affirmed as he accepted the map, nodding firmly before sprinting ahead. In a short while, his figure vanished into the depths of the forest. After a brief period of rest, Lin Qianchen waved his hand once more. "Resume the march." With his command, the troop resumed their swift pace along the rugged mountain path. Yang village, independent regiment, the bright moon hung high in the sky, with stars sparsely scattered. The night had deepened. Apart from the occasional chirping of insects, all was eerily silent, yet, within a humble earthen dwelling illuminated by candlelight in Yang village, a cacophony of voices erupted. "Let me go. Let me go. I demand to see your superior. I have urgent matters to discuss. The enemy is planning a surprise attack here. Release me now, and go report." Inside the earthen house, Xiaoshanzi was being restrained by two men. Despite his slender frame, his struggles proved to be quite a challenge for the two soldiers. "Old Yang, is he from your village?" inquired a middle-aged man in military attire, glancing at an elderly man beside him, who appeared to be over 50. The elder peered closer in the candlelight and shook his head. "This lad isn't he from our village. We don't have anyone with such an accent." Listening to Xiaoshan's words, the elder scrutinized his features, realizing not only had he never seen him before, but even the accent was different. The middle-aged officer's expression grew serious upon hearing this. The sudden intrusion of this youth into their encampment, coupled with his alarming news, warranted a heightened level of caution. It was worth noting that their regiment had only recently taken position in Yang village, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to be aware of their presence. This prompted the officer to re-evaluate the slender youth before him. "How did you know our troop was stationed in Yang village?" "Our company commander told us, hurry and set up defenses. The enemy truly intends to launch a surprise attack here." "Who is your company commander?" "Don't concern yourself with who my company commander is. You won't recognize the name, but trust me, heed my company commander's warning." Xiaoshanzi urged anxiously, only to be met with a momentary silence. The middle-aged man regarded the young intruder thoughtfully for some time. Despite his skepticism, observing the urgency in the boy's demeanor ultimately led him to whisper to the soldiers holding Xiaoshanzi. "Keep an eye on him. I will report to the regiment commander." With that, he exited the room. As time passed, when the middle-aged man reached the regiment's headquarters, he had barely crossed the threshold when the sound of gunfire erupted, followed by a barrage of shots that resounded throughout Yang village. In an instant, flames began to flicker from the village entrance. The middle-aged man's complexion paled, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "Enemy raid. Alert. Commander. Chapter 31, The Battle, the Furious Kongjie. Bang, 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 the fierce sounds of gunfire erupted violently in Yang village. Beneath the night sky, numerous houses in the southern part of the village were already ablaze, illuminating the darkness. The entire Yang village had transformed into a battlefield. The enemy occupied several elevated positions in the southern section of the village, their firepower relentless, suppressing the independent regiment's soldiers to the point where they scarcely had the chance to raise their heads. Lying on the ground were the bodies of soldiers clad in the drab-grey uniforms of the independent regiment. It was evident that in this fierce combat, all the fallen were from the opposing side. Within a section of the village wall, Kongjia's crimson eyes glinted with a ferocity that seemed ready to devour. Notify the 1st Battalion to reinforce the southern front and reclaim those elevated positions. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, an explosion resounded, sending dust swirling. Kongjia shook the debris from his shoulders, his expression grave and foreboding as if shrouded in shadows. He had never anticipated that in the rear of Yang village, there existed such a formidable enemy force, and from what he could see, this enemy not only employed an exceedingly cunning strategy but was also exceptionally well equipped. Yang village was their stronghold, with the entire regiment numbering in the thousands, yet amidst the chaos, not a single enemy corpse could be found among the fallen. This realization filled Kongjia with a sense of dread. First, cover the villagers' retreat. Where is the 2nd Battalion commander? Where the hell has Shen Quan gone? Kongjia bellowed within the confines of the wall. It had been less than 10 minutes since the battle commenced, yet the situation remained dire, with many villagers still unretreated. At this moment, Kongjia was consumed with rage. Commander, the 2nd Battalion commander is searching for someone. Searching for someone? What time do you think this is? Kongjia scolded. Before the enemy's ambush, a brother on guard captured a young boy who came to deliver a message. The 2nd Battalion commander interrogated him, and after the gunfire erupted, he went to find that boy, hoping to ascertain the origin of this enemy force. The current command lies with the 2nd Battalion staff. Upon hearing this, Kongjia's expression darkened immediately. Damn it, why didn't Shen Quan report such a crucial matter to me? The boy had just arrived, and the 2nd Battalion commander was not entirely certain. How could those wretched little devils appear here? Kongjia cursed vehemently, then spoke again. Go notify the 2nd Battalion to cover the remaining villagers' retreat. He realized there was no time for blame. The utmost priority was to drive this enemy out of Yang village. From the ongoing battle, it was evident that the enemy's numbers were not extensive. However, it was precisely this fact that fueled Kongjia's fury. A small contingent of the enemy had driven his regiment into retreat. Commander! Commander! Just as Kongjia grasped his weapon, a middle-aged man clad in military garb sprinted to his side, hunched over. Commander, that boy came too suddenly, and just as he arrived, the enemy attacked. Shen Quan's face was filled with frustration. Had he not been so suspicious, perhaps he could have heightened the alert immediately upon receiving the news or informed his battalion to be on guard, potentially mitigating many casualties. You son of a... Kongjia's countenance was as dark as the depths of a stormy sea. Discussing this now held no significance. Have the remaining villagers been evacuated? They have been evacuated, Shen Quan replied promptly. There was no time for regrets. The immediate need was to expel this enemy force. Boom! Another explosion reverberated through the air. Yang village had undoubtedly metamorphosed into a war-torn landscape. What was once merely the southern section of the village had now been partially seized by the enemy. Dashir Bay, the moon shone faintly amidst the sparse stars, casting a hazy glow over the night. The sound of cannon fire jolted a figure, who had barely settled into bed, into immediate alertness. He swiftly descended from the bed, donned the military coat hanging on the wall, shook off the remnants of sleep, and hastened outside. At this moment, on the flat ground outside the cave, numerous soldiers were already moving about with urgency. The figure in the military coat strode briskly towards a cave not far from the open area. Upon entering the cave, he was immediately met with the sound of telegraph signals. Beep, 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 the gunfire is coming from over there. He adjusted his military coat on his shoulders and approached the wall where a map was hung, scrutinizing its contents. It's coming from the direction of Yang village. Yang village. The robust figure immediately focused on the map, pointing to the location of Yang village. Isn't that the station for the independent regiment? How could there be gunfire there? How could the enemy have infiltrated that area? The commander's brow furrowed deeply in concern. The location of Yang village was indeed within the heart of their stronghold. The emergence of gunfire there signified that the enemy had begun to penetrate their core. However, they had received no reports of any enemy movements. These little devils are likely targeting me, the commander mused, recognizing that every battle had implications for the interests at stake. These enemy forces were undoubtedly pursuing strategic objectives, and the area around Yang village held the most significant targets, himself and the field hospital. "Commander, you need to evacuate swiftly." A voice called from outside the cave, a figure. "How can we evacuate with gunfire ringing out? The proximity to Yang village is too close, and we have received no intel regarding enemy movements. For safety's sake, we must withdraw." The commander paused momentarily, his gaze fixed on the operational map, unwilling to budge. "Commander, time is of the essence." The insistent voice rang out again, even more urgent than before. The commander's expression tightened, and after a long pause, he shook his head resolutely. "Mobilize personnel to reinforce Yang village. We cannot afford to lose this position." "Commander, enough. Even if we must retreat, we must first withstand this wave of enemy attacks." The commander pointed at the map, reiterating, "Behind Yang village lies the field hospital, along with several villages that serve as our logistics base, and many wounded and resources are stationed here. If we abandon this place, we will be abandoning them. Even if we retreat, we must hold our ground in Yang village for at least a day to allow the rear units to withdraw." The commander understood all too well that if they left now, the remaining villages and the stronghold would have no time to evacuate, especially under the cover of night. "Obey the orders," he commanded firmly, donning his coat and striding purposefully towards the exit. Chapter 32. The entire strength of a regiment cannot withstand a mere 60 soldiers of the enemy. Yang village. As the soldiers of the independent regiment began to assemble, the tide of battle gradually turned, with gunfire becoming increasingly sporadic. However, this group of enemy soldiers possessed a keen sense of judgment regarding combat. Upon witnessing the gathering of the independent regiment, they commenced their retreat from the southern edge of the village. Yet, Kong Jie's eyes burned with rage. He yearned to pursue them, but these slippery foes revealed an unfamiliar artillery piece, akin to a mortar. Although its power was somewhat lesser than that of a traditional mortar, its destructive capability was still formidable. In light of this, despite his overwhelming sense of frustration, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned pale, he was unable to intercept the retreating enemy. "What are the casualties?" Kong Jie inquired, his tone somber, the fiery intensity in his gaze unyielding. This battle had been exceedingly vexing. The 1st Battalion suffered 63 fatalities, the 2nd Battalion 77, and the 3rd Battalion 200. Injuries are yet to be accounted for. The villagers of Yang village incurred 120 casualties. Upon hearing this, the smoking pipe that Kong Jie had just raised halted midair. He glared fiercely and exclaimed, "Is that all? That's it? What about those beasts? No enemy corpses were found." Upon hearing this, Kong Jie cast his pipe to the ground in a fit of rage, cursing, 340 soldiers and over 120 villagers, and not a single enemy corpse in sight?" His eyes brimmed with fury as he smashed his lifelong companion, the smoking pipe, onto the earth. It was evident that, aside from the deceased, there were also wounded soldiers scattered about. At this moment, he was engulfed by a sense of suffocation. An entire regiment had paid such a high price, yet not even a single enemy corpse was to be seen. This left him, as the regiment commander, feeling profoundly frustrated. However, before Kong Jie could finish his thoughts, Shen Quan entered, accompanied by another individual. "Are you the little brat who sent the warning?" Upon seeing Xiao Shanzi, Kong Jie attempted to compose himself, speaking in as calm a tone as possible. Yet, Xiao Shanzi, upon entering and witnessing the corpses both in the courtyard and outside, along with the wails of grieving villagers, offered him no kindness. "I warned you about the enemy's ambush, yet you refused to believe me. Now you want to even let me return, you ungrateful wretches. We should never have aided you at Sangyin Ridge." Xiao Shanzi's voice rang out loudly, filled with fury. Had these individuals listened to the squad leader, such a tragic outcome could have been averted. Moreover, had they relayed the message to the squad leader, they would have surely achieved more victories. "How did you know about the enemy's ambush?" Kong Jie, after a brief silence, spoke with a voice that bore raspy quality. "I told you, the squad leader sent me. I ran along the mountain paths to deliver the warning. Such heavy casualties, you are truly a useless fool." Xiao Shanzi cursed vehemently, his heart aching for the fallen soldiers, lamenting that their deaths were devoid of any value. Had they been entrusted to the squad leader, many more enemy soldiers could have been slain. Kang Jie remained silent, reflecting that if they had been better prepared for the recent battle, the losses would not have been so severe. Though this enemy was formidable, with proper precautions, casualties could have been significantly minimized, yet now, it was too late to lament anything. Well said, a voice resonated loudly in the darkness. At this utterance, both Kang Jie and Shen Quan's expressions tightened, immediately turning toward the source. Commander! Commander! They both rendered a sharp military salute, feeling the weight of pressure despite the absence of words. An entire regiment's strength has been reduced to this by a mere handful of enemy combatants. The commander's tone was laced with fury as he pointed an accusatory finger at Kang Jie, reprimanding, "Do you have any idea how many logistical personnel and civilians are behind your independent regiment?" His cold, cutting voice felt like daggers striking Kang Jie's face. Kang Jie, standing at the forefront, remained utterly silent, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned white. The casualties in Yang village amounted to over 100 civilians and more than 300 soldiers. At this moment, the only sounds in Yang village were the cries of the grieving and the footsteps of soldiers cleaning the battlefield, accompanied by the crackling of burning wood. "You've turned this into a complete disaster," the commander roared, still unsatisfied, his voice thunderous. After finishing with Kang Jie, he shifted his gaze to Xiao Shanzi, noticing the insignia on his arm that read Chuan 122nd Division. "Young lad, where is your squad leader?" He was eager to ascertain the whereabouts of the squad leader, curious about the assistance they had received at Sangyun Ridge and the circumstances surrounding it. "I don't know where he is. We intended to eliminate this contingent 20 kilometers away, but our marching speed hasn't been swift enough." Xiao Shanzi pondered for a moment before shaking his head and responding. "Eliminate? You think a single company could accomplish that?" "How is that even possible?" Kang Jie interjected, disbelief etched across his features. If a single company could accomplish such a feat, what significance did their entire regiment hold? Just then, a sudden outburst of gunfire echoed from afar. The sounds were chaotic, punctuated by the distinctive crack of the Type 38 rifle, followed by the relentless and fervent roar of machine gun fire. This cacophony was all too familiar to Kang Jie. Chapter 33, The Commander. Why is there such a vast disparity among us mere mortals? As Kang Jie listened to the familiar crackle of gunfire, a wave of tension washed over him, compelling him to urgently advise Shen Quan, "Stay alert, provide cover for the commander's retreat. Deploy the entire regiment, establish strongpoints in the southern village." The moment the artillery erupted, Kang Jie swiftly issued commands, resembling a startled rabbit, his nerves on high alert. "What retreat?" "The gunfire is distant," the commander rebuked. However, Xiao Shanzi, upon hearing the gunfire, couldn't help but brighten. "Our company commander has arrived. I must return to the company and eliminate those little devils." With that, he dashed outside. Xiao Shanzi's departure was so swift that Kang Jie, who had not been focused on him, barely registered it as he slipped away like a mudfish. "Let us go take a look," the commander said, striding purposefully towards the exit. "Commander! Commander!" Kang Jie exclaimed, his face filled with urgency as he hurried after him. The group quickly ascended a hilltop, where, in the darkness, they could see distant flashes of light. The night was strikingly vivid. Amidst the shadows, a group was discernible, clad in attire identical to that of the messenger they had encountered earlier, with a small faction donning the uniforms of the Jinsui army. Given their frequent interactions in this region, they could still be recognized despite the cloak of night. Additionally, some fighters were dressed in civilian garb, dispersed at various points across the mountains. Though they appeared scattered, they had cleverly maintained a distance from the enemy, and astonishingly, these soldiers were receiving artillery support. Observing from afar, Kang Jie discerned that this contingent of enemies numbered merely 60, while their pursuers totaled just over 100. Indeed, this is nothing more than a company. The commander's pupils narrowed slightly. The distance was meticulously controlled. Each time the enemy prepared to retaliate, these soldiers adept withdrew in an orderly fashion, evading the oncoming fire, making the enemy's counterattack feel as if it were striking a mound of cotton. In the midst of the artillery fire, it suddenly dawned on him that as long as the cannonade continued, the little devil's advances would invariably stall, yet, when the enemy attempted to retreat, they would tightly pursue, preventing any escape. What unfolded before their eyes resembled a game of walking a dog. Were they treating the enemy like a pet? The commander felt a flicker of astonishment at the thought. Beside him, Comgie's gaze was filled with disbelief. The once formidable little devils appeared to possess little capacity for counteraction. From their vantage point on the hill, it was evident that the enemy was losing patience, entangled in a tug-of-war that had already cost them over 10 lives. Strikingly, during the battle at Yang Village, Comgie's independent regiment of nearly 1,000 had struggled against this group of little devils, yet now, employing a strategy of movement warfare, they had not only killed several enemies but the remaining forces were beginning to contemplate retreat. This is the chasm that separates us. The commander cast a scrutinizing glance at Comgie. Comgie remained silent, for he was indeed witnessing the undeniable gulf that lay before him. Juzi, fire at that location. Lin Qianchen utilized the visual map to pinpoint a red dot. The special forces on the mountain were assembling a mortar. Upon hearing this, Juzi immediately raised his right hand, gesturing with his thumb as he adjusted the mortar's direction. Load the shell, insert it, launch. Boom! In an instant, several enemies on the opposite slope vanished beneath a cloud of dust. Lin Qianchen monitored the disappearing red dots on his visual map, knowing that those enemies had been eliminated. With the aid of the visual map and Juzi's remarkable gunnery skills, they could effectively neutralize potential threats before they could even materialize. The few shells that landed seemed to instill a sense of defiance in the enemy, who had not initiated an attack earlier. Witnessing this, Lin Qianchen swiftly issued a command, ordered Ding Jieguer's squad to withdraw 100 meters to widen the distance. As the command was relayed, a messenger soldier behind Lin Qianchen immediately set off. Just moments later, Wang Jintang approached at a brisk pace and joined Lin Qianchen. Company commander, we've spotted enemy vehicles, and only 5 or 6 little devils are guarding them, Wang Jintang exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he clutched his machine gun. When do we launch a full-scale assault? At this moment, Wang Jintang could hardly contain himself. Although the recent skirmishes had inflicted significant casualties on the enemy, he still craved the exhilarating sensation of spraying gunfire at the little devils. That feeling of mowing them down was etched in his memory. Lin Qianchen surveyed the visual map, his brow furrowing slightly. Unlike their previous offensives, the little devils now appeared inclined to retreat. He promptly instructed Wang Jintang, take one of your platoons and set up an ambush here. Lin Qianchen retrieved a makeshift map crafted from several sheets of paper and handed it to Wang Jintang. Upon hearing the command, Wang Jintang paused, accepting the map, and instantly shifted from a jovial demeanor to one of seriousness as he took up his machine gun. Watching Wang Jintang depart with his men, Lin Qianchen turned his gaze towards Juzi. Chapter 34. As the cannon fire erupted, the enemy soldiers felt themselves ensnared. The night was shrouded in mist, and the sound of gunfire roared like thunder. From the hills to the south of Yang Village, bullets cut through the darkness, flashing like bolts of lightning. Amidst the gunfire, explosions reverberated in the air. Juzi, how many shells do we have left? Lin Qianchen inquired, peering at the gathering red dots as he lay on the earthen slope, directing his question to Yu Chengju beside him. It was evident that the enemy was beginning to shift to the right. On the right, Lin Qianchen had not deployed any troops, and these movements indicated that the enemy was not gathering for an offensive. On the contrary, it suggested a singular possibility, retreat. Despite having inflicted damage on the enemy's heavy artillery through several rounds of bombardment, the skirmishes had been fiercely contested. Even upon discerning the enemy's intent to withdraw, Lin Qianchen dared not act recklessly. Squad leader, there are 7 rounds remaining, Juzi replied, adjusting the mortar in front of him. This battle had seen a total of 20 shells fired, and he found the experience exhilarating. Reflecting on his time with the new 1st Regiment, he realized that he had not fired as many shells in several engagements as he had in this single encounter. It was simply thrilling. Do you see that location? Fire all remaining shells there, Lin Qianchen said, leaning closer to Juzi and pointing towards a hill in the northeast. Upon hearing this, Juzi glanced at the ammunition crate, hesitating momentarily. Out with the old, in with the new, follow my orders, you need not worry about ammunition, what I require from you now is to obliterate those enemy positions. Lin Qianchen understood Zhu Zi's hesitation and, given the current circumstances, knew that artillery fire was essential to clear the way, neutralizing the enemy's covering fire points in the northeast to minimize casualties during their pursuit. Simultaneously, it would disrupt the enemy's retreat arrangements. Zhu's spirits lifted immediately. Squad leader, could you secure additional shells for me? Absolutely. Just watch me. With Lin Qianchen's affirmative response, Zhu Zi, filled with excitement, promptly began adjusting the angle of the mortar. He extended his right thumb, gesturing as he repositioned. With deft movements, he adjusted the mortar's barrel, loaded the shell, and fired in one fluid motion, devoid of any hesitation. Boom! A conflagration erupted in the distant hollow of the mountain. Without pause, Zhu Zi swiftly loaded another shell and fired again. Within 3 minutes, all 7 remaining rounds had been dispatched. Exhilarating, Zhu Zi exclaimed, a shout of joy escaping his lips. In such a brief span, he had unleashed a barrage of shells. It was an experience he yearned to replicate. The 7 shells had created an artificial bombardment zone, and he watched as a portion of the red dots on his mental map faded away, crucially disrupting the enemy's formation. Order, Ding Jiaguer, take the 2nd platoon, 30 men, to suppress fire from the hilltop. The 3rd platoon will feign an attack from the southwest, coordinating with Wen Jiantang. Let us inflict as much damage as possible. Lin Qianchen issued commands in rapid succession, and the soldiers behind him immediately set about relaying the orders. The rest, hold the front and engage the enemy. Once Lin Qianchen had made all necessary arrangements, he seized a rifle and advanced swiftly into the fray. Behind him, soldiers emerged from the earthen slope, grasping their rifles, bayonets fixed, charging forth. In that moment, the old grievances and fresh animosities converged, manifesting as the flames erupting from their gun barrels, directed towards the enemy. Instantly, against the backdrop of the night, these men resembled phantoms, and the majority of the soldiers beside Lin Qianchen had previously fought alongside him in 2 battles, wholly trusting him as they launched a fierce offensive. The flames belching from their rifles were dazzling even in the tranquil dawn. Moreover, shortly after Lin Qianchen led the charge, the hill erupted with a cacophony of gunfire. A relentless series of assaults surged forth, overwhelming the enemy's special forces commander with a grim countenance. The artillery barrage had obliterated the enemy's covering fire points, and as the beleaguered enemy sought to retaliate against the advancing forces, another wave of concentrated fire erupted from the hilltop. To compound their predicament, gunfire rained down from the southwest. It was as if, at that very moment the artillery struck, they had been encircled. The battlefield, once a contest of back and forth, had transformed into a one-sided affair, with the enemy reduced to passively enduring the onslaught, deprived of even the opportunity to retaliate. Barker! Came a furious curse from within the enemy trench, yet, as he raised his head, a bullet whizzed past. Yamamoto gripped his short knife tightly, acutely aware that if this continued, he would only await death. The entire battle seemed to be orchestrated by the opposing commander, and no matter how he maneuvered, as the commander of a special forces unit, he found himself being led by the nose. Having studied military tactics in Germany, he understood that the rhythm of the battlefield was ever-changing, yet, despite his attempts to adapt, the enemy was adept at disrupting his plans. This intricate understanding of battlefield dynamics and control was something Yamamoto had not learned in the academy, and it laid bare the reality that he had encountered a formidable adversary, one so powerful it left him breathless. Boom! Another grenade detonated, causing a violent explosion. The entire hill had descended into a pursuit, yet it felt more like a relentless drive to hurt the enemy. The pursuit allowed the enemy a fleeting respite, yet it kept them just outside the range of the soldiers' firepower, all the while striking at the enemy. As the enemy retreated from the hill and spotted their green military trucks along a main road, it was as though a glimmer of hope had appeared. Kill them, support the squad leader, Wen Jiantang commanded, his voice booming, and in an instant, flames erupted. Wen Jiantang wielded a machine gun, unleashing a frenzied barrage, his expression bordering on madness. The sound of machine gun fire erupted from the hillside alongside the road. In the pre-dawn darkness, the flames spewing from the gun resembled a scythe harvesting grain. In the initial volley, 7 or 8 enemy soldiers fell in an instant, their cries echoing in despair. Once the full-scale assault commenced, it surged forth like a tidal wave, leaving the enemy no opportunity to catch their breath. The onslaught was relentless, suffocating the spirit of every enemy soldier. It felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around their throats, gradually depriving them of air. Now, the full force of their adversaries sought to snap their necks. The only sensation was one of suffocation. Chapter 35, The Commander. This is what battle truly is. Squad leader, Wang Jiantang, wielding a crooked rifle with a magazine, gazed into the distance where dozens of figures appeared. He took a deep breath and reiterated, Squad leader, these devils are not boarding their vehicles. They are fleeing directly from the valley. We cannot keep up. Should we continue the pursuit? In truth, Lin Qianchen had already spotted the retreating enemy soldiers on the visual map without Wang Jiantang's prompting. At that moment, he observed approximately 30 enemy combatants on the screen. There was no intention to chase. Firstly, it would be exceedingly difficult to catch them, and secondly, even if they managed to do so, a direct confrontation would likely result in significant casualties on their side. Lin Qianchen scanned the battlefield and commanded, immediately secure the area and strip the enemy of all their equipment. We are retreating. Understood. Lin Qianchen had no desire to align with the 8th Route Army. After all, he had his own strategies in mind. With the visual map at his disposal, he could sustain his forces through combat without the need for constraints. Thus, remaining independent offered significant advantages, freeing him from the burden of unexpected orders and limitations. Yang Village, on the southern hillside. Have the enemy forces been routed? Kong Jie's gaze was somewhat vacant. It was difficult to fathom that these retreating foes were the very same ones who had recently been engaged in a fierce confrontation with the independent regiment in Yang Village. Just half an hour earlier, Kong Jie had witnessed their ferocity firsthand. From the moment of the ambush, their soldiers had been suppressed by these adversaries in Yang Village, an entire regiment consistently under duress. Increase the distance and engage in flanking maneuvers, Kong Jie murmured, his eyes fixated on the opposing hillside, the recent scene echoing in his mind. From the outset of the battle, the soldiers engaging the enemy had never faced them head-on. Instead, their tactical foresight had far outstripped that of the enemy, anticipating every move and maneuvering the adversaries as if they were mere hounds. Yet, during the conflict in Yang Village, despite having numerical superiority, the independent regiment had utterly failed to capitalize on it. This stark reality made Kong Jie acutely aware that the outcome of this battle was a direct reflection of command disparities. Standing silently beside the commander, Kong Jie felt a profound sense of humiliation, a simmering frustration within him. This battle had starkly illustrated the chasm between their capabilities. An entire regiment of over 1,000 men was left disoriented by the enemy, while a mere 100-strong contingent had kept the enemy at bay, instilling fear in them. This is what command looks like. Just look at the disparity. The commander exclaimed, his voice resonating with authority as he shook the dust from his military coat. By maneuvering around the mountain and avoiding direct confrontation with the enemy, they had effectively compensated for their equipment deficiencies. Withdraw when the enemy advances, and advance when they withdraw. From a tactical perspective, the commander displayed an astute understanding of the enemy, fully aware of the strengths and weaknesses on both sides. The artillery fire targeted the enemy's strongholds, and once those were neutralized, it was akin to disarming an opponent in a brawl. Engaging unarmed, you could fear the enemy. With a deep sigh, the commander gazed towards the now quiet hillside, cognizant that the battle had concluded. Following the last round of concentrated artillery fire, he sensed that the enemy's strength had been sufficiently depleted. Had he been in command, he too would have considered consolidating their forces. The final charge validated his suspicions, as the concentrated fire had effectively cornered the enemy on a hillside, launching a three-pronged assault. One point was heavily targeted, another feigned an attack, while the main force pressed forward. Such a battlefield arrangement could only be achieved with absolute command over the entire engagement, signifying that the commander possessed an extraordinary grasp of the rapidly changing dynamics of warfare. The only gap left for the enemy was intentionally designed to maximize casualties while minimizing ROWN. By leaving a breach, they could be lured into retreating. The commander reflected on the three-pronged assault, aware that any discerning observer could see they were driving the enemy towards a singular point. Faced with such an onslaught, the enemy had no choice but to retreat through that opening. As the enemy withdrew, they unwittingly entered the trap that had been meticulously laid. Even within the ambush, the commander refrained from sealing the escape route, offering the enemy a slim chance of survival to avoid ensnaring them in a desperate struggle. With each step, They tightened the noose, achieving minimal own casualties while securing significant victories. Though complete annihilation had not been realized, they had at least left behind 2/3 of the enemy dead, and their own losses had likely not surpassed 10 men. The commander shook his head. Had the independent regiment in Yarng village been led by this officer, the tragedy there could have been averted. It was even conceivable that a total annihilation could have been achieved in Yarng village. Such a commanding talent was indeed a rare treasure. So, have you learned how to fight? The commander's gaze turned towards the silent Kong Jie, his words light yet piercing, akin to thorns. Even without comparison, Kong Jie was acutely aware of the significant deficiencies in his command during the battle at Yarng village, and the current engagement only underscored the disparity. An entire regiment of nearly 1,000 men faced off against a mere 60 enemy soldiers, and yet not a single one was taken down. And so many civilians perished, over 300 brave soldiers. You are nothing but a mere dough ball. Look at the opposing hillside. How many do you see? You've witnessed their equipment, and you've observed their tactics. Just over 100 men managed to nearly wipe out 30 or 40 elite enemies. The disparity is staggering. The commander, peering through his binoculars at the battlefield, was met with the sight of countless enemy corpses, his frustration mounting with each passing moment, his voice echoing across the hillside. Arrange for all available commanders to report to headquarters for a debriefing. We shall dissect the events of this battle tonight. Chapter 36. Surely, he cannot have begun fighting even before leaving the womb. As the warm sun ascends, its light bathes the earth, the hazy night recedes, yielding to a radiant dawn. Morning dew clings to the leaves of the dense forest, and along the winding mountain path, each step taken by a group of travelers is met with the refreshing touch of dew. They arrive once more at the entrance of Li family village. Among them are individuals clad in the uniforms of the Sichuan army, the Jinsui army, and even some dressed in the attire of villagers, all led by Lin Qianchen as they gradually enter the village. All personnel, stand down and account for casualties and resources, Wang Jiantang declared, placing his crooked submachine gun beneath a banyan tree, tightening the large blade strapped to his back as he addressed the returning troop. Upon hearing this command, nearly 100 soldiers began to arrive in succession at the village, seeking places to sit. Some settled beneath the banyan tree, while others found refuge beside the earthen wall. By the village entrance, close to an earthen wall, Xiao Hai leaned his .38 rifle against the ground and nestled beside Li Weiguo. Captain, that battle was truly exhilarating. The enemy's equipment was unlike anything I had ever seen on the battlefield before. Submachine guns, with at least 6 fully loaded magazines per soldier, and 6 potato grenades. They were indeed well equipped. Xiao Hai spoke softly, reminiscing about the peculiar appearance of the enemy he had encountered while clearing the battlefield. Even within the enhanced platoon of the Jinsui army, each soldier carried merely 30 rounds of ammunition and 4 grenades, armed only with rifles. Yet, during last night's skirmish, the enemy they defeated surpassed Xiao Hai's understanding. How many of the enemy were there yesterday? Li Weiguo asked, his expression grave, his gaze fixed on the soldiers resting beneath the banyan tree and near the earthen wall. Taken aback by the sudden question, Xiao Hai pondered for a moment before replying, approximately 60. If we were to face them in the 376th Regiment, what do you think our chances of victory would be? Li Weiguo inquired with a tone of utmost seriousness. As Li Weiguo's words hung in the air, the excitement on Xiao Hai's face faded, replaced by a deep solemnity. During the battle at Tiger's Mouth, our 2 battalions faced a single enemy company, and we had the numerical advantage. The enemy then was not as well equipped or trained as today. Xiao Hai hesitated, reluctant to delve into those painful memories. Despite being 2 battalions facing 1 company, and even holding the advantageous high ground, they were still forcibly overwhelmed, their positions shattered. With over 300 men in their battalion, they were severely suppressed by the enemy's fewer than 200 troops. Of course, the inaction of the 1st Battalion was the primary reason for their defeat, yet the fierce combat capabilities of the enemy had left an indelible mark on his psyche. As these thoughts consumed him, Xiao Hai's fists clenched tightly. Their numbers had not significantly increased, their equipment still lagged behind, yet they had managed to send those 60 elite enemies fleeing in disarray. It was a direct confrontation, where the disparity between both sides was mitigated through sheer command ability, even exceeding expectations. We must acknowledge that our casualties were minimal, likely not exceeding 10%. Li Weigua leaned against the wall, gazing skyward, from the initial ambush to the subsequent harassment of the enemy, culminating in a three-pronged assault without over-pursuing. They had compelled the enemy to retreat while minimizing their own losses and maximizing those of the enemy. At that moment, Li Weigua fully believed everything they had heard prior. Xiao Hai, upon hearing this, felt his excitement wane, replaced by an expression of astonishment. "Captain, could it be that he has been fighting since he was in the womb?" Xiao Hai murmured. However, Li Weigua did not respond, his attention drawn to the gathering beneath the banyan tree, where the voice of Wang Jiantang resonated. Some of the soldiers who had participated in the battle consciously approached, forming a congregation beneath the banyan tree. Before them lay the spoils of war, the enemy's equipment seized the previous night. Lin Qianchen remained silent, retrieving a thick notebook from his pocket. Observing this, Wang Jiantang saluted and stepped forward. "Report, Commander, 9 men have perished." Li Shanfu, a villager from Li family village, aged 20, survived by his mother, the only son Li Gui, a villager from Li family village, aged 17, the third among siblings, with parents still living. Xie Xinhua, from Huanglong Township in Sichuan, family circumstances unknown, seeking to earn enough to return home and marry. Wang Jiantang's voice was slow yet heavy with gravity. Each name spoken and every sentence articulated bore weight. As Lin Qianchen meticulously noted each name in his notebook, the scene perplexed many of the newly joined soldiers, who felt a mix of confusion and dawning comprehension about the significance of the moment. In the distance, upon witnessing this, Li Weigua quickly rose, instinctively drawn to join the proceedings. Wang Jiantang's voice ebbed and flowed with the breeze. The wind rustled the leaves gently, caressing the faces of all gathered beneath the banyan tree. Sunlight bathed their youthful and innocent visages, as if nothing would remain unmarked. Lin Qianchen recorded each name, closing his notebook thereafter. "This is not merely a list of our fallen, but rather a chronicle of our history, a testament to our past and our present. Perhaps future generations will view us as nothing more than a fleeting chapter in history, yet we know this represents the lives of many loyal souls lie buried beneath the verdant hills. As soldiers, dying on the battlefield is our destiny. However, I implore you, should you ever find yourselves in command, strive to minimize the loss of your comrades, seeking victory without sacrificing lives." Lin Qianchen spoke with utmost seriousness, the history he had studied now manifesting before him, constantly challenging his spirit. As his words echoed, the atmosphere grew heavy with somber reflection. With the sun now high in the sky, the morning mist dissipated, giving way to the blazing midday heat. "Find a place to bury them and erect a monument. When our mission is accomplished, let them behold this magnificent land," Lin Qianchen instructed Wang Jiantang, his voice tinged with melancholy. As his words resonated, everyone began to move with alacrity, while Li Weigua, his expression complex, stood momentarily lost in thought, before ultimately joining the soldiers in their task of digging the graves. Chapter 37. Even if the King of Heaven himself came, I would not go. Greetings, Commander Chen, Li family village. The gentle autumn breeze always warms the heart. Beneath the banyan tree at the village entrance, a lingering atmosphere of melancholy remains, especially after bidding farewell to yet another group of comrades. In the depths of the mountains behind Li family village, a burial is taking place. Only upon seeing Wang Jiantang return does Lin Qianchen turn his attention elsewhere. Squad Leader. 36 submachine guns, over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, 100 magazines, and 60 grenades. 6 mortars and 30 shells. Wang Jiantang enumerates each item. After finishing, he draws closer to Lin Qianchen, examining a submachine gun with keen interest. Squad Leader, this weapon is quite impressive. Though it appears small and compact, its power is substantial, especially in close quarters, and it boasts an exceptionally rapid rate of fire. It's much faster than my clumsy rifle, though its range is somewhat limited. Wang Jiantang, now thoroughly intrigued, begins to toy with the submachine gun. After some exploration, he finds himself quite enamored with it. The German MP-38 submachine gun has a firing rate of 500 rounds per minute and a magazine capacity of 32 rounds. It is quite effective in urban combat, Lin Qianchen remarks, recognizing the distinct German design immediately. Given his enthusiasm for military equipment. It is astonishing that the enemy has begun to equip themselves with such advanced weaponry at this early stage, while their own forces are still armed with single-shot rifles from Hanyang. The arrival of the submachine gun implies that future battles will indeed be arduous. This device is commendable as well, lightweight and even more efficient than the mortars we've captured. During the ambush last night, I witnessed an enemy soldier wield it. He fired a round with deadly accuracy. The resultant explosion left me quite astonished. Such a diminutive item can unleash the power of a mortar. As Wen Zhentang reflects, a sudden thought crosses his mind, prompting him to lean closer to Lin Qianchen and whisper, "By the way, squad leader, I sensed that many among the villagers of Li family village have combat experience, likely seasoned veterans." Upon hearing this, Lin Qianchen furrows his brow slightly, his expression growing more serious. Wen Zhentang continues, "That night, as an enemy soldier fired from the mortar, we were still in a daze, yet a villager from Li family village, from 100 meters away, took a precise shot that struck the enemy squarely in the forehead, killing him instantly." Wen Zhentang recalls the incident with a sense of admiration. A marksman capable of such prowess is a first for him. Afterward, I began to pay closer attention to the villagers of Li family. I discovered that there are around 8 individuals among them who differ significantly from the others. They exhibit a structured approach to combat, providing cover and advancing in a coordinated manner, communicating through gestures. Wen Zhentang shares his observations with Lin Qianchen. Had it not been for that remarkable shot, Wen Zhentang might not have paid much heed to the villagers, but that singular moment revealed their distinct combat proficiency, setting them apart from the rest. Lin Qianchen's clear eyes flicker with thought. Judging by last night's encounter, it is evident that these individuals are genuinely willing to confront the enemy. This matter should remain confidential. Let us treat it as if it were never discovered. Lin Qianchen concludes after a moment of contemplation. To him, as long as they are fighting the enemy, they are allies, regardless of their origins. Wen Zhentang sets down the mortar tube, feeling compelled to voice his thoughts but ultimately restrains himself. The two men cease their discussion on the matter, shifting their focus to the distribution of equipment beneath the banyan tree. In the cotton factory, Li Yunlong, now clad in a fresh uniform, is engrossed at an old weaving machine, diligently pressing the foot pedal. Inside the entire garment factory, the majority of the workers are village women, alongside several bandaged soldiers laboring diligently. Factory Director Li, there are orders. As Li Yunlong continues his work, he hears a voice and looks up towards the entrance. What orders? I'm here in the garment factory. What more is there to command? I refuse to comply. If you need someone to fight, use me. If not, then banish me to this wretched place. I am devoted to this task now, and I have developed a passion for producing cotton-padded jackets to ensure our soldiers stay warm through the winter. Li Yunlong raises his head, his foot still pressing the pedal as he speaks, suppressing a growing frustration. Having only arrived at the factory a few days prior, he finds the sudden demand for orders exasperating, prompting his notorious temper to flare. Factory Director Li, it is an order from above regarding the organizational summary of the combat operations in Yang Village. Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong's ire intensifies. An organizational summary? What nonsense! If I were in charge, how could such a dismal performance transpire? A whole regiment was left disoriented by a mere handful of enemies. How foolish can one be? I refuse. I shall remain here, enjoying my time in the factory. I am merely the director of this garment factory, and my duty is to produce jackets for the soldiers to survive the winter. Though stationed at the rear, Li Yunlong is well aware of the disastrous situation in Yang Village. A full regiment, utterly defeated by 60 enemy soldiers, resulting in significant casualties among both troops and villagers alike. This has driven him to curse vehemently. He has never endured such humiliation. During his time in the new 1st Regiment, even in retreat, he would take a piece of the enemy with him. Factory Director Li, Commander Chen, I refuse. I am the director of the garment factory. Do not say Commander Chen summoned me. Even if the King of Heaven himself invited me, I would not go. Before the messenger can finish, Li Yunlong interjects once more, leaving the messenger at the door with a stoic expression. Just as Li Yunlong finishes speaking, another figure appears. Factory Director Li, you have a phone call. My phone call? Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong slowly rises, disregarding the messenger, and follows the individual toward the communication room. Upon entering the communication room, Li Yunlong picks up the receiver, and a familiar voice greets him. Li Yunlong, I hear you are quite fond of your role as factory director? Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong immediately squats down, turning to curse, a witch scoundrel reported me. Li Yunlong, quit your nonsense. I know precisely what you've been up to. Is the messenger I sent being berated by you again? Commander, how could that be? I have been very diplomatic. Li Yunlong, adept squatting down, speaks with feigned sincerity, a smile stretching across his face, causing the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes to deepen. Diplomatic my foot. Do I not know you? Hurry over here and accompany me to headquarters. If you wish to spend your life as a factory director, I support that too. Wait, Commander, I'll go. Li Yunlong quickly responds, squatting lower. He adds, right now, I will go. If I do not see you at headquarters, you know the consequences. After the voice on the other end concludes, the line goes dead. Li Yunlong, upon hanging up, glances outside the door and swiftly approaches the messenger. Let us go. The messenger, just preparing to leave the garment factory, watches as Li Yunlong rushes toward him, speechless. The documents he had just put away are retrieved once more and handed back to Li Yunlong. It is evident that despite his earlier bravado, he now scurries along obediently. Indeed, the situation aligns precisely with Commander Chen's expectations. He is merely going through the motions, with the significance resting squarely on Commander Chen's call. Chapter 38 Li Yunlong, I also contributed to the Battle of Yangtze, Bay, within a cave. A map is displayed on the wall. Inside the cavern, several soldiers clad in earth-toned military uniforms are seated, attentively listening to a staff officer from headquarters recounting the Battle of Yangtze. In the Battle of Yangtze, over 1,000 men of the Independent Regiment encountered a small detachment of the enemy, resulting in the death of 340 soldiers and more than 120 villagers. The entire regiment was suppressed by the enemy in Yangtze, unable to break free. Throughout the skirmish, including civilian casualties, the loss ratio reached a staggering 0 to 460, marking the highest casualty ratio since the establishment of our base. During the entire conflict, the Independent Regiment was led by the nose in its engagement with the enemy. Whether in urban combat or positional warfare, by the time the enemy retreated, the Independent Regiment had failed to formulate any corresponding response plans. A staff officer wielding a long stick pointed at the map on the wall, articulating each point with precision. Each of his statements fell like a stone into a tranquil lake, stirring waves of disbelief among the soldiers present. It was astonishing that a mere 60-strong enemy could inflict such chaos upon the Independent Regiment. This was unprecedented in the annals of warfare, yet it transpired within their own base. Now, the focal point of our lesson emerges. It is not merely about summarizing experiences from this battle, but rather about a friendly unit positioned on the southern hillside of Yangtze during the enemy's retreat. The officer directed his stick towards a specific location on the map and continued, they are merely a force of around 100 men, stationed on the southern hillside of Yangtze, dispersed across 3 locations to engage the enemy. One group held the high ground, exerting firepower suppression, another feigned an attack, while the third confronted the enemy directly. However, this front-facing unit did not engage the enemy directly. Instead, they repeatedly maneuvered to draw the enemy out. Employing a tactic of retreating when the enemy advanced and advancing when the enemy retreated, they outflanked the enemy, concentrated artillery fire targeted key enemy positions. The officer meticulously detailed the combat methods and command strategies employed by this allied unit against the enemy that fateful night. Yet, as Li Yunlong listened to the familiar command patterns, a slight frown creased his brow. This was all too familiar to him, reminiscent of a precarious dance upon a tightrope, akin to something he had witnessed before. Nevertheless, he understood that such circumstances were unavoidable. A smaller force always danced on the edge of a knife when pitted against a larger one. However, the more he listened, the more he sensed something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yunlong unconsciously raised his hand. Li Yunlong, what do you wish to say? The commanding officer, noticing Li Yunlong's gesture, immediately halted the explanation and called upon him. Report. I would like to inquire if this group of Allied forces is a mix of Sichuan and Jinsui military uniforms. Li Yunlong stood up straight and spoke earnestly. The commanding officer's expression momentarily stiffened. Li Yunlong, what else do you know? Speak freely. The officer gestured for the staff to step aside, allowing Li Yunlong to take the floor. He was eager to learn more about this unit. Upon receiving the command, Li Yunlong stood tall, saluted, and gravely stated, Report. The first time I encountered them was during the breakout at Sanyan Ridge. At that time, they were a Sichuan unit of fewer than 20 men. With only 7 or 8 rifles among them, all Hanyang models, they managed to decisively engage a fully equipped enemy squad through their astute deployment of forces. Li Yunlong paused, organizing his thoughts before continuing, as that battle marked the beginning of his profound reflection. The meeting room erupted in a cacophony of chatter, as many exchanged incredulous remarks. It should be noted that this was a fully equipped enemy squad. During the breakout at Sanyan Ridge, the 772nd Regiment, stationed on the northern front, lost nearly 70% of its men to a mere 70 enemy soldiers, ultimately forced to abandon their position and retreat. Yet, this unit managed to overpower a detachment of 20 enemy soldiers with just a few rifles. Silence. Continue. The commanding officer rapped the table, the sound echoing within the command room. Li Yunlong paused briefly before resuming. The second encounter was on the eve of our major retreat, that very night, when their 20 men ambushed a detachment of 300 enemy soldiers, successfully dismantling their artillery positions before retreating. The third encounter occurred at Sanyan Ridge when we were surrounded by the Sokotter unit. This group, numbering over 30, stormed the enemy's command post under the cover of darkness. Their actions were undeniably exhilarating. They stationed several machine guns and mowed down 200 to 300 enemy reinforcements. It was precisely because of this that the new 1st Regiment found an opportunity to break through from the front, catching the enemy off guard and inflicting substantial casualties while sustaining minimal losses. As Li Yunlong spoke, he inadvertently infused a hint of personal pride into his account, showcasing his own achievements, which ignited a flurry of discussions throughout the meeting room. A 30-strong unit influencing the battle of an entire regiment, how did they manage to traverse the battlefield? Their judgment and control over the combat situation must be extraordinary. Their audacity is remarkable. 20 men daring to assault a detachment of 300 enemy soldiers, launching a surprise attack. Many commanders present found it hard to believe. The battle at Sanyan Ridge was a regiment-level engagement, yet a mere 30-man unit could sway the outcome of such a conflict. Many listeners appeared utterly astonished, as if they were hearing a legendary tale. Li Yunlong, stop with the frivolity. I have yet to account for your defiance on the battlefield. The commanding officer glared at Li Yunlong, who wore an innocent smile, causing him to instantly adopt a serious demeanor. The entire meeting room fell silent. The commanding officer, listening intently to Li Yunlong's descriptions, appeared increasingly grave. Had he not witnessed the battle at Yangtze with his own eyes, he would have struggled to fathom the veracity of Li Yunlong's claims. From the annihilation of an enemy squad by a mere 20 men, to the dismantling of the enemy's artillery positions, and finally, a 30-strong force turning the tide of a regiment-level battle, even locating the enemy's command post amidst the chaos of war. A seasoned commander like him was astounded. Such commanding prowess could transform the entire battlefield into a chessboard. With this unit's commander as the master strategist, their ability to assess, command, and control the battlefield was executed with remarkable finesse. Such combat capability was nothing short of the C-Armée de l'Armée. Commander, I must assert that I played a significant role in the Battle of Yangtze. Just as the meeting room settled into silence, Li Yunlong, who had been standing, spoke up softly. What contribution could you possibly claim from the clothing factory? Is your defiance on the battlefield a merit? Did the staff not mention that this unit's artillery fire was exceptionally precise, consistently neutralizing enemy strongpoints before launching assaults? That artilleryman is one of my new 1st Regiment personnel. I lent him to them for artillery training. As Li Yunlong spoke, he felt a surge of confidence. However, he also realized that the time for Juicy to return was drawing near, as his involvement in this unit had extended for quite some time. So, you have connections with this small contingent. The commanding officer quickly seized upon the crucial point, his gaze intent and penetrating as he regarded Li Yunlong. Chapter 39, Li Yunlong becomes the commander of the independent regiment. As the chill of late autumn settles in, wisps of white clouds scatter across their horizon like fish scales. In the cave dwellings of Dashir Bay, Li Yunlong stands upright, shedding his usual swagger. Li Yunlong, listen closely. The higher-ups have ordered you to take command of the new independent regiment. You better lead well, or if any insubordination occurs again, you will be summoned to face the consequences. Chen, the brigade commander, declares loudly, casting a stern glance at Li Yunlong. Li Yunlong, now standing at attention, responds with a resolute yes. Noticing Chen's silence, he quickly adds with a cheeky grin, "A brigade commander. I swear I will follow orders like Cheng the Blind from the 772nd Regiment and secure victories." His gaze shifts to a pack of cigarettes on the table, a smirk playing on his lips. "Don't even start. Is there anything you, Li Yunlong, are afraid to do?" "Brigade commander, that's not fair, I've turned over a new leaf." Li Yunlong insists, leaning closer with a sheepish smile. "Brigade commander, can we discuss something?" "State your business," Chen replies, arms crossed, eyeing Li Yunlong warily. He remains on guard against any of Li Yunlong's mischievous schemes, aware that one misstep could lead him into another of Li's traps. "Could we possibly transfer the 1st Company of the new independent regiment to our team? Get lost, don't dream. I want you to lead the troops, not bring them over." Chen interrupts before Li Yunlong can finish. "Then I want Zhang Dabiao and Sun Disheng from the 1st Company of the new independent regiment to join the independent regiment." "I'll take those too." Li Yunlong straightens his posture, his words imbued with determination, though his eyes dart cautiously towards Chen for any reaction. However, Chen remains silent, prompting Li Yunlong to glance at the commander, his eyes filled with anticipation. "Let it happen. Otherwise, this rascal might stir up more trouble," the commander remarks, casting a disapproving look at Li Yunlong before turning back to Chen. "Just those two. Make sure he vanishes from my sight," Chen grumbles, waving his hand dismissively at Li Yunlong. "All right, I'm off." Li Yunlong chuckles as he turns to leave the command center. "Commander, this rascal is just waiting here for me," Chen shakes his head in exasperation. "Enough, keep an eye on Li Yunlong and get the independent regiment back on its feet. This time, the losses have truly taken a toll. The enemy's combat strength remains formidable." A hint of resignation crosses the commander's face, acknowledging that the losses sustained by the independent regiment were not merely in numbers but had also dampened their morale. Thus, it is essential to have a wild commander like Li Yunlong to lift the team from despair. Simultaneously, the commander has been contemplating that small contingent of troops, genuinely desiring to integrate them into his ranks. "You're still thinking about that small unit, aren't you?" Chen teases with a smile. "Don't think I don't see through your intentions. If you can rally that unit, I'll grant you an additional regiment," the commander remarks with a sidelong glance, his tone sharp. "Just watch me," Chen responds, his eyes sparkling with determination as he thumps his chest in assurance. Outside Yang village, on the winding and rugged road, Li Yunlong gazes at the distant village, his eyes sharpening with focus. The sound of galloping hoofs echoes through the mountain paths as he frowns slightly, spotting several figures emerging around the corner. Before Li Yunlong can speak, one of them calls out first. "Old Li, fancy meeting you here. I heard you're heading to the independent regiment." Ding Wei, riding with a bundle on his back, greets him with a smile. "Speak plainly," Li Yunlong retorts brusquely, his mood sour as he recalls how the new independent regiment he had meticulously led had become a mere pawn for others. "Come on, we're from the same trench," Ding Wei brushes off Li Yunlong's attitude. "You think it's easy for me? Go check with headquarters. I brought the new independent regiment in good shape, while you just returned to enjoy the fruits of our labor." Ding Wei's words ignite Li Yunlong's temper like a lit fuse, and he begins to curse. "Fine, I knew you'd be irked. As an apology, I have a gift for you." "What kind of gift?" Li Yunlong's curiosity is piqued. "Have you heard of Wenjie Town?" "Spit it out already, don't beat around the bush," Li Yunlong snaps impatiently. Wanjiao Town recently received a battalion of enemy cavalry, and there's not a single Japanese soldier guarding the place, just those second-rate cavalrymen, Ding Wei whispers, his tone conspiratorial. Li Yunlong's eyes widen with excitement, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Ding Wei, care to stop by Yang village? He shifts from his previous indifference, now grinning at Ding Wei. Who would have thought you could change your tune so swiftly? Ding Wei jests, fully accustomed to Li Yunlong's capricious nature. Where's the lie in that? I still need to head to the new independent regiment. I shared the key intel with you, it's up to you to decide how to act, old Li. I'm off, Ding Wei says, preparing to mount his horse. Li Yunlong doesn't press him to stay, but his face beams as he calls out, if you get the chance, bring along Kong Erlingzi, and let the three of us gather for a chat. Watching Ding Wei ride away, Li Yunlong remounts his horse, murmuring to himself before setting off towards Yang village. A battalion of horses in Wanjiao Town, and they're just the enemy troops. Chapter 40. Return the man? No, we should relocate. Yang village, within a mud brick house. The room was rather small, furnished only with a bamboo mat on the kang and a simple four-corner table. Aside from a dilapidated cabinet, there was no other furniture in sight. Li Yunlong had just finished packing his belongings and was about to sit down when a familiar voice echoed from outside the door. Report, Captain Zhang Dabiao of the Independent Regiment's 1st Battalion has arrived. Upon hearing this voice, Li Yunlong immediately sat up on the kang and, with a sardonic tone, looked at the burly man before him. You certainly changed your tune quickly. Has Zhu Zi returned yet? Li Yunlong raised an eyebrow, pulled out a cigarette, and inquired of Zhang Dabiao. Zhu Zi had been gone for quite some time now, and even the elderly villagers at the village entrance should have learned how to fire artillery by now. Most importantly, he had just arrived at the independent regiment. Although he could only bring 2 generals, Zhu Zi was not in the new battalion, which did not constitute a breach of protocol. Commander, not yet, Zhang Dabiao replied as he took out a match from his pocket and began to light Li Yunlong's cigarette. As the smoke curled up, Li Yunlong's eyes brightened, and he spoke without hesitation. Take a few men and go to Lijier village to bring Zhu Zi back. During a meeting at headquarters, Li Yunlong had heard of the battle on the southern hillside of Yang village. He had personally gone to inspect the southern edge of Yang village. The numerous shell craters and impact points were all remarkably accurate, with each shell aimed at eliminating the enemy's firepower. Li Yunlong was well aware of Zhu Zi's proficiency in artillery, but it was evident that Zhu Zi's skills had improved, which piqued his interest. There was no need to mention Zhu Zi to the higher-ups. Such artillerymen were invaluable, and Li Yunlong was determined to bring him back. Understood. Zhang Dabiao did not linger, saluted, and then stepped outside. Lijier village, originally, Lin Qianchen was busy drawing maps and familiarizing himself with the surrounding conditions. However, upon receiving a piece of news, he paused momentarily, his gaze sharpening with alertness. Wang Jiantang informed him that Zhang Dabiao had arrived. Lin Qianchen instructed Wang Jiantang to bring him in while a flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. The first concern was whether Zhu Zi was at the station. Upon learning that Zhu Zi was not present and was instead out training with the artillery, Lin Qianchen felt a slight relief. Inside the mud brick house, on the table rested 2 cans. Captain Lin, we are diligently studying the battle in Yang village, Zhang Dabiao said with a smile, having consciously scanned the area on his way in. However, he noticed that Zhu Zi was absent from the village. Luck, nothing more. That is not mere luck, you are being modest, Captain Lin. Zhang Dabiao paused momentarily before continuing, Captain Lin, your men should all be adept in using mortars by now, correct? Some new brothers have joined, but many are still inexperienced. Lin Qianchen shrugged and pointed towards the window where several soldiers from Lijier village were training. Then there should be a fair number who can use them. Our commander has just arrived at the independent regiment and is in need of talent. Zhu Zi must return. Seeing Lin Qianchen's tone, Zhang Dabiao went straight to the point. Zhu Zi, no problem, after all, Zhu Zi is also Commander Li's man. Currently, Zhu Zi is out training. You should head back first, and I will send him back tomorrow morning. Lin Qianchen calmly placed the cans on the table in front of Zhang Dabiao. However, upon hearing this, Ding Jiarguo and Wang Jiantang exchanged glances, their expressions momentarily shifting. During the battle in Yang Village, they had witnessed Juse's precise mortar fire initially. At Sangyan Ridge, it took them 7 shells to bring down the enemy's command post. If they had failed to hit their target, capturing the command post would have been a triviality. Instead, they would have faced near annihilation, while in Yang Village, Juse operated the mortar with pinpoint accuracy, consistently striking the enemy's firepower positions. Losing such a talent would be a significant blow. There's no disbelief. Thank you, Captain Lin. We shall take our leave. Zhang Dabir finally nodded, a smile on his face. Wait, Wang platoon leader, retrieve a submachine gun and 300 rounds of ammunition for Captain Zhang. Let's support the reconstruction of the independent regiment. Without hesitation, Wang Jintang promptly exited, returning shortly with a submachine gun and 300 rounds of ammunition. I can't accept this, Captain Lin. You are too generous. We shall take our leave, Zhang Dabir said, reaching for the submachine gun. The soldiers behind him began to carry the ammunition boxes as they headed outside. Lin Qianchen smiled slightly and said, Captain Zhang, travel safely. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Zhang Dabir, cradling the submachine gun, could hardly contain his smile. Such generosity was rare, especially with the addition of 300 rounds of ammunition. Captain Lin truly knew how to treat people well. Zhang Dabir did not linger and departed Lajir village, returning to the independent regiment. It was only after his departure that Ding Jiaque emerged from behind the wall. Captain, we cannot let Juse be sent back. His precision strikes are crucial for our operations. Juse's few shells in Yang village allowed us to establish firepower dominance, Ding Jiaque stated, recalling how Juse had neutralized the enemy's firepower, enabling their own suppression from the mountain. Do you think I provided them with submachine guns and ammunition for no reason? Once you have rested sufficiently, gather the troops. Shoshanzi and I will conduct a reconnaissance, and upon our return, we will relocate. Lin Qianchen concluded, making his way toward the village exit. Understood. Understood. Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiaque exchanged a knowing glance, instantly grasping Lin Qianchen's intentions. Need personnel. Juse is not even in Lajir village. How can we retrieve him? In that moment, whether it was the desire to eliminate the enemy or to retain Juse to strengthen their forces, the entire Lajir village swiftly assembled under Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiaque's arrangements, preparing to set out. Yang village. Lower your weapons, step back. The enemy will not grant you the luxury of hesitation. They relish plunging their blades into your heart if your reactions are slower than theirs. Stab. Your training attitude must be serious. Do you not understand why you are referred to as though 60 men can inflict over 500 casualties upon you? It is a disgrace, utterly disgraceful. In a flat area of Yang village, the soldiers of the independent regiment commenced their training. Since Li Yunlong's arrival, his foremost task had been to train the independent regiment. A mere detachment, if thrust into battle, would undoubtedly lack the spirit and vigor required. The spirit that could not be summoned on the battlefield must be cultivated through rigorous training and provocative discourse. Standing on a small hill in Yang village, Li Yunlong's voice resonated far and wide, gradually igniting the fervor among the soldiers of the independent regiment. Commander, Commander. Turning around, Li Yunlong spotted Zhang Dabiao, who was equipped with a submachine gun, accompanied by several soldiers carrying ammunition boxes approaching his side. However, Li Yunlong paid no heed to Zhang Dabiao, instead surveying the surroundings. His expression quickly darkened with anger. Where is Juse? Commander, Captain Lin will return him tomorrow morning. When we arrived, he was not at the station. Juse was out training, Zhang Dabiao explained, then deftly handed the submachine gun to Li Yunlong, saying, this is the firearm used by the enemy that attacked Yang village. Do not underestimate its compactness. It packs a powerful punch. Where did this come from? Gifted by Captain Lin, along with 300 rounds of ammunition, to wish us success in rebuilding the independent regiment. Captain Lin seems to be a good man. He knows how to build rapport. Li Yunlong chuckled as he accepted the submachine gun, examining it closely, the metallic sheen glinting in the sunlight. As Li Yunlong toyed with the submachine gun, his smile broadened significantly. Commander, this could be. Do not even think about it. It is for the guard platoon. Li Yunlong anticipated Zhang Dabiao's intent and swiftly interrupted him. This, Juzi is not back yet, and I have yet to hold you accountable. When Juzi returns, bring him to me at once. With that, Li Yunlong disregarded Zhang Dabiao and continued directing the soldiers to carry on with their training. Do you see the weapon in my hand? The enemy used this to inflict 500 or 600 casualties upon you, yet in the hands of another elite unit, we left behind 34 corpses. Thus, you must train diligently, and mold yourselves into elites, so that one day, you can personally avenge this grievance. I, Li Yunlong, have never led cowards. I, Li Yunlong, will forever stand at the forefront of the battle against the enemy. So, if you wish to survive and seek vengeance, sweat here and spill your blood upon the enemy. Li Yunlong's voice reverberated once more, holding the submachine gun aloft, as the soldiers below trained with renewed vigor. Chapter 41, Li Yunlong, Commander Lin has shown an utter lack of decorum. As late autumn settled in, the air turned crisp, and the gentle breeze that once warmed the heart now carried a chilling bite. At this moment, Zhang Dabiao's heart mirrored the season, for he had awaited the return of Juzi all day to no avail. How is it that even the sentries have vanished? Zhang Dabiao had visited Li village twice, and on each prior occasion, he encountered 1 or 2 guards who halted his entry. Yet this time, as he neared the village entrance, no one stood to impede his approach. The eerie silence left him with an unsettling feeling, as they arrived beneath the great banyan tree at the village's edge, devoid of any figures. An ominous premonition gripped Zhang Dabiao, compelling him to hasten towards the room where he had previously met Commander Lin. However, upon entering the room, he found it entirely deserted. That damned Lin. He has taken Juzi and fled. Upon reaching the room, his foreboding thoughts were confirmed, prompting him to strike the wall in frustration. He had not anticipated that Lin Chen, who appeared so innocuous, would resort to such despicable actions. As Zhang Dabiao vented his anger, he noticed a letter-like object pinned down by a stone on the table. Clutching it as if it were a lifeline, he picked up the note with the last flicker of hope. After all, they were still within enemy territory, and he speculated that Lin Chen and his group might have encountered the enemy, necessitating their hasty retreat. This letter could very well be a hurried farewell left for him. Zhang Dabiao promptly unfolded the letter and began to read. To the Allied unit, having discovered new opportunities for warfare, time is of the essence. We shall commence our withdrawal. Should we meet again, we shall raise a toast together. Lin Chen. As he read the new content aloud, Zhang Dabiao's expression darkened, and he cursed under his breath. That son of a bitch Lin Chen, with his scholarly demeanor, has the audacity to pull such a trick. I had thought him an honorable man, but it appears he is merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhang Dabiao's grip on the letter tightened, his countenance growing increasingly grim. At that moment, the last shred of hope within him was utterly extinguished. Li Yunlong continued to lead his troops, maintaining the intensity of their training. However, by the next day, he sensed something amiss. Juzi had yet to return, and this development cast a shadow over Li Yunlong's demeanor. As the 3rd and 4th days passed, Li Yunlong's anxiety grew, and he found himself pacing the courtyard, frequently glancing toward the village entrance, awaiting Zhang Dabiao's return. Commander, this is dire. Zhang Dabiao burst into the room, breathless and agitated, his tone laced with frustration. That scoundrel Lin has taken Juzi and fled. Li village is completely deserted. I only found this letter inside. Zhang Dabiao, despondent, handed the note to Li Yunlong. Do you think I am illiterate? Read it, Li Yunlong roared, his foreboding suspicions materializing into grim reality. To the Allied unit. Having discovered new opportunities for warfare, time is of the essence. We shall commence our withdrawal. Should we meet again, we shall raise a toast together. Lin Chen. Zhang Dabiao recited the contents of the letter. Lin Chen, it seemed, intended to evade responsibility. No wonder he had presented a submachine gun to them before their departure. Reflecting on his earlier delight, Li Yunlong felt as though he had been made a fool. Damn it, this is the first time we've been so thoroughly duped, Li Yunlong cursed, his face flushed with indignation. When has anyone ever suffered such a loss? This group of retreating soldiers has shown a complete lack of decorum. Spread out and find them. I want to know where this batch of deserters has gone. Li Yunlong's voice thundered through the courtyard, and as he gazed at the letter in his hand, his fury mounted. And you, 2 machine guns and a submachine gun, and you were bought off so easily, what were you thinking? When I was in the new 1st Regiment, I taught you never to engage in losing ventures. And now, look, sold out, and still helping them count their gains. It's utterly foolish. Li Yunlong railed, his frustration boiling over as he tore the letter to shreds and discarded it in the courtyard. Finally, he stormed back into the room, leaving Zhang Dabiao standing rigidly in the yard, but it was not long before Li Yunlong's voice echoed from within. Zhang Dabiao, bring me the map of the area surrounding Yang village. Li Yunlong called out, his sole focus now on securing the horses from the battalion in Wenjie town, hoping to divert his mind from thoughts of Zhuzi. As his command echoed, Zhang Dabiao's figure reappeared in the room. Chapter 42, The War Machine of Wenjie town. In the dense forests to the northeast of Zhangyun Ridge, shadowy figures quietly emerged along the once tranquil mountain path. At the forefront of the formation, Lin Qianchen cautiously navigated through the mountains, leading his team with utmost care. Lin Qianchen slowly raised his right hand and whispered, "Rest in place." Upon hearing this, Wang Jintang immediately turned back to relay the command to the troops behind. This contingent of approximately 100 men significantly increased Lin Qianchen's burden compared to the previous smaller teams. A larger formation meant a heightened risk of detection. Although his visualized map encompassed a 10-kilometer radius, the associated risks had indeed multiplied. While relocating from Lejir village yesterday, Lin Qianchen, ever vigilant, had noted an intensely vivid red dot advancing at a startling speed on his visualized map. The roar of an aircraft engine overhead made it abundantly clear to him that it was a reconnaissance plane belonging to the enemy. Had they not been concealed within the thick forest, they likely would have suffered considerable losses. The previous day, the Yamamoto Special Forces had already incurred nearly 40 casualties, their experience growing closer to 5%. Furthermore, Lin Qianchen discerned that not only did eliminating commanders yield greater experience, but the elite status of the enemy troops also influenced this gain. Just a handful of enemy soldiers had provided him with a far more substantial increase than before. Squad leader, their SA town about 8 kilometers ahead, teeming with enemies, Xiao Shanzi reported, darting through the underbrush like a startled rabbit, his tone brimming with excitement as he approached Lin Qianchen. Lin Qianchen's eyes brightened slightly. The visualized map indicated a 10-kilometer range, but centered on him, he could effectively observe only a 5-kilometer radius. He and Xiao Shanzi swiftly departed, prompting Wang Jintang to wave his hand, signaling a few men to follow. "Stay safe," Wang Jintang urged in a hushed tone as he hurried after Lin Qianchen. Nearby, Li Weigua, observing the rapidly retreating figures, felt an inquisitive urge to sidle up to Ding Jiegui, who had just seated himself. "Ding, do you know where we are headed?" As Ding Jiegui settled in, he heard Li Weigua's inquiry. With the increase in personnel, the over 100 men had been divided into 3 squads. Wang Jintang was the leader of the first, Ding Jiegui led the second, while the third was under Lin Qianchen's direct command. Li Weigua, a soldier in the second squad, felt somewhat aimless in their advance and could not help but ask. "Just follow along," Ding Jiegui replied, sitting on a protruding rock, panting heavily. After a strenuous march while heavily laden, even his robust physique was showing signs of fatigue. "I'm mainly worried about running into the enemy," Li Weigua expressed with concern. The battle at Yang village had invigorated them, yet facing an enemy armed with superior equipment had left them feeling overwhelmed. Under Lin Qianchen's leadership, they had managed to suppress the enemy despite nearly equal numbers. However, the sudden relocation left them uncertain of their destination. Given the enemy aircraft presence yesterday, it was likely they were encroaching on enemy territory. "Rest assured, the squad leader knows what he is doing. Just follow orders and make the most of this break," Ding Jiegui advised calmly yet pointedly. While he too was oblivious to their destination, he trusted Lin Qianchen enough not to question further. Li Weigua pondered for a moment but chose not to inquire further, opting instead to rest, sensing that another fierce battle loomed ahead. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting warm rays upon the ground. After a considerable period of rest, sounds began to echo through the jungle, prompting Ding Jiegui to fix his gaze intently in that direction, recognizing familiar figures charging forth. "The squad leader has returned," Ding Jiegui exclaimed with a hint of delight. Li Weigua, who had been half asleep, opened his eyes at the sound. In the distance, several figures emerged, revealing Lin Qianchen and his reconnaissance team returning. Ding, the squad leader requests your presence, as well as yours, Li Weigua. Understood, Ding Jigua responded, quickly rising to dust off his trousers before hastening to follow. Li Weigua, momentarily taken aback, promptly followed suit. Upon reaching the front of the formation, Lin Qianchen was seen sketching lines on the ground using stones and twigs. With just a few strokes of the twigs and the arrangement of stones, Li Weigua immediately recognized the contours of the mountainous terrain, realizing it was a combat map. How professional! Li Weigua was taken aback once more, silently trailing behind Ding Jigua. Deep down, he understood that he had been summoned likely due to his performance in the previous battle. However, in such life-and-death moments, concealing one's capabilities was hardly an option. To do so could mean death for himself or his comrades, or worse, the people of Lejir village. Come over here, Lin Qianchen beckoned to Wang Jiantang and Ding Jigua, indicating they should stand beside the makeshift sand table. Ding Jigua regarded the sand table with a serious expression. He had encountered similar setups during his time at the 357th Regiment headquarters. Although this one appeared rudimentary, it clearly marked significant locations with stones of varying sizes, making it easy to comprehend. Squad leader, I didn't expect you to be adept at this, Ding Jigua remarked, pointing at the unevenly piled mounds of sand. I possess a variety of skills. Currently, we are situated here, Lin Qianchen said, directing a long stick toward a specific area on the sand table. He continued, Xiaoshanzi just returned with news that beneath this hill lies a town, one you all have operated near. Who among you can identify its location? Lin Qianchen quickly sketched the information Xiaoshanzi relayed onto the sand table, addressing the two men. Upon hearing this, both men turned their attention to the map. Wang Jiantang appeared somewhat puzzled, while Ding Jigua furrowed his brows in contemplation. Ding Jigua carefully shifted his position, scrutinizing the details. Moments later, he declared, Squad leader, I recognize this place. Speak, Lin Qianchen urged. Previously, our 357th Regiment was stationed at Wanjir town, but we retreated when the enemy launched an offensive, Ding Jigua replied, his expression tinged with anger. The notion that an entire regiment had to abandon Wanjir town merely due to a single enemy battalion's approach, without firing a shot, was a source of deep frustration for him, having endured such indignities more than once. Wanjir town, Lin Qianchen's brow furrowed slightly as his gaze fixed intently on a large stone on the map. Squad leader, Wanjir town lies deep within enemy territory, and I am uncertain how many troops are stationed there, Ding Jigua added, noting Lin Qianchen's contemplative demeanor. Lin Qianchen surveyed the visualized map. Wanjir town was 10 miles away, and he too lacked knowledge regarding the troop disposition within it. After careful consideration, he resolved to conduct a reconnaissance mission. Maintain silence and proceed forward, Lin Qianchen commanded. With that, Wang Jiantang rose, and the entire contingent sprang back into action. Chapter 43, The Route. What constitutes a route? On a hillside to the north of Wanjir town. What are your thoughts? Lin Qianchen lay on the crest of a hill, peering through binoculars at a distance. While observing, he supplemented his understanding with a visual map, noting numerous white dots within Wanjir town, which he deduced were predominantly composed of fake troops. Of particular concern to Lin Qianchen was a cavalry regiment of these faux soldiers, as he observed a significant number of horses being ridden in and out by them. Moreover, he noted the absence of any signs of the Japanese soldiers among them. What do you think? Lin Qianchen inquired, instinctively picking up a few small stones to sketch a rudimentary battle map. Beside him, Wang Jiantang hesitated to respond immediately, gazing through the binoculars with a furrowed brow as he pondered. Captain, do you really believe we can assault the city with our meager numbers? Ding Jigua's voice wavered slightly, yet he spoke up. After a brief pause, he continued, Captain, we have barely 100 men, and while Wanjir town is only garrisoned by foe troops, they appear to have at least one regiment. Furthermore, they are the defenders. Ding Jigua had unwavering faith in Lin Qianchen's command ability. However, historically, Sieges required a considerable numerical advantage, and in this instance, troop strength was crucial, alongside firepower and military competence. Even though the garrison in Wenjie consisted of fake soldiers, they were still equipped with the elite armaments of the Japanese. A frontal assault would inevitably result in significant casualties, and it was likely that reinforcements would arrive before they could seize the town, putting their mere 100 men in peril from a pincer attack. Captain, perhaps we should reconsider. I understand the allure of those horses, but even when Gentang, after much contemplation, began to offer counsel, although he recognized that Lin Qianchen was unlikely to launch a direct attack, he still wished to express his opinion. Just as the two men displayed their unease, Lin Qianchen remained unperturbed. After all, he had never intended to storm the city. Instead, he smiled slightly. It seems we are akin to a rout, do we not? Lin Qianchen's gaze sparkled as he fixed his eyes on Wenjie town. Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiegui exchanged glances, puzzled by his statement. What do you mean, Captain? Wang Jiantang asked, contemplating. If those second-rate soldiers were to see us as a band of routed troops, what might their reaction be? Lin Qianchen gestured towards Wenjie town with a branch, reiterating his point. His words, though casual, struck like thunder. The expressions of Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiegui transformed from confusion to clarity in an instant. Damn it, I understand. If those second-rate soldiers see a group of routed troops, they would undoubtedly be eager to engage in battle, seeking to gain merit. Ding Jiegui's eyes lit up, his gaze ignited with fervor. Captain, you want us to feign a rout to lure the enemy out. Wang Jiantang adjusted the position of his sword on his back. Lin Qianchen pointed to the location of Wenjie town on the map, frequently glancing up at the distant town. Our Sichuan army uniforms serve as a prestigious emblem in the northwest of Shaanxi. I believe when they see our Sichuan army attire, they will readily accept us as routed soldiers. Lin Qianchen fixed his gaze on Wang Jiantang, speaking candidly. He had no doubts about the other's courage. After spending considerable time together, he understood their personalities well. Among them, Wang Jiantang was arguably the least fearful of death. Viewing it with indifference, however, the factors influencing battle were numerous, and the Sichuan army was indeed a revered name in the northwest of Shaanxi. Wang Jiantang hesitated, but ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. This is the main gate of Wenjie town, but 3 kilometers from the gate, there lies a flat expanse, apart from the single path leading in. 3 sides are their cavalry will find no advantage here, and escape will be impossible. Lin Qianchen articulated his strategy while pointing at the map. An assault on the city was utterly unfeasible due to the potential for catastrophic losses, especially before their firepower was fully established. However, if they could set an ambush, the operational possibilities would increase significantly once those second-rate soldiers emerged. Who among you possesses commendable acting skills? Lin Qianchen. Ding, perhaps you could take the lead. Wang Jiantang suggested, frowning at Ding Jiegui. Oh, spare me, were you not also a part of the rout? Besides, the captain mentioned that in the northwest of Shaanxi, a Sichuan army's feigned retreat would be more convincing to the foe troops, Ding Jiegui retorted. After so many victories, I have grown somewhat out of practice. You can have my Sichuan army uniform. Just because you've grown out of practice doesn't mean I have. However, Ding Jiegui boisterously continued, having forgotten his own appearance as a routed soldier through a string of victories. He now saw himself as an eagle soaring in the sky rather than a beleaguered hound on the ground. As he spoke, Ding Jiegui's gaze flickered, turning to look behind him. Wang Jiantang's eyes brightened immediately, following Ding Jiegui's gaze to settle on Li Weigui. Weigui might just fit the bill. Wang Jiantang's tone became fervent. Li Weigui met the collective gaze of his comrades, his expression one of utter bemusement. An ersatz captain, a superficial platoon leader, and a Sichuan army platoon leader were all expecting him, a mere company commander, to masquerade as a routed soldier. It genuinely left him feeling a mix of indignation and absurdity. You're the one. Gather a few men to portray the routed troops, and ensure you embody the role convincingly, Lin Qianchen instructed without hesitation. Hearing this, Li Weigui felt a sense of resignation. After all, he was merely a private at present, and military orders were absolute. Ultimately, he nodded in acquiescence. Upon receiving his agreement, Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiegui's faces instantly brightened with radiant smiles as they began to impart their wisdom. Routed troops lack spirit, their demeanor should be dejected, their clothing tattered, they might even don ordinary civilian attire. No, no, no. Even as they march, our Sichuan army retains its spirit. Then perhaps you should take on the role. Ding, your words are quite the contradiction. I'm merely advising Li Weigua, however, I must say, you raise a valid point. Routed troops must embody the essence of a rout, devoid of any spirit. The two exchanged banter, guiding Li Weigua, which only deepened his sense of exasperation at being thrust into the spotlight. Chapter 44, Annihilation of a Puppet Army Camp, Wanjietown.at. The entrance of a modest inn, 3 or 4 soldiers clad in yellow uniforms casually loosened their belts as they swaggered down the steps. Sir, sir. Before the group could fully descend, a young attendant wrapped in a towel hurried after them. What do you want? Sir, you have accumulated quite a tab over the past few months. The innkeeper requests. Before the attendant could finish, one of the soldiers kicked out in anger. When did it become your place to speak? We agreed to settle up at the end of the year. Tell your innkeeper to stop being a killjoy. With that, they disregarded the attendant's protests and swaggered away. Captain, now that we've had our fill, I've heard that the daughter of the lame Cheng from Qingjiar Alley has returned from Pudong. They say she is quite the beauty, a short soldier whispered to the leader. Upon hearing this, the others tightened their belts again, exchanging lewd grins. However, just as they had taken a few steps, the sound of galloping hoofs echoed behind them. Get out of the way. Make way, make way. Captain, there is something amiss. The sound of hooves became increasingly distinct, trampling countless stalls along the way. Yet, such brazen behavior met with no resistance. The townsfolk could only resign themselves to misfortune, for a beating was the least of their worries. One could easily end up disposed of in the wilderness. What is happening? The tall, lean man at the forefront turned around. A soldier dismounted from his horse. Captain, it seems we've discovered a group of routed troops 5 kilometers away. Routed troops. At the mention of these words, Jiao Changfu's eye sparkled with interest. Routed troops meant a lack of fighting capability, and a lack of fighting capability promised sure military merit. Are you certain? Absolutely, they are wearing uniforms of the Jinsui army, as well as those of the Sichuan army. What are the Sichuan army doing here? Recently, during a large-scale encirclement, a contingent of the Sichuan army was defeated and scattered. Are you certain you didn't misidentify them as the Sichuan army? I am absolutely certain. Let us go, gather the men. Jiao Changfu's gaze turned cold, his face breaking into a radiant smile. The appearance of the Sichuan army here indicated a high probability that they were indeed routed troops, at least 90% certainty. This is all a matter of military merit. On the small city wall of Wanjiao town, Jiao Changfu, panting after his arrival, raised his telescope to survey the scene. Captain, the lookout spotted this group of routed troops several miles away, but it seems that upon discovering Wanjiao town, they immediately changed direction. They must indeed be the Sichuan army. They are unfamiliar with this area. It appears they are in a state of panic, likely a disorganized retreat. A soldier stood beside Jiao Changfu, reporting. I'm not blind, Jiao Changfu retorted, holding the telescope, slightly winded from the rapid pace. Sichuan army, Jinsui army, 1, 2, 4, 7, Jiao Changfu began counting the routed soldiers visible through his telescope. Although they were routed, some still wielded weapons, mostly Hanyang rifles, with a few unarmed. Damn it, it's been a while since we arrived in Wanjiao town, and finally, a good opportunity presents itself. After scrutinizing the soldiers' weaponry and numbers, Jiao Changfu exclaimed with excitement. All units assemble. It is time to show the High Command the capabilities of our cavalry battalion. Jiao Changfu declared loudly. Yes. With Jiao Changfu's command, the assembly call rang out across Wanjiao town. Within minutes, the troops were ready. Report to the Imperial Army. We have discovered a force in Wanjiao town attempting to sabotage the roads. We have decided to eliminate this force. After delivering this message, the telegrapher sent the report. Once the communication was complete, Jiao Changfu stepped out of the telegraph room, waved his hand, mounted his horse, and led the cavalry out of the town. their steeds galloping at full speed, raising clouds of dust along the official road. A large contingent of cavalry, armed with firearms, raced forward. Before long, Jiao Changfu spotted the routed troops, who were scattering in panic, and couldn't he help but laugh heartily, his eyes gleaming with excitement. On a hillside, from a vantage point, Lin Qianchen revealed a hint of a smile on his youthful face. The appearance of the Sichuan army here meant either deserters or routed forces. While the 8th Route Army might pose a challenge, in the northwestern region of Shaanxi, defeated Sichuan troops were a golden opportunity. Lin Qianchen had not anticipated that his studies in psychology would prove useful here. Have Chuzi seal that exit. The 1st platoon will guard Wang Zhentang's position, the 2nd platoon will provide fire support from the heights, and the 3rd platoon will account for the fleeing soldiers. Be careful not to harm our own. As the wind brushed against his face, Lin Qianchen stood atop the highest peak, surveying the approaching enemy troops below. Fire! With Lin Qianchen's command, a muffled boom of a mortar echoed through the air. The hill at the entrance erupted in an explosion, causing the horses to panic to varying degrees, while the gunfire from all directions rendered the situation uncontrollable. As the cannon fire rang out, a barrage of gunfire followed. There were bolt-action rifles, submachine guns, Hanyang rifles, and the crack of assault rifles, a cacophony of noise. Startled by the cannon fire, the horses bolted in all directions. Numerous soldiers had already fallen to the ground, and after 3 to 4 minutes of sustained shooting, Lin Qianchen glanced down at the mountain pass and waved his hand. A familiar sound reverberated throughout the valley. The charge. Kill, try not to harm the horses. Ding Jiaguo roared as he stepped down from the embankment. In an instant, behind Ding Jiaguo, dozens of figures surged forth like bamboo shoots after a rain, raising their rifles and charging ahead. Their momentum was like a torrent, rushing downwards. Amidst the billowing smoke, silhouettes of soldiers emerged, their long rifles resembling scythes of death, seeking retribution against the enemy. These devils are trying to flee. Open fire, don't let a single one escape. According to the company commander's orders, we'll swap into the enemy's uniforms and enter the city at the first opportunity. Let us show our Sichuan army's might. Let us not allow the other platoons to look down on us. Wang Zhentang, stationed at the exit, continuously fired his submachine gun. Each burst felled a cluster of foes. From the moment the first shell fell from that position, the battle had been a comprehensive rout. The encircled soldiers had no idea where the gunfire was coming from, they only knew that it seemed to be coming from all directions. The entire engagement lasted less than 10 minutes, swift in its onset and even swifter in its conclusion. The defeated Sichuan army's presence in northwestern Shaanxi had completely misled their opponent's judgment. Chapter 45, The sound of hooves approaches, the flags of death fly high. The gunfire and cannon blasts suggest that more lives are about to be lost. Focus on yourself and gather your belongings quickly. This world is truly unstable. It is we, the common folk, who live in constant fear. I have decided to retreat to the mountains for safety. Indeed, take the case of Cheng Chuzi from Cheng Family Alley. First, his home was ransacked by the Japanese devils, and recently, he was brutally beaten to death by the second devils after a drinking spree. It was a horrific sight, and it seems they are waiting for his daughter to return to collect his remains, intending to send them to a brothel. If she encounters them, it would be better for her to perish. Lower your voice, it appears the second devils are returning. On the streets of Wanjiao town, the moment gunfire erupted, all the shops had hastily shut their doors. Some, slower to react, were still packing while murmuring among themselves. Upon witnessing the gathering of the second devils, only a few scattered citizens could be seen rushing home. In a narrow alley, a figure clad in coarse cloth, with a face marred by grime, hurriedly navigated the shadows, rendering their gender indiscernible. Yet, their youthful stature was evident, the dirt-smeared visage revealed eyes swollen and red, glistening with tears, filled with a burning hatred. The scene that greeted her upon returning home shattered her tender spirit. Her father's corpse, infested with maggots, exuding a foul stench throughout the yard, and those remnants of what was once her home now stripped bare. From a distance, as she gazed upon her father's lifeless body, she ceased to be the cherished flower. She dared not approach, for the moment she received the news, an unsettling premonition had gripped her. That haunting vision ignited within her a torrent of hatred, not only for her enemies but also for the invading Japanese who had so callously invaded her home. Clop clop, clop clop, a cacophony of hoofbeats echoed down the street. In the alley, Cheng Tinjing quickly lowered her head, seeking refuge in the shadows, yet, moments later, a barrage of gunfire erupted. The shooting commenced with rapid intensity and ceased just as swiftly, only to resume again. Cheng Tinjing, concealed within the alley, felt a flicker of confusion. After all, the sound of gunfire in Wanjie town could only signify one thing: an assault was underway. She pulled the coarse cloth further down over her head, gripping her hands tightly, and cautiously peered outside. A group of men clad in the uniforms of the Second Devils could be seen, guns in hand, indiscriminately firing upon a few fleeing soldiers. A betrayal within their ranks. Cheng Tinjing's immediate instinct led her gaze to a flag, emblazoned with the stark character for death. Kill. Do not let these beasts escape. A line of men, follow me to the Second Devil's warehouse. Wang Jiantang, mounted upon his steed, rallied his comrades after dispatching the Japanese remnants in the town, directing them swiftly towards the warehouse. Upon their arrival, they were met with tightly shut doors. Squad leader, some of the Second Devils have fled. If they have escaped, so be it. Our objective is to empty this army. Wang Jiantang dismounted, forcefully kicking open the warehouse door. Inside, an array of weapons and supplies dazzled his eyes. Darniu, take 5 men to stand guard and mitigate any risks. The rest, hasten to load everything we can onto the horses. Wang Jiantang leaped down and entered the warehouse. Quickly now, the company commander awaits us outside. As he spoke, his own movements quickened. In the shadows of the distant alley, Cheng Tinjing observed Wang Jiantang's every action, the sight of the flag sending shockwaves through her. She could read, and at this proximity, the words were vividly clear. In times of national peril, the Japanese devils are ferocious. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. I do not wish for you to fulfill filial duty in proximity. I only hope for your loyalty to the nation. Beneath the sun, each flutter of the flag stirred Cheng Tinjing's heart and footsteps. The image of her father lying in a pool of blood made her acutely aware of the harshness of this world. She found herself entranced by the sight of the flag. Just an hour ago, she had witnessed the assembly of the Second Devils. She knew there were hundreds of them, yet, from the moment they left to the arrival of these soldiers in the town, scarcely an hour had passed. This indicated that the entire skirmish had lasted less than half an hour, resulting in the annihilation of nearly 200 to 300 Second Devils. Cheng Tinjing was not naive. Even if this group of Second Devils lacked combat prowess, they were still cavalry, armed with Japanese equipment. Squad leader, there are some mountain cannons that we cannot transport. Prepare some grenades. Blow them up, leaving nothing for the Japanese. Without hesitation, Wang Jiantang commanded. How much have we collected? Placing a box of ammunition upon his horse, Wang Jiantang inquired. 6 machine guns, over 100 rifles, with ammunition in several boxes. Squad leader, I managed to secure several boxes of canned beef. Squad leader, I have 3 boxes of mortar shells. I even acquired a mortar. And I have 4 boxes of sweet potato bombs. As Wang Jiantang's words fell, a chorus of voices from behind echoed in affirmation. Their horses were now laden with spoils. Quickly gather yourselves. Prepare to withdraw lest we be trapped by the Japanese. Wang Jiantang shouted, as boxes of supplies were hastily loaded onto the horses. The warehouse, save for a few heavy weapons, was now nearly emptied. Chapter 46, Death at the Hands of the Puppet Army. Originating from the Japanese invaders, Wanjie town. In a dim alley outside the warehouse of the puppet soldiers, Cheng Tinjing's gaze was fixed on the flag fluttering in the sunlight. Upon receiving the news of her father's demise, she returned from Pudong, intending to join her classmates from Pudong in the 8th Route Army to resist the Japanese invaders in northwest Shaanxi. However, along the way, she became separated due to the chaos of war. In such tumultuous times, locating her classmates proved to be an almost insurmountable challenge. At that moment, as she beheld the figure clad in the uniform of the puppet army, perhaps the sight of the death flag instilled a sense of trust in her, prompting her to step forward unconsciously. Who goes there? The vigilant Danu immediately questioned, spotting the approaching shadow. Wang Jiantang, having finished packing and preparing to leave, swiftly turned his head, his gaze landing on the figure before him. The face bore some smudges, yet the eyes were strikingly beautiful. However, he discerned an unmistakable hatred within them, one that was evidently not directed at them. Wang Jiantang restrained the muzzle of Danu's gun, but his eyes remained cautiously fixed on Cheng Tinjing. I wish to enlist. Without waiting for Wang Jiantang to respond, the girl boldly declared. Miss, war is no child's play. We are not currently recruiting women. Wang Jiantang furrowed his brow slightly, recognizing that the individual before him was clearly disguised. It was difficult to discern without a closer inspection, yet standing right in front of him, he could vaguely perceive her youth. In the blood-soaked battleground, Wang Jiantang truly believed that such a perilous environment was ill-suited for a young woman. The rise and fall of the nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Historically, Mulan disguised herself as a man to take her father's place in the army. In this new era, why should I not serve my country and protect my home? Cheng Tinjing met his gaze unwaveringly, exhibiting not an ounce of retreat. In Wanjie town, all those she once held dear had returned to dust. In this harsh world, with the vast expanse before her and the enemy's invasion at hand, she found herself with nowhere to turn. Perhaps she could seek a position in Pudong, living in a state of mere survival. Or perhaps, like her mother, she could head to the mountain city, yet such a prospect would not bring her peace of mind. With her father brutally slain and their family estate seized by the puppet soldiers, she could not idly stand by as similar tragedies unfolded. Wang Jiantang's brow furrowed further, but she spoke again. The flag you bear signifies a refusal to fulfill filial piety in the face of the enemy. I wish to be loyal to my nation. My father died at the hands of the puppet army, stemming from the Japanese invaders. If he were to know from the underworld, he would surely support my fight against the Japanese. Cheng Tinjing pointed to the death flag, her eyes filled with determination. Wang Jiantang, once a young teacher in Sushan, who wielded a ruler to educate the youth, now found himself grasping cold steel. After a moment of silence, he neither agreed nor outright refused. Follow closely. Wang Jiantang gestured, preparing to return and consult with Lin Qianchen for a decision. Cheng Tinjing nodded earnestly in response. However, Wang Jiantang did not engage her further, instead turning his attention to a row of soldiers behind him. Darniu, Changxing, you two stay back. Blow up everything in the warehouse before retreating. Understood. After mounting his horse, Wang Jiantang glanced at Cheng Tinjing, his brow still creased. I can ride. I have done so at school. Cheng Tinjing perceived Wang Jiantang's hesitation. In an instant, she donned her protective gear and leaped onto the horse's back. Let us go. With Wang Jiantang's command, the group began to depart Wanjie town, laden with their belongings. As they left, a resounding explosion echoed from the direction of the warehouse, 0.6 miles from the main gate of Wanjie town, on the slope of a mountain. It seems that squad leader Wang and squad leader Ding have returned. A soldier on guard, spotting Wang Jiantang and his party from a distance, relayed the news to Lin Qianchen with excitement. At that moment, Lin Qianchen was keenly observing the situation on the visual map, relieved to note the absence of enemy reinforcements. However, having just secured a batch of horses, their movements could not proceed as before along the thorn-laden mountain paths. While their mobility had improved, the difficulty of remaining concealed had risen sharply, thus Lin Qianchen exercised utmost caution. Quickly clean up the battlefield, strip the puppet soldiers of their thin cotton uniforms, and burn all unnecessary items. Lin Qianchen rubbed his hands together, feeling the chill of the encroaching cold weather, emphasizing his orders. As the temperature gradually dropped, winter in the north was indeed harsh. With Lin Qianchen's command issued, the ground below the mountainside erupted into a flurry of activity. Chapter 47. Li Weiguer, let those who wish to act the coward do so. Li Weiguer removed his Sichuan army uniform, his gaze fixed intently on the returning comrades, whose faces were alight with smiles. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of dread, not for his brothers enduring hardships, but for those relishing a life of luxury. Seated upon a stone, he listened to the voices of Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiegua nearby. Ding, what were the casualties? Wang Jiantang inquired, dismounting with urgency. Ding Jiarguo clapped a hand on Wang Jiantang's shoulder, retorting, Do you truly underestimate me? Back when we faced off against the Japanese elite, we held our ground, inflicting significant losses. Those cowardly devils fled at the sound of gunfire, unable to steady their weapons. As Ding Jiarguo sheathed his rifle, he glanced at the returning troops and curiously asked, So, did you manage to scavenge anything of worth in Wanjiar town? Nothing out of the ordinary. Just a few subpar rifles and some ammunition. No treasures, though we did acquire another mortar, Wen Jintang replied, shaking his head. Since when did you become so picky? You wouldn't understand, all I desire now is to obtain a Japanese regiment flag from my collection. You have no idea that the last one I captured is still being used as a cover in logistics, Wang Jiantang chuckled, envisioning its future use as a footrest. The company commander doesn't fancy Japanese blades. Didn't he give you a Japanese officer's sword? I saw it had gilded embellishments, Ding Jiarguo interjected, drawing closer. Even if the captain gifted it to me, I wouldn't accept it. If he finds it unnecessary, why should I? When it comes to close combat, our own sabers are far superior, Wang Jintang waved dismissively, expressing his lack of interest in the sword, which he merely viewed as a potential trophy. Indeed. The two conversed with laughter, having successfully annihilated an entire company of the enemy without sustaining any casualties themselves, which naturally brought them joy. After dismounting, Zheng Tinjing, who had taken it upon herself to assist in transporting weapons and equipment, paused upon overhearing their exchange. Suppressing the Japanese, Zheng Tinjing recalled how she had become separated from her classmates during a sweep in a village while joining the 8th Route Army. She had heard tales of the Japanese's combat prowess. Around 60 of them had decimated an entire regiment of the 8th Route Army. Tragically, she later learned that over 100 civilians and 400 soldiers had perished in that village. Yet now, the battlefield was strewn with the corpses of the enemy. When the Japanese had gathered in Wanjiar town, she had witnessed firsthand the presence of 200 to 300 soldiers, and now they all lay defeated before her. Joy and sorrow coexisted, however. It was Li Weiguo who bore the weight of melancholy. Seated on the stone, he listened to the banter of his comrades, his eyes drifting to his tattered shoes, which had developed a gaping hole, his expression marred by discontent. While others revelled in the thrill of victory, he had played the part of the retreating soldier, pursued by the puppet troops. Why should he bear the brunt of the labour and toil, only to find that by the time he grasped a weapon, the battle had already concluded? Damn it! This life is unbearable, Li Weiguo cursed as he removed his ruined shoes. Nearby, Xiao Hai, brimming with excitement, brandished a box of ammunition. Commander, just now, after seeing my marksmanship, Captain Ding awarded me 100 rounds and even gifted me a top-quality rifle. Commander, I just took down 16 of those devils. This battle was exhilarating, but firing a machine gun was even more thrilling. It felt like harvesting wheat. I'm tempted to become a machine gunner. Before Xiao Hai could finish, Li Weiguo shot him a cold glare, ordering, "Get lost." Xiao Hai, momentarily taken aback by the commander's ire, suddenly recalled something. Commander, why not reveal our true identities? This way, we could directly engage in battle instead of merely acting as the retreating force, he suggested in a low voice. At these words, Li Weiguo's eyes flickered with interest. He had contemplated this notion himself. If he were to return to the Jin army, he would much prefer to remain with this unit. After all, they were genuinely fighting the Japanese, capable of confronting the enemy head-on. Li Weiguo thought of Ding Jiarguo and Wang Jiantang, one a squad leader, the other a second squad leader, charging into battle with fervor, stirring a longing within him. Even Xiao Hai, who had joined alongside him, had secured a higher standing within the unit due to his sharpshooting skills. He was weary of playing the part of the retreating soldier. Li Weiguo murmured to himself, his resolve gradually solidifying. Chapter 48. When venturing out, one's identity is self-assigned. In a cavern situated 10 miles outside of Wanjiar town, within the northwestern region of Jin, such caves are plentiful. Let us take a moment to regroup here. With Lin Qianzhen's words, a contingent of approximately 100 began to lead their horses into the cave, a total of over 200 fine steeds. Some of the injured horses were swiftly dismembered on the spot, their meat brought back to enhance the rations. The cave not only provided concealment but also boasted a spacious interior, roughly the size of 4 to 5 football fields, and featured a hidden river within its depths. These discoveries had been unearthed by Xiao Shanzi and relayed to Lin Qianchen. Beside a massive rock formation within the cave, Li Weiguo, after ushering in several horses, leaned against the rocky wall. At that moment, he retrieved a bundle from his belongings acquired in Lijier village, his expression laden with gravity. Captain Xiao Hai, struggling to manage 2 horses as he traversed a rugged path, understood all too well why Li Weiguo was in such a foul mood. Who would willingly play the part of a defeated army, especially when witnessing others with their weapons blazing? The disparity was stark. Thus, when Xiao Hai observed Li Weiguo unveil the military uniform, his eyes flickered with a mix of hope and intensity. "Captain, you can't possibly be intending to..." Xiao Hai's gaze sharpened, his eyes alight with fervor as he looked at Li Weiguo. Within this squad, the highest rank was merely that of a company commander, and according to the captain, even that rank was somewhat inflated. "Captain, you don't mean to assert your identity and incorporate them?" Xiao Hai queried, his brow furrowing slightly as he regarded Li Weiguo, who held the military attire. "When one ventures beyond their familiar surroundings, one's identity is self-assigned," Li Weiguo declared, patting the uniform. Moments later, fully clad in military garb, he adjusted his collar and solemnly proclaimed, "How could I possibly diminish my own standing?" His words momentarily stunned Xiao Hai, who had been wavering in his thoughts, although his expression still bore uncertainty. "Captain, are you attempting a coup?" Xiao Hai's brow knitted in concern. From a strategic standpoint, it was somewhat unflattering to say that he overshadowed Li Weiguo. "Hurry and get dressed, I am to assume the role of captain," Li Weiguo commanded, striding purposefully towards Lin Qianchen. Observing this, Xiao Hai resigned himself to follow, knowing that should discord arise, he could at least temper the situation somewhat. "Captain, we have successfully acquired 263 horses," Wang Jintang reported, approaching Lin Qianchen with an account of the gathered resources. Following closely behind, Ding Jiegua presented a detailed list to Lin Qianchen. Listening intently, Lin Qianchen nodded and remarked, "Horses that fell to stray bullets shall be added to our comrades' rations." "Excellent, it has been far too long since we enjoyed a drink together, this time we must indulge a little." Wang Jintang's eyes brightened, a beaming smile spreading across his face. Ding Jiegua, witnessing this enthusiasm, readily concurred, "Indeed, we must partake in some revelry tonight." As the trio engaged in conversation, 2 figures emerged from the distance, capturing the attention of Lin Qianchen and his companions. Clad in deep grey military attire, with firm strides and a serious demeanor, Li Weiguo approached steadily, followed closely by Xiao Hai, resembling a dutiful aide. Ding Jiegua, recognizing the insignia on Li Weiguo's uniform, instantly identified him as a company commander, having served in the Jinswei army. Lin Qianchen's expression reflected confusion, unable to decipher Li Weiguo's intentions, especially as he noted Xiao Hai's serious countenance, which drew his gaze back to Li Weiguo. At that moment, Xiao Hai was consumed by a singular thought. If a confrontation were to arise, where would he stand? Filled with a desire to rein in Li Weiguo, he found himself at a loss as Li Weiguo stepped forward. "Commander, Company Commander Li Weiguo reporting for duty." Li Weiguo saluted, executing his actions with precision, devoid of hesitation. Xiao Hai stared blankly at Li Weiguo, eyes wide in disbelief. When venturing out, is identity truly self-assigned? His expression froze, shock evident as he gazed at the recently saluted Li Weiguo, realizing the implication of the captain's earlier words. Not only was Xiao Hai bewildered, but Wang Jintang and Ding Jiegua, who had just been relaying information, were equally taken aback, their gazes fixed on Li Weiguo standing before Lin Qianchen. Lin Qianchen's demeanor was one of sheer astonishment, clearly recognizing the pathway to Li Weiguo's rapid ascension. However, the leap from company commander to regimental commander seemed rather excessive, especially considering the contingent numbered merely over 100. If he were to be a regimental commander, it would be rather paltry indeed. A regimental commander with a mere 100 subordinates, with a Jinswei army company commander, a Jinswei army company leader, and a Sichuan army platoon leader. Lin Qianchen's lips twitched involuntarily, momentarily pausing as he pondered inwardly. This arrangement appeared rather akin to a ragtag army, yet, Faced with Li Weiguo's earnest intent to join, Lin Qianchen had no grounds to refuse. Chapter 49, The Three False Camp Commanders and the Debate of the 1st Battalion. In late autumn, the air was slightly cool and the wind was still. A cave situated 10 miles outside Wanjie town, the day after Li Weiguo revealed his identity, Lin Qianchen was still adjusting, but Li Weiguo was adapting at an astonishing pace. Commander, you must acclimate to your position. As the commander of the 1st Battalion, having only a handful of men is simply unsustainable, Li Weiguo remarked, organizing some ammunition by type, perched on a stone beside Lin Qianchen, his tone laced with exasperation. Commander, while I may not acknowledge Li Dogs's claim as the 1st Battalion commander, I do believe our regiment indeed needs to expand, Wang Jiantang noted as he recorded the quantity of ammunition, reiterating, for instance, our 1st platoon should naturally be elevated to battalion status. Commander, do not heed the nonsensical prattle of these two. Our 1st Battalion's numbers should align with those of the Jinsui Army. Given my prior affiliation with a larger contingent in the Jinsui Army, the 1st Battalion rightfully belongs to us. We are the elite battalion of the regiment, Ding Jiegui interjected, leaning closer with a grin plastered across his round face. However, his words echoed loudly, reverberating even 10 miles away as if a tally was being reckoned. Enough, enough, you have no say in this matter, Li Weiguo retorted, having spent enough time with Ding Jiegui to forego any pretense, his eyes betraying undisguised disdain. You brat, you did not speak to me in such a tone back in our 2nd platoon. Do not forget, it was I who suggested you play the part of the defeated army. Ding Jiegui shot back with a sardonic tone. Upon hearing this, Li Weiguo's expression darkened, his voice rising a notch. Then I must truly thank you, Captain Ding. Captain Ding, captain of the 2nd Battalion, do keep your discussion civil, Wang Jiantang chimed in, stoking the flames of discord. Wang, why are you siding with them? Would it not be better for you to simply fulfill your role as the 1st platoon leader? You are indispensable in our missions against the enemy, Ding Jiegui countered sharply. In that moment, the three engaged in a lively exchange of opinions regarding the position of the 1st Battalion. Though their numbers were few, the 1st Battalion signified the strongest combat capability. Wang Jiantang, being the earliest to align with Lin Qianchen, was reluctant to concede the position. Meanwhile, Ding Jiegui, having joined even earlier than Li Weiguo, held similar sentiments. While Li Weiguo felt assured of his claim, having self-appointed his identity, he was determined not to be relegated to the status of the defeated army. Seated on the stone, Lin Qianchen observed the trio's spirited debate with a hint of helplessness. Have you ever encountered a commander without 100 men in formation? Do we not possess a modicum of awareness about our situation? Lin Qianchen interjected, a touch of resignation in his voice. He held no formal command structure, and it was crucial to acknowledge that he was not even a bona fide platoon leader. The distinction between platoon and company leaders was minimal. While the title of commander might deceive those unfamiliar with the Jinsui Army's military prowess, it would quickly unravel in the presence of seasoned regular army leaders. Nevertheless, Lin Qianchen was not inclined to refuse the advantages that came with such an identity. Although encountering regular troops posed the risk of exposure, the benefits of this identity, such as recruiting more personnel, engaging in larger-scale operations, and vanquishing more enemies, were substantial. Despite the impropriety of his title, Lin Qianchen's words compelled the three to fall silent, their respect for his unparalleled command capabilities evident. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qianchen spoke, "Now that our forces have sufficiently regrouped, what are your thoughts on our future development?" With an identity established and ample supplies at hand, it was feasible to equip not just a battalion but an entire regiment. It was indeed time to deliberate on the expansion of their ranks and devise a strategic plan for future endeavors. We should seize the enemy's arms depot. With superior equipment, we could attract more recruits. Once armed, our 1st Battalion could indeed gather a larger following. Commander, you would truly become the legitimate commander of a fully staffed regiment. With such military strength, what was once false would become reality. As soon as Lin Qianchen finished speaking, Wang Jiantang eagerly chimed in. Since their raid on the enemy's warehouse in Wanjie town, he had developed a keen interest in pillaging, the sight of gleaming weapons always igniting his excitement. With so few men, how can we possibly achieve that? It would be tantamount to sending ourselves to the slaughter. Before Wang Jiantang could finish, Li Weiguo's voice rang out. I shall oversee the 1st Battalion. You lack the experience to manage so many soldiers. This responsibility rests with me. Li Doxi, how can you presume to know our capabilities? Back in the Jinsui Army's 357th Regiment, I commanded 2 battalion-level engagements. I propose we first consolidate our ranks, merging the 1st and 2nd platoons into a single battalion, with me leading the training. I possess a unique talent for training soldiers. In the past, I successfully trained the villagers of Lejir village. Observe our recent battles, they have never faltered. These victories are my handiwork. Ding Jiaguo proclaimed with pride, only to be met with immediate rebuttal from Li Weiguo. The men from Lejir village are no weaklings. They come to fight the enemy with a vengeance. Our Sichuan army is no slouch either. Should you continue this way, you must know I still bear wounds from combat. Do you see the scar on my abdomen that was left by a knife during close quarters with the enemy? The soldier who inflicted it lies buried beneath a mound of grass. Once again, the trio fell into heated argument, but the tone had shifted dramatically. After a moment of reflection, Lin Qianchen interrupted their bickering. Enough, there are several villages nearby. Devise a plan to recruit more personnel. The one who attracts the most capable fighters and conducts effective training shall command the 1st Battalion, while those with lesser capabilities will be relegated to the 2nd Battalion, and so forth. As soon their gazes met, and they spoke in unison, brimming with enthusiasm. Agreed. Fair? Understood. Chapter 50, A Cruel History, Hard to Bear. This is far more appetizing than those canned meats from the enemy. Do not underestimate the prowess of our Sichuan troops when it comes to outdoor barbecues. If only we had some liquor at this moment. Alas, we cannot indulge ourselves fully. Merely sampling the delicacies is a pity. A bonfire blazed brightly within the cave, its flames vigorous and free of unnecessary smoke. Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiaguo were engaged in conversation. The tantalizing aroma of roasted horse meat wafted throughout the cavern. About 100 men gathered, each with a generous bowl of horse meat and some coarse grains before them, alongside a modest supply of seized liquor. Wang Jiantang picked up a large piece of horse meat with a twig. As he clutched it, the meat was tender and elastic, its fragrance intoxicating. A bite revealed its scalding heat, yet it brought Wang Jiantang immense satisfaction. From the days of consuming plain flour while bearing a nearly rusted Hanyang rifle, to now savoring warm horse meat while wielding a submachine gun on the battlefield against the enemy, the flavor lingered on his palate. The only downside is the lack of fat. It's all lean meat. If only there were more grease. Ding Jiaguo remarked as he picked up a piece of horse meat. Be grateful. If you were with the Jinsui army, would there even be anything for you to eat? Li Weiguo countered from the side. Li Weiguo then raised a makeshift cup crafted from bamboo, lifting it in a toast. Commander, I raise a glass to you, he said, directing his gesture towards Lin Qianchen, who sat nearby. A toast to the commander. Ding Jiaguo immediately echoed, lifting his own cup. A toast to the commander. Wang Jiantang added without further ado, raising his bamboo cup in unison. Lin Qianchen, observing the trio's actions, chuckled and raised his own cup in response, saying, "Let us drink together." With that, they all downed their drinks in one go. Next time, I will surely bring back more liquor for you, Commander, Ding Jiaguo declared, thumping his chest. After finishing his drink, Ding Jiaguo began to speak boisterously. First, let us recruit more men. Li Weiguo has already enlisted more than 20. Wang, why do you constantly undermine my efforts? Haven't you only recruited a handful yourself, hardly different from mine? I have not. Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiaguo playfully bantered. The noise and laughter from their camaraderie echoed throughout the cave. Meanwhile, Zhang Tinjing held a piece of roasted horse meat, watching curiously. The late autumn in northwest Shaanxi was as frigid as a southern winter, with biting winds swirling about. In stark contrast to the south, snowflakes began to drift down in northwest Shaanxi, cloaking the earth in a delicate layer of white. Within the cave, Zhang Tinjing washed some blooded gores in the dark river and began tidying up. Having spent several weeks in the cave, she discovered that the people here hailed from various parts of the nation, Sichuan, Nanguang, and some from northwest Shaanxi. Initially, this group had formed from scattered troops, Yet after spending time together, Zheng Tinjing realized they did not resemble a disheartened army at all. Each soldier bore a smile, their faces brimming with enthusiasm, their eyes alight with an indomitable fighting spirit. The most frequently heard phrases were, "Are there any missions lately? Have we spotted any enemy tracks? Why hasn't the commander arranged for us to engage?" It was as if they brimmed with excitement and anticipation for battle. During her time in the cave, Zheng Tinjing also noted an increase in numbers. What had begun as around 100 had now swelled to nearly 300. Each day, she could witness various squads training in a nearby clearing. However, without a clear directive during this period, she found herself somewhat adrift. Since the incident in Wenjie town, Wang Jiantang seemed to have forgotten her, failing to reach out, leaving her to seek tasks for herself. As she finished organizing the gores and stood up, a voice called from behind her. "Young lady." "Captain Wang, Commander Wang." Zheng Tinjing, having heard others refer to him as commander, corrected herself. "Both the commander and I have been busy lately." "He wishes to see you now," Wang Jiantang replied with a smile. Had it not been for Fang Bailu's reminder, Wang Jiantang might have indeed forgotten about the female university student he had brought back from Wenjie town. Yet, he could hardly be blamed. With the expansion of their ranks, his responsibilities had multiplied beyond expectation, encompassing not only the recruitment of soldiers but also the need to ensure their combat readiness, which involved the struggle for control over the 1st Battalion. Additionally, Lin Qianchen and Xiao Shanzi had been venturing out more frequently, clearly on the lookout for opportunities to engage in combat. This indicated that the fate of the 1st Battalion would be determined following the next battle, and Wang Jiantang was determined to secure their position. "All right," Zheng Tinjing replied, following Wang Jiantang as he moved forward. Inside the cave, within a makeshift tent constructed from tree trunks and coarse cloth, Lin Qianchen had just finished drawing a map, handing it to Xiaohanzi. As conditions improved, he had finally managed to procure some paper to sketch out the surrounding areas. Though he did not need it for his own commands, it was essential for those executing his orders to have a strategic map for better comprehension. Lin Qianchen had not anticipated that his surveying skills would prove invaluable in such a setting. As he examined the drawn map, footsteps approached, prompting him to glance towards the entrance of the tent. 2 figures stepped inside. "Commander, I have brought her." Wang Jiantang saluted. Lin Qianchen nodded in acknowledgement at Wang Jiantang's presence. Following closely behind him, Zheng Tinjing mimicked Wang Jiantang's salute with a semblance of formality. "Please have a seat." Lin Qianchen gestured toward a small makeshift stool crafted from wood and stone. "Where are you from?" "Wenjie town, Cheng family alley." "What is your name?" "Zheng Tinjing." "I hear you are a student. Where do you study?" "A. Yes. I am in the 3rd cohort of the Chemical Engineering Department at Pudong National University." At this revelation, Lin Qianchen paused, his gaze fixated on the graceful young woman before him. In this era, a student of chemical engineering from Pudong National University was akin to a rare gem, and he found himself intently observing her. However, gathering his thoughts, he redirected his focus to her. "What prompted you to enlist?" "I seek vengeance for my father." At this, Zheng Tinjing's eyes dimmed momentarily before she continued, "My father had some property in town, and those devils set their sights on him. They barged into our home, not only blinding my father but later, they even imprisoned him in a dog cage, leaving him to be devoured alive, to the bone." As she recounted these horrors, Zheng Tinjing clenched her fists tightly, her eyes aflame with hatred. The memories of returning home haunted her, her once vibrant household now shrouded in silence. Lin Qianchen fell into a contemplative silence. Such tragedies were all too common during the war against Japan. History is a brutal tale, one that is painful to behold, and merely flipping through its pages reveals a tapestry of bloodshed and cruelty. Chapter 51, That Damn Lin Company Commander. How rude. Ding Wei, you son of a gun, how could you deceive me?" In the encampment of the new 1st Regiment, Li Yunlong stormed into a courtyard, his furious shouts echoing before he even arrived. This tumult drew a frown from Ding Wei, who was studying the maps and the surrounding defensive zones on a kang in the house. Before he could even get off the kang, Li Yunlong had already barged into the room, cursing vehemently. "You bastard, I once expressed my gratitude to you. What are you scheming?" Li Yunlong pointed an accusatory finger at Ding Wei. Ding Wei, with one foot dangling off the kang, looked utterly bewildered, but he did not let Li Yunlong off the hook, retorting directly, "What else with your sudden visit to the new 1st Regiment?" Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong glared at Ding Wei and approached him. "Aren't you aware that one Jiaotan is only guarded by a single battalion of the enemy and there's another battalion's horses?" Li Yunlong pointed to the map in front of Ding Wei, indicating the position of one Jiaotan, and cursed again. "Damn it, the place is crawling with enemies, not a shadow of a horse in sight." Ding Wei looked perplexed, his expression filled with confusion. "That can't be right. That I came through the town and clearly saw the puppet troops, along with a battalion of horses, with my own eyes." After a moment of silence, Ding Wei fixed his gaze on Li Yunlong and said, "Old Li, you know me. Ding Wei, I'm not one to exaggerate. Stop playing innocent. I've encountered many like you." Li Yunlong snapped back at him, "Have you taken a powder keg?" Ding Wei could no longer contain himself, his voice rising in volume. "Zhang Dapiao will be back soon. He'll confirm this with you." Li Yunlong, sitting on the kang, skillfully retrieved a box of peanuts from the cupboard and began tossing them into his mouth one by one. "Is it true that one Jiaotan is now overrun with enemies?" Ding Wei, observing Li Yunlong's demeanor, couldn't he help but murmur, "Can you stop pretending?" Li Yunlong ignored him. Ding Wei immediately turned his attention back to the map, his face growing serious as he began to carefully analyze the layout. After a lengthy study, Ding Wei's voice echoed once more. "This area is wedged between our 2 regiments' defensive zones, and the nearest enemy stronghold is a full 40 kilometers away. Initially, they dispatched a battalion of the enemy to guard it, and they specifically allocated a battalion's worth of horses. The purpose was to enable rapid movement and support the several enemy strongholds centered around one Jiaotan. Since the fall of Taiyuan, the enemy's movements have escalated. You're claiming that one Jiaotan is now swarming with enemies. Could it be that they have some major operation underway?" Ding Wei began to analyze the situation, his expression remaining grave. "Quit the rambling and shifting the topic. There are no horses in one Jiaotan." Li Yunlong's eyes widened, and he was about to speak when Zhang Dapiao's voice came from outside. "Report, Commander, I've gathered the intel." Zhang Dapiao approached Li Yunlong, saluting respectfully, dressed in civilian clothing as he began his report. "Speak up, what's the situation in one Jiaotan? Let this scoundrel hear it." Li Yunlong pointed at Ding Wei. "Report, 6 days ago, a group of retreating Sichuan troops attacked one Jiaotan. They annihilated a battalion of the enemy 3 kilometers outside the town and, disguised in their uniforms, entered the city and looted the enemy's supplies, taking all the horses with them." Zhang Dapiao recounted the information he had obtained. As Zhang Dapiao finished speaking, Li Yunlong visibly choked, dropping the peanuts in his hand. He held no doubt regarding Zhang Dapiao's words. If that Lin Company commander truly had his sights set on one Jiaotan, the strength of the puppet troops meant that even a single battalion would be hard-pressed to withstand the onslaught. Retreating troops, those 2 words resonated all too clearly in Li Yunlong's mind. That damn Lin Company commander, how utterly rude. Li Yunlong cursed without hesitation. He was all too familiar with this sentiment. The last time he felt this way was when Juzi didn't return, and now they had brazenly seized his horses. This was nothing short of banditry. Retreating troops, they attacked one Jiaotan. Ding Wei looked at Zhang Dapiao in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. Even if the enemy's fighting capacity was lacking, they were still a cavalry battalion equipped with heavy weaponry. Moreover, they were the defending side. Without at least 2 battalions, it would be exceedingly difficult to capture one Jiaotan, let alone be overrun by a mere group of retreating troops who possessed no siege weaponry. This left Ding Wei struggling to accept the information. These bastards are nothing more than a band of brigands, a pack of wolves in sheep's clothing, retreating troops. With their fighting capability, even the little devils would suffer losses. Li Yunlong raged, yet his gaze remained fixed on the map. "You just mentioned that one Jiaotan lies nestled between our 2 regiments' defensive zones. Is there any further intelligence?" Li Yunlong was not one to suffer losses lightly. with the horses gone from Wonjiatan, he found himself unable to track down that damn Lin company commander for the time. Now that the enemy had sent troops to garrison the area, Li Yunlong felt there might still be a chance to see something. Ding Wei, scrutinizing the map of Wonjiatan's location, furrowed his brow slightly. Wonjiatan, we must devise a plan to eliminate it. Otherwise, it's a thorn in our side. What nonsense are you spouting? Am I unaware of that? It's just that with Taiyuan captured, the traffic hub has been established, and reinforcements can arrive swiftly. Besides, if you take Wonjiatan, can you hold it? Li Yunlong stood before the map, cursing as he spoke. He understood Ding Wei's concerns, but the loss of the Taiyuan traffic hub now controlled by the Little Devils meant swift reinforcements to various locations in Jin. Although Wonjiatan was indeed a thorn in their throats, capturing it had previously seemed feasible. However, the challenge lay in holding it. Should they use Wonjiatan as a front line to resist the Little Devils, the imminent arrival of the enemy would undoubtedly result in its fall. Moreover, attempting to defend Wonjiatan would require a considerable number of personnel, effectively turning them into targets for the Little Devils. Thus, without a strategic plan, Wonjiatan had remained unresolved. I heard that many cities in the south have fallen. The Little Devils are becoming increasingly arrogant. The higher-ups have intent. A strike against the Little Devils is imminent, and troops are being mobilized. Ding Wei contemplated before revealing the information to Li Yunlong. How will they strike? Li Yunlong's interest was piqued, his eyes gleaming. Many teams are arriving from various regions, which is why I was considering whether we should eliminate Wonjiatan as a thorn. Previously, they had refrained from doing so due to insufficient strategic factors, but the situation was different now. If the higher-ups were truly planning an offensive, it would change everything. 10 miles outside Wonjiatan, in a cave point, 3 mortars and nearly 13 launching tubes were arranged on the ground, with over 30 mortar shells ready for use. 3 mortars and so many shells, this allows for localized bombardment. Juzi surveyed the artillery and ordnance laid out before him, a smile creeping onto his face. With this artillery, he could unleash a powerful barrage. It was his first time possessing such an arsenal of mortars. Not only were there numerous mortars, but the 34 shells brought him a sense of abundance that made him nearly forget the meager conditions back in the new 1st Regiment. Each shell had to be meticulously planned out, with layers of instructions on where to strike. With 15 artillerymen under his command capable of operating 3 mortars, and given the signs, training for the artillery had not ceased. This clearly indicated that more artillerymen would be forthcoming. As part of a unit targeting the enemy, Juzi was beginning to feel a reluctance to return. Commander, perhaps you could forget about me. Juzi gazed into the distant sky, muttering to himself. Shaking off the jumbled thoughts in his mind, Yu Chengju began to properly arrange the shells on the ground, placing them back into their boxes. At that moment, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Juzi, Commander. Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, Juzi clapped his hands and scampered over to Lin Chen with a beaming smile, alongside Wang Zhentang and Ding Jiegui. I'm preparing to assign you some personnel to form an artillery platoon and a fire support platoon to train with you. You can select the personnel. You'll lead the artillery platoon, while I will oversee the fire support platoon, Lin Chen said, gesturing towards the 3 mortars and the rows of launching tubes. Yu Chengju was determined not to return, so he would minimize his encounters with Li Yunlong. As long as they didn't cross paths, there would be no talk of repayment. Understood, Commander, Juzi responded immediately, brimming with excitement. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Now that they had weapons, coupled with Juzi's precise artillery strikes, the unit's advantage had significantly increased. The establishment of the artillery platoon was indeed necessary. Moreover, the presence of launching tubes prompted Lin Chen to consider the likelihood of increasingly frequent assaults, leading to the decision to form a fire support platoon. The 3 men following Lin Chen, including Wang Zhentang, were visibly excited at the prospect of the artillery platoon's formation. Ding Jiegui stepped forward without hesitation, his gaze warm and earnest as he looked at Yu Chengju. Juzi, weren't the first batch of personnel I sent to you. When the time comes to strike the enemy, don't hold back on the artillery support for our 3rd Battalion. Ding Jiegui quickly moved closer to Juzi, his round face lighting up with a smile. Ding Jiegui had witnessed Juzi's artillery prowess, and with the formation of the artillery platoon, he naturally wanted to foster a good relationship. When Zhang Dapiao had arrived earlier, Ding Jiegui had felt a moment of panic. After all, if Zhuzi were to return, it would significantly impact their unit. At the very least, their precision artillery support would suffer greatly. Zhuzi, if you find yourself short on personnel, feel free to select from the men of Li village. They re all hard workers. Li Weigua interrupted Ding Jiegua, noting that he had once commanded artillerymen himself, but there was a vast difference between different types of artillerymen. With Zhuzi's high accuracy, he would be a valuable asset anywhere. Zhuzi, our Sichuan troops have traveled thousands of miles to Jinzi Bay. How can you bear to see us perish in a foreign land? Wang Jiantang spoke, his tone filled with melancholy. Lin Qianchen looked at his three subordinates, utterly speechless. These three could be likened to monks in a warm bed, always presenting their bald heads at every opportunity. Had he not been a counterfeit himself, he would have given these three genuine battalion commanders a bit more rigor. Yet, among the four of them, only one true commander was present. Enough, prepare yourselves, increase the training intensity across all units. A new batch of little devils has arrived at Wonjiatan, and I intend to launch another operation against it. Lin Qianchen no longer wished to listen to their bickering, his gaze growing increasingly cold as he observed the two counterfeit battalion commanders and one genuine one diligently gathering personnel and actively training. While they busied themselves, he remained vigilant regarding the surrounding situation. Although the puppet troops in Wonjiatan had been largely decimated, the Little Devils had not given up on this crucial stronghold. In just 3 days, with no defenders, Wonjiatan had once again fallen into enemy hands. However, the number of troops was not substantial, it was merely a company, and they appeared to be familiar faces, the same company he had encountered shortly after his arrival. Chapter 52. I still prefer your unyielding nature. In the dense jungle of Wenjie town, a cave was bustling with a group of individuals. Commander, how shall we assault Wenjie town this time? Wang Jiantang brimmed with a fervent battle spirit, as if he were ready to charge forth at Lin Qianchen's command. What do you think about staging another retreat? Lin Qianchen pondered. Although they had over 300 soldiers, an outright attack on the Japanese squad stationed in Wenjie town would be tantamount to a death sentence, and the casualties from such an assault would be significant. He was reluctant to see the hard-earned fighters he had gathered suffer great losses. Just recently, we employed this tactic against the second Japanese forces. Do you think they would fall for it again? Ding Jiarguer hesitated momentarily, aware that such a trick could hardly yield results a second time, for the enemy was not foolish. Do you believe in it? Lin Qianchen scrutinized the three men before him. Wang Jiantang and the others exchanged glances, and without a hint of hesitation, they all shook their heads. If you do not believe, then surely the enemy will not either, Lin Qianchen replied with a serious gaze. However, the Japanese are different from the second forces. They are proud and arrogant. Upon seeing a retreating army, they, like you, would assume we cannot possibly employ the same tactics again. They will undoubtedly recall how the second forces were annihilated by the retreating troops. Can they remain in the city? They certainly cannot stay. However, the small Japanese forces will be even more vigilant. It is improbable to find such advantageous terrain as before. Nevertheless, we could fabricate a favorable terrain that the small Japanese forces would not anticipate. Through his studies of psychology in his past life, Lin Qianchen had gained insights during his encounters with the Japanese. He discerned that the enemy displayed extreme arrogance in battle, particularly against forces like theirs. During the ambush of the small Japanese special forces in Yang village, upon spotting Lin Qianchen and his ragtag team, they had ignored them and launched a direct assault, a miscalculation that allowed Lin Qianchen some precious moments of maneuvering. After all, the current situation within the country saw the Japanese forces ruthlessly overpowering the Chinese. It was not merely a difference in equipment, the disparity in combat experience and command was undeniable. While the small Japanese forces would undoubtedly possess a sense of vigilance, it was a matter of whether that caution could be effectively countered. The three men exchanged sharp glances, their resolve hardening. Commander, allow me to lead the first strike. Victory is assured with my command. Our death squad shall be the finest. Wang Jiantang declared, straightening with determination. Commander, although my time here has not been as long as Wang Jiantang's, you know my capabilities. I shall not betray your trust. Ding Jiaguo saluted, thumping his chest with conviction. Commander, we have just joined, grant us the opportunity to prove ourselves. Li Weiguo's eyes sparkled with eagerness, as he had long anticipated this battle. He had been itching to participate ever since witnessing the previous encounter in Wenjie town against the second Japanese forces. It was this desire that prompted him to assert his presence, lest they be relegated to menial tasks. Li, you are being ungracious. When it comes to experience, I am the most seasoned among us. Nonsense, our Sichuan troops have fought their way here. More like fought their way to defeat. You scoundrel Ding Jiaguo, what nonsense are you spouting? If it weren't for your Jinsui army standing idly by, would our division have suffered defeat? In an instant, the three men resumed their fervent debate, exchanging barbs without any intention of halting. Their faces flushed, as this first battle was of paramount importance, determining the fate of their unit. All right, since you are all so eager, Lin Qianqian interjected, his tone slightly pausing before he continued, you three shall lead a squadron into the retreating forces. However, this will not be a mere observation, you are to engage in battle. As their words left his lips, it was as though thunder had struck, halting the trio mid-argument. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. In those fleeting moments, not one among them dared to utter a word. I still prefer the unruly demeanor you three displayed moments ago. Ding Jiaguo's expression faltered, yet a glance at Li Weiguo bolstered his resolve, as he weakly ventured, a commander, Captain Li possesses experience. Just look at how convincingly he portrayed the retreating forces. He lured the second Japanese forces in effortlessly. Indeed, Li Weiguo is the most suitable. Not only is he swift, but his mimicry of our Sichuan troops is simply uncanny. In that moment, it seemed as if Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiaguo had reached a silent agreement, their words harmonizing seamlessly. Li Weiguo clenched his fists, glaring at the two with indignation. What nonsense are you spouting? When have I ever acted so convincingly? Chapter 53, Wang Ding and the two of them are not human. Yang Village, Independent Regiment. Commander, all the battalions have assembled, reported Zhang Dabiao, saluting before Li Yunlong, who stood atop a small rise, and then took his place beside him. Li Yunlong nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the fully gathered independent regiment. A cavalry battalion that had been virtually in his grasp was snatched away by the impolite Lin Company commander. Originally, Wenjie town was under the occupation of the Second Japanese Army, but now it was firmly under enemy control. Li Yunlong had little patience regarding Wenjie town, which lay not far from his own base. Back in the new 1st Regiment, it was through relentless battles that he had forged a prosperous regiment. Now, with the independent regiment, he too sought to elevate their standing through a resounding victory. Not only did he desire better equipment, but more importantly, he yearned to bolster their morale. Stand straight, all of you. Li Yunlong addressed the gathered soldiers of the independent regiment. People say our independent regiment is akin to dough. When has my team, led by Li Yunlong, ever endured such indignities? I may not have received formal education, nor do I comprehend grand ideals, but let me impart to you a simple truth from my youth. When I was just a lad in my village, I learned a vital lesson through brawls. Only with a strong fist will others fear you, only by overpowering your adversaries will they learn that you are not to be trifled with. Your reputation can only be earned through your own efforts. Do not, for heaven's sake, cower and weep when struck. Let me tell you, no one will console you, they will only relish your misfortune. In this upcoming battle, you must demonstrate whether your fists are made of dough or stone. 10 miles from Wenjie town, another contingent was assembling. Report to the commander, 343 are expected, and 343 are present. Wang Jiantang stood at the front, saluting Lin Qianqian before stepping aside. The flat ground was already filled with people, many of whom stood on the nearby rise, while horses were tethered at the entrance, their attire varied. Some donned Sichuan military uniforms, others wore Jinsui military garb, and some were clad in the garments of villagers. Yet, all wielded weapons in their hands. I shall set off first, follow closely behind, Lin Qianqian stated succinctly, lifting his Type 38 rifle. His right arm, having fully healed, bore no pain, but the scar remained. With that, he leaped onto his horse, expertly guiding it as he galloped toward Wanjiar town. Xiao Shanzi quickly followed suit. Behind them, Wang Jiantang, Ding Jiarguo, and Li Weiguo each led their respective troops as they commenced their march. Among the ranks, Zheng Tinjin gazed at Lin Qianshen's figure, her delicate features momentarily taken aback, revealing a hint of confusion. "The commander always takes the lead," remarked Fang Bailu, who had evidently sensed Zheng Tinjin's thoughts, as he secured his belongings on the horse's back. "Let us go," Fang Bailu urged softly, as he now served as a messenger and needed to remain close. "New recruits, hurry up. We won't wait for anyone lagging behind. Darn you, they are also fighting alongside the commander for the first time, temper your tone. Once they adapt, I doubt the enemy will even see one of them. Move swiftly, or you might find yourselves in peril. Those who lag behind will have to perform as a retreating army under Captain Li next time. Keep it down, Captain Li has been in a foul mood lately. We don't want him to overhear." A few seasoned soldiers conversed among themselves, and one of them winked, signaling to the figures behind. However, their words reached Li Weiguo, dressed in Sichuan military attire, who remained silent, his expression dark and brooding, his gaze fixated on the two figures ahead, one in a Sichuan military uniform, the other in Jinsui military garb. At that moment, Xiao Hai, shouldering a brand new Type 38 rifle and adorned with 2 or 3 rounds of ammunition around his waist and shoulder, scratched his head and turned to Li Weiguo. "Captain, why have you made your identity so clear while still pretending to be a retreating soldier? Did you not say that one's identity is determined by oneself when out in the world? Wang Ding and the two of them are not human." Li Weiguo's face fell into despair, his eyes brimming with a murderous glare. Chapter 54, The Great Battle. The sudden arrival of the enemy Wanjiar town, 4 miles away. Although this location is somewhat distant from Wanjiar town, one can catch a faint glimpse of its entirety from the mountaintop. Under the cover of night, frost glistens on the branches, and delicate snowflakes drift through the air. Yet, at the foot of the mountain, merely 4 miles from Wanjiar, a fervent activity unfolds. On a flat stretch of land along the main road, the sounds of shovels and hurried footsteps begin to resonate in the night. Each swing of the tool sends clumps of earth flying. The soil that is excavated is swiftly transported away, concealed within the mountain. At this moment, Lin Qianchen is positioned on the mountainside, meticulously observing every movement displayed on the visual map, vigilantly monitoring his surroundings. Additionally, he occasionally glances towards the trenches being dug below. Fang Bailu, inform him that the trench is veering slightly to the left. Lin Qianchen instructs, frequently checking the visual map to correct any discrepancies while also acting as a lookout, keeping a close watch on the activities in and around Wanjiar town. Under the veil of night, they are shaping the terrain to their advantage, and trenches are undoubtedly suited to their current needs. Upon hearing this, Fang Bailu scurries down. Lin Qianchen continues to observe alongside Xiao Shanzi from the mountainside, diligently sketching the surrounding topography and any distinctive features on a map. "Captain, are we still going to attack Wanjiar town?" Xiao Shanzi inquires after clearing some thorns and weeds nearby, remaining alert to their surroundings. "Attacking Wanjiar town poses significant challenges. We should instead focus on depleting the enemy's living forces," Lin Qianchen replies, methodically detailing his drawings on paper. The prospect of assaulting Wanjiar town appears implausible, yet there remains an opportunity to eliminate a contingent of the enemy. Creating disruption, their 300-strong unit possesses the capability to do so. Moreover, should the enemy refuse to abandon Wanjiar town, he will devise a strategy to isolate it, encircle it, and sever its supply lines, conditions well within his means. During this period, the enemy's trucks have been ceaselessly transporting their troops. "I've never seen so many of them before," Xiao Shanzi mutters. After several reconnaissance outings with Lin Qianchen, they have observed numerous enemy vehicles on the main roads, occasionally witnessing a convoy of trucks. The entire northwestern Jin province is likely embroiled in conflict. Otherwise, the enemy would not be mobilizing their forces so extensively. Wanjiar town has likely become a transit point for them. If we can instill a sense of caution in the enemy regarding Wanjiar town, it would alleviate our situation on a broader scale, Lin Qianchen elucidates, raising his gaze to the night sky, where stars espas. There can be no relaxation of vigilance. To do so would be to squander all their efforts. Everywhere is engulfed in battle. Xiao Shanzi, upon hearing this, gazes into the distance, his expression gradually clouding with concern. What troubles you? Lin Qianchen observes Xiaoshan's sudden silence and the worry etched on his face, prompting him to inquire quietly. Captain, do you think there is fighting in Pudong right now? Xiaoshanzi hesitates for a moment before continuing. I'm somewhat worried about my sister. Rest assured, conflicts in major cities are less likely to erupt, Lin Qianchen reassures Xiaoshanzi, a sentiment not born of mere conjecture. Due to the enemy's avarice, cities like Shanghai are relatively insulated from warfare. The enemy prefers to seize these urban centers intact rather than devastate them. As time passes, the wind and snow continue unabated. By day, the main road for miles from Wenjie town remains tranquil. However, by night, the scene transforms dramatically. Shadows flit through the darkness, and dust is transported in clouds. Each night, they cease their activities an hour before dawn to allow the light snowfall to obscure the traces of their nocturnal endeavors. This routine persists until the third day, just an hour before dawn. Everyone, halt. 2nd Battalion, stand down. 3rd Battalion, begin concealing tracks and withdraw. On the main road, Wang Jiantang moves with a slight stoop in the night, issuing low commands to his men. The enemy would never suspect that such an ambush lies beneath their very noses, right here on this main road. The enemy has likely not detected it, Ding Jiegui gasps as he sits in the trench, a water flask in hand. Now it all hinges on Captain Li's performance. If they can lure the enemy here, it will surely lead to a thrilling battle. Ding Jiegui's face glows with excitement as he gazes at the well-formed trench. Wang Jiantang, upon hearing this, reveals a hint of a smile, his eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation. Once they chase to this point, whether they can return will depend entirely on our discretion, Wang Jiantang remarks as he stows away his maps. His gaze sharpens. This battle will determine the fate of the 1st Battalion. In truth, he is not alone in this sentiment. Both Ding Jiegui and Li Weigui share a readiness for action. On the hillside, Lin Qianchen closely monitors the visual map, aware that digging trenches beneath the enemy's very gaze carries inherent risks. Even under the cloak of night, he cannot afford to be careless, especially as the moment to lure the enemy draws near. However, the emergence of a cluster of white dots on the visual map causes Lin Qianchen to furrow his brow. Could it be Li Yunlong? After a brief contemplation, Lin Qianchen swiftly turns to Xiaoshanzi. Go check that position. Be cautious, ascertain the situation and return immediately. Understood. Chapter 55, Li Weigui, we are the tigers of the mountain, the eagles of foresight, and the wolves of warfare. On a hill 4 li away from Wenjie town, a group of soldiers clad in drab grey military uniforms quietly maneuvered along the mountain paths. As dawn broke, Li Yunlong, amidst the ranks, was gazing through a pair of binoculars at the soldiers below who were beginning to cover the trenches. They were dressed in the uniforms of the Sichuan army, the Jinsui army, and even the garb of local farmers. Such a languor of forces was all too familiar to Li Yunlong. That uncouth Lin Lianzhang, the bastard, is still harboring designs on Wenjie town. Li Yunlong muttered under his breath, lowering the binoculars with irritation. Commander, it seems their numbers have increased. I estimate at least 300 of them, Zhang Dabie remarked, his eyes fixed on the throng below. I am aware, Li Yunlong replied, his tone laced with impatience. As he scrutinized Lin Qianchen's troops below, he noticed more soldiers beginning to conceal themselves in the trenches. His expression grew grave, the creases at the corners of his eyes deepening. He pondered Lin Qianchen's intentions. The proximity to Wenjie town and the scale of the trenches suggested that they were not hastily constructed. Could it be that the Japanese had not yet noticed? Li Yunlong mused, the thought dawning upon him with a degree of plausibility. After all, he had witnessed Lin Qianchen's tactical prowess. In complex terrain, the enemy appeared as phantoms, arriving without a trace and departing without a sound. From Li Yunlong's perspective, no battle had unfolded outside of Lin Qianchen's expectations. Engagements only erupted once all units reached their designated positions. Meanwhile, Li Weigui and his comrades were busy adjusting their Sichuan army uniforms. Before he could tidy up completely, Fang Bailu approached with urgency. Captain Li, the situation has changed. The commander has ordered you to mobilize immediately. As Fang's words echoed, Li Weigui tightened his belt, acknowledging him with a nod before turning to the soldiers who had donned the Sichuan attire. Have you all got yourselves ready? Hurry up. What on earth are you doing wearing your hat so properly? Have you ever seen a retreating army dress like that? And you, for heaven's sake, lose the cotton cover. What's wrong with your rifle? Drop it. Use the Hanyang model. If you don't have one, go in unarmed, leave your guns in the trenches, and once we're inside, grab your weapons and engage the Japanese. Remember, we must capture the 1st Battalion. I refuse to play the part of a retreating army any longer. Amidst the ranks of the retreating army, Li Weiguo's curses resonated, causing many to lower their heads silently at the sight of their explosive commander. Since adopting the role of a retreating army, Li Weiguo's amiable demeanor had transformed into one of volatility and irritability. Finding fault with everything around him as he stormed off, those nearby instinctively stepped aside, none daring to approach, keeping their distance. Having changed into the Sichuan military attire, Xiao Hai glanced nervously at Li Weiguo as he approached, checking himself for any discrepancies, striving to appear convincingly like a retreating soldier to avoid incurring Li Weiguo's wrath. As Li Weiguo drew nearer, he cast a glance at Xiao Hai. You truly resemble a retreating soldier. Do you enjoy playing this role, Huh? Xiao Hai fell silent, his gaze cast downward, filled with dejection. You always said one should love their work, he silently grumbled, but dared not voice his thoughts, instead keeping his frustrations to himself. At that moment, Li Weiguo's expression grew increasingly serious as he surveyed the soldiers before him. Though our task is to feign a retreat, once we lure the enemy to our position, everyone is to pick up the rifles in the trenches and fight fiercely. When we reach the position, behave like a retreating army, but I, Li Weiguo, will not tolerate such behavior. Everyone, snap to attention, we must seize the 1st Battalion's position. Remember, we are the tigers of the mountain, the eagles of foresight, and the wolves of warfare. Now follow me to play the part of the retreating army. Li Weiguo concluded, his words laced with grim determination, silently cursing Wang Ding and the others. With that, he turned and led the group toward Wanjiao Town. Wanjiao Town, upon the city tower, a middle-aged Japanese officer garbed in formal attire peered through binoculars at approximately 30 Sichuan soldiers. A retreating army, the officer mused, his brow furrowing in contemplation. General Qingchuan, do you not find this retreating army familiar? He inquired of a fellow officer nearby. Indeed. This Sichuan army resembles the one we encountered around Zhangyan Ridge. They wear the same uniforms. The middle-aged officer's eyes widened in recognition. Soger, the Sichuan army again, it seems we are fated to meet them once more. Major, not long ago, the troops in the city fell into an ambush because of these retreating soldiers. Upon hearing this, a smirk crept across the officer's face. Having fallen for the same trick once, we shall not be fooled again. We will turn the tables. As long as we remain vigilant, we will avoid their trap. As he spoke, his gaze hardened. The Sichuan army, he recalled the forces they had pursued at Zhangyan Ridge, the very group that had decimated his squad, stripping them of arms and uniforms, obliterating their artillery positions. The haunting images of shattered bodies and the lingering flames of artillery still vividly replayed in his mind. A thirst for vengeance ignited within him. Since entering the realm, he had never suffered such a loss. Gather the troops, and remember to eliminate any potential ambushes, the officer instructed, his voice low but resolute. Yes, sir. In an instant, the sound of whistles echoed through the town, signaling the assembly of the forces. Chapter 56, The Suppressed Demons of Firepower. Li Yunlong lay prone on the earthen slope, his focus unwavering. Having witnessed Lin Qianchen in battle on several occasions, Li Yunlong was acutely aware that the impolite Lin Qianchen would never engage in actions unrelated to combat. Even the seemingly gratuitous provision of machine guns and submachine guns was merely a ruse to lure him into diverting attention away from the main offensive, thereby enhancing his own firepower precision. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yunlong turned to Zhang Dapiao beside him and said, "You, keep our forces concealed here. I shall investigate what this scoundrel, Company Commander Lin, is up to." Before Li Yunlong's words had fully settled, a familiar group of routed troops appeared on the road. Over 30 men, clad in tattered and thin garments, bore dilapidated weapons, with several even carrying large sabers. Many were armed with Hanyang rifles, while some had no weapons at all. Their morale was dismal, wandering the thoroughfare like lost souls. Witnessing this scene, Li Yunlong was left utterly bewildered. Commander, the enemy troops in the town have begun to gather, reported a reconnaissance soldier, jogging up to Li Yunlong and speaking in hushed tones. Li Yunlong paused, his expression grave as he gazed into the distance. The sky had begun to brighten, and Li Yunlong raised his binoculars to observe that the enemy had indeed started to assemble. However, the Japanese forces in Wenjie town did not hastily emerge from the town, rather, they ambled out leisurely, as if on a spring outing. A contingent of approximately 200 emerged from the city, with a vanguard clearing the way, while the remaining soldiers maintained a distance of about 100 meters from the front line. Damn it, why is that scoundrel Company Commander Lin using routed troops to lure the enemy? These little devils are clearly adopting a defensive formation, Li Yunlong muttered. At this rate, what purpose do the trenches he dug serve? Wait, perhaps they do serve a purpose. If the enemy is unaware of the trench's existence, they might indeed fall into a trap on the flat ground beside the road, Li Yunlong mused, lowering his binoculars with a furrowed brow. The road lay eerily quiet, save for the sound of enemy hooves striking the earth and the whispers of the wind. As Li Yunlong observed the unfolding scene, he rapidly reached a decision. Zhongdabiao, when they open fire, we shall charge at the enemy's rear. This company Commander Lin is cunning, having expertly manipulated the enemy's psyche. Li Yunlong spoke in a low voice. Upon a moment's reflection, he recognized that Lin Qianshan's ambush was predicated on the concealed trenches hidden in the open field. Although he could not fathom how Lin Qianshan had evaded the enemy's surveillance to excavate these trenches right beneath their noses, were the enemy blind? He knew there was no time for further contemplation. Understood, Zhongdabiao replied, sheathing his saber and hunched over as he made his way back to the ranks. Barely had Li Yunlong's orders been issued when the routed troops hastened their pace. In an instant, Li Yunlong observed the enemy approaching the trenches without any defenses, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he too sensed the impending opportunity. However, the first to initiate the attack was the sudden sound of artillery overhead. Whoosh, 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 the thunderous sound of shells slicing through the air erupted as the flag was raised, landing amidst the enemy ranks, while simultaneously, a banner unfurled, emblazoned with the character for death, billowing in the wind. In the distance, flames erupted, and the fire from machine guns began to devour the lives of the enemy soldiers. At this moment, when Jian Tang, wielding a machine gun, his veins bulging with rage, shouted, "Open fire!" Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire erupted instantaneously. Soldiers emerged from their trench cover like bamboo shoots after a rainstorm, and before the enemy could react or prepare to counterattack, a line of soldiers suddenly arose from the ground not far from them. Bombing team, fire! Lin Qianshan commanded with icy clarity. In an instant, a dozen figures in the trench unleashed a coordinated volley from their grenade launchers. Another round of short-range bombardments ensued, this time targeting the very heart of the enemy's formation. With just one round of explosions, the enemy's formation was instantly disrupted, from the initial mortar fire to Wang Jintang's full-on assault, followed by the current oppressive barrage of firepower. Each element was interconnected, and the cacophony of gunfire and artillery sounded as if an entire regiment were launching an offensive against them. The enemy's response was swift. They immediately sought cover as the shells rained down. However, in their frantic search for shelter, the soldiers in the trenches raised their weapons in unison. The enemy, having previously felt secure on the well-lit official road, had not anticipated an ambush, leading them to pursue recklessly. After all, they were not far from Wenjie town, a place they encountered daily, with reconnaissance soldiers scouting the area, yet they had not foreseen such a dramatic shift. When were these trenches dug, was the first thought that crossed the enemy's mind. Fire! After the first round of artillery ceased, Ding Jiaqua's voice rang out from the trench. A chorus of gunfire erupted from within the trenches. In less than half a minute, after 3 to 4 rounds of bombardment, the once quiet road was filled with a relentless barrage of gunfire. The enemy soldiers could only perceive gunfire ringing from every direction. With another round of artillery incoming, the enemy's hastily erected machine guns were swiftly reduced to craters. The mortars seemed to strike with pinpoint accuracy, as wherever the enemy had established a firing point, a barrage would soon follow. Deprived of their firepower, the enemy felt as though they were venomous snakes, rendered entirely ineffective. It was not that they lacked the ability to retaliate, rather, they were incapable of mounting a counteroffensive. With each artillery strike, although not every shell found its mark, the pressure of the bombardment severely hindered their attempts to unleash their own firepower. Damn it, grab your weapons, do they truly believe they are routed troops? We are wolves in battle. Li Weiguo exclaimed, seizing a nearby Type 38 rifle, his veins bulging as he observed the surrounding firepower erupting. At that moment, over 30-inch routed troops leaped into the trench, seizing their pre-placed weapons, and began firing at the enemy. Just then, a booming command echoed from afar. Death Brigade, charge forward. Chapter 57, The Final Strike. Wang Jiantang, wielding a machine gun, relentlessly advanced towards the enemy soldiers, who had managed to find some semblance of cover. Under the pressure of fire, he noticed that the enemy could scarcely lift their heads. Without hesitation, he firmly gripped the machine gun, bracing against the recoil, as the relentless shaking of the muzzle sent waves of numbness through his arms. Beside him, the soldiers charged forward like wolves, their assault not a mindless rush but a coordinated effort, advancing in groups of 3, each team suppressing the enemy's firepower. Coordinated with distant mortars, they pressed onward with fervor. Smoke billowed along the road, and amidst the fiery chaos, the guns spat flames, devouring lives without mercy. The exhilaration of the harvest coursed through Wang Jiantang's veins. He felt as though he were wielding a great sword, delivering blows that surged with bloodlust. Yet, the machine gun offered him a different sensation, the flames akin to the scythe of death, reaping all that lay before him. All that remained were echoes of anguished cries. Charge! Ding Jaguar, behind a piece of cover, reloaded his machine gun and subtly raised his hand to signal for crossfire. The veterans who followed him had undergone intensified training recently, their synergy reaching an optimal level. Under the leadership of 30 seasoned soldiers, even some new recruits achieved commendable results. The ambush was unexpected, the suppressive fire relentless, and the artillery strikes precise. Under such immense pressure, Wang Jiantang suddenly realized that the enemy soldiers were no different from his past self. In the face of their onslaught, even when they knew when the enemy would strike, they could not hold their ground. Now he felt that same helplessness. The war erupted swiftly, yet it concluded even more rapidly. After 3 days of preparation, within a mere 10 minutes, a significant portion of the enemy was annihilated. Observing the fruits of their labor, Lin Qianchen finally allowed himself a moment of respite. Prior to digging trenches, he had endured sleepless nights of reconnaissance amidst unpredictable variables. Ultimately, he had managed to execute this operation right under the enemy's nose, but before true combat commenced, he could only create advantageous terrain and ambush positions. He did not dare guarantee the extent of their success, having already prepared himself for positional warfare. However, the outcome was gratifying. While some soldiers lay in eternal slumber, Lin Qianchen had long accepted the harsh realities of war. Yet, he would meticulously remember each fallen comrade and ensure their families were compensated. On the battlefield, Lin Qianchen gazed at the visual map, where 5 or 6 red dots fled towards Wanjie Town, and he exhaled a breath of relief. Commander, the individuals you asked me to monitor have arrived. At that moment, Xie Shenzi appeared breathlessly at Lin Qianchen's side, speaking in haste. Zhuzi, bring the artillery and fire support units with me, Lin Qianchen instructed, turning to Zhuzi. Yu Chengju, who had just picked up a weapon while clearing the battlefield, nodded without hesitation and began to gather a group of men. You all clean up the battlefield quickly. Do not interfere with matters in Wanjie Town, move out immediately. Once the group was assembled, Lin Qianchen led them swiftly away. However, their retreating figures exchanged glances filled with confusion, and moments later, Zhang Dabiao's silhouette emerged on the battlefield, immediately clarifying the urgency of their departure. This prompted another exchange of glances between Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiaguar. Where is your commander Lin? Li Yunlong inquired of Wang Jiantang, his tone far from pleasant. Commander Lin. Wang Jiantang wiped the blood from his blade, his voice somewhat subdued. Is Lin Qianqian dead? Zhang Dabia's pupils constricted slightly as he glanced at Li Yunlong, a fleeting look of sorrow crossing his face. Oh, you mean the commander? He did not participate in today's battle. Zhang Dabia's expression faltered at the unexpected turn of events. Damn it, he didn't show up. Who fired those artillery shells just now? Where are the gunners? Li Yunlong's anger surged. The firepower before him, submachine guns, machine guns, grenade launchers, mortars, was far more ferocious than that of a reinforced battalion of the Jinsui army. Li Yunlong felt a sense of injustice. Despite being the retreating army, they appeared to be thriving, and most importantly, this retreating force was borrowing without returning. How impolite, gazing at the splendid equipment before him only fueled his ire. As a battalion commander, it is only natural to have a few artillerymen under my command, Wang Jiantang replied, maintaining his composure. I don't care how many artillerymen you have. Return Yu Chengju to me. Hasn't he already been returned? Ding Jiegua interjected with a puzzled expression. Quit spouting nonsense. Li Yunlong retorted angrily, yet Ding Jiegua remained unfazed, responding defiantly, Wang, that's rather ungracious of you. If there's someone named Yu Chengju in your ranks, you should present him to us to prevent unnecessary searching. Li Weiguer, having finished arranging his rifle, chimed in, addressing Wang Jiantang. Wang Jiantang shook his head in exasperation. If we had that person, we would have turned him over long ago. How could we possibly detain a fellow soldier? Our commander leads with benevolence. The three men exchanged barbs. Meanwhile, Li Yunlong's expression darkened, his grip tightening, and his lips twitching with barely contained fury as he glared at the trio. When had he ever endured such indignities? With the three of them displaying such indifference, he felt an urge to draw his knife, yet he restrained himself. All of this should have been his doing, yet these three, damned Lin Qianqian, utterly lacking in decorum. Li Yunlong scoffed at the pretender posing as a commander, his fists clenched tightly. Nevertheless, as he scanned the area, he noticed that Juzi had not been seen since their arrival, nor had he spotted any mortars. This made Li Yunlong acutely aware that Lin Qianqian had likely already taken his leave with his men. Stop acting for me. Your performance is worse than that of a retreating army, Li Yunlong barked in anger. Upon hearing this, Li Weiguo bristled. How dare you speak to me like that? What's wrong with me pretending to be a retreating soldier? If I hadn't done so twice, could we have dealt with the puppet army and the enemy in Wenjie town? After helping you remove a thorn from your side, this is how you treat your benefactor. Li Weiguo, already irate, felt the sting of indignation at being belittled as a mere latecomer to the Jinsui army. Li Yunlong's words ignited a powder keg of anger within him. The two men with the surname Li clashed fiercely, prompting a moment of silence between Wang Jiantang and Ding Jiegua as they exchanged knowing glances. Li Yunlong, observing the flush on his adversary's face and the simmering resentment in their eyes, felt an unexpected twinge of guilt. Just then, Wang Jiantang spoke up. Commander Li, why are you squabbling with us? We are but mere soldiers. If you have the skill, go challenge the enemy directly. The ones who just fled are likely already in Wenjie town. If you take that place down, there will be plenty of spoils. Our commander has stated that we will not compete with you. With that, he ignored Li Yunlong and began to clear the battlefield. The message was clear, Juzi was not to be returned. Finish them off. Send the enemy to hell. Wang Jiantang picked up a Type 38 rifle, fixed his bayonet, and spoke with a chilling resolve. The soldiers immediately followed suit. Even Ding Jiegua's and Li Weiguo's men joined in without a word, all affixing bayonets. Li Yunlong observed the soldiers methodically clearing the battlefield, noting the fallen enemy soldiers. He watched as these warriors formed groups of three, each thrusting their bayonets into the downed enemy with ruthless efficiency. The brutality of their actions made Li Yunlong's pupils contract in surprise. Contemplating this, his gaze was inadvertently drawn towards Wenjie town. Chapter 58. There is no turning back. Retreat means national ruin. Upon returning to the cave, although Juzi was perplexed by Lin Qianqian's urgent demeanor, he refrained from probing further. After all, he had relished the battle, and soon he was leading the artillery unit to conduct a debriefing. Once back at the camp, Lin Qianqian, after casting a vigilant glance around, finally settled down. The experience reflected on the visual map had increased somewhat due to this battle. Initially, he had no particular thoughts about Wenjie Town. Although he was no longer leading a small contingent of just over 30, he still bore the weight of responsibility for the lives of the more than 300 men under his command. When they were fewer in number, it was easier to relocate. Hiding in the mountains made them difficult to find. However, the situation had changed. Enemy reconnaissance aircraft frequently soared through the sky. Should such a large contingent be detected by the enemy, it would undoubtedly become a target, posing a catastrophic threat to the present unit. Thus, Lin Qianchen proceeded with utmost caution. "Commander, are we going to conduct reconnaissance soon?" Xiao Shanzi inquired upon returning to the makeshift tent in the mountains, filling a now empty water bottle. "No need, bring me the map," Lin Qianchen murmured while seated on a tree stump. He then turned to Cheng Tinjing, standing nearby, and asked, "What do you know about Wenjie Town?" Through recent reconnaissance, he had discerned that the enemy held significant strategic interest in Wenjie Town, indicating their ulterior motives. Presently, Wenjie Town not only served as a crucial transportation hub but was also surrounded by numerous villages, acting as a nexus of several vital routes. Lin Qianchen had formulated some plans regarding this location, intending to do more than merely harass the enemy. He believed that inflicting substantial damage on the Japanese forces in Wenjie Town would likely prompt them to call for reinforcements. He contemplated the possibility of encircling their reinforcements or targeting some of the enemy's smaller contingents. Cheng Tinjing pondered for a moment before she spoke. "I don't know much. I moved to Pudong with my mother when I was 16, and aside from the Lunar New Year, I've spent all my time there." If it weren't for her words trailed off, prompting Lin Qianchen to interject, preventing her from continuing. "Why didn't you return to Pudong?" Lin Qianchen inquired, taking the map from Xiao Shanzi and scrutinizing Cheng Tinjing with curiosity. "My mother was different from my father. He was rather conservative and unwilling to leave the place where he was born and raised, clinging to our ancestral home and a modest plot of land. However, my mother took me to Pudong 3 years ago, at the onset of the July 7th incident. She had studied abroad and was a professor at Pudong National University, but as the war threatened to engulf Pudong, the university relocated to the mountain city. The mountain city is indeed safer, but I fear that if things continue this way, our nation will perish, and I must avenge my father." Cheng Tinjing's eyes bore no malice. Rather, her tone was remarkably calm. As she spoke of these matters, it was as if she were recounting a tale, though her hands remained tightly clenched. "The July 7th incident," Lin Qianchen murmured, the term previously distant in his understanding suddenly resonating with profound implications. The thought of the enemy's depravity ignited a cold fury within him. As a military enthusiast and, more importantly, as a Chinese citizen, the actions of the Japanese were indelibly etched into his consciousness, making him acutely aware of the profound transformation that hatred could instigate within a person. Cheng Tinjing, noticing Lin Qianchen's momentary distraction, hesitated before continuing. "Commander, at present, there are already numerous factions within the nationalist government advocating for surrender. The southern and northern regions are in retreat, and even Pudong is precariously close to encirclement. The situation is dire." Throughout her journey, Cheng Tinjing had witnessed several resistance forces, yet the pervasive sense of dread left her feeling anxious and unsettled, as she could discern no glimmer of hope for victory. A vast nation engulfed in flames, with devastation and scorched villages scattered across the landscape. The further north she ventured, the more arduous the battle became, with an ever-increasing toll on human life. The thought that the land she relied upon for survival might soon fall under enemy occupation made her feel as though 3 ominous words loomed over her: national slave. She had already begun to grasp the brutal reality that the enemy could kill at will, pillage, and commit unspeakable atrocities in this land. When that day came, what sanctuary could possibly remain? Lin Qianchen's expression grew solemn. The fall of the southern and northern regions imposed immense pressure on the overall situation. Recent reconnaissance had revealed a surge in enemy forces, rendering the prospects for resistance increasingly bleak. Chapter 59, the 1st Battalion, the Death Brigade, in a naturally formed cavern, reproposed with the captured tents of the enemy. The environment, while not particularly pleasant, could hardly be described as comfortable. Wen Jiantang and Li Weiguo returned to this place, their faces brimming with exhilaration. "Commander, we have made considerable gains in Wenjie Town." As soon as he entered the makeshift camp, Wen Jiantang reported with a smile. We secured 96 rifles, 630 rounds of ammunition, 2 machine guns, and 3 mortars. Lin Qianchen glanced over the spoils, his interest in the acquisitions decidedly lukewarm. What is the situation in Wenjie town? Lin Qianchen inquired, noticing a slight unease on Wang Jintang's face. However, before Wang Jintang could respond, Ding Jiegui interjected from the side, "Commander, the enemy in Wenjie town is quite shrewd." After retreating, they immediately established several strongpoints in the town and heightened their defenses. Ding Jiegui shared his insights with a tone of indignation. Moreover, entry and exit from Wenjie town have been completely restricted. Those despicable devils have taken some of the townsfolk hostage, using them as human shields. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianchen's expression turned grave, the chill in his gaze utterly unmasked. "Commander, those wretched foes are utterly detestable. Many of our comrades were tortured to the brink of death by their gas attacks, and they used our men as experimental subjects." There was a palpable intensity of murderous intent in Wang Jintang's eyes. Vivid memories of the agonizing soldiers he encountered during his recovery in the Sichuan military hospital flooded his mind, coupled with the tales of those who managed to escape from the clutches of the enemy. Furthermore, the countless villages he had witnessed being slaughtered since his departure from Sichuan lingered in his memory. Charred corpses and exposed remains were indelibly etched in his heart, now reignited by the enemy's atrocious actions. New soldiers from nearby villages have also informed me that the enemy's raids are becoming increasingly frequent, and many villages have been massacred. Now, countless villagers are fleeing southwards. Ding Jiegui recounted the information he had gathered while training the new recruits. Flee? Where can they escape to? The vast expanse of northeast China has already fallen into enemy hands. The regions of Pudong and Jiangnan are on the brink of collapse, and the enemy has begun to reinforce their positions in these areas, all while the Jinsui army remains inactive. Li Weiguo spoke with palpable frustration, his disdain for the original troops evident. The situation had deteriorated to such an extent that he regarded even the Red Bandits, previously demonized in propaganda, as superior. At least they were actively fighting the enemy. "Commander, we cannot allow the enemy in Wenjie town to escape unscathed. Indeed, we should have pursued them relentlessly, exterminating these beasts. Who would have thought that these cowards, who value honor more than life itself, would betray their comrades and flee at the first sign of trouble? Now that they have returned to Wenjie town, they hide behind our civilians as shields." As the three spoke, their eyes burned with rage. The actions of the enemy in Wenjie town ignited a fierce hatred within them. Lin Qianchen regarded the impassioned trio, his demeanor growing more serious. Given their current capabilities and the enemy's frequent maneuvers, the situation had exceeded Lin Qianchen's expectations. With around 300 men in their ranks, their only feasible course of action was to exert their utmost effort in eliminating the enemy and wreaking havoc within their territory. Engaging the enemy head-on, even with a visual map, would yield little chance of success, especially as their numbers had increased, resulting in slower movements than before. Nevertheless, Lin Qianchen felt that there was still potential to exploit the situation in Wenjie town. Raging in anger is futile, the circumstances are dire. Our immediate objective must be to preserve our strength and maximize our impact against the enemy. Rest assured, there will come a day when we shall march northward to reclaim the northeast and advance southward to the Guangdong region. Lin Qianchen paused, his gaze fixed on the three men, his tone growing more assertive and his expression stern. "I hereby issue my orders." At his words, the three men immediately stiffened, standing at attention, while even the nearby Zheng Tingjing and others straightened their postures. Wang Jintang will serve as the battalion commander of the 1st Battalion, bearing the banner of the Death Brigade. It is the Death Brigade's responsibility to undertake the assault, and I expect you to maintain your combat readiness and drive. Yes, Commander. Since setting foot outside Sichuan, I have not contemplated returning. Our 1st Battalion shall strike down the enemy without hesitation. I vowed upon leaving Sichuan that I would not return until the Japanese are eradicated. Wang Jintang stood tall, saluting with unwavering resolve. Though Sichuan was free from the scourge of the enemy, he had resolutely embarked on this venture, knowing well that turning back was not an option. The flag bestowed by his elderly father would now bear a new mission, to fight until his blood runs dry or until the entire battalion falls. The Death Brigade, commanded by Wang Jintang. Li Weiguo will take the helm of the 2nd Battalion. I shall never dishonor the commander's expectations. Li Weiguo saluted, his tone resolute. This unit was merely a foundation of the Jinsui army, not the Jinsui army itself. Here, there would only be two outcomes, either they would perish in battle or triumph in glory. He would not allow a repeat of the debacle at the Battle of Hoopercoo, where other battalions retreated, leaving them encircled by the enemy with barely a handful remaining. Ding Jiaguo will assume command of the 3rd Battalion. Understood. Lin Qianchun's orders resonated not merely because they were commands, but because Wang Jintang's performance in the battle for Wanjie Town had been nothing short of remarkable. The charge from the hillside and the suppression of enemy fire had been executed with near perfection, showcasing the fierce resolve of the warriors he had led, unafraid of death. Ding Jiaguo and Li Weiguo had no further objections. Next, we must expand our ranks. We shall evolve into a true regiment. Lin Qianchun's gaze lingered on the assembled individuals as he spoke again. Upon hearing this, all present paused, a sense of inexplicable anticipation swelling in each heart. In addition to commanding the 3rd Battalion, Ding Jiaguo will also serve as the chief instructor for new recruits. Lin Qianchen regarded the robust Ding Jiaguo, who had been responsible for training the recently enlisted soldiers, and his methods had garnered not only Lin Qianchen's approval but also the unwavering support of veteran soldiers like Li Weiguo, who had no reservations whatsoever. Understood. Though Ding Jiaguo often wore a jovial demeanor, he recognized the weight of the task ahead. Once, with just over 100 men, they had dared to confront approximately 60 of the enemy's elite troops in a direct engagement at Jiangsuan, managing to suppress them. With over 300 men, they could ambush an entire enemy squad now. As they prepared to expand their forces, Ding Jiaguo fully grasped the significance of the responsibilities resting on his shoulders. Chapter 60. If he detains you, you shall indulge in feasting and drinking for a while, a brief respite, while all divisions remain on high alert, scouts are dispatched, and each battalion begins to fervently expand its ranks. The training organized by the Ding family nation is in full swing, and Lin Qianchen is equally occupied, conducting reconnaissance in the surrounding areas with Shaoshanzi, the terrain, enemy strongholds, troop distributions, and firepower points are meticulously charted on the map. Lin Qianchen entrusts the task of monitoring the enemy to the scouts, but he himself must oversee the distribution of troops and the mapping efforts. After several days of reconnaissance, it comes as no surprise that the Japanese forces have begun to reinforce Wanjiatan, with nearly 500 troops stationed there. However, for the most part, Wanjiatan merely serves as a transit point for the enemy. On several occasions, Lin Qianchen has noticed a large contingent passing through Wanjiatan, with smaller units, comprising around 300 men, moving frequently. Additionally, the defensive capabilities of Wanjiatan have significantly increased. In a cave within the Shichu mountain, Lin Qianchen has set up a makeshift tent in one corner and summoned his comrades. Commander, with so many Japanese troops passing through Wanjiatan, as we learned during recruitment, battles are raging across the entire northwest of Shaanxi. Wang Jiantang furrows his brow, his gaze fixed on the operational map constructed from stones. The points marked by Lin Qianchen indicate that when the Japanese were stationed in Wanjiatan, there were not nearly so many troops being mobilized through the area, yet, in less than a fortnight, the number of Japanese troops passing through Wanjiatan has reached several thousand. The enemy is forming a large encirclement, Li Weiguo states, his expression grave. Even without considering the national perspective, the frequency of sweeps conducted by the Japanese around Wanjiatan suggests a frenzied effort to restrict troop movements. As the enemy advances, many villages have been devastated, and young and old alike flock to enlist. Wanjiatan has become a formidable stronghold. A reckless assault would result in heavy casualties. Lin Qianchen pauses before continuing, we can only strike at the Japanese forces en route to Wanjiatan. As Lin Qianchen's words hang in the air, several of his comrades exchange glances, deep in thought. Moments later, Wang Jiantang speaks again, Commander, what if there are too many Japanese troops passing through? We currently have a total of 400 men, and the enemy continues to receive reinforcements. Wang Jiantang expresses concern about their combat strength, acknowledging that their numbers are indeed insufficient. This ambush is distinctly different from previous encounters. They are poised to ambush the Japanese on the road without the cover of trees, making it challenging to outmaneuver the enemy. Consequently, the Japanese typically send small scouting parties ahead while larger vehicles advance steadily. Their options for dealing with the enemy are limited. Thus, we might consider seeking external assistance. Lin Qianchen proposes. He is not one to adhere rigidly to doctrine, given the current high alertness and troop movements of the Japanese, relying solely on their own forces or newly recruited soldiers undergoing training would likely take until next year. With winter approaching, large-scale mobilizations are impractical. The Japanese seem to be taking advantage of their reluctance to engage, and Lin Qianchen senses they are attempting to lure out the resisting forces. This is a blatant ploy, and with the vast disparity in strength and equipment, the Japanese brazenly seize strategic positions. Resting his chin on his hand, Lin Qianchen gazes thoughtfully at the map for a moment. Shaoshanzi, go see Commander Li and inquire if he has any interest in ambushing the Japanese. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qianchen adds, return only after confirming Commander Li's response. He understands that, given the numerous battles raging across the northwest of Shaanxi, the independent regiment will likely need to seek approval from higher authorities to dispatch troops. During this time, Lin Qianchen can prepare. Regardless of whether Li Yunlong agrees, he will find a way to strike at the Japanese forces. Understood. Wait, Lin Qianchen calls out to the hasty Shaoshanzi, pondering for a moment before continuing. If he detains you, enjoy yourself there for a while, and seize the opportunity to return. Got it? If he detains me, then so be it, Commander, just make sure that Juji doesn't come back. Very thoughtful. Lin Qianchen nods approvingly, watching Shaoshanzi depart. A smile of satisfaction graces his face. Yang Village, Independent Regiment Headquarters. The sun shines brightly, while snowflakes continue to fall. At this moment, Yang Village is adorned with a layer of silvery white. Near a well in Yang Village, several young figures are busy crafting slogans. Shulan, have you heard? Our independent regiment achieved a great victory in Wonjiatan. A young woman in her 20s, sporting braided hair, exclaims with delight. How could I have heard? The soldiers said that by the time they arrived, the battle was already over, Shulan replies, momentarily taken aback, her features strikingly beautiful, with long flowing hair that exudes an air of intellect. Shulan, unlike the others, is a reporter from the Pudong Salvation newspaper, sent to Jinxi Northwest to cover inspiring stories of the war. However, her journey has been marred by witnessing the relentless encirclement by the Japanese, as various regions succumb to their assault, leaving her in somber silence since arriving in Yang Village nearly a month ago. She has only met 2 college students who came to enlist, and due to their similar ages, the 3 quickly became acquainted. Did you not hear about a defeated army nearby? The short-haired girl, who has been silent until now, whispers. What is there to say about a defeated army? Shulan interrupts, having witnessed too many defeated troops along the way, instinctively harboring a dislike for them. There are many tales to tell. On the surface, they appear to be a defeated army, but they are actually a legitimate force fighting the Japanese. I've heard their commander is quite young and has already eliminated over 1,000 enemy soldiers. The short-haired girl, Lan Meng, smiles gently, not holding a grudge for being interrupted, and continues, the victory you spoke of regarding the independent regiment in Wonjiatan was actually initiated by that defeated army. Recently, headquarters organized a study about them, and our regiment commander constantly wonders why we cannot achieve such victories. Initially indifferent, Shulan suddenly looks up, her expression shifting. A defeated army eliminated over 1,000 Japanese. Shulan's demeanor stiffens. Such news, from her journey from Pudong to Jinxi Northwest, is something she has never encountered. To put this in perspective, these achievements surpass the report of the National Army annihilating 800 Japanese soldiers with 3 regiments 3 days prior in southern China. Not to mention, a defeated army achieving such a feat is astounding. With a serious tone, Shulan inquires, Lan Meng, what else do you know? Please share. The short-haired girl, Lan Meng, observes Shulan's expression and becomes more serious. I heard this from villagers who fled here. Many from their village have joined that force. They fought against overwhelming odds, but the villagers aren't clear on the specifics of their strategy. Lan Meng herself was initially skeptical upon hearing this. However, when she realized these accounts came from those who participated in that force, combined with testimonies from soldiers returning from Wonjiatan, she began to believe. In Jinxi Northwest, there exists such a force fighting the Japanese. Fighting against overwhelming odds. Shulan's expression darkens slightly upon hearing this familiar yet foreign term. She is eager to learn more about this unit and whether the tales of their exploits hold any truth. It seems they initially had only 20 men, ambushing a Japanese squad of 20, completely annihilating them. That very night, those 20 men attacked the Japanese battalion's camp, dismantling their artillery positions and retreating unscathed. Lan Meng reflects for a moment before speaking, but as her words escape, Xu Lan's expression betrays disbelief as she gazes skeptically at Lan Meng. Don't doubt it. The regiment commander witnessed it firsthand. Lan Meng, perceiving Xu Lan's skepticism, feels compelled to explain. How utterly extraordinary. Xu Lan has imagined many scenarios of defeating larger forces, such as a battalion overpowering another. Yet, she never envisioned a true underdog scenario resulting in such a victory. There's even more to it. Previously, the independent regiment suffered a defeat, ambushed by 60 Japanese troops, resulting in approximately 400 casualties. Yet, this unit of around 100 managed to scatter that elite Japanese force, leaving only 20 men to retreat in disgrace, while all the vehicles they arrived in were destroyed and are still at headquarters. Lan Meng's words flow with increasing fervor. Xu Lan listens in astonishment. Even the girl with braids stands in wide-eyed shock. What else do you know? Please tell me everything, Xu Lan urges, her pupils reflecting a hint of disbelief, reminiscent of the exaggerated boasts she has encountered from some commanders. However, a glimmer of hope stirs within her. What if it were true? At that moment, Xu Lan suddenly notices a small, slender figure sneaking in, clad in military attire that differs from theirs. This heightens their alertness. The three exchange wary glances, and Lan Meng urgently exclaims, "I'll go call for help." Chapter 61, The Rolling Meet. Truly a rolling meet, Yarn Village, the station of the independent regiment. In the command room of the regiment headquarters, Li Yunlong furrowed his brows, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes resembling layers of crashing waves. His expression was somewhat grim as he scrutinized the military uniform before him, one that evoked a plethora of unpleasant memories. This attire of the Sichuan army always brought to mind recollections in which he felt nothing short of a fool. Li Yunlong remained silent, the atmosphere thickening with tension. He noticed that Shaoshanzi and the other two from the Blue Dream had also been summoned forward, their gazes filled with an odd scrutiny. Upon their initial report, it became apparent that the regiment commander placed significant importance on it. However, there lingered a peculiar air of disdain, leaving the trio exchanging glances of confusion. Before Li Yunlong could utter a word, Shaoshanzi presented a map to him, his face adorned with a radiant smile. Our regiment commander says that Li regiment commander possesses unparalleled bravery, and this time he wishes to invite Li regiment commander to join in the fight against the Japanese. At this declaration, the gazes within the command room momentarily froze. Li Yunlong, maintaining a stoic expression, accepted the map, casting a sidelong glance at Shaoshanzi before shifting his focus to the map, his eyes scrutinizing it intently. Although he had not received formal education, he had always strived to learn, and he prided himself on his ability to read maps. With a mere glance, he perceived Lin Qianchun's intent. "You possess quite the audacity, seeking our aid in defense." "Indeed, our regiment commander stated that our numbers are too few," Shaoshanzi candidly nodded. Li Yunlong's expression turned serious as he fell into contemplation. The Japanese had shifted from Wanjie town, and he had received some intelligence, yet, those enemy troops on the road often came in batches, with no fewer than 2 companies. Lin Qianchun's force appeared to consist of only about 300 men. 300 men aiming to confront at least 2 companies, perhaps even 1,000 Japanese soldiers, or possibly more. This is no longer a battle in dense forests. Li Yunlong mused inwardly. Initially, with just 20 men armed with a few grenades, they had managed to annihilate a Japanese squad in the dense foliage of Zhangyin Ridge, catching the enemy off guard. Attacking the command post of the Japanese Sokotter unit and launching a surprise assault on their mortar positions had involved no direct confrontation, rather, it was akin to surgical precision. However, this time, facing an enemy several times their number on an open road, even if ambushed, would still equate to a frontal engagement of fewer against more, yielding vastly different outcomes. The invitation for their assistance in defense was indeed a reflection of insufficient manpower, yet even so, Li Yunlong found it hard to believe that mere defense implied a confidence to eliminate 300 to 500 Japanese soldiers. "Damn it, are you all trying to command me now? And you dare send him to me, not fearing that I might detain you in exchange for juicy." Li Yunlong slowly lowered the map, his tone somewhat irate. Our regiment commander stated that, when it comes to fighting the Japanese, you will undoubtedly set aside personal feelings. Otherwise, you would not be the Li Yunlong he knows so well. Xiaoshanzi blinked, somewhat sheepish, after a brief pause, as if a thought struck him. He straightened his posture. Moreover, our regiment commander mentioned that if you were to detain me, I would still enjoy good food and drink here and find an opportunity to escape. The last part was not disclosed by the commander. Xiaoshanzi's sheepishness stemmed from the mention of detaining Juzi, but recalling Lin Qianqun's instruction, he immediately regained his confidence. As he spoke, however, his words began to slip. You all are nothing but nonsense, Li Yunlong chuckled in exasperation, finally comprehending the situation before him. He was indeed staring at a rolling meat. Moreover, given that Xiaoshanzi had been able to alert the previous batch of elite Japanese soldiers, Li Yunlong had no doubt about Xiaoshanzi's agility. It would be inconceivable to waste 5 or 6 soldiers keeping watch day and night. Damn it, this is infuriating, Li Yunlong muttered inwardly, taking a deep breath before refocusing on the map. Despite the fact that Lin Qianqun had led him into a significant predicament, causing him considerable loss, Li Yunlong had no doubts about Lin's intentions in combating the Japanese. Furthermore, Wanjie town had indeed become a thorn in their side. Recently, the Japanese in northwestern Shaanxi seemed to have received orders to begin sweeping through their various strongholds. Wanjie town, serving as a transit station, had facilitated the movement of numerous Japanese troops, and most importantly, displayed utter disregard, treating them as inconsequential, with reconnaissance aircraft patrolling the skies daily. I must report this matter to higher authorities. Li Yunlong refrained from agreeing immediately, for the surrounding bases of Yang village were at risk of encountering sweeping Japanese forces at any moment. Unlike before, he now bore the responsibility for dozens of villages near Yang village, as well as the battlefield hospital and munitions factory. Yes, our regiment commander instructed me to wait for Li regiment commander's response before returning. Xiaoshanzi nodded, his expression devoid of any surprise. Li Yunlong scrutinized the slender youth before him, his tone and demeanor evoking the image of the elusive Lin Qianqun standing directly before him. Rolling meat, truly a rolling meat. After contemplating for a few seconds, he turned to Zhang Dabiao and said, Zhang Dabiao, please arrange a place for our allied brothers to rest. Understood. Zhang Dabiao promptly led Xiaoshanzi away. In a small courtyard of a mud house in Yang village, Xu Lan and her companions had returned from the regiment's command room, carrying some lime powder. They began to repaint the slogans that had been left unfinished. Upon seeing Xu Lan and her companions return, several station soldiers also resumed assisting in mixing some lime. As a reporter, Xu Lan had traveled to northwestern Shaanxi, having spent some time in the Nationalist Army. Upon encountering this particular unit, she felt that there were indeed forces still combating the Japanese in northwestern Shaanxi. However, she was now unable to quell her curiosity regarding Lin Qianqun, the commander whom Li Yunlong so frequently berated. Yingmai, why do I feel that Li regiment commander seems to harbor some disdain for the commander who invited him? Do you know what happened? Xu Lan inquired with genuine curiosity, as her companions had been there longer and knew more. I have no idea. Song Yingmai shook her head. Yet, a soldier mixing lime overheard their conversation and immediately chimed in. That Lin regiment commander, back when our commander was with the new 1st Regiment, kindly lent them a man, but they, like Liu Bei borrowing Jingju, took without returning. During the battle for Wanjie town, that Lin regiment commander vanished without a trace, which left our commander unable to eat for quite some time due to anger. Later, our commander set his sights on Wanjie town, only for them to seize it prematurely. An entire battalion's horses led to our commander cursing for a long while. Anyway, for the past month, our commander has cursed about it every single day. The soldier's expression was somewhat peculiar as he recounted the intricacies of the matter. Xu Lan and her companions exchanged glances, for from within the command room, a muffled curse could be heard, evidently confirming the soldiers' accounts. Chapter 62, Let the people of our nation witness that we are still fighting. In the command room of Dashir Bey, a refined gentleman, upon placing down the telephone, bore a grave expression. He conveyed his concerns regarding the matter proposed by Li Yunlong to his staff, feeling uncertain in his heart. Throughout the northwestern Jin region, numerous areas had already succumbed to the encirclement of the enemy, and the current position of the independent regiment was at the forefront of Dashir Bay. Furthermore, the independent regiment had recently suffered significant losses. Although Li Yunlong had undertaken some training with the personnel, he felt that it was still premature for action. From your tone, it seems this might once again pertain to one of Li Yunlong's reckless ideas, pondered the 30-year-old man. Just then, a figure entered the command room, holding a cup of tea and gazing at the extensive terrain map laid out on the long table. The staff from the brigade just informed me that Li Yunlong has requested to engage in battle again. It appears that the unit which previously assisted us at Sangyun Ridge and Yang Village has contacted him. They are planning an ambush against the enemy's supply convoy in Wenjie town and hope for Li Yunlong's support to delay the enemy reinforcements. Pushing up his glasses, the elegant 30-year-old proceeded to relay Li Yunlong's report to his superiors. Upon hearing the name Wenjie town, the leader immediately located it on the map and began to scrutinize it, his expression growing increasingly solemn. Perhaps it was due to the unit Li Yunlong mentioned. After a moment of contemplation before the map, he remarked, Li Yunlong seems restless and eager to seize an opportunity. Back when he was with the new 1st Regiment, he operated in a similar manner. The bespectacled middle-aged man, handsome in appearance with furrowed brows, paused momentarily before articulating. However, the enemy has established checkpoints throughout northwestern Jin, constraining our operational space. We are currently maneuvering around the enemy, and many of our stationed forces are beginning to withdraw. The independent regiment's position is particularly sensitive, making it impractical to mobilize easily. He expressed his concerns. The figure beside him, who had been analyzing the map while slightly hunched, straightened up, observing the shrinking base of operations. Currently, battles rage across the nation, and within the National Revolutionary Army, factions advocating for surrender have emerged. We have gone too long without a morale-boosting engagement. If we continue to retreat, even with our vast territory and strategic depth, we cannot withstand such withdrawals. It is time for the people of northwestern Jin, and indeed all of China, to see that we are still in the fight. Prepare yourself. A major battle may soon be upon us. Understood. The nearly 40-year-old man responded solemnly, though his tone hesitated slightly before he continued. Then I shall refuse Li Yunlong's request. No. The figure at the map interjected sharply. Order the new 1st Regiment to transfer to Yang Village and allow the independent regiment to proceed. Li Yunlong possesses a natural talent for combat. We permit this engagement, but we must ensure that significant casualties do not occur. Having recently endured a grave ordeal, the independent regiment indeed required a battle to revitalize their morale, yet this was a double-edged sword. Should it not be executed well, the independent regiment's resurgence would likely become a daunting challenge. Very well. At the new 1st Regiment's encampment. Yes. In the command room, Ding Wei set down the receiver, his expression laced with confusion as he glanced at the map on the wall. That Li Yunlong, what an impulsive fellow. Just as Ding Wei murmured to himself, a voice echoed from outside the command room. Ding Wei. Ding Wei. Before the person was seen, his voice was already heard. You rascal, what trickery are you up to this time? Just as the call from headquarters ended, you come barging in. Ding Wei regarded the grinning Li Yunlong who had entered the command room, his expression a mix of curiosity and disbelief. I reported, and upon hearing that the brigade commander was at headquarters, I knew he would surely consent. The independent regiment is moving, and your new 1st Regiment will inevitably follow suit. Are you suggesting your independent regiment is mightier than the brigade commander? You think you can mobilize my new 1st Regiment? Enough with the banter. This time I will teach you how to fight. Without further ado, Li Yunlong seized a cup of water from the command room and took a sip. When he phoned the brigade, he had already surmised the concerns circulating at the higher echelons. Knowing the strategic importance of the independent regiment's position, he was aware that their movement would necessitate coordination with the new 1st Regiment stationed nearby. However, upon hearing that the brigade commander was at headquarters, Li Yunlong felt optimistic about the chances of success and decided to discuss matters directly with Ding Wei. But upon hearing this, Ding Wei wore a defiant expression. Do you even know your own capabilities? You think you can teach me how to do my job? We emerged from the same struggles. You're not necessarily superior. Don't forget, during the battle at Yang Village, the independent regiment sustained grave injuries, and now you wish to ambush the enemy's reinforcements in Wenjie town, while coordinating with a unit that is not under our command. Ding Wei's demeanor turned serious. He typically assessed battlefield matters from a broader perspective, and the involvement of a unit outside their structure reminded him of the Jinsui army. Though ostensibly aligned with the National Revolutionary Army, they were well aware that the Jinsui army would not provide assistance. Even if they did, it would not be under orders from the upper echelons. This unit was responsible for dismantling the enemy's command post at Sanyin Ridge and dispersing the elite enemy forces at Yang Village. Upon hearing this, Ding Wei paused. He had long heard of this unit within the new 1st Regiment. During the battle at Sanyin Ridge, the new 1st Regiment had nearly faced annihilation. The enemy had launched relentless assaults day and night, yet a mere 30-man unit had managed to infiltrate the enemy's command post under the cover of darkness, thereby relieving the siege on the new 1st Regiment. Had it not been for the many soldiers of the new 1st Regiment witnessing this firsthand, Ding Wei might have found it difficult to believe. Old Li, the enemy passing through Wenjie town will consist of at least 2 companies, if not a fully equipped battalion. They are armed with heavy weaponry, and the ambush can only be executed on the roads. Moreover, the enemy is exceedingly cautious, typically sending a small contingent ahead, which means we will face direct engagement. The disparity in numbers, firepower, and other logistical arrangements must be meticulously planned. Before Ding Wei could finish, Li Yunlong interjected with a smile. Ding Wei, you're rambling like an old woman. This matter is already settled. You shall remain in your post while I mobilize. Li Yunlong's voice rose, yet Ding Wei's brows remained furrowed as he observed the exuberant Li Yunlong. Chapter 63. What inspires such reverence in the youth for Yang Village, the base of the independent regiment? This comrade, the headquarters has approved this matter. Please inform your regiment commander upon your return. Understood. Xiao Shanzi replied without hesitation, casually picking up a rather unpalatable steamed bun nearby. You still dare to eat and take? Li Yunlong, initially suppressing his urge to reprimand the young man, could no longer contain his exasperation upon seeing his demeanor. Commander Li, it's merely sustenance, nothing to be ashamed of. I shall surely relay your kindness to the regiment commander when I return. Xiao Shanzi chuckled, tucking 3 steamed buns into his coat. Get lost. Li Yunlong refrained from inquiring about Ju's situation, as he was aware that it would be futile. Without a knife pressed against Lin Qianqian's throat, Juzi would likely not return. The opportunity to apply such pressure must be sought with caution. Meanwhile, Xu Lan, upon learning that Xiao Shanzi intended to return, paused momentarily, contemplating before approaching Li Yunlong's side. Commander, may I accompany him? I can read and write, and I could serve as a messenger. Moreover, I have traversed here on foot from Jinxi Northwest and am quite familiar with the surroundings. I could return with important reports. Li Yunlong, upon hearing her words, scrutinized Xu Lan. Initially, he had been wary of her, but after a period of observation, he recognized that although she concealed certain truths, she was not suspected of treachery. Upon hearing Xu Lan's proposal, his expression shifted slightly. He pondered for a moment and pulled her aside, whispering, if you go over there, remember to inquire about a certain individual for me. His name is Yu Chengju, he is an artilleryman. If you see him, tell him it's my order to return to the regiment immediately. He is being detained there, poorly fed and clothed, and deeply longs for us. We are all quite worried about him. After receiving confirmation that she could go, Xu Lan nodded emphatically. Yes. Commander Li, you can rest assured, I will bring him back. As autumn waned, the northern snow began to swirl in the heavens. The earth had transformed into a blanket of white. Within the dense forest, along the rugged mountain paths, a slender figure wielded a machete, parting the thorns before him. Behind, Xu Lan struggled to keep pace. Wen Shan, have we not yet arrived? Xu Lan gasped, breathless. Though not one to complain, she had journeyed from Pudong to Jinsi northwest, traversing mountain trails, waterways, and even marshlands. However, the route Xiao Shanzi chose was less a path and more an arduous trail he had blazed himself. Navigating through thick underbrush and trudging through deep snow proved exhausting for Xu Lan, while her companion moved with ease. Almost there. Xiao Shanzi produced a map from his pocket and began to study it. "I didn't realize you could read a map," Xu Lan remarked, surprised. Most young men around the age of 14 joined the army primarily to stave off hunger, and nearly all were illiterate. "The commander taught me." "The commander taught you?" "Yes, the commander taught me. He even drew this map." Upon hearing this, Xu Lan leaned in with curiosity, examining the map in Xiao Shanzi's hands. The map was meticulously marked with contour lines, rivers, lakes, and villages, with place names inscribed in a neat, flowing script that resembled a gentle spring breeze, soft and refreshing. This was undoubtedly the most professional military map she had ever encountered. She had previously assumed that the Lin Regiment commander, much like Li Yunlong of the Independent Regiment, was a rough character, prone to crude speech and bluster. However, the elegance of the handwriting suggested otherwise. "Hurry up and keep up. During reconnaissance with the commander, we mostly traversed paths like this." Xiao Shanzi swung his machete, clearing the thorns before him. A path emerged at his feet. Xu Lan, hearing this, was taken aback. "The commander goes with you on reconnaissance?" Her expression shifted in disbelief. Having spent some time with the nationalist army, she understood that reconnaissance tasks were typically assigned to scouts. Yet, during her time there, her identity as a journalist had elevated her status, leaving her with little substantial reporting to show for it. They often spoke of resisting the Japanese and striking at the enemy, yet the troops remained largely inactive. Hence, upon arriving in Jinsi Northwest, she intentionally concealed her identity as a journalist. "Yes, the commander said that we are quite vulnerable. He doesn't trust others to scout, so he does it himself and sends people to keep watch. Our commander possesses a wealth of knowledge. Sometimes I find wild fruits in the mountains that I cannot identify, yet the commander knows. When encountering the enemy, the commander can instantly discern whether they are infantry or machine gunners or mortarmen. During battles, the commander can lead the enemy around like dogs, luring them into ambushes, no matter how cautious they may be." As Xiao Shanzi spoke of Lin Qianqian, it was as if a floodgate had opened. He walked ahead, clearing the way while enthusiastically sharing his thoughts. Struggling a few paces behind, Xu Lan concentrated intently on his words, finding them markedly different from the braggadocio she had witnessed during her time with the nationalist army. Through his tone, she could sense Xiao Shanzi's sincere admiration and respect. He spoke of everything, mundane matters, reconnaissance, and battling the enemy. Whenever Lin Qianqian was mentioned, the youthful figure's face radiated joy, his eyes sparkling with fervor. What kind of charisma could inspire such reverence in a young boy? Xu Lan found herself inexplicably intrigued by this Lin Regiment commander, captivated by the admiration of the youth, the exasperated remarks of Li Yunlong, and the gratitude expressed by the soldiers of the Independent Regiment towards this small contingent. Chapter 64, Exploration. A thick layer of frost had blanketed the earth. Inside the makeshift tent, Lin Qianqian carefully stowed away the map he had just completed. As he rose to his feet, his foot inadvertently stepped into a muddy puddle. Within the cave, the arrival of their group had created a noticeable temperature difference with the outside, causing much of the frost to melt and seep into the cave, rendering it somewhat damp. During this time, Fang Bailu had repeatedly informed Lin Qianqian that as more soldiers arrived, the cave had begun to feel quite crowded. Moreover, their horses required care, and it was challenging to find fodder in this confined space, not to mention the scarcity of food for the soldiers. As the ranks swelled, various issues began to manifest, which was a source of considerable vexation for Lin Qianqian. "We need to find a base," Lin Qianqian mused, furrowing his brow as he picked up a pair of canvas shoes that Fang Bailu had prepared for him. Just as he donned the shoes, a familiar voice reached his ears. "Captain." Recognizing the voice of Xiao Shanzi, Lin Qianqian hastened out of the tent. "What did Commander Li say?" Lin Qianqian inquired. "They have agreed," Xiao Shanzi promptly replied. Lin Qianqian's gaze fell upon Xu Lan, who had returned with Xiao Shanzi, clad in a trench coat, her tall figure, exquisite features, and flowing hair caught his attention. "Captain, this is the messenger sent by Commander Li," Xiao Shanzi explained, sensing Lin Qianshan's curiosity. "Hello, Captain Lin." Xu Lan quickly responded, extending her hand. "Welcome," Lin Qianshan replied as he shook her hand, offering a slight smile. He was not one to be so easily swayed by beauty. Xu Lan refrained from voicing her thoughts, yet she couldn't help but ponder the eclectic mix of troops before her. Some donned the uniforms of the Jinsui army, others appeared in the attire of the Sichuan army, and there were even villagers in simple rural clothing. This diverse assembly led Xu Lan to question whether this motley crew could truly be the legendary force capable of overcoming greater numbers. The figure before Wang Shan, whom Wang San held in high esteem as their captain, exuded a gentility that starkly contrasted with Li Yunlong's brash demeanor. Though she had encountered numerous commanders, this young man, seemingly in his 20s, radiated an aura less befitting a military leader and more akin to that of an educated scholar. Inside the cave, firearms lay haphazardly intertwined, stacked in a central location, while the corners bore signs of past fires, evidently used for cooking. Besides these, there were some blankets and a flattened area for resting, but Xu Lan found little else of interest. As she contemplated, a sudden clamor of footsteps interrupted her thoughts. "Captain, Xiao Shanzi is back, should we not take action?" The brothers are nearly suffocating. Wang Jiantang, Ding Jiaguo, and Li Weiguo appeared. The trio first saluted, their expressions mirroring Ding Jiaguo's urgency, their eyes ablaze with fervor for battle. "Soon, in this forthcoming skirmish, we shall face no fewer than 2 enemy platoons. I need to conduct reconnaissance to ascertain the specifics." Lin Qianshan spoke with gravity. Although they had previously launched ambushes, the uncertainties of such encounters were manifold. Engaging the enemy on the road necessitated meticulous planning, with Lin Qianshan striving to maximize the effectiveness of the visual map while minimizing casualties. War was no mere child's play. With over 400 individuals in the ranks, he bore heavy responsibility for their safety. "Understood." "Yes." The trio nodded vigorously. After this battle, winter will descend, bringing heavy snow. The weather has already begun to shift. All weapons and equipment must be inspected to prevent them from malfunctioning. Additionally, we must ensure our logistics are in order. You may begin preparations. Lin Qianshan succinctly outlined his directives. With winter fast approaching, some firearms had already frozen and become inoperable. The freezing temperatures posed a significant challenge for both the supplies and the soldiers' resilience. This was Lin Qianshan's final preparation for battle before the onset of winter, as they currently found themselves in a precarious position, unable to engage in large-scale combat without adequate support. Each major encounter was approached with utmost caution. "Yes," the three affirmed, promptly setting to work. Xu Lan took only a few steps before her gaze reflected a hint of peculiarity. Within this mixed group, it appeared as though these individuals did not regard the 2 enemy platoons with any trepidation. Their eyes shimmered with intense combat spirit. 2 platoons, if fully staffed, would amount to nearly or even over 600 men. Xu Lan mused silently, momentarily doubting her hearing. During her time with the Nationalist Army, a reinforced regiment typically boasted mountain artillery and heavy machine guns, formidable firepower. In the face of even a single enemy platoon, caution was always paramount. Yet, as she observed the scene within the cave, it was evident that this group barely numbered around 400. The prospect of such a small force engaging 2 enemy platoons was difficult for Xu Lan to fathom. She could distinctly sense the eagerness of the 3 battalion commanders for battle. It was as if they viewed the enemy not as 2 platoons encroaching upon their territory, but as a primary battleground. Unlike the nationalist forces, who often exhibited a reluctance to engage, these men seemed to yearn for combat. "Xiao Shanzi, accompany me outside," Lin Qianshan instructed after tidying up. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shanzi nodded earnestly. Xu Lan, realizing their intent, interjected, "Captain Lin, I wish to join as well." This prompted Lin Qianshan to appraise the young woman before him. She was indeed striking, dressed pragmatically, with her long hair neatly pinned up. "You should remain here," Lin Qianshan decisively declined, gathering some seized papers as he made his way outside with Xiao Shanzi. The sun shone high in the sky, with light snowflakes drifting down. Lin Qianshan rode a horse while Xiao Shanzi vigilantly scanned the surroundings, seemingly on guard against any sudden appearances of enemy soldiers. In contrast, Lin Qianchen maintained an air of calm, adept dividing his attention to observe the visual map, unconcerned about encountering enemy patrols or being ambushed. After securing their horses, Lin Qianchen paused to survey the expansive area before him, no longer blind to its layout. Fengyang Mountain, known locally for housing a Confucian temple, was a well-recognized feature of the landscape. Though not particularly lofty, it possessed the typical characteristics of the Lurs Highlands, barren and rugged, resembling a stony hill. "Captain, bread," Xiao Shanzi announced, producing 2 pieces of bread from his pocket and offering one to Lin Qianchen. "Did you acquire this from the independent regiment?" "Yes, it is quite filling," Xiao Shanzi replied. Lin Qianchen accepted it, taking a bite. While the taste was unremarkable, it was a stroke of fortune to have something to fill his stomach. "Once this battle concludes, we should find a place to rest and, like the independent regiment, establish a base. We must make good use of the winter to develop our forces, then, we will have a steady supply of bread," Lin Qianchen remarked with a smile, recognizing the growing number of responsibilities he had to address. They needed to secure a permanent station, and with winter approaching, it was imperative to bolster their ranks. However, their immediate priority was to successfully navigate the upcoming battle. Lin Qianchen scanned the surroundings, continuing to observe the visual map while sketching the terrain. Meanwhile, Xiao Shanzi diligently marked various locations based on Lin Qianchen's directives. "Conceal yourselves," Lin Qianchen suddenly commanded, his gaze shifting upward. Xiao Shanzi immediately flattened himself against the ground. Within moments, the distant roar of aircraft engines filled the air. Lin Qianchen's brow furrowed, his gaze fixed on the departing reconnaissance plane. The enemy's aerial superiority remained an insurmountable obstacle. Time was of the essence. As the reconnaissance aircraft vanished from sight, Lin Qianchen stood and brushed off the dust from his clothing, muttering to himself. They needed to strike swiftly to mitigate the threat posed by enemy aircraft. Lin Qianchen resumed his examination of the terrain, determined to leverage every advantage available. The winding road presented numerous blind spots when viewed from above, while several small hills flanked the roadside, offering potential cover for enemy forces. This terrain was decidedly unfavorable for their ambush, hence, it was crucial to devise strategies to counteract any elements that might hinder their success. Chapter 65, The Bewildered New Recruits and the Zealous Veterans. The late autumn sun always warms the heart, and today, with the snow lightly abating, the sunshine is particularly bright. Shulan has spent the past few days observing this unit, where dedicated individuals are assigned daily to organize and arrange training. More importantly, not only do their uniforms lack uniformity, but their weapons do as well. During her time in the National Army, she became acquainted with various firearms: the Hanyang rifle, the 92 model, the Japanese Type 38, the box gun, all of which she can see here. To her surprise, she even spotted several mortars. She couldn't help but ponder that if these individuals were to unify their military attire, they would resemble a proper army. The logistics here also meticulously allocate ammunition supplies, ensuring that each firearm is equipped with the appropriate ammunition. Though their appearance is chaotic, their operations are remarkably orderly. What captivates Shulan the most is the spirit of this unit, which is starkly different from her experiences in the National Army, from the battalion commanders down to the ordinary soldiers. She has never witnessed such unwavering determination in the eyes of these warriors. Each soldier meticulously cleans their weapon, and the atmosphere is thick with the anticipation of battle, indicating that they are clearly preparing for action. Report to the commander. Everyone has gathered from various locations. Wang Jintang's tone grew increasingly serious as he relayed the count of assembled personnel. From an initial dozen armed with Hanyang rifles, they have transformed into a uniform force equipped solely with Type 38 rifles, as well as machine guns, grenade launchers, and mortars. The evolution they have undergone is a testament to the trials faced during the Great War. They may lack the logistical support to manufacture their equipment, rendering them as ruthless drifters, but so what? As long as they can secure victory, their armaments can be replenished. Perhaps they cannot engage in a prolonged war of attrition, yet Wang Jintang firmly believes in the decisive capabilities forged in battle. Currently, they have not aligned with any faction. Perhaps once they do, conditions may improve, yet it is clear to Wang Jintang, as well as to both Ding Jiaguo and Li Weiguo, that Lin Qianchen remains indifferent to which side he belongs. Although they do not belong to any faction, their presence will undoubtedly be felt on the front lines of war. Inside the cave, the arrival of personnel has created a crowded atmosphere. Lin Qianchen stands atop a stone, surveying the ranks of soldiers lined up in columns, his expression grave. Today, we gather everyone here, and I believe you all know that we are about to engage in battle once more. This time will be more challenging than ever, for we must not only eliminate the ambushing Japanese forces but also remain vigilant against the aircraft overhead, and we must avoid being encircled by the reinforcements from the enemy. I do not wish to fight, as it brings suffering and death to our brethren. Yet, we have no choice. If we do not fight, others must take up arms, our successors must take up the fight. We were born in this era and became soldiers, thus, our duty is to protect our homeland. If we retreat, our nation will perish. We must finish all the battles our successors are meant to fight, so they may relish in peace. Lin Qianchen spoke gravely, his words echoing within the cave. As his gaze swept over the soldiers, each one instinctively stood taller, chests outstretched. I command that the new comrades stay here to guard the horses, while the rest of you will move out with me. Lin Qianchen declared from a higher vantage point in the cave, his voice resounding clearly. This time, he does not intend to take the newly arrived recruits, who have undergone only minimal training, into battle. Instead, he leaves 5 veterans to manage the training of these new soldiers. Engaging in combat with over 400 men represents a trial for Lin Qianchen. Commander, our dead letter company will take charge of the assault. Wang Jintang's eyes shone with determination, his gaze fierce. Please issue your orders, Commander. Each soldier's face radiated fervor as they clutched their steel rifles. The flag bearing the ominous character for death stood tall, its imposing presence resonating within the hearts of all. Though the character has a negative connotation in Chinese culture, they remain undaunted, embracing death, and are resolute in delivering it to their enemies. The commander has stated that the best enemy is the one who has already met death. Wang, not everything should fall to your 1st Battalion, are we 2nd Battalion to be fearful in battle? Li Weiquo's voice rose in volume, and no sooner had he spoken than the members of the 2nd Battalion erupted into cheers behind him. Exactly. We in the 2nd Battalion have never shied away from a fight. Captain Xiao can take down a machine gunner with a single shot. Our battalion boasts the finest sharpshooters. Moreover, we shall charge no slower than the 1st Battalion. Many veterans in the 2nd Battalion voiced their discontent, the air thick with palpable tension. Hearing the raucousness behind him, Li Weiquo straightened his posture. Commander, our 3rd Battalion requires an opportunity to prove ourselves. Ding Jiaguo's tone turned sour, he desperately needed a chance to showcase their worth. In an instant, the cave was filled with the sound of 3 battalions engaged in fervent debate. Amidst the commotion, the newly arrived recruits, along with Xulan who had only just joined a few days prior, were left bewildered. Before her stood passionately fervent veterans, alongside the blood-stained flag emblazoned with the character for death. Suddenly, she felt the weight of a term she had heard before but had never truly understood. Military spirit. In the face of battle, these warriors exhibited no fear, as if the smoke-filled battlefield were their true home. During her time in the National Army, when soldiers heard of an impending engagement with the Japanese, a hint of anxiety would invariably surface. Such feelings were inescapable, yet now, within this humble cave, a unit of 500 displayed such a scene. Though they may be referred to as 3 battalions, the 1st Battalion was hardly at full strength, yet these soldiers faced death with equanimity, their eagerness for combat unmatched by anything Xulan had witnessed in all her previous experiences. Xulan's gaze unconsciously fell upon the youthful figure standing before her. If we do not fight, our successors must, echoed repeatedly in her mind, as she felt she had discovered the essence of what could forge the military spirit within this small unit. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, her heart brimmed with emotion, for this time, she knew she had come to the right place, where she encountered the true military spirit of Huaxia. Chapter 66, Preparations Before the War. Little Shanzi, here is the letter for Commander Li. After you deliver it, follow this route to find us. We will be laying an ambush after prior reconnaissance, Lin Qianchen solemnly instructed as he handed a map and a letter to Little Shanzi. With a nod, little Shanzi took the map and led her away and promptly departed. Inside the makeshift tent, Lin Qianchen cast his gaze once more at the rudimentary operational sand table laid out on the ground, which he had assembled following his reconnaissance. This time, all 3 battalions are of equal importance. There is no distinction between front and rear, each battalion is crucial, Lin Qianchen stated with an unusual calmness. Upon hearing this, Wen Jiantang and the others immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Although this is an ambush, it differs from past encounters. On this route, there are no trees for cover, the enemy's forces may vastly outnumber ours. You 3 battalions must advance and retreat in unison. If 1 battalion falters, the other 2 will surely be ensnared. I order. Lin Qianchen's tone grew increasingly serious. Wang Jiantang and the others swiftly approached the table, their eyes fixed on the operational sand table. Wang Jiantang even retrieved a small notebook, prepared to take notes. The atmosphere in the tent was hushed, as if all were attentively listening to a single voice. Everyone understood the importance of this battle and recognized that only Lin Qianchen could lead them through it. All actions hinge upon the reconnaissance units of the enemy being dispatched. You must enter the positions at the first opportunity. 1st Battalion will position itself on the southwestern hillside of the road, divided into groups of 3, as I previously instructed you to practice. Ensure that this entire area is fortified with our firepower. 2nd Battalion will concentrate on the northwest slope. Once the battle commences, these 13 high points must be manned at the earliest moment after the enemy's forward units pass. Stockpile grenades and clear out any hidden corners. 3rd Battalion will allocate 1/3 of its soldiers 3 kilometers down the road. As soon as the sounds of gunfire erupt, annihilate the enemy's advance forces during their retreat. The remainder will remain on standby on the northeastern hill, concealed until the enemy retreats in your direction, at which point you will launch your assault. After conveying these orders, Lin Qianchen's gaze lingered on a figure within the tent. Zhuzi, your artillery battery will play a vital role in this battle. Whether we can achieve fire suppression and minimize casualties rests upon you. Upon hearing this, Zhuzi immediately stood tall, his posture straightening. Commander, I assure you I will not falter. Wherever you point, I will fire. Very well. The artillery and fire support units will follow my lead and heed my commands. All units, with the exception of the 3rd Battalion, will commence combat at the sound of artillery. Lin Qianchen's words marked the culmination of several days of observation, culminating in a combat strategy meticulously tailored to the terrain. He had thoroughly analyzed the geographical advantages. However, the true test of battle would ultimately depend on the evolving circumstances. The primary objective of this engagement was to eliminate the enemy's firepower points and disrupt their defensive and offensive rhythm. Therefore, the artillery and fire support units must remain close at hand to coordinate effectively, for this battle would be tougher than any previous one, essentially a collision of firepower. Let us set out. I hope none of you find your names on my casualty list. Lin Qianchen surveyed the assembled soldiers, as if trying to minimize each face, his tone heavy with gravity. Yes. Yes. Wang Jiantang and the others, upon receiving their orders, quickly briefed their subordinates to prepare for departure. Almost simultaneously, they gathered around Zhuzi. Zhuzi, those 20 shells you have were captured by me. When the time comes to support the 1st Battalion, be sure to aim true. I'll procure more shells for you later, Wang Jiantang said with a warm smile, his tone amiable. Sure thing, Zhuzi replied, his face lighting up with a goofy grin. The prospect of additional shells and artillery was enough to make Zhuzi's spirits lift. Zhuzi, don't forget about our 2nd Battalion. When it's time for fire support, be generous. I'll not only secure shells for you but also bring back a bottle of sweet potato liquor, Li Weiguo declared, patting his chest with conviction. Absolutely. Absolutely. Zhuzi beamed, his affable demeanor unwavering. Surrounded by his comrades, Zhuzi felt a sense of camaraderie he had never experienced before in the new regiment. Previously, he had to toil like a beast of burden while meticulously rationing ammunition. Now he had over 30 shells in stock, and as he counted them, he envisioned the moment they would be unleashed under his command, with 5 mortars at his disposal. Commander Li. Do not forget me, Zhuzi thought, his face alight with joy. Juzi, although our 3rd Battalion will be in reserve, when you require artillery support, do not hesitate to call for it. Remember, we are tasked with covering the rear, and we will not be lacking in captured shells. They will all belong to you in due time, Ding Jiagwa boldly proclaimed. Certainly, certainly, I will do my utmost to assist, Juzi replied, his grin still plastered on his face. In the midst of this camaraderie, Juzi felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. Everyone around him was exceptionally talented and spoke with kindness. Not only was there artillery to wield, but also sweet potato liquor to savor. Meanwhile, Shulan, upon hearing Juzi's name, fixed her gaze on the center of the gathering. Li Yunlong's words echoed in her mind, yet Juzi's smile, surrounded by his comrades, painted a stark contrast to the struggles he had described. Was he truly suffering here? Shulan mused, her perceptions sharpened. It was evident that his experience differed greatly from what Li Yunlong had conveyed, as he seemed to revel in this environment. As her thoughts drifted, a figure swiftly departed, prompting her to gather her scattered focus. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 67, The Great War begins. The sky loomed ominously, shrouded in a thick blanket of grey, as delicate snowflakes drifted down with the wind. A figure clad in a military overcoat gazed solemnly at the falling snow, his expression grave. Commander, Li Yunlong has just sent word that they have set out. Zhenlu approached the commander with measured steps, his voice steady. The enemy's forces are increasingly concentrated in the northwest of Shaanxi, with several regiments of the Jinsui army and our own bases nearly engulfed in a vast encirclement by the enemy, which continues to tighten. The commander stared into the distance, pondering for a moment before speaking again. There are quite a number of enemy troops transiting through Wanjie town. I have no doubt about the combat effectiveness of that contingent, but their numbers are rather meager. He recalled the battle at Jiangsuan, where he had come to trust the fighting spirit of the troops composed of remnants of the defeated army. Yet, given the current overall situation, it appeared that the enemy in the northwest of Shaanxi had multiplied like locusts, equipped with superior weaponry. The sheer paucity of personnel in this contingent troubled him greatly regarding the prospect of launching an ambush. They call themselves the Independent Regiment and are quite confident. We can place our trust in them. What we need now is a victory to uplift morale. Only by securing localized victories can we ignite the spirit of resistance and demonstrate to our allies that the enemy is not invincible, Zhenlu stated with a serious tone, fully comprehending why the commander had agreed to Li Yunlong's assistance. They had been mobilizing troops recently to seek an opening, but the disparity between their forces and the enemy's was stark, not only in numbers but also in terms of weaponry. Within their ranks, some soldiers were still without arms, training with a Hanyang rifle that had changed hands countless times. Ammunition was scarce, typically ranging from 3 to 5 rounds, and only a few could boast of hitting their targets with any consistency. If luck were on their side, perhaps they could capture a few enemy weapons. After voicing these concerns, Zhenlu stood silently beside the commander. If only they could join us, and we could assign them a regiment. After this battle, we should hastily have Li Yunlong test the waters, the commander murmured, as frost from the mountain air began to settle on his shoulders, slowly melting away. I share the same sentiment, Zhenlu nodded in agreement. As dawn broke, the world was shrouded in a veil of mist and snow. On the road, several hundred men lay concealed within the dense forest, having stashed their horses several miles away, leaving a few sentinels to guard them. Commander, when shall we advance to the front? Ding Jiagwa rubbed his hands together after ensuring the troops were settled, making his way to Lin Qianchen in anticipation of further orders. Throughout the journey, he felt a surge of excitement, not from being a warmonger, but from the prolonged training of new recruits that had left him wearied. Many of the villagers who had joined lacked even the most basic skills in handling a rifle or loading ammunition. Ding Jiagwa was acutely aware that had it not been for the survival of their homeland, trampled upon by invaders, they would never have embarked on this path. Moreover, most of these villagers were illiterate. Communicating with them required personal instruction and guidance. Li Weigua and Wen Jiantang exchanged curious glances upon hearing this. Just a few days ago, I observed alongside Xiao Shan for an extended period. Whenever the enemy's main forces pass through, there is usually a small contingent sent ahead as scouts. If you proceed to the front now, you are likely to be detected by this small group of enemy scouts, Lin Qianchen explained with solemnity. However, it is precisely because this small scouting party is separated from the main force that you must make haste to the front lines while they are preoccupied with their reconnaissance. Remember, speed is of the essence. Once there, remain silent and execute the plan. Lin Qianchen had carefully selected this advantageous terrain after much reconnaissance. It was a deceptive landscape, complex enough that the enemy would not underestimate it and would conduct thorough scouting. But their meticulous observations would also afford the enemy a false sense of security, thus the success of the ambush hinged on avoiding detection by the scouts before moving into position. Upon hearing Lin Qianchen's directives, Wen Jiantang and the others nodded emphatically, expressing no dissent regarding the plan. Li Weigua's eyes flickered with excitement as the details of the operation sunk in. This time, he was not part of a defeated army, he was a tiger poised to defend the mountain. The fire of battle ignited within him. He was finally presented with an opportunity to confront the enemy head-on, and his heart raced with anticipation. He vowed never again to play the role of a defeated soldier. Attention, Lin Qianchen whispered, his focus sharpening as he monitored every movement on the visual map. The moment a red dot appeared at the edge of the map, his demeanor shifted instantly. All units, conceal yourselves. Chapter 68. Sokotter Brigade, let us annihilate them head-on. On the road leading 20 kilometers from Wenzhou town, there are no shelters along the highway, which stretches narrow and long, with several sections of flat ground directly exposed at the mountainside. The sky is overcast, and the morning air is frosty. The entire road is eerily quiet, save for the howling wind echoing between the mountains. At the mountainside, Lin Qianchen had not been observing for long when Xiao Shanzi returned to the ranks. Commander, Li's brigade has already set out. Lin Qianchen nodded, and soon Fang Bailu's figure dashed back, urgency evident in his tone. Commander, there are nearly 1,000 enemy troops approaching. Indeed, a contingent of around 40 has advanced ahead, scouting along the perimeter. We are concerned about being discovered, hence we observed from a distance. Upon hearing Fang Bailu's words, the eyes of Wen Jiantang and the others, who had been awaiting orders, swiftly converged upon Lin Qianchen. It appears the enemy is not foolish. A smile graced Lin Qianchen's face, for he understood that the success of this ambush was already half assured. Had the enemy not sent scouts, they would be excessively cautious, potentially resorting to premature artillery fire on the mountaintop. As a perilous test, Lin Qianchen chose this location deliberately, intending to exploit the enemy's psychology by setting an ambush in the most likely spot. He needed the enemy's scouts to investigate potential ambush sites. Were the enemy to be utterly foolish and neglect to send scouts, Lin Qianchen would have to reconsider the feasibility of the ambush, for even a chaotic strike could spell disaster. However, the opportunity lay before him, and he would not let it slip away. Juzi. Commander, I am here. Juzi immediately bent low and jogged over. 30 mortar shells, do not hold back this time. The scale of our casualties will largely depend on your precision and the ferocity of our firepower. Lin Qianchen's tone was grave. The outcome of this battle could take many forms, with the best scenario being Juzi executing precise strikes under his command. The worst, naturally, would be a grueling battle, where even a victory could come at a staggering cost. Rest assured, Commander, I will strike where you direct. Juzi's normally jovial face turned serious, the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders, and he understood what he must do. Lin Qianchen nodded, peering through his binoculars from an elevated position, granting him a clear view of a dozen three-wheeled vehicles on the highway. From these vehicles disembarked a dozen enemy soldiers, some of whom began to scout the road on foot. One enemy soldier, still atop a three-wheeler, was scanning the surrounding hills with binoculars. Shulan felt a surge of anxiety at this sight. She had not anticipated the enemy being so cautious in their approach. Despite the current national war situation favoring the enemy, with their deployment of nearly 1,000 troops, it would take at least 2 regiments to match their strength, rendering ambushes a daunting prospect. The enemy outnumbered them by nearly 2-1. Xu Lan cast a glance at Wang Jiantang and the others, noting the stark contrast in their expressions. Their eyes were filled with fierce determination. Fingers gripped their rifles tightly, turning pale, even as veins bulged. It was as if a single word from Lin Qianchen would spur them to charge down the hill, and Xiao Shanzi and Fang Bailu shared this fervor. Yet, Xu Lan harbored doubts. During the earlier encounter with the Nationalist Army's reinforced regiment, even a mere 800 enemy soldiers had nearly scattered them. Given the enemy's current heightened vigilance, could they truly execute a successful ambush? Lower your heads, Lin Qianchen commanded quietly, yet his mind remained fixated on the mental map before him. Observing the enemy cautiously entering the mountain terrain, coordinating their reconnaissance to eliminate potential threats, Lin Qianchen's expression grew increasingly serious. All units, proceed to your designated positions. The sound of artillery will be our signal to act. I will do my utmost to alleviate your burdens. When the battle commences, seize any opportunities that arise. With Lin Qianchen's orders issued, a chorus of low, resolute affirmations followed. Yes. 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 The responses were soft yet unwavering, devoid of hesitation. Wang Jiantang and the others immediately began to retreat to their concealed positions, leading their teams to the assigned locations. Xu Lan watched them depart, her concern palpable, yet she felt a sense of awe as well. She had never imagined that a unit facing an enemy force more than double their size would boldly issue commands to take position, with soldiers eagerly preparing for battle. Can we win? Xu Lan recognized the fighting spirit of this unit, yet her worries lingered regarding the fate of these soldiers. After all, both the fighters and the commanders seemed exceptionally elite, and losing them felt like a significant loss. For the first time, she pondered whether retreating in the face of the enemy could be a viable strategy. However, her worries were of little consequence now, for the orders had been given, and she felt no entitlement to compel the commanding officer to change his mind. Thus, she could only watch with concern as a few trucks gradually appeared on the tranquil road. Commander, that flag looks like the cloth we use for our steamed buns. Xiao Shanzi pointed to a flag on one of the trucks. Lin Qianchen turned to examine it, recognizing it as identical to the flag of the Sokotter Brigade they had captured at Sanyan Ridge. The flag on the truck bore the same insignia. Lin Qianchen had contemplated the strategic use of the brigade flag, but currently, his forces were too weak to establish a connection with the Jinsui Army. As for exchanging the brigade flag with Li Yunlong's forces for supplies, he had never considered it, knowing they themselves were impoverished. Yet now, seeing the Sokotter Brigade's flag again stirred Lin Qianchen's thoughts. If he could exchange two identical flags, might he obtain more substantial resources? Previously, he refrained from trading because his forces were merely a few hundred strong. Even if he sought supplies, he doubted he could secure significant gains. Even now, with 400 to 500 soldiers, he did not consider that many, but he did have a genuine battalion commander. Regarding numbers, he could expand further after winter, and even if he did not exceed 1,000, he would at least approach that figure. That would constitute a relatively small regiment, and when the time came to trade, he could potentially negotiate for a brigade or even a division. Thus, Lin Qianchen had long contemplated the brigade flag and the previously captured commander's saber. The reason he had not acted sooner was simply that the tangible benefits were limited. However, this flag, his gaze lingered on the fluttering emblem, lost in thought. For now, he resolved to focus on the imminent battle. Lacking tanks, his confidence grew somewhat. Ahead, the enemy's advance guard was probing the route, thus the main body of their forces was moving at a deliberate pace, approaching the ambush point. Juzi. Chapter 69. The pillar strikes, ammunition explosion. Commander, you speak, Pillar said with a grave expression, having also noticed the approaching enemy forces in the distance. Lin Qianchen pointed towards the convoy ahead on the road and inquired, "Is it possible for you to fire 2 shells simultaneously, one in front of and one behind the enemy, effectively trapping them in between?" Pillar fixed his gaze intently on the advancing enemy below, and after a moment of contemplation, replied solemnly, "Commander, due to the enemy's movement, I can only attempt this. I cannot guarantee both shells will be accurate. However, I am confident I can hit the convoy at the front. If they do not stop, I can certainly fire a few more rounds." As for the rear, because it is pre-aimed, the accuracy may not be as precise, and adjustments cannot be made swiftly. Upon hearing this, Lin Qianchen made a swift decision. Then aim precisely at the front. Merely sever the rear, adjust the cannon and use 3 mortars to target the area just behind the flag. Starting from the 3rd vehicle, continue to bombard until the ammunition detonates. Lin Qianchen emphasized, knowing that the large truck was covered with a tarpaulin, making visual identification difficult. However, from the visualized map's firepower markers, it was evident that the trucks in the middle and rear were likely transporting artillery shells. Though he wished to capture these shells, he understood that allowing them to enter the mortar tubes would be disastrous. In a firepower duel, they would be at a distinct disadvantage. Understood, Pillar hesitated for only a second. Without questioning the order, he began adjusting the positions of the mortars as Lin Qianchen directed. The observation point chosen by Lin Qianchen was excellent, allowing a clear view of Wang Jiantang and his team. After a small contingent passed, they appeared at the designated location with surgical precision, even managing to erase any traces left behind. Everything was set. Lin Qianchen closely monitored the enemy's marching route. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 4 minutes. As the first enemy truck entered the ambush zone, Lin Qianchen promptly instructed Pillar, judge the moment to fire yourself. Lin Qianchen placed his trust in Pillar's ability to adjust the artillery. He was merely an outsider in this field. Pillar gave a thumbs up and made final adjustments, then half-squatted in front of one mortar, attempting to ensure the shot aimed at the front was as precise as possible. Meanwhile, a soldier stood ready with shells for the other 4 mortars. On the road, apart from the whistling wind, the rumble of truck engines filled the air, devoid of any other sounds. The troops at the position stood at the ready while the advancing enemy glanced around cautiously. Pillar's hand, adjusting the mortar's angle, began to sweat in the cold, his earnest expression reflecting the weight of his calculations, praying that his shots would not go astray. Fire! As the enemy stepped into the predicted position, Pillar's voice erupted with authority as he loaded the shell into the mortar tube. Almost simultaneously, within the span of a second, 5 mortars roared to life. Whoosh, whoosh, the sound of shells slicing through the sky resonated instantly. In the dim, overcast sky, the flames appeared extraordinarily bright. Boom! At nearly the same moment, the explosions erupted. In an instant, the enemy was thrown into disarray, although they reacted swiftly, with soldiers leaping from their trucks, seeking cover behind their vehicles. Seeing the first truck hit, Pillar's heart surged with warmth. Though it did not explode the fuel tank, it clearly affected the driver, causing him to crash into the roadside, while the following vehicle collided, creating a blockade on the road. Excellent, Lin Qianchen exclaimed with excitement. The road was narrow enough to accommodate 1 truck, but 2 side by side were impossible. The front truck's collision with the boulders, followed by the back truck's crash, completely obstructed the path. Commander, remember to help me capture more ammunition, Pillar said, quickly adjusting the angle of the mortar to target the middle and rear sections. At the moment the first shell was fired, Wang Jiantang, who had been lying in wait, could no longer contain himself. Kill! He pulled the trigger, unleashing a barrage of gunfire in one fluid motion. The recoil from his weapon brought a long-lost thrill to Wang Jiantang. Although the enemy initially sought cover, many fell within moments. On the southwestern hillside of the road, gunfire erupted from various positions along the slope. Fire simultaneously echoed from a high ground on the northwestern slope, where Li Weiguo commanded his men to open fire. It was evident that every elevated position to the northwest was manned by soldiers unleashing their weapons, and the initial volley brought down several enemies in the first round. Pillar, that truck, fire at it. Lin Qianchen pointed at a particularly vivid red dot on the visualized map, urging Pillar beside him to adjust the mortar's aim. Hearing the command, Pillar followed Lin Qianchen's direction, aligning the mortar, aim, load, fire, a seamless sequence. Boom! A tremendous explosion followed, resulting in yet another violent detonation, ammunition explosion. This shell directly struck the truck transporting enemy ordnance, igniting a fiery spectacle as explosions echoed in succession. The flames illuminated the entire road, and the immense shockwave lifted the truck, crushing it heavily onto the roadside. The blast's force sent nearby enemies soaring, some disintegrating entirely, while others were engulfed in flames, their anguished cries filling the air. Amidst the continuous explosions, the sound of gunfire persisted from the wreckage. Bullets flew towards the surrounding enemies, compelling them to retreat in terror from the sight of the detonations, even as they witnessed their comrades consumed by flames. At that moment, the spirit of the samurai seemed utterly powerless. Though Lin Qianchen felt a twinge of regret, he did not regret targeting the truck laden with artillery shells. Capturing them was contingent upon victory. The massive explosion of ammunition had clearly thrown the enemy into chaos, and with binoculars in hand, he observed their frantic reactions. The gradual weakening of the enemy would significantly impact the course of the battle. War, at times, is a contest of firepower, but at other times, it is a test of resolve. The side with stronger willpower and greater fighting spirit naturally increases its chances of victory. Good. Pillar, clear that area. Lin Qianchen surveyed the battlefield through his binoculars, coordinating with the visual map to deliver precise strikes on areas of concentrated enemy fire. Commander, they have already engaged in combat. 7 or 8 kilometers from Lin Qianchen's ambush point, a thunderous explosion echoed, prompting Zhang Dubiao, lying in the snow, to gaze into the distance. Although he could only see the winding mountain road, the cacophony of explosions and the rapid gunfire conveyed the intensity of the conflict. Damn it, these shells seem to be free. It must be the enemy's ammunition detonating, Li Yunlong remarked, tilting his head to listen intently to the cannon fire. Each sound resonated, causing his hand to scratch involuntarily. Ambush warfare was Li Yunlong's favorite tactic. Why are there so many shells? Damn, this retreating army is surprisingly well equipped. Li Yunlong leaned forward, nearly extending his head into the sky. The sounds of artillery told him there were at least 5 or 6 mortars firing, and the explosions showed no signs of abating, igniting a flicker of envy in his eyes. It had been far too long since he had fought a well-furnished battle. It seemed he had never experienced such wealth. 5 or 6 mortars. Li Yunlong mused quietly. The thunderous explosions surged forth, followed by a barrage of gunfire, indicating that the enemy was beginning to retaliate. Commander, there are so many mortars. Zhang Dubiao paused, glancing at Li Yunlong's stern expression and instantly realizing the implications, quickly silencing himself to avoid reprimand. My dear Pillar, Li Yunlong lamented, feeling a profound sense of loss as if someone had rudely extracted his teeth. However, despite his heartache, the battlefield remained poised for an imminent eruption. Li Yunlong could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. After cursing Lin Lianzhang, he knew the fight must go on. Everyone, stay alert. In 3 to 4 hours, enemy reinforcements will arrive. When they do, strike them hard. Understood. Zhang Dubiao said nothing further, hastily departing to relay the readiness orders. Listening to the relentless barrage of mortars, Li Yunlong's gaze grew distant. Though ultimately, it crystallized into a single sentiment. Pillar, I miss you. Lin Lianzhang is so rude. The heartfelt whispers of lament from the soldiers nearby fell into an uneasy silence, for any slip of the tongue could draw the ire directed at Lin Lianzhang upon themselves. Chapter 70, Command as precise as a scalpel on the battlefield. Column, northwest direction, fire a shot. Blow up that truck. Wherever the enemy is gathering, fire another shot. Suppress that machine gun. On the hillside beside the road, Lin Qianchen meticulously observed the red dots on the visual map, issuing commands to the column targeting the enemy preparing to counterattack on the road below. Whenever a cluster of red dots appeared on the map or he noticed the enemy attempting to converge on a specific point for an assault, Lin Qianchen's voice would resonate in the ears of the column. Fine Bailu, go inform Wang Jiantang to reinforce the defense on the right flank. After each magazine, switch positions with the machine gun. And Xiaoshanzi, notify Li Weiguo that the soldiers on the 3 high grounds behind him should advance with him, while the rest remain stationary and fire from their elevated position. Lin Qianchen's voice echoed from the hillside. Upon hearing these directives, Fang Bailu and Xiaoshanzi promptly set off to relay the messages. Such notifications had already transpired 2 or 3 times in this location. In this moment, Lin Qianchen was intensely focused, constantly monitoring the movements on the visual map, occasionally lifting his binoculars to scrutinize the enemy's actions below. Simultaneously, he kept an eye on the operational status of the 3 battalions. Unfortunately, they lacked telephone lines. If they had them, he would have directly assigned tasks to each battalion. In minor skirmishes, telephone lines are evidently more effective than radio communications, and even in larger battles, this remains true, though telephone lines are prone to unexpected issues and are difficult to relocate. He mused that he needed to find a way to procure some telephone lines. In high-intensity, small-scale combat, telephones were undoubtedly superior to radios. One of the reasons Lin Qianchen chose this location was its vantage point, allowing him to clearly observe all positions of the 3 battalions while also monitoring the movements of the enemy within the ambush zone. It effectively suppressed the enemy's mortars, preventing them from raising their heads or finding opportunities to fire. Otherwise, their position would have been vulnerable to the enemy's artillery. The battle raged on, as Lin Qianchen continued issuing commands, either directing the column or coordinating the movements of the various battalions. Beside him, Xu Lan's gaze was filled with disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding scene. She had anticipated that engaging nearly 1,000 enemy troops would culminate in a life-and-death struggle. Yet, from the overall perspective of the battle, it appeared that the forces she was a part of held the upper hand. Since the ambush began, everything seemed to be progressing as planned. The 1st Battalion, comprised of groups of 3, was strategically positioned on the southwestern hillside to maintain fire suppression. The 2nd Battalion occupied the northeastern slope to prevent the enemy from retreating to cover and retaliating, with grenades being deployed liberally. This was precisely what Lin Qianchen had articulated prior to their departure, and it was now unfolding step by step into reality. She had encountered numerous commanders and interviewed many officers of the Nationalist Army. However, when they spoke of combat against the enemy, they often boasted of their own command prowess or the valor of their soldiers. Yet, when it came to discussing tactical deployments, their words were often vague. Now, witnessing the meticulous preparations firsthand, Xu Lan recalled that Xiaoshanzi and Fang Bailu had relayed orders at least 5 times. Each command was executed with surgical precision, dissecting the enemy's defenses inch by inch, targeting their very heart. With every order for bombardment, the column's artillery struck with pinpoint accuracy, suppressing the enemy the moment they attempted to launch an offensive or show signs of counterattack. The enemy below was thoroughly subdued. In fact, from the moment the mortars fired, they were afforded no respite throughout the entire engagement. Having journeyed from Pudong to the northwestern regions of Jin, she had witnessed numerous battles, most characterized by encirclement, suppression, or a disparity in combat capabilities leading to successive retreats, even when outnumbering the enemy several times over. Yet now, Lin Qianchen's contingent, consisting of merely around 400 men, had achieved a starkly contrasting outcome. She had longed to report a piece of news that would invigorate the nation, to let the people know that the enemy was not invincible. Now, it seemed she was on the cusp of witnessing such a moment. Boom! A sudden explosion jolted Xu Lan from her daze, her gaze sharpening as she beheld the enemy scattering in disarray below. The cries of the enemy mingled with the sounds of gunfire. As time passed, the firing from below showed no signs of abating, fueled not only by the soldiers' fighting spirit but also by the scalpel-like precision of command. So we can be this strong. Xu Lan felt a burgeoning realization within her heart for the first time. Fang Bailu and Xiaoshanzi had returned to Lin Qianchen's side, ready for further orders. At this moment, Lin Qianchen noticed a cluster of red dots once again and immediately raised his binoculars for a closer look. A group of over a dozen enemy soldiers was rallying around a flag, and upon recognizing that familiar emblem, Lin Qianchen's expression turned icy. The regiment flag, although the command post of the enemy's Sokotter regiment had been destroyed in the battle at Sangyin Ridge, the remnants had regrouped and produced identical flags, likely unaware that the original flag was now in his possession. The enemy was retreating across the northwestern regions of Jin. If news spread that they had captured the remnants of the Sokotter regiment, it would significantly shift the situation in their favor. More importantly, this regiment flag could be used for exchanges. If both flags were captured, the resulting impact would not simply be additive, as it would signify the complete annihilation of the Sokotter regiment. Xiaoshanzi, Fang Bailu. Commander. Commander. Lin Qianchen fixed his gaze on the group of enemy soldiers clinging to the flag below, his tone steely. Fang Bailu and Xiaoshanzi quickly gathered close. Xiaoshanzi, go tell Wang Jiantang not to destroy the flag near the truck wreckage, we need to seize it. Fang Bailu, inform Li Weigua to coordinate with Wang Jiantang's offensive. Lin Qianchen aimed to secure the regiment flag, hoping to utilize it during this winter to barter for supplies. After issuing his commands, he couldn't help but glance skyward. In the heavens above, he did not see the aircraft he had feared the most, which allowed his heart to relax just a fraction. Chapter 71, Li Weiguo, ready to emerge triumphant. The snowfall had ceased, yet the echoes of gunfire persisted. The incessant crack of rifles reverberated along the narrow road, interspersed with occasional explosions. "Darniu, where's the magazine?" Wang Jiantang shouted, crouched low behind cover, his hands stained black, yet still groping for ammunition. Since departing from Chuan, he had never indulged in machine gun fire with such fervor. "Captain, the magazines are all empty, I'm reloading," Darniu responded swiftly, holding an emptied magazine. "Changsheng, do you have any left?" Wang Jiantang immediately called out to a tall, lean figure crouched at a distance. "Captain, I have one magazine left." Upon hearing the voice nearby, Wang Jiantang cursed, "Damn it. Hurry and reload, maintain fire suppression." Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantang set aside his rifle and seized a Type 38 rifle, firing towards the front. Just after a few shots, he noticed Xiao Shan approach, hunched over. "Uncle Yao, the commander wants us to keep an eye on the enemy by the truck wreckage. Pay attention to their flags, don't damage them, try to capture them." Xiao Shan pointed toward a specific direction. Wang Jiantang followed his gaze and nodded gravely at the sight of a dozen enemy soldiers around the wreckage of a truck. "Understood." At the mention of the flags, Wang Jiantang instantly grasped Lin Qianchen's intent. He promptly pulled the bolt and fired in that direction. "Brothers, did you hear? The commander wants us to capture the enemy's flags. Fire away." In the northwest direction of the road, Li Weiguo felt a sense of exhilaration as he wielded his Type 38 rifle for precise shooting. It feels splendid not to be retreating. "Xiao Hai, take out that enemy with the machine gun in the shell crater." From behind the slope, Li Weiguo pointed towards a shell crater, his tone icy. Beside him, Xiao Hai, armed with a long rifle wrapped in coarse cloth, adjusted his aim towards Li Weiguo's indicated target. He pulled the bolt, took aim, and fired. Bang! The sound of a gunshot rang out as the enemy who had just set up his machine gun in the crater collapsed instantly. "That's the 18th enemy." As the shell casing fell to the ground, Xiao Hai's voice emerged, swiftly retrieving a clip from his waist to reload. In this battle, he truly relished the experience, having achieved precise kills, having fired over 30 shots and already taken down 18 enemies. This was not due to a lack of skill, but rather because he was specifically targeting machine gunners and grenade throwers. Had he unleashed his full might, the count would have been even higher. Li Weiguo gazed at the fallen enemy in the crater, a faint smile gracing his face. "Right flank, maintain fire suppression, do not let them approach," Li Weiguo commanded loudly. At that moment, he truly felt the essence of fighting side by side, without the fear of betrayal from his flanks, focusing solely on the enemy before him. "Captain, not to boast, but while Zhu's artillery is accurate, when it comes to taking out enemy machine gunners, I can also do it with one shot each." Xiao Hai spoke with a hint of pride. While he couldn't match Zhu in artillery, his marksmanship, honed since childhood alongside his father on hunting trips, was unmatched in the entire regiment. "Stop boasting. How can you compare yourself to Zhu? One shell from him sends the entire enemy squad into disarray. Do you see that enemy in uniform? Take him down." Li Weiguo shouted, pointing at an enemy soldier clad in military garb amidst the battlefield. "He uses artillery, I use a rifle," Xiao Hai muttered, beginning to search for the enemy Li Weiguo had indicated. Upon spotting the enemy in uniform, he executed his movements fluidly. With a gunshot, another enemy fell. "2nd Battalion Commander, 2nd Battalion Commander." Li Weiguo heard a familiar voice and immediately descended from the slope, spotting the slender figure of Fang Bailu approaching. "2nd Battalion Commander, the commander just instructed me to inform you to watch for the enemies by the truck wreckage. They possess a regimental flag, and we must capture it." Fang Bailu climbed the slope, pointing toward the still smoking wreckage of the truck on the road. Upon hearing the mention of the regimental flag, Li Weiguo immediately recalled the flags he had seen captured by Lin Qianchen and the others upon returning to Lijier village. Damn it, this flag is mine. Having served in the Jinsui army, Li Weiguo understood the significance of the regimental flag. If any unit within the Jinsui army captured such a flag from the enemy, it would not only result in promotions and formal commendations, but also a substantial reward of supplies. Walking the road, one would stand head and shoulders above their peers. Such occurrences were rare. Most importantly, capturing this flag would silence any claims of being a retreating army. First platoon, southwest direction, isolate those 10 or so from the enemy's main force with suppressive fire. Li Weiguo assessed the surrounding situation before addressing the soldiers behind him. As soon as he finished speaking, a barrage of gunfire erupted. The battle on the road intensified remarkably. With these rounds of attack, it became evident that a small group of enemies had been isolated on the wreckage of a truck halfway down the road, distanced from their comrades. Seeing the opportune moment, Li Weiguo's voice rang out once more. Xiao Hai, take a few sharpshooters to the right and eliminate them. Be sharp. Li Xianling, Li Hong, follow me. As Li Weiguo spoke, he observed only a few enemies huddled around the still smoldering truck. Moments later, he and the two others, crouching low, stealthily approached the smoking wreckage from the right high ground. As Li Weiguo's figure emerged, the firepower from the 2nd Battalion intensified further. The moment Li Weiguo advanced, Xiao Hai's expression turned serious, his eyes scanning the battlefield like an eagle. With his rifle ready, he pulled the bolt and squeezed the trigger. I am not a retreating army. Xiao Hai felt as though he had returned to the jungle, embodying the hunter amidst a profusion of prey. An enemy by the wreckage of the truck fell instantly. 1 shot, 2 shots, until the 6th shot. All enemies in the vicinity had succumbed before Li Weiguo arrived. Chapter 72, Launching the General Offensive with 400 troops. A gentle breeze stirred as the smoke from gunfire drifted with the wind. The sound of gunfire along the road had diminished somewhat compared to the initial onslaught, yet it had never ceased, and explosions continued to intermittently erupt. On several occasions, a dozen or so enemy soldiers, despite the chill of winter, removed their uniforms, donned headbands adorned with the flag of their faction, and brandished grenades as they prepared to charge. However, before they could take more than a few steps, a shell struck from the mountain slope. With a commanding view and aided by a visual map, the enemy troops below were laid bare. Lin Qianzhen observed the diminishing red dots on the map, struggling to contain his excitement. Xiao Shanzi, with a curious glimmer in his eyes, noted the current stability of the situation and the reduced frequency of orders being relayed. Commander, we have a flag now. What more do we need it for? He inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. It can be exchanged for supplies, but more importantly, after this battle, the Sokotter Brigade will cease to exist, Lin Qianzhen replied, his voice calm yet his gaze icy. The annihilation of a brigade would not merely signify a localized victory, it would wield profound implications for the overall resistance effort. It was akin to a high-ranking individual being stabbed, resulting in a wound that causes blood to flow. Once such a situation arises, it signifies a loss of their elevated status. Xiao Shanzi's eyes brightened. The eradication of the Sokotter Brigade implied they had dismantled an enhanced regiment. Regardless of whether it was a genuine regiment or not, their combat capability was undoubtedly real. Who would dare contest their legitimacy as a brigade? Excitement surged within Xiao Shanzi, his fists clenched tightly. The Sokotter Brigade would no longer exist. Although Shulan maintained her composure upon hearing this, the weight of the information sent tremors through her spirit. The most tranquil words conveyed the most lethal intent. Before them, the enemy was gradually consolidating, forming a defensive position, yet the ground was strewn with the corpses of fallen foes. Lin Qianzhen did not allow himself to be swayed by the temporary gains, for he was the strategist of the entire unit and could not afford to be distracted during combat. The sound of machine guns from the 1st Battalion has ceased for over 10 minutes. The 2nd Battalion is in a precarious position. The enemy has charged several times, resulting in some casualties. Lin Qianzhen estimated the enemy's numbers on the visual map to be around 400 to 500, and he was aware that his own losses were greater than at any previous engagement. Lin Qianzhen gazed downwards, deep in thought. Zhuzi, how many shells do we have left? Upon hearing this, Zhuzi did not even glance at the ammunition box but promptly replied, 8 rounds, 8 rounds. Lin Qianzhen furrowed his brow slightly, resting his chin in his hand. His concern was not for the artillery shells themselves, but rather for the lives of his soldiers. Having reached this critical juncture, he aimed to maximize the impact of these remaining shells to ensure a resounding victory in this battle. Lin Qianchen focused intently on the enemy's positions on the visual map, identifying several clusters of red dots. Although there were approximately 400 to 500 enemy troops, they remained a formidable threat. Having fought for around 30 minutes, Lin Qianchen recognized that they were likely facing a force of over 1,000, and he suspected they possessed radio communication. He could not afford to prolong this battle. The moment enemy aircraft appeared in the sky, casualties would escalate rapidly. Xiao Shanzi, wave the flag and initiate the general offensive. Zhuzi, expend all remaining shells, Lin Qianchen declared loudly, gesturing towards a specific location below. Zhuzi, taken aback, paused momentarily, but quickly complied, adjusting the cannon's aim. Xiao Shanzi, upon hearing the command, ascended the hill, producing a flag fashioned from a slender tree branch. He waved it vigorously atop the most prominent rock on the hill. Their conditions were far from ideal, many of their resources were makeshift. Lin Qianchen had taught Xiao Shanzi only 2 signals, one for a general offensive, and another for retreat. The flag itself had been hastily crafted. "Captain, the signal for the general offensive has been raised," Darniu exclaimed to Wang Jiantang, who had just fired a shot. Upon hearing this, Wang Jiantang's expression instantly hardened. He had awaited this moment. "Changsheng, raise the flag of the Death Battalion." Wang Jiantang commanded loudly, loosening his grip on his large sword to draw it at a moment's notice. Upon hearing the order, Changsheng immediately hoisted the death flag. The instant the flag was unfurled, the soldiers of the 1st Battalion in the southwestern area took notice. "Charge, contract the encirclement. Leave no prisoners, eliminate them all." Wang Jiantang bellowed, marking his first utterance of such words throughout this prolonged conflict. Contracting the encirclement. A mere few words carried the weight of their pent-up frustrations. Since their departure from Sichuan, they had been the ones encircled by the enemy. At last, the tables had turned, and they were now the ones besieging the enemy. Wang Jiantang brandished a long rifle, having entrusted the submachine gun to Darniu for safekeeping. As the machine gun's magazine was empty, he was the first to charge out of the formation, with Changsheng following closely, bearing the death flag. In less than 3 seconds, nearly 100 figures erupted from the mountainside, scattering like flowers in bloom. Though few in number, they surged down the slope like boulders rolling down a hill, an unstoppable force. Meanwhile, in the 2nd Battalion, Li Weiguar, and in the 3rd Battalion, Ding Jiaguar, also observed the flag waving from the mountain. The 2nd Battalion, positioned closest to the enemy, refrained from hastily contracting their lines. Instead, they adhered to Lin Qianchen's prior arrangements, directing the soldiers stationed on the high ground to advance towards the front line, increasing the firepower directed at the enemy. Ding Jiaguar's 3rd Battalion coordinated their efforts with Wang Jiantang's charge from the southwest, initiating a feigned attack. In an instant, the entire 3rd Battalion mobilized. With fewer than 400 soldiers, they launched a general offensive against the remnants of the enemy, while artillery fire continued to roar, and the fervent expressions of the soldiers, their eyes filled with a murderous intent, drew ever closer. Chapter 73, The Japanese forces have been routed. Boom! A cacophony of artillery fire erupted as Lin Qianchen's voice resonated once more. "Fire support squad, the rest follow me." As his words fell, the dozen men behind him swiftly grasped their grenade launchers, closely trailing Lin Qianchen. Even Xiao Shanzi and Fang Bailu, along with a host of soldiers, hastened after him, fully aware that the general assault had commenced. Xu Lan gazed at that figure. Behind him, the soldiers unabashedly pursued his footsteps, stepping onto the battlefield. Instinctively, she raised her camera and captured the moment. Then, without a moment's hesitation, she advanced to follow. As they surged forward amidst the chaos of war, the path ahead was scarcely met with retaliatory fire. Upon approaching within a couple of 100 meters, Lin Qianchen pointed decisively. "Fire at will, obliterate that position." He gestured towards a location merely a couple of 100 meters away. In their training, the fire support squad had primarily focused on understanding commands and fostering teamwork, alongside honing their accuracy. The soldiers immediately commenced their assault with the grenade launchers, executing the order flawlessly. Due to the advantageous elevation, by the time the enemy reacted, it was already too late. The sounds of explosions resonated across the battlefield. With Lin Qianshen's arrival, the entire scene transitioned into a harvesting frenzy. At such close proximity, one could even discern the frantic chatter of the Japanese soldiers, filled with desperation. Yet, for Lin Qianshen, he paid no heed to their plight. Any hint of resistance would be swiftly suppressed. In concert with Wang Jiantang, Li Weiguo, and Ding Jieguo's battalions, they unleashed a final ferocious assault. The preceding skirmishes had already sapped the morale of the Japanese forces, and this full-scale attack was akin to the final straw that broke the camel's back, striking with unparalleled swiftness that granted the enemy no time to react. With Lin Qianshen and the fire support squad joining the fray, the Japanese troops were swiftly thrown into disarray, suddenly retreating southwest, abandoning even their wounded comrades in their panicked flight. Xu Lan, witnessing this scene, instinctively captured the moment, though her gaze was somewhat dazed, unable to fathom that she would witness such a spectacle here. "Commander, should we inform Captain Wang to intercept?" Xiaoshanzi inquired, observing the fleeing enemy. "Do not intercept. Let this batch of Japanese soldiers escape." Lin Qianshen paused, then continued, "Once you've notified them, take a shortcut and alert Captain Li to prepare for reception. We are to clean up and retreat." Lin Qianshen pondered briefly before refraining from pursuit. Without Li Yunlong's presence, he might have decisively annihilated this group of Japanese soldiers. Although their retreat could incite a cornered beast's fight, Lin Qianshen had no desire to let any enemy escape. However, with Li Yunlong positioned in their retreat path, he felt it prudent to ease the enemy's tension and leave the final confrontation to Li Yunlong, as the war was concluding swifter than he had anticipated, and the Japanese reinforcements would undoubtedly be unable to arrive in time. He summoned Li Yunlong, recognizing the necessity for his involvement. Xiaoshanzi nodded and dashed away. "Everyone, scour the battlefield, you have 10 minutes. Additionally, gather some branches to create scarecrows, don them with a few articles of clothing, and disperse them around the roads. Exercise caution against traps. Following casualties from traps, the entire battalion will intensify training. All soldiers to reload, do not skimp on ammunition. The only place suitable for the Japanese is hell." Lin Qianshen's cold voice rang out on the battlefield, prompting each soldier to swiftly grasp their rifles and affix bayonets. They began scanning the battlefield with vigilant eyes, prepared to fire at the slightest indication of movement. Without a shred of hesitation, Xu Lan was momentarily taken aback, observing Lin Qianshen's steely gaze and the resolute stance of the soldiers. Silently, she shifted her camera's focus to the soldiers diligently collecting the spoils of war. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, victory brought defeat. 200 to 300 Japanese soldiers, their uniforms tattered, exhibited clear signs of demoralization, wielding not a single heavy weapon, only a few long rifles. Within their ranks, none bore insignia, their faces reflecting relief, as if they had escaped from hell itself. The cacophony of gunfire had rendered them incapable of raising their heads. During the skirmish, they sensed that every move was transparent to the enemy. Each attempt to organize a counterattack was swiftly quelled. This battle was undoubtedly the most stifling they had ever fought. Now, having fled that inferno, their escape was noticeably slower than at the onset. Yet, as the Japanese soldiers basked in their relief, a sudden volley of gunfire struck terror into their hearts. "Fire! Don't skimp on bullets, resolve this swiftly." Li Yunlong's voice boomed from the front line, and following a single gunshot, a barrage of gunfire erupted. This marked the first battle for the reconstituted independent regiment after being ambushed. Among them were many seasoned veterans, who, as they faced the Japanese forces, felt an unsettling lack of confidence, haunted by the spectre of the battle at Yangtze. However, upon encountering the Japanese again, witnessing their rout, they were momentarily stunned. Yet, they wasted no time in unleashing their firepower. The battlefield had devolved into a one-sided slaughter. From the first shot to the last, it was all over in less than 10 minutes. "Commander, the messenger has just departed." Zhang Daobia approached Li Yunlong, frowning. "Damn it, that Lin Qianshen strikes with incredible swiftness." "Just an hour, the planes must barely be halfway there." Li Yunlong surveyed the aftermath of the battle, realizing that nearly an hour had elapsed since Lin Qianshen initiated the assault. The ferocity of the ambush left him contemplating his own engagement with the Japanese reinforcements, concluding that they likely hadn't even arrived yet. Quickly clean up the battlefield and retreat. We've gained some spoils. These Japanese soldiers are utterly demoralized. Who knows what they endured over there? Although Li Yunlong had not offered Lin Qianchen a single commendation, he could not help but feel a measure of respect regarding their confrontation with the Japanese. Having personally led the charge against this contingent of approximately 200 to 300 Japanese soldiers, he distinctly sensed their shattered spirits, indicative of the severe blow they had just suffered. Within the span of less than an hour, a force of 400 had decisively engaged a 1,000-strong enemy, igniting within Li Yunlong an inexplicable desire to observe the details of this skirmish. This was a battle destined to be etched in the annals of military history, and he yearned to glean the intricacies involved. With a mere 400 against 1,000, sapping the enemy's morale was a classic example of victory through numerical disadvantage, especially against the Japanese. Yet, that damned Lin Qianchen, Li Yunlong cursed inwardly. Frustrated by Lin Qianchen's deliberate avoidance, he yearned to witness the engagement firsthand. The independent regiment's soldiers exhibited a semblance of victorious jubilation, yet more so, they were bewildered, acutely aware that the Japanese had demonstrated no fighting spirit. This encounter was entirely different from their previous confrontations with the Japanese. However, the soldiers were not naive enough to believe that this batch of enemies was representative of their overall combat capability. Conversely, they had clearly discerned the stark contrast between the fighting prowess of this disorganized troop and that of the mysterious unit they had previously faced. Incredibly formidable. Sun Dusheng gazed vacantly, his eyes filled with reflection. Each time he witnessed this disheveled army in battle, he was left in awe. Nevertheless, as the battlefield drew to a close for the independent regiment, Li Yunlong personally led the effort to eliminate the remnants of the 200 Japanese soldiers with remarkable efficiency. The battle swiftly concluded. Apart from the bodies of the fallen and the remnants of their uniforms, everything salvageable was collected. Their retreat route overlapped somewhat with Lin Qianchen's. As they passed the site of Lin Qianchen's ambush, Li Yunlong halted, raising binoculars to survey the battlefield. The numerous craters caused him to swallow hard. The sight of fallen Japanese soldiers filled him with a sense of satisfaction. However, when he spotted their scarecrows draped in military attire through the lenses, a look of confusion crossed his face. Are they collecting the souls of the Japanese? Li Yunlong muttered, quickening his pace. Although he was uncertain of Lin Qianchen's motives, he had little time to ponder as they had already concluded their engagement. Above all, he valued the revitalized morale of the independent regiment. Yet, as they retreated some distance, a thunderous roar erupted, causing Li Yunlong's expression to shift. He immediately shouted, take cover, E. Take cover, E. Japanese planes. In an instant, the soldiers of the independent regiment scrambled for cover, lying flat on the ground, utterly motionless. Waves of Japanese fighter planes appeared from the horizon, soon followed by a series of massive explosions erupting in their rear. The sound far surpassed that of their mortars. That damned Lin Qianchen has a wicked heart. Li Yunlong finally comprehended why he had been outmaneuvered by Lin Qianchen. The latter's cunning was astonishing. Those scarecrows clearly served as bait for the enemy aircraft. From above, they would mistake them for soldiers engaged in battlefield cleanup. If one were to claim that Lin Qianchen lacked social acumen, it was evident he had deliberately orchestrated the situation, allowing the independent regiment to feast upon their first victory post-reorganization, thereby achieving his primary objective. Yet, to regard Lin Qianchen as adept in social maneuvering would only lead to further frustration. Having snatched the column away, the more Li Yunlong contemplated, the more chaotic his thoughts became. Once the aircraft had departed, his voice resonated through the ranks. For heaven's sake, stop lying around, let's move. Did you see the fruits of our allies' labor? The Japanese are merely two arms supporting one head. Within an hour, they were obliterated. If they can do it, so can we. Chapter 74, The Journey We Took, their final destination. Ultimately, the gloom has receded, and the warm sun has finally emerged. Though the air is cold, under the sunlight, everything appears vibrant, rather than in shades of black and white. A procession of individuals traverses the rugged mountain path in an orderly manner. Conceal yourselves. At this moment, Lin Qianchen notices the rapidly flying red dot on the visual map. Unlike trucks, three-wheeled vehicles, or the movements of enemy troops, the flight path of this aircraft on the visual map is typically a relatively straight line, characterized by remarkable speed. From its trajectory, it is unlikely to pass directly overhead, yet for safety's sake, Lin Qianchen still instructs everyone to hide. After a while, the resounding booms of explosions echo from behind. Despite the considerable distance, the intensity of the explosions is palpable, revealing the tremendous power of aerial bombs. Lin Qianchen acutely feels the might of these bombs and is grateful that the battle concluded swiftly. Otherwise, they would have truly awaited the support of enemy aircraft. Had the enemy not faltered before the final assault, they might have indeed stabilized their position. After all, with a sharp sword looming above, Lin Qianchen believes that obliterating this group of enemies poses no insurmountable challenge, provided he can accept the fluctuating toll of casualties. Among the ranks, Xu Lan is all too familiar with the sound. Bombers, she has heard this explosive sound on 2 occasions, once in Pudong, and once along the route to Jinxi Northwest, the former resulting in the fall of Pudong and a significant troop collapse. Now, the enemy has deployed bombers, and not just a single aircraft. Xu Lan's gaze is tinged with admiration, recalling the precise deployment of over 400 personnel across 3 battalions before the outbreak of war, followed by meticulous battlefield command. Leading a fire support squad, he navigates the smoke-laden battlefield with ease, each artillery strike executed with astonishing accuracy. Furthermore, they left behind decoys dressed in military uniforms, consuming the enemy's aerial munitions. This battle far exceeded her expectations. No amount of hearsay or inquiries could match the shock of witnessing it firsthand. It was a true testament to the principle of few against many, asserting overwhelming dominance. The acrid scent of gunpowder and the deafening roar of bombings only heightened Xu Lan's sense of hope for victory on this land. She yearns for more people to know of this place and this formidable unit. Xu Lan has not forgotten the original intent that brought her here. As a reporter, her purpose is to shed light on the situation, and she is already contemplating a return to Pudong to inform more people. Simultaneously, she wishes to organize donations for this unit, as the sight of Wang Jintang's perpetually worn-out straw sandals fills her with an inexplicable sorrow. From her understanding, they have been fighting in such sandals, only recently switching to enemy boots after their captures, yet the straw sandals have become a habit. Xu Lan feels an urgent need, for this group of individuals deserves better equipment and superior supplies. Thus, she resolves to take action. As dusk falls, the persistent frost of several nights dissipates. With the arrival of night, this frost does not descend again. As if in celebration, Lin Qianchen leads the unit back to their encampment, glancing back at some soldiers carrying or lifting blooded corpses on stretchers. Each encounter elicits an indescribable feeling within him. The vibrant lives of youth have been prematurely extinguished by the ravages of war. Lin Qianchen is not one to indulge in sentimentality. He understands that war is inevitably accompanied by sacrifice. While commanding, he can maintain a steely resolve, as he must be accountable for the greater good. Yet, in the aftermath, confronting the loss of brothers from the trenches weighs heavily on his heart. Ultimately, he is still human, and sorrow inevitably lingers within him. Moreover, Lin Qianchen does not wish to suppress this emotion, for he remains a man of feeling, aware that such sorrow transforms into responsibility, fostering a profound respect for his comrades on the battlefield. After each battle, Lin Qianchen's first concern is not the spoils of war, but rather understanding the casualties, many of whom are younger than he, and some even incomplete. Commander Wang Jiantang notices Lin Qianchen's silence and approaches him, speaking softly. Li Weiguo, arrange the sentry points and bury these soldiers. See if there are any stonemasons among the ranks. Erect a monument for them. Once everything is settled, assemble everyone. Lin Qianchen quietly instructs. Understood. Wang Jiantang nods in acknowledgement and promptly leads a group to begin addressing the pressing matters. As evening descends, the bright moon hangs high in the sky. The gentle breeze brings no snow, and the temperature is somewhat milder compared to the previous days. Outside the encampment, despite the victory, the assembled troops wear somber expressions. Some veterans remain silent, mourning the 37 who fell, with nearly half sustaining injuries. Particularly in the 2nd Battalion, losses approach 20, leaving the previously fiery Li Weiguo in a state of quietude on the return journey. However, no one speaks ill of the 2nd Battalion, as their ambush site was assaulted by the enemy in no fewer than 10 small-scale incursions over the span of approximately 40 minutes. Commander. All units assembled. Wen Jiantang salutes with great reverence, then turns to stand beside Li Weiguo and Ding Jiaguo. Lin Qianchen stands at the forefront. Behind him lies the grave of the fallen soldiers, with a monument standing tall. I initially intended to compose an epitaph for them, but upon reflection, I find myself at a loss for words. For even if I were to know countless words, none could adequately capture their deeds, yet I do not wish for them to be forgotten by the world. They cherished this land, and behind them were their loved ones, the very place that birthed and nurtured them. They bore the cold steel for those they left behind. They were given names by their parents. Perhaps our descendants, upon seeing this monument, will perceive it as a cold stone inscribed with names and places of origin. Perhaps one day, they will remark, this individual hails from the same place as I do, or this person shares my surname, or what a beautiful name, or this is what I aspire to do. Ensure they are not forgotten, to let future generations know of those who fought for peace. This is our journey thus far. It marks the end of their lives, while those who remain continue to fight, completing what remains unfinished. They deserve to be remembered, not reduced to a mere cold statistic in the annals of casualties. Lin Qianchen's voice is soft, yet it resonates through the stillness, reaching the hearts of the soldiers present. They may not grasp grand philosophies, but within the hearts of the Chinese people lies a unique sentiment for names, allowing many illiterate soldiers to understand that this is a mark of respect for them. After Lin Qianchen concludes his words, he does not continue further, yet the names of all 47 fallen resonate in the ears of those gathered. Not forgotten, Xulan stands among the ranks, her heart stirred. As a reporter, she has encountered many grandiose phrases and various titles for fallen soldiers, yet she had not anticipated that Lin Qianchen's singular aim was to ensure these individuals are not forgotten. In contemporary China, countless soldiers have sacrificed their lives, yet how many are truly remembered by the world? Some are even orphans, with no one to know whence they came, leaving no record behind. Perhaps only in a village somewhere in China, or in a thatched hut, or on a certain night, a child, an old mother, or a wife gazes up at the starry sky, contemplating the myriad stars above. Xulan watches as Lin Qianchen stands solemnly before the monument, listening as Wen Jiantang reads each name aloud, meticulously recording them in a notebook. In that moment, she gradually comprehends that sometimes, war is not to be feared. What is truly frightening is that those fallen soldiers may never know the purpose behind their sacrifice. In the future, no one may remember they once lived in this world, that they once shed their blood for this land, all in pursuit of the peaceful future that the soldiers so ardently yearn for. Chapter 75, Li Yunlong. I am truly unfortunate. Bei, inside the command room of the headquarters, a figure paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at the darkening sky outside and sometimes studying the map on the table. Hardly had he settled into his seat for half a minute before he rose again, repeating the motion. Commander, news from Li Yunlong has arrived. At this announcement from Chief Chen, the commander, who had been pacing, abruptly halted and swiftly approached Chen. What is the situation on the battlefield? This time, the independent regiment suffered only a few injuries. To be precise, Li Yunlong had little involvement in this battle. That unit concluded combat in less than an hour, and the enemy aircraft had yet to arrive before they retreated, not to mention any reinforcements. Li Yunlong merely encountered a retreating force of about 200 enemy troops. Furthermore, this unit was the Sokotter Brigade, which has been entirely annihilated. Upon hearing this, the commander's previously tense expression relaxed considerably, but he paused again, asking, the Sokotter Brigade. Finished in under an hour. Indeed. The commander slowly resumed his seat, his face a mask of astonishment as he gazed at the map before him. From the recent intelligence he had received regarding Wenjie Town, there were at least 2 enemy squadrons passing through here. Yet he was aware of the size of this particular unit. With such limited forces, how could they have resolved the battle in less than an hour? Even if 2 squadrons of enemies had fled into the mountains, a force of this size could not possibly capture them all in such a brief span, let alone 1,000 head of livestock. It appears I have underestimated this unit, the commander remarked with a hint of regret. After a lengthy period of contemplation, he spoke gravely. The independent regiment faced little challenge. The remaining 200 enemy troops attempting to enter Li Yunlong's position have completely routed, showing no will to resist. When Chief Chen received this information, his expression mirrored that of the commander. He too found it difficult to believe that such a small number of men could conclude a battle in under an hour, especially with 200 enemy troops left behind deliberately. Moreover, the independent regiment had primarily seized long rifles and a scant few rounds of ammunition. They had not acquired any heavy weaponry, such as grenade launchers. It was evident that the enemy had fled in utter disarray. The commander sat at the table, his gaze profoundly contemplative. This battle could be deemed an extraordinary success, far exceeding expectations, yet he understood that this unit did not belong to his side, and he held a deep admiration for such talent. After pondering for a while, the commander finally addressed Chief Chen. After considerable reflection, "Have Li Yunlong, that reckless fellow, reach out to them and see if there is a chance for a meeting." Commander, in Yangtzuan, within a room at the independent regiment's base, Li Yunlong held the telephone with a cheerful expression. However, the voice on the other end was laced with sarcasm. "Li Yunlong, congratulations on your newfound fortune. With your brilliant command, you effortlessly consumed 200 enemy troops without losing a single soldier. Not only has this bolstered morale, but it also gives you something to boast about for a while. Furthermore, send 100 rifles to the brigade headquarters. I will not entertain any dissent on this matter." "Commander, I'll send them, just don't belittle me. I merely picked up what was left behind by others." Li Yunlong sighed in response to this remark. "Quit your nonsense, have you forgotten the previous discussions we had?" "Commander, how could I forget your words? I had even applied in advance, stating that we would engage in a defensive action." While Li Yunlong's voice was somewhat raised, he continued to defend himself. "Did you forget that I instructed you to meet with the commander of that unit?" Upon hearing this, Li Yunlong furrowed his brows, momentarily at a loss for words. "No more excuses. This is not merely a verbal instruction, it is an order. If you fail to have this unit join us within 7 days, you will report to headquarters. That is final." "Commander, please allow me to explain. Hello?" "Hello, Commander, I have something important to discuss." The line went silent, leaving Li Yunlong with no choice but to hang up, his expression darkening in an instant. In stark contrast to his earlier compliant and gentle demeanor, he now appeared a completely different person. Li Yunlong could never have anticipated that following a victorious battle, he would find himself in such a predicament. "Commander, this is Zhang Dabiao," observing Li Yunlong's furious demeanor after he slammed down the receiver, quietly inquired. "Damn it, I have yet to even meet Lin Chen, and now I'm supposed to have him join us within 7 days. Why not just summon the bald-headed fellow to join us?" Li Yunlong cursed vehemently. However, after venting his frustration, Li Yunlong added, "That damned Lin, he avoids me like the plague. How am I supposed to find him?" Li Yunlong genuinely wished for Lin Chen to join, but it appeared he was actively evading him, and from his observations, the likelihood of Lin joining them was quite slim. They say that owing money makes one a lord, but finding this lord is no simple task, yet he could not disregard the orders from above. "Do you have any news about that damned Lin Chen?" "None. If you do not locate that bastard Lin Chen within 5 days, you will be the one to shovel dung." Li Yunlong spoke with palpable anger. 5 days. Upon hearing Li Yunlong's words, Zhang Dabiao's expression fell. The expanse of Jinsei Northwest was vast. How could he possibly search for him? Even with a strong grassroots base, it would still require time. "Commander, Zhang Dabia murmured. "Use your brain. Have you not noticed that since Wenjie town, their unit has grown in size since ambushing the enemy? Inquire in the nearby villages about where they are recruiting soldiers, and you will find out. If I don't find him, don't disturb me." Li Yunlong retorted before turning to leave, leaving Zhang Dabiao standing there. Li Yunlong felt a sense of isolation as he silently exited the telephone room, looking up at the sun. The warmth of the sunlight enveloped him, yet his mood remained dismal. He could not locate that damned Lin Chen. The pillar was absent, half the guns were gone. "Damn it, Lin Chen really is an ungrateful wretch," Li Yunlong ultimately muttered a string of curses. Chapter 76. Lin Chen, trust me, I never deceive my own. What are your thoughts? Inside the makeshift tent within the cave, Lin Qianchen unfurled a large map, meticulously crafted from pieced-together sheets of paper, before the assembled group. This map was the result of reconnaissance conducted by him and Xiaoshanzi in the surrounding area over recent days. It contained critical information, including numerous enemy strongholds and villages. Now, as their numbers steadily increased, it was imperative to establish a base of operations to put an end to their aimless wandering. Otherwise, the challenges posed by the horses seized from Wenjie town and the soldiers' rations would soon become a source of considerable distress for him. Presently, the horses were being cared for in the rear, lacking combat readiness, and he was eager to rectify this situation, as doing so would significantly enhance their mobility. Lin Qianchen's inquiry prompted Wen Jiantang and the others to scrutinize the map, each lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, Li Weiguo was the first to speak up. Commander, I believe Lizhijia village is a viable option. I am well acquainted with the area, our clan leader has connections with the local villages and can assist with logistics. However, upon hearing the mention of Lizhijia village, Ding Jiegua interjected, Commander, that location is unsuitable, it lies within the enemy's sphere of influence. Our numbers have increased, and the enemy has been mobilizing frequently. If they pass through this area, they will undoubtedly discover us. Most importantly, it is too close to Li Yunlong. Zhuji, Lin Qianchen nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while Lizhijia village was indeed a decent choice, given that settlements typically indicate the presence of a water source and readily available fodder, the proximity to Li Yunlong posed an insurmountable risk. Li Weiguo fell silent, realizing he had overlooked this critical point. The group, upon hearing this, shifted their focus from Lizhijia village to several large towns marked on the map, all of which were under enemy control. Finding a suitable location amidst such adversity felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Silence enveloped the tent as many gazed at the map, deep in thought. At that moment, a voice broke the stillness. Commander, the sound drew everyone's attention to a figure in the corner. Speak, Lin Qianchen said, gesturing for Cheng Tingjing to continue. She stepped forward and calmly stated, Commander, during my recent return to Wenjie town, I passed through a village and heard of a place called Heiyun's High. Her words momentarily stunned the group. Not only does it provide a buffer zone against the enemy, but it is also surrounded by mountains, with ample water and arable land. There are also several villages nearby that could serve as sources of troops, and it is strategically located along transport routes. However, it is inhabited by bandits and is approximately 200 kilometers from here. Heiyun's High. Lin Qianchen mused internally, acknowledging that there were no better alternatives at present. A furrow formed on his brow as he considered that he was already well acquainted with all the terrain surrounding Wenjie town, yet Heiyun's High was not in close proximity. Based on Cheng Tingjing's assessment, he found himself in the dark regarding that area. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qianchen, upon scrutinizing the map and finding no superior options, reached a decision. With their numbers steadily increasing, a stable base was urgently needed to alleviate the immense pressure on their supplies, troops, and logistics. Resolute, he lifted his gaze to meet the expectant eyes of those around him, aware that this was not the time for hesitation. Though their forces were currently weak, following the annihilation of the Sokotter Brigade, he anticipated that they would soon be viewed as a thorn in the side of the enemy. Wen Jiantang, Ding Jiegua, Li Weiguo, gather a battalion and prepare to depart tomorrow. Understood, came the immediate response from several voices. After making the necessary arrangements, the individuals began to exit the tent. However, Cheng Tingjing, who had proposed Heiyun's High, lingered behind. Is there something else? Lin Qianchen inquired, puzzlement etched on his face as he observed her standing before him. Before he could finish his question, Cheng Tingjing straightened her posture. Commander, I wish to participate in the next battle. I am a soldier, and I do not believe I require special accommodations. Her gaze was resolute. Since arriving here, she had remained in a logistical role. Even in this capacity, Lin Qianchen had deliberately assigned personnel to ensure her protection, which made her uneasy. She had come here to avenge the wrongs inflicted by the enemy, not to serve merely as a decorative figure. Lin Qianchen smiled slightly at her words and replied, everyone possesses their own strengths, contributions to the nation can be made in various fields. It is not solely on the front lines that one serves. You can contribute from the rear as well. He had not provided Cheng Tinjing with any special privileges, but her unique status as a student from the Department of Chemical Engineering at Pudong National University made her an invaluable asset. In this era, such talent was rare, and the battlefield was not her destined domain. Commander, please do not use that excuse to deceive me. I have heard in the ranks that you once outwitted a commander of the 8th Route Army. Lin Qianquan's brow furrowed, and his expression turned serious. Who spread that rumor? It tarnishes my reputation. I am a person of integrity. However, upon meeting Cheng Tinjing's earnest gaze, he found it challenging to continue. He shifted the topic. You know we need to establish a base, and with our growing numbers, we must consider food supplies and logistics. We need to cultivate crops, and perhaps fertilizer is necessary. With it, yields could be significantly increased. You study chemical engineering. If I could procure raw materials, could you assist in producing grenades and the like? You must understand your importance. What you contribute is no less vital than the efforts of the soldiers on the front lines. They clear the battlefield for you, while you support them from the rear, providing continuous resources. That is the practical application of your studies. If everyone thought as you do and rushed to the front lines, who would safeguard the rear? Who would innovate weaponry and manage supplies? Lin Qianquan spoke softly, fully aware that while he might not comprehend chemistry, he recognized its significance. Thus, he had intentionally placed Cheng Tinjing in a secure position during previous engagements. Trust me, I never deceive my own. Lin Qianquan emphasized gravely. This made Cheng Tinjing pause, her gaze fixed on Lin Qianquan's earnest demeanor, causing her to swallow the words that had risen to her lips. Chapter 77. In times of national crisis, blood of the people is consumed. On the winter solstice, snowflakes danced through the air. The biting cold of the northern winter left many southern warriors somewhat unaccustomed, yet, the sight of snow swirling around them brought smiles to the faces of the southern fighters. Such a scene was merely a tale to them. As the formidable procession approached the village several dozen miles from Heiyin's stronghold, Lin Qianquan observed numerous white dots on the visual map, all retreating into their homes. Some of these dots, upon the arrival of the troops, began to flee the village, racing towards the mountains in a state of evident panic. This sight caused Lin Qianquan to furrow his brow. The current situation indicated that the encirclement by the enemy was tightening, and the brutality of their actions had long been disseminated. In many places, even the slightest disturbance could trigger a mass exodus from entire villages. However, what he sensed now felt amiss, for only a small fraction of the populace was departing, and it appeared that some were assisting them in their flight. Captain, this village seems suspicious, remarked Li Weiguo, his gaze sharpening as he surveyed the empty village entrance. The traces in the fields indicated habitation, yet not a single soul could be seen. Someone approaches, Li Weiguo added, pointing towards 3 figures at the village entrance. Dismounting, Lin Qianquan was promptly followed by Wang Jiantang and several others, with some soldiers on high alert, weapons at the ready. Esteemed sirs, our village is truly out of provisions. As we enter spring next year, we shall willingly offer our grain. We only hope that you gentlemen will spare us. This winter is exceedingly harsh, and recently we lost one to the cold. Please show us mercy, pleaded a stooped elder, supported by 2 others, as he approached Lin Qianquan with utmost respect, his head bowed, unwilling to meet their gaze. Elder, we are merely passing through and seek a place to rest for the winter, Lin Qianquan replied. Upon hearing this, the elder slightly raised his head, glancing at Lin Qianquan and then at the soldiers behind him. Having encountered many warriors, he recognized the varied uniforms, some donned by armed individuals resembling his own. In a moment of clarity, the elder discerned that these men were likely remnants of a defeated army, and their request for rest was merely a pretext. Yet, in light of their weapons, he maintained a respectful demeanor, saying, I am the village chief. You may find some vacant houses and yards near the southern bridge of the village. I hope it will suffice for your needs. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Qianquan casually inquired, Village chief, what is the situation regarding grain collection? The gentlemen from Heiyin's stronghold frequently come to collect provisions. Currently, our village is devoid of grain, and we cannot present any offerings to Heiyin. I fear this winter will claim many lives, the village chief explained, attempting to convey his message delicately. for he was unaware of Lin Qianshen's intentions or his relationship with Heiyin's stronghold. He dared not elaborate further. Supported by the two men, he guided Lin Qianshen and his party southward through the village. Observing quietly, Lin Qianshen chose not to press for more information, merely following behind with a contemplative expression. As night fell, under the elders' guidance, they settled in several empty courtyards within the village. Upon inquiry, Lin Qianshen learned that the village was named Fengper, situated a few dozen miles from Heiyin's stronghold. The temporary accommodations consisted of only 3 or 4 rooms, and the courtyard was clear to provide shelter for several hundred men for the night. The tents they had captured proved useful at this moment. Lin Qianshen arranged for the exchange of supplies with the villagers for firewood, kindling a bonfire to ensure the soldiers would not suffer too greatly from the cold overnight. Outside, having completed the exchange, when Jiantang stormed back into the makeshift command center, his ire palpable. "Damn those beasts," Wang Jiantang erupted upon entering, eliciting immediate concern from Ding Jiaguo and Li Weiguo. "Old Wang, have you swallowed gunpowder?" Ding Jiaguo jested, though he had never witnessed Wang Jiantang in such a state before. "The family we exchanged firewood with just lost their daughter to bandits. A 16-year-old boy, full of vigor, tried to rescue her and was shot dead. Now their home is devoid of warmth, shrouded in despair," he reported angrily. "I've heard that such abductions and senseless killings occur frequently in this village, and it's not just this village. Heiyin's stronghold is notorious for its cruelty. They don't merely rob. They often raid neighboring villages, executing those who resist. Men are hanged for display, while women are taken up into the mountains, even children as young as 8. Such beasts," Wang Jiantang exclaimed, his grip tightening in disbelief. He had never anticipated that such horrors would unfold in the rear of the battlefield he fought so valiantly to protect. Upon hearing these words, Ding Jiaguo and Li Weiguo's expressions shifted dramatically. The light-hearted banter had evaporated, replaced by a cold resolve. Damn it, with weapons in hand, they choose to commit such heinous acts instead of taking the fight to the enemy, Ding Jiaguo exclaimed. "Captain, we must take Heiyin's stronghold," Li Weiguo concurred fervently. "Their actions have become indistinguishable from those of the enemy. The fear we witnessed in the villagers and the village chief upon our arrival was palpable." Lin Qianshen regarded the collective outrage of his comrades, his countenance grave. To turn to banditry is often driven by desperation or the pursuit of survival. Yet, those who align themselves with Heiyin's stronghold are motivated purely by self-interest, devoid of humanity, and are a scourge in any era. He nodded in agreement, expressing no dissent regarding the matter. "After our long journey, let us establish a watch, allow the soldiers to rest. Xiaoshan and I will scout the area. Captain, I cannot sleep. May I accompany you?" "Someone must remain here to keep watch." Having concluded his orders, Lin Qianshen set up sentries and, after confirming safety through the visual map, instructed Wang Jiantang and Li Weiguo to stay behind while he and the guards departed the village. Chapter 78, Li Weiguo, the commander's brilliant and mighty leadership. "You, scoundrels, should learn from him." Over a distance of several miles, Lin Qianshen had already honed his stamina. He skillfully evaded the hidden sentinels of Heiyinjai, observing the area for several days, during which he also familiarized himself with the terrain of the stronghold. It was indeed a place easy to defend but difficult to assault, strategically positioned at a vital transportation junction. After thoroughly gathering the information he sought, Lin Qianshen led his team back home. Upon returning to Fengper village, within the earthen confines of a simple dwelling, Wang Jiantang and his associates had already convened in the command center to deliberate on how to capture Heiyinjai. From the constructed terrain, they unanimously agreed that the stronghold was indeed a formidable location. However, the presence of bandits posed a significant challenge. Against such adversaries, only a direct confrontation would suffice. "We must find an opportune moment to seize Heiyinjai and establish it as our base," Lin Qianshen declared, having made the decision to claim the stronghold as their operational headquarters. He reasoned that its defensible nature would serve them well, even if the enemy, the Japanese, took notice. He felt that unless they were outnumbered tenfold and faced with overwhelming firepower, capturing Heiyinjai would be improbable. Of course, before the Japanese could launch an assault, he could leverage the complex terrain and the fortifications they had constructed. "What are your thoughts?" Lin Qianshen inquired firmly, his gaze unwavering upon the map illuminated by candlelight. He had meticulously charted the geographical position of Heiyinjai, presenting it clearly and vividly, complemented by a sand table constructed of stones and grains, allowing even those who had not visited the area to grasp its situation. Wang Jiantang and the others focused intently on the map. After a moment of observation, Wang Jiantang was the first to speak. Heiyunjai possesses natural advantages. They have constructed numerous hidden fortifications within the mountains, providing excellent coverage for their machine gun fire. This location, leveraging the terrain, is akin to a fortress. A direct assault may prove challenging, he continued. Currently, we have only a few leftover mortar shells, 8 in total, and around 43 rounds for the grenade launchers. Wang Jiantang's tone was grave as he assessed the situation. Although he was filled with indignation, he remained composed and meticulous in the face of the impending battle. Their supply of firearms and ammunition was adequate. However, the recent engagement with the Japanese Sukhotter Brigade had resulted in significant ammunition depletion. After nearly an hour of bombardment, much of their artillery was exhausted, and the enemy's transport vehicles had been destroyed, causing many shells to explode. Even those that survived were likely damaged, leaving them uncertain of their functionality and accuracy. Thus, their artillery supply was limited, consisting only of a few scattered rounds, while their stockpile of bullets was unprecedentedly abundant. Lin Qianchen remained silent, his eyes fixed on the mountain positions of Heiyunjai. At that moment, Ding Jieguo's voice broke the tension. Commander, a direct assault may not be feasible. We could consider a more subtle approach. Bandits, after all, are susceptible to bribery. We could disguise ourselves as defectors and coordinate an internal and external strategy, Ding Jieguo suggested, his gaze drifting first to Wang Jiantang and then to Li Weiguo. Indeed, an internal and external strategy could work, Wang Jiantang concurred, his eyes instinctively landing on another individual in agreement. However, no sooner had their words left their lips than Li Weiguo's brow furrowed, and a shadow fell across his face. The suggestion from Wang Jiantang and Ding Jieguo filled him with an unsettling premonition, sharpening his gaze and igniting a sense of agitation within him. Damn it! Wang and Ding are out of their minds. Li Weiguo silently cursed, fully aware from past experiences that engaging in their conversation would ensnare him in their trap. He envisioned that if he were to respond, the next words from these two would undoubtedly be, Li, you can play the role of the defeated army. Having performed so convincingly in that role twice before, he was certain that they could easily portray defectors. He had no desire to hear such praise a third time. Before considering a strategy, he resolved to feign ignorance. If these two attempted to drag him into their scheme, he would ensure he took a piece of flesh from them in return. Lin Qianchen pondered for a moment upon hearing this suggestion. Observing the terrain of Heiyunjai, he shook his head. A direct assault is preferable. Why bother with subterfuge against bandits? We still have 6 mortar shells and over 40 grenade rounds, so our firepower is assured. Having scrutinized the position of Heiyunjai for quite some time, Lin Qianchen concluded that while the idea of an internal and external strategy was not without merit, he intended to utilize the last 6 mortar shells and the 40 grenade rounds for a precise strike. There was no need for subterfuge. A direct assault should result in minimal casualties. In contrast, if they attempted to coordinate internally, they would have to consider the positioning of the bandits and the risk of friendly fire from their own shells. At this juncture, the considerations multiplied. Thus, a straightforward assault was the more prudent choice. The commander is indeed wise. Why bother with acting as defectors against mere bandits? Your aspirations are too limited. You scoundrels should learn from the commander. If you could grasp even a fraction of his wisdom, you would not find yourselves in such a pitiful state, Li Weiguo interjected, his expression momentarily stunned before he quickly aligned himself with Lin Qianchen's viewpoint. As he spoke, his gaze turned disdainfully towards Wang Jiantang and Ding Jieguo, his posture straightening from a previously hunched demeanor. Wang Jiantang and Ding Jieguo exchanged glances, their eyes wandering, as if they were oblivious to Li Weiguo's contempt. Clearly, their previous intentions had been too transparent, and Li Weiguo's strong contrarian instinct had kicked in. Nearby, Xiao Hai exhaled softly, extinguishing his earlier desire to request a transfer to the guard unit. If the commander was to play the role of a defeated army, he would not follow suit. After all, the commander had stated that one's identity is self-assigned. Rather than cling to the legs of the defeated army commander, it was far wiser to firmly grasp the commander's. Wang and Ding would never compel the commander to play such a role. Their wind and snow persisted, with the northwestern regions of Shaanxi blanketed in several days of snowfall. Consequently, the roads were layered with snow. Zheng, Wei, this road is frequently plagued by bandit activity. We should take a detour. It came a voice from atop a horse the following day, just a few miles from Heiyinjai. On horseback was an individual of average height, with a well-proportioned physique that exuded a sense of stability and reliability. His demeanor was cultured and refined, radiating an air of scholarly elegance, his eyes deep-set yet bright. After contemplating the statement, Zhao Gang finally replied solemnly, "Taking a detour would only waste time. We may encounter the Japanese along the way. Let us proceed. If we encounter bandits, we will avoid conflict if possible." Zhao Gang understood that taking a longer route would not only delay their arrival at the independent regiment but might also prompt its soldiers to seek them out, creating unnecessary complications. Furthermore, a detour would lead them through enemy territory, increasing the likelihood of an encounter with the Japanese. Weighing these factors, Zhao Gang opted to continue along the original path to the independent regiment. Prior to his journey, he had conducted extensive research on the conditions in northwestern Shaanxi. He was already aware of the notorious reputation of Heiyinjai from the villages he had passed through. Naturally, Zhao Gang felt a deep disdain for such circumstances and planned to discuss them with the commander of the independent regiment upon his arrival. Hearing Zhao Gang's decision, the soldiers beside him hesitated momentarily but ultimately nodded in agreement, following his lead. After all, taking a detour could indeed lead to an encounter with the Japanese. The trio paused briefly before continuing their journey. Chapter 79, A Calamity at Heiyin Stronghold. The headquarters of the new 2nd Regiment, located in Dashimen village, finds itself enveloped in a tempest of wind and snow. Outside, the howling winds persist, yet within the regiment's command center, an unusual tranquility prevails. It is not until a voice breaks the silence that the atmosphere shifts. If Heiyin's stronghold remains entrenched here, it poses a significant threat. Our communication with the outside world is nearly entirely reliant on the roads that traverse beneath that stronghold. Kong Jie, setting down his smoking pipe and exhaling a plume of smoke, furrows his brow as he listens intently to Chief of Staff Xie Yulin's words, his gaze fixed firmly upon the map within the command room. Having recently transitioned from an independent regiment to assume command of the newly expanded new 2nd Regiment, he is immediately confronted with this pressing dilemma. To his dismay, a band of bandits occupies a critical transportation hub right at his encampment. Moreover, this band of marauders boasts a formidable force of over 400 men, nearly matching the strength of his newly appointed regiment. "How much do you know about Heiyin Stronghold?" Kong Jie inquires with a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Xie Yulin pauses, his expression momentarily clouded, before he replies, "Heiyin Stronghold has long established its presence here, having preyed upon the neighboring villages for many years. The local populace suffers immensely under their tyranny. Once, they even intercepted a military supply convoy from the nationalist army, prompting 2 fully staffed regiments to launch an assault, only to return empty-handed. Subsequently, with the Japanese forces conducting sweeping operations, the bandits were largely overlooked." Xie Yulin recounts all that he knows to Kong Jie, whose brow deepens in concern as he processes the information. The failure of 2 fully equipped nationalist regiments to subdue this stronghold weighs heavily on his mind. Kong Jie scrutinizes the map, the position of Heiyin's stronghold causing a growing sense of unease within him. Essential supplies for the new 2nd Regiment must traverse through this stronghold, and it is untenable for them to pay a toll to these bandits just to pass through. Such an arrangement would only exacerbate their already precarious situation and be detrimental to the regiment's development. More critically, allowing these bandits to ravage the local populace renders their presence here utterly pointless. To engage them directly with our current manpower and weaponry would be exceedingly challenging. Kong Jie reflects before adding, "Is there any avenue for establishing contact with these bandits?" "Indeed. Let us first attempt to recruit them. If that fails, we shall seek alternative solutions. We cannot allow Heiyin's stronghold to wreak havoc in the vicinity of our encampment." Kong Jie's resolve hardens as he stows away his smoking pipe. A direct assault on Heiyin's stronghold is impractical, thus, he must explore the possibility of recruitment. If successful, it could not only bring the bandits under the new 2nd Regiment's control but also augment their strength. After a brief discussion on the matter of recruitment, the two men turned their focus to addressing this urgent issue. Several miles from Heian's stronghold, the wind and snow persist, with many lakes already frozen over. The earth is draped in a shimmering white blanket of snow. On a hilltop, Kong Jie, clad in military uniform, sits upon a wooden chair facing Xie Baoqing, the notorious leader of Heian's stronghold. After several days of communication, establishing a connection has proven relatively straightforward. Leading to this rendezvous, however, Xie Baoqing arrives with over 50 men, clearly prioritizing his safety. Commander Kong, I have long heard of your arrival in Dashaman village. However, with winter upon us, I regrettably lacked the opportunity to pay my respects. Please accept my apologies. Xie Baoqing's face bears a smile, the mink fur on his shoulders fluttering in the wind. Chief Xie, you are too courteous. You are well aware of the current situation. The Japanese forces have intensified their sweep through the northwestern regions of Shaanxi, and I received my orders quite suddenly. Kong Jie observes Xie Baoqing, his peripheral vision assessing the motley assortment of weaponry wielded by the bandits behind him, including various rifles and even 3 machine guns. The presence of such armaments necessitates a cautious approach to handling Heian's stronghold, as their arsenal far surpasses that of the new 2nd Regiment. Nevertheless, if Kong Jie could harness this force for his own, a glimmer of ambition flashes in his eyes. I have also read your personal letter, Commander Kong. It is not that I am unwilling, but with over 400 members in Heian's stronghold, we rely on your provisions for our daily sustenance. If we are to join the 8th Route Army, there are numerous considerations to address. Xie Baoqing glances at a squad of soldiers behind Kong Jie, noting their thin uniforms ill-suited for the biting winter chill, barely thicker than those worn by guards at the stronghold. However, he understands that openly severing ties with the 8th Route Army would yield no benefits. Maintaining a neutral stance is in his best interest. Despite the modest size of this 8th Route contingent, he cannot afford to focus solely on them. Should reinforcements arrive from other areas, Heian's stronghold could find itself in peril. Kong Jie, recognizing the gravity of the situation, furrows his brow as he contemplates his response. In this time of national crisis, we both inhabit this land. Do you truly wish to witness the Japanese ravage the very soil that nurtures us? Xie Baoqing responds with a calm smile, reaching into the sleeves of his fur coat for warmth. Commander Kong, since you mention this, I assure you that we are indeed eager to combat the Japanese. If our brothers from Heian's stronghold are to join, I have 3 conditions. Please, elaborate. Kong Jie replies after a moment of contemplation. First, we can join. But Heian's stronghold must be regarded as an auxiliary unit of the 8th Route Army, akin to how you are structured within the Nationalist Army. Second, upon our integration, I request the autonomy to develop Heian's stronghold independently, as we possess considerable knowledge of the surrounding area. And third, we ask for amnesty regarding our past actions. There will always be some troublemakers among us, and should any issues arise, the authority to address them must rest with me. Xie Baoqing articulates his conditions with a calm demeanor, fully aware of the precarious situation as the Japanese forces press the 8th Route Army into retreat. In the comfort of Heian's stronghold, why would he seek unnecessary hardship? Who truly holds sway in this world, be it the Japanese, the 8th Route Army, or the Nationalist Army? As long as he can stoke the fire in this chill winter, embrace his woman, and enjoy a drink, he is more than content. Upon hearing the first condition, Kong Jie's demeanor shifts. His pupils darken with seriousness. That is out of the question. His tone becomes resolute, he is cautious, not timid. Xie Baoqing's propositions reveal a lack of genuine intent to cooperate. Their meeting feels like a farcical charade, a classic case of incompatibility. Seeing Kong Jie's firm response, Xie Baoqing merely chuckles and says, Commander Kong, since you feel this way, I shall not press the matter further. Let us part ways amicably. With a smile still gracing his features, Xie Baoqing clasps his hands together in salute and rises to leave, preferring to avoid prolonging the discussion in the frigid weather. Watching Xie Baoqing and his band of marauders retreat into the distance, Kong Jie clenches his fists tightly. The 3 absurd demands were clearly made with intent. However, given the current strength of the new 2nd Regiment, launching an assault on Heian's stronghold would be fraught with challenges. The stronghold's location resembles a fortress, built into the mountains and fortified with numerous hidden strongpoints. Even after Xiao Baoqing's figure fades from view, Kong Jie remains deeply troubled, his brows still knit in concern. Chapter 80, The Fall of Black Cloud Stronghold. The skies were shrouded in ominous clouds, and heavy snow continued to fall. As far as the eye could see, a vast expanse of white lay before them. Amidst the howling wind and snow, a contingent of approximately 300 soldiers pressed onward. It was not that Lin Qianchen underestimated the situation by bringing only 300 men, rather, in such snowy conditions, a large-scale deployment would likely attract the attention of the bandits long before they reached Black Cloud Stronghold. This 300-strong unit comprised seasoned veterans, and with the aid of a visual map, they could deftly avoid certain bandit lookout points, allowing for greater mobility. Conceal yourselves, Lin Qianchen's voice suddenly rang out from within the ranks, prompting the entire force to halt and take cover. On the visual map, nearly 50 red dots gradually appeared along its periphery. The plan has changed. 2nd Battalion, move to their high ground to the south. 1st Battalion, find cover in place. Ding Jaguar, take your men to the north and set an ambush. Observing the sudden arrival of this small group and their trajectory, Lin Qianchen quickly assigned combat tasks, relying on the terrain. Although an offensive was planned, the unexpected developments necessitated a shift in strategy. If they continued their advance toward Black Cloud Stronghold blindly, they risked being flanked by this group of approximately 50 men, who were also heading in the direction of the stronghold. Yes, sir. Without hesitation, Wen Jiantang and his companions immediately moved toward the rear of the troops. In an instant, the entire unit sprang into action. Kong Jie retrieved his pipe, his expression grave, and instinctively trembled as he lit it once more. Move these tables and benches back. It was evident that Black Cloud Stronghold had no intention of joining the fight against the enemy. Judging by their earlier demeanor, they seemed more inclined to enjoy a life of ease while oppressing the local populace. Although Black Cloud Stronghold boasted a mere 400 men, their control over the mountain and vital transport routes felt akin to a stranglehold on Kong Jie's new 2nd Regiment, leaving them gasping for air. Would they now have to rely on the whims of Black Cloud Stronghold for the transport of supplies? Just as he pondered a solution while preparing to light his pipe, a series of rapid gunshots erupted in the distance. This sudden noise caused Kong Jie to pause, promptly placing his pipe back at his waist. From the direction of Black Cloud Stronghold, Xie Yulin remarked, his expression serious. The recent failed negotiations weighed heavily on his mind, and the sound of gunfire only deepened his concern for the safety of their commander. Kong Jie gazed toward Black Cloud Stronghold, his expression troubled. The eruption of gunfire at this moment had caught him completely off guard. Let us go investigate. Without lingering further, Kong Jie led his guard platoon toward the source of the gunfire. It was uncharacteristic of him to retreat without gathering any information, especially with the sounds of battle so nearby. As they closed the distance, the sound of gunfire intensified. In the distance, through his binoculars, Kong Jie observed the bandits of Black Cloud Stronghold being pressed by a diverse group of attackers. They were, in fact, being overwhelmed. The familiar uniforms of the Jinsui army, alongside the cotton-clad soldiers of the Sichuan army and various militia attire, struck a chord of recognition within him. Boom! An explosion reverberated, drawing Kong Jie's focus back to the battlefield. Should we intervene, they might think we arranged this ambush after our negotiations failed, Xie Yulin suggested, his tone grave as he watched the unfolding conflict. Moreover, the ambushing force numbered scarcely 100. Should the bandits from Black Cloud Stronghold realize what was happening and come to reinforce their ranks, suspicion would likely fall squarely on new 2nd Regiment. Intervene, we'd be mowed down before we even got close, Kong Jie retorted, frowning as he lowered his binoculars. Yet, he could hardly fathom that this group would appear at Black Cloud Stronghold. Unlikely. Their firepower is formidable, but they seem to be a disorganized retreating force. They must have spotted the scant numbers at Black Cloud Stronghold and seized the opportunity to attack. However, the fighting strength of Black Cloud Stronghold should not be underestimated, Xie Yulin countered, perplexed by Kong Jie's intense reaction. Indeed, the ambushing force did not resemble a regular army, their uniforms mismatched and their weaponry equally disordered. Yet, Kong Jie seemed to harbor an almost uncanny confidence regarding this group. Upon hearing this, Kong Jie's expression darkened. You have no idea of the terror that this retreating force embodies. Not long ago, they annihilated the Sokotter Brigade. He fixed his gaze unwaveringly ahead, memories of Yang village echoing in his mind. Had it not been for the emergence of this force, they might not have even seen the bodies of those enemy soldiers. That battle had transformed Kang Jie's perspective, revealing that it was indeed possible to suppress the enemy through tactical maneuvering, forcing them into a position where their strengths could not be utilized effectively. The obliteration of the Sokotter Brigade had further enlightened him to the mastery of firepower, as 400 men sent 1,000 into disarray, nearly achieving total annihilation. Beside him, Xie Yulin was momentarily taken aback. Is this the same force that recently decimated the Sokotter Brigade? What else could it be? Kang Jie replied absently, his eyes glued to the chaos below. This was a rare opportunity for close observation, and he was determined not to miss it. Xie Yulin shifted his gaze away from the bandits and fixated intently on their retreating force below. He had heard much about this unit, even noting that the higher-ups referred to them as an iron army, renowned for their exceptional combat prowess. As he observed the ambush unfold, it became apparent that the attackers had seized several high vantage points, rendering the bandits nearly incapable of lifting their heads under the relentless fire. A mortar shell exploded directly in the midst of the bandits, thoroughly disrupting their formation and leaving them to endure a barrage of attacks. This force exhibited exceptional combat quality, with their firepower and coordination reaching a level of remarkable synchronization. Even after serving in the military for decades, Xie Yulin had never witnessed a unit operate with such precision. This fighting capability, Xie Yulin murmured softly. The skirmish concluded in mere minutes after Kang Jie's arrival, yet the subsequent scene left both him and Xie Yulin momentarily stunned. After the ambush, only a handful of bandits managed to flee, while the 300 soldiers showed no signs of pausing. They scarcely glanced at the weapons scattered about before regrouping and heading toward Black Cloud Stronghold. It seems they intend to assault Black Cloud Stronghold, Kang Jie exclaimed, lifting his binoculars to observe the advancing unit, his expression dazed. Attacking Black Cloud Stronghold will not be easy, Xie Yulin cautioned solemnly. He had heard numerous accounts of this unit's prowess, known for executing preemptive strikes, ambushes, and surprise attacks. A direct assault against 400 bandits by a force of around 300 was a daunting prospect, especially considering the advantageous position and fortifications of Black Cloud Stronghold. Black Cloud Stronghold is doomed, Kang Jie murmured, watching as the unit neared the location of the stronghold. However, Kang Jie understood that the commander of this force was not one to undertake actions without assurance of success. The fall of Black Cloud Stronghold was all but certain.